I merely have a scraped knee. The eldest disciple extended his tongue towards me, proclaiming that the saliva of a succubus possesses the power to heal wounds, for I have transcended into the role of the esteemed leader of the heavenly profound sect in a fantastical narrative. The original master clearly had 3 devoted disciples who cherished him dearly. Yet, for the sake of the so-called Shura divine, sword of the Tang sect, the disciple, whose cultivation was lacking, was sent to steal. This endeavor, as expected, ended in failure. After the great apprentice narrowly escaped death, the first thing she did was to seek forgiveness from her master. She feared that her master would resent her and cast her away. As long as she was not expelled from the sect, she was willing to endure whatever her master deemed necessary. "How had you been feeling?" inquired the eldest disciple, Su Qian, as she gently touched her lips, her expression reflecting an enchanting blend of concern and rapture. However, it was only after a moment that she realized the truth. The master she once knew, gentle and kind, was no longer the same. She had touched her master without permission, and it was certain that her master would be furious. Inevitably, she was about to endure a severe punishment, and she could only wonder if she could withstand it in her current state. The mere thought of being struck down by her master, never to see him again, fills her heart with profound anguish. At this moment, I gaze upon Su Jiqian, who clings to her last breath yet remains mindful of her own well-being. My heart feels as though it has been tightly grasped. Such an exceptional disciple, yet the original master resorts to both beating and scolding him, even going so far as to expel him from the sect. Is the original master truly human? In my previous life, I was deprived of love. How much more so in this lifetime, as I comfort my disciples while also receiving rewards from the system. Therefore, I am determined to transform back into a gentle master, leading my disciples to a life filled with beauty and happiness. Thus, I reached out my hand towards Su Qiqian's head, intending to offer her a comforting pat. Yet this scene rendered her trembling uncontrollably. Ever since her master underwent a drastic personality change 3 years ago, every time he reached out, it was met with blows and kicks directed at her. Yet she dared not take a single step back, for she feared that retreating would incite her master's displeasure. Thus, she curled her body and tightly closed her eyes, bracing herself to endure the impending pain. However, what awaited was not the anticipated sensation of pain, but rather a familiar touch emanating from the crown of my head. She opened her eyes, filled with suspicion, and immediately beheld the scene she had yearned for over the past 3 years. At this moment, the master before me is no longer the embodiment of indifference and cruelty, but rather radiates warmth, kindness, and a hint of helplessness. This astonishing scene left her utterly speechless. I gently smiled and said, "In the past few years, my cultivation led to the emergence of inner demons, causing my character to become exceedingly harsh and utilitarian. Now, I have dispelled those inner demons, and my master will no longer impose upon you. I sincerely apologize for the wrongs my master has committed against you over the years." Upon hearing this, Su Jiqian momentarily lost herself in thought. How could her master speak to him in such a gentle tone? Could it be that her master had truly returned to her? Moments later, tears began to stream down her cheeks as she enveloped me tightly in her embrace, fearing that my current state might vanish once more. "Master, there is no need for your apologies. Over these past 3 years, it has been my inadequacy that has hindered me from procuring the treasures you so desire. Had I succeeded earlier, you would have undoubtedly recovered sooner. These punishments are but a fitting consequence for my shortcomings." Upon hearing this, I found myself in a state of bewilderment. What manner of celestial disciple is she? Despite my prior actions towards her, she harbors no resentment. Instead, she perceives the fault to lie with herself. This transcends the realms of science fiction. I took a deep breath to steady myself, swiftly channeling my spiritual energy to heal the wounds on Su Jiqian's body. He presented her with another healing elixir. Yet upon receiving the elixir, Su Jiqian wept even more profusely. She looked up once more to behold my gentle visage, and at that moment, she realized that her master seemed to have truly returned to his former self. Su Jiqian gazed at me with profound affection, her enchanting fox-like eyes brimming with emotions previously unexperienced. Though she was a disciple of my esteemed master, her heart had always harbored a deep-seated love for him. Does this imply that she can once again pursue her master now that his temperament has returned to its former state? Upon reaching this thought, she felt that all the torment endured over the past few years was indeed worthwhile. Seeing that Su Qian had yet to consume the elixir, I urged her to take it promptly. Meanwhile, I channeled my spiritual energy to replenish her empty dantian, facilitating a swifter recovery. Upon hearing those words, Su Qian revealed a faint smile of happiness and proceeded to consume the elixir. She had never harbored any semblance of caution towards her master. Previously, her master had gifted her a similar healing elixir. However, that particular pill was a soul-seizing elixir, which enhanced her true self's power at the cost of her lifespan. After consuming the elixir, her cultivation plummeted to the first level of the innate realm, and she lost all her senses for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, it took her several months to emerge from the brink of death. On the very first day of her regained mobility, she hurried to seek her master, eager to ascertain whether her mentor had suffered any adverse effects from the soul-seizing pill, for that potion could indeed inflict harm upon the physical body. Only upon seeing her master unharmed can she truly set her mind at ease. In the present day, her master bestowed upon her a pill. Without a moment's hesitation, she continued to consume it. It mattered not that her master had regained his strength, even if he had not. Even though she was fully aware that it was still the soul-stealing pill, the mere thought of being able to do something for her revered master compelled her to ingest it without hesitation. As the elixir coursed through her body, its effects gradually manifested. Su Qian felt a warm sensation enveloping her, accompanied by a tingling sensation in her wounds, signaling their gradual healing. I sat cross-legged behind my eldest disciple, channeling my spiritual energy throughout my being. Placing my palm upon her back, I began to infuse her with vitality. My eldest disciple had recently endured a harrowing battle within the Tang Sect, resorting even to sacrificing her lifespan to escape. Her internal reservoirs of spiritual energy were utterly depleted. Su Qian felt a surge of spiritual energy entering her dantian, and a rosy flush instantly graced her cheeks. It had been a considerable time since her master had engaged with her. Today, not only did her master gently caress the crown of her head, but he also bestowed his own spiritual power upon her. This overwhelming sense of bliss enveloped her, leaving her with the sensation of being in a dream. Allow me to carry you back to rest. Your injuries are rather severe, but fear not, for I shall soon heal you completely. As I spoke, I lifted Su Qian and made my way towards her residence. However, at the very moment I embraced her, yet it left Su Qian with a profound sense of weightlessness. She couldn't help but let out a soft, delicate hum. This sudden commotion left me utterly bewildered. I immediately lowered my gaze. This glance proved to be captivating. I found it nearly impossible to avert my eyes. Su Qian donned an elegant long gown of deep purple hue. The gown, crafted from delicate sheer fabric, revealed glimpses of her skin beneath. What was truly unbearable was Su Qian's enchanting gaze, delicate as silk, seemingly capable of captivating one's very soul. Coupled with the unique fragrance that enveloped her, it rendered me blushing profusely. In a flurry, I shook my head, fearing that if my eldest disciple were to discover the thoughts that had crossed my mind, I would undoubtedly be scolded for being a wayward master. Little did I know that, at that very moment, Su Qian's heart was aflame with excitement. She was elated by the fleeting glimpse of shyness that had graced her master just moments before. Since the master has now fully recovered and appears to have no resistance against her, it is imperative that her plan to push the master forward be prioritized. However, it is essential to proceed gradually. If expressed too bluntly, the master may find it unacceptable. At this moment, after placing my eldest disciple upon the bed, I gently reassured her to take a rest. Upon her awakening, we shall reunite. For now, I shall go and check on the well-being of your junior sister. Su Qian nodded gently. Not long ago, Master instructed second junior sister Lung Luoli to undermine the strength of the Tang Sect. After her failure, she also endured Master's harsh reprimand. The current situation must be quite bleak. Before long, I arrived at the entrance of the second disciple's abode, yet upon entering, I found no trace of Lung Luoli. A woman was seen tidying up within the confines of her home. Upon witnessing this, the woman hastily set down her broom and bowed to me. Disciple pays respects to the master. I recognized her. She was the esteemed princess Hu Jiuyu of the Elven clan. In stark contrast to her kin's fair and flawless complexion, she possessed a naturally sun-kissed, wheat-colored skin. Even her eyes were distinctive, adorned with a rare double pupil. Thus, within the clan, her birth is deemed to tarnish on the majesty of the elven royalty, an embodiment of malevolence and an ominous presence. This also led to her experiencing ostracism from her sisters from a young age. At the tender age of 16, I was cast out from my clan, just when she was engulfed in despair, contemplating the end of her existence. Chen Ye has emerged, extending a helping hand towards her, while also remarking on the beauty of her captivating eyes. Thus, she became my third disciple. When she discovered in the new realm that she not only did not encounter disdain, but even in the face of her modest talents, her master did not forsake her guidance. The profound affection for the mentor has grown increasingly intense. Yet, it is precisely due to her lack of talent that she has endured the most profound suffering inflicted by the original owner in recent years. Upon this realization, I promptly assisted Hu Jiuyu to her feet, yet her shoulders were laden with scars. As soon as my hand rested upon them, she trembled in pain. Upon witnessing the situation, I promptly eased my grip and anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of Long Luoli. Although I am deeply concerned about Hu Jiuyu's health, the disappearance of my second disciple fills me with even greater anxiety. Not long ago, he endured my torment, and he should now be too weak to rise from his bed. Yet, he is nowhere to be found. Hu Jiuyu saw her master gently helping her to rise, a look of urgency etched upon his face. For a moment, she found herself in a trance, as this was not the behavior one would expect from the master she once knew. However, she became acutely aware of her master's sincere, yet unrefined demeanor. The gentle sunlight cast its rays upon her, prompting a sudden sense of shyness. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze faltered as she replied to her master's words. Meanwhile, the second senior sister embarked on the task assigned by their master, aimed at diminishing the strength of the Tang sect. Upon receiving the news, I took out a healing elixir and first handed it to Hu Jiu, urging her to take it and rest well. I shall now proceed to safely bring back your second master sister. From this day forth, none of you three are permitted to encounter any misfortune. I handed her the elixir and gently stroked her little head before hastily making my exit through the door. After I departed, Hu Jiue remained kneeling on the ground, cradling her flushed face in her hands. In the past 3 years, her only encounters with her master were during the times he chastised her. Yet just moments ago, the esteemed master tenderly caressed her head. This act transcended her capacity to comprehend. For a fleeting instant, her mind became utterly befuddled. It was only after a considerable time that she regained her senses. Could it be that the master had returned to his former self? However, as soon as this thought took root, she vehemently shook her head. After all these years, the master had remained unchanged. How could it be possible for him to suddenly revert today? In summary, uncertainty looms. Let us first observe the periphery of the Tang sect. Beneath the moonlight stands a young girl, her gaze strikingly cold and piercing. Beside her lie several bodies, their appearances wretched and tragic. This individual is none other than the second disciple, Long Luoli. Yet, at present, her cultivation level permits her only to ambush the outer disciples of the Tang sect, thereby diminishing their strength. Although the threat she posed was not significant, it deterred most cultivators from daring to join the Tang clan. Rumors circulated that any disciple who entered the Tang clan seldom survived beyond 3 days. Consequently, the Tang clan had not recruited any new disciples for quite some time. However, not every ambush unfolds favorably. At this very moment, she finds herself ensnared by the Tang sect, with outer disciples serving as bait, surrounded by 2 elder practitioners of the Foundation establishment stage from the Tang sect. Faced with a practitioner who stood an entire realm above her, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. The portly elder of the Tang sect approached, stating, "You, young lady, have proven quite elusive for us. Were it not for the use of these outer disciples as bait, we might never have lured you here. Your Tianxian sect has long since been defeated, and your inept master has hidden away, his whereabouts unknown. With your exceptional talent and intelligence, why would you continue to serve such a useless individual? Why not join my Tang sect? We shall honor you with the esteemed position of elder. You would also be liberated from the control of your inept master. What joy could there be in refusing such an offer? Lung Luoli is one of the singular geniuses of the entire continent. No matter which sect she joins, she would be revered as an esteemed guest. As one of the three most powerful sects on this continent, the Tang sect offers its elders a treatment that would make any genius envious. As the two elders believe that under such circumstances, Lung Luoli would undoubtedly acquiesce. You shall not insult my master. Cold Luo Li gritted her silver teeth in anger. In her heart, her master represented everything to her. Anyone who dares to demean her master deserves severe retribution. As soon as her words fell, the temperature around her plummeted instantaneously. In an astonishing display, she conjured several icicles from the air, which then shot forth with great force towards the two elders. Yet, in her weakened state, how could she possibly harm foundational cultivators' Hedon? As soon as the ice cone struck before the two elders, it was instantly shattered. Truly obstinate and unyielding. Since it cannot be utilized, there is no need for us to conceal our intentions any longer. Second, having seized her exceptional spiritual root, we shall refine elixirs and share the spoils equally between us. Wait a moment, my friend. I behold the young lady, her beauty enchanting and ethereal. Why not subdue her first, to tear apart her impeccably cold exterior and revel in the experience before seizing her spiritual roots? Another elder, remarked. A splendid suggestion. The more aloof her expression becomes, the more exhilarated I feel. Once the two reached a consensus, they immediately launched an assault on Lung Luoli, gazing at the approaching duo. Lung Luoli yearned to extricate herself from the situation, yet the formidable pressure emanating from the foundational stage rendered her immobile. However, what plunged her into deeper despair were the words uttered by the two elders moments ago. Aside from her master, the mere thought of any man desiring to touch her filled her with profound revulsion. At this moment, Lung Luoli resolved firmly that since she had long safeguarded the fruits for her master, it was only fitting that her master should not partake in their harvest. Thus, she had no choice but to meet her demise here. As soon as the two elders approached her, she immediately detonated herself, depriving them of any opportunity to desecrate her physical form. Although she harbored no fear of a sense of desolation inevitably arose within her heart at that moment. After accompanying her master for so long, would she ultimately not witness the day of her master's recovery? Moreover, she had not even had the chance to express her affection to her master. If only she could behold her gentle master once more before her demise, just one last glance would suffice. The two elders moved with remarkable speed, arriving before Lung Luoli in the blink of an eye. That exceedingly aged hand reached directly towards Lung Luoli's torso. At this moment, Lung Luoli closed her eyes, channeling her spiritual energy in preparation for self-detonation. However, as soon as she began to harness her power, suddenly, she realized that her spiritual energy had become unresponsive. A wave of confusion washed over her. Upon reopening my eyes and gazing ahead, I was met with the sight of the two elders, rendered motionless before me. Just as her confusion deepened, a sudden wave of warmth emanated from the crown of her head. This sensation was one she knew all too well. Even after several years of absence, she could still recognize it instantly. Sure. Lung Luoli's voice was tinged with surprise. I embraced her from behind, gently caressing the crown of her head. Gazing at my cherished disciple nestled in my arms, a wave of apprehension washed over me. Had I arrived even a moment later, I would have been doomed to lose this dear student forever. Master has arrived late. Master will now assist Lier in teaching a lesson to those who have bullied her. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed, reassuring the two disciples that their task had been accomplished and the novice gift package had been dispatched to the system space. Upon hearing this, I found myself somewhat perplexed. I had just exchanged a few words with my disciple, and the other party had yet to respond, yet the system declared the task complete. How reliable is this system, truly? What I was unaware of was that the moment Lung Luoli beheld me, the task was already accomplished. In other words, even if I uttered not a single word, merely by my presence here, Lung Luoli would absolve me of all my past transgressions. Or perhaps one could say that she has never harbored any resentment towards her master, for in her heart, Her master will forever remain flawless and perfect. At this moment, Lung Luoli leapt into my embrace, softly choking on her words as she murmured, "Lear misses you so dearly. I thought I would never see you again. Just a moment ago, I nearly lost my life." "Not quite. Could it be that I have already departed from this world?" Lung Luoli reveled in the warm embrace of her master, gazing upon the gentle expression of her mentor. She was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of being in a different realm. Not long ago, she was tormented by her master to the brink of death. Yet, merely a few days have passed, and nothing has transpired. How has her master returned to a state of normalcy? Had she just self-destructed? Is it possible that I am now in a phantasm? Lung Luoli extended her hand towards my cheek, caressing it gently. If this truly is an illusion, does she wish to engage in even bolder actions? Feeling the gentle caress of my second disciple on my cheek, I smiled and grasped the back of her hand. I could sense that her emotions were rather unstable, as if she were doubting her own existence. But it is true, I have indeed returned. When Lung Luoli truly realized the authenticity of the situation, tears instantaneously transformed into icy droplets, cascading down incessantly. She held me tightly, reluctant to release her grasp, even for a fleeting moment. She wished to linger in this embrace a little longer to savor the warmth of the moment. At this time, Lung Luoli donned a flowing gown of azure chiffon. The lower half is adorned with white, knee-high stockings, and the warmth of the youthful maiden emanates through the delicate fabric of her sheer skirt. I find myself utterly moved as the enchanting beauty in my embrace indulges in her whims. Thus, I hold her close, allowing her to freely express her emotions. However, due to the position, my hand inadvertently brushed against her white stockings, leaving me momentarily flustered. Immediately, I shook my head to dispel those unpleasant thoughts. My second disciple is in dire need of comfort at this moment. Yet, I found myself blushing over such trivial matters. If my second disciple were to discover this, how could I ever establish my authority in the future? Old Jin said comics. What I remained unaware of was that old Lung Luoli had already observed the subtle changes within me. She gazed at her master, who was recently flustered due to shyness, and her heart surged with an inexplicable sensation. No matter how she had hinted at her feelings before, her master had remained unresponsive. As a result, the esteemed master has, quite unexpectedly, become shy merely due to inadvertently coming into contact with stockings. It appears that the master has not only regained his temperament, but also some of the masculine emotions and desires. She believes that the current master is even more handsome than before. However, since the master enjoys it Laobi Soman, she is indeed quite willing to offer the master some additional benefits. At this moment, I observed my second disciple still lost in thought. I felt that her emotions had likely been vented for the time being, which brought me a sense of relief. Lier, je jian shuaman. I shall deal with these two insignificant beings first before taking you back. I will compensate for the debts I owe you over the years. Upon hearing this, Lung Luoli's lips curved slightly. She had never felt that her master owed her anything, but it was quite clever to exploit her master's sense of obligation, to create an opportunity. Old Bay speaks of comics. For instance, master, you surely do not wish to see your unfortunate second disciple in sorrow, do you? He. At this moment, I concentrate my spiritual energy in the palm of my hand, directing it towards the two elders. I, Wan Fong, never anticipated that one of the so-called three major righteous sects, the Tang clan, would be engulfed in such chaos and corruption. Today, I shall take the lives of the two of you, and on a later date, I will personally visit to eradicate the Tang clan. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual energy transformed into a shockwave, surging forth from my palm in an instant. Two foundational stage cultivators found themselves utterly immobilized beneath the oppressive aura of my divine sanctuary. In the next instant, it was engulfed by a shockwave, transforming into a puddle of mire. After handling everything, I took Lung Luoli back to Lingxi Mountain. It was only during the journey that I found some leisure time, prompting me to explore the contents of the novice gift pack from the system. Ding! The novice gift package has been activated. You have received a celestial pavilion, an exceptional spiritual root, a remarkable special constitution, and 10,000 system points. For further details, Kindly refer to your personal panel. The host has endured an unsatisfactory first half of life. Therefore, a small invincibility at the beginning has been specially granted to the host, wishing the host a joyful life ahead. Upon hearing this, I found myself somewhat bewildered. What does it mean to detect that my first half of life has been less than satisfactory? Why do I constantly feel as though I'm being mocked by the system? Hasn't my existence thus far been characterized by never having experienced love? A certain timidity and insecurity have accompanied me. My youth has unfolded as a series of daydreams, filled with fantasies of a girl accompanying me on leisurely strolls through the streets. In reality, the situation has led to the depletion of my parents' resources. I attended a subpar college, merely passing time and eventually seeking companionship among my classmates, devoid of any aspirations, only fit to scurry into the sewers as a rat, merely gazing at the splendid life beyond the manhole cover. Is there truly such discontent? Chirp, chirp, chirp. In reflecting upon this, a wave of sadness unexpectedly washes over me. Seeing her master suddenly overcome with sorrow, Lung Lawley felt a surge of concern within her heart. Although she was unaware of the reason behind her master's sadness, she instinctively felt the need to take action. With a gentle motion, she wrapped her arms around my neck and tentatively leaned in, her lips seeking to bridge the distance. Upon encountering her esteemed master without hesitation, she tenderly bestowed a kiss upon his cheek. Subsequently, she leaned close to my ear and whispered gently, "Lear is unaware of the reasons behind your sorrow, but if it pertains to Lear and her fellow disciples, there is no need for distress, for we all earnestly wish for your happiness. Should it be related to other matters, please feel free to share with Lear. She is more than willing to listen." At this moment, I have finally emerged from my stupor, only to behold the frost-kissed beauty in my embrace, who reveals a distinctly tender expression for my sake. All the sorrow within my heart has suddenly evaporated. Let the past remain in the past. From this moment forth, I shall embark on a new journey of life. I smiled and shook my head at her, then spent 1,000 system points to exchange for a healing potion. The system's description claims that this healing elixir can cure all ailments. I wonder if it truly possesses such miraculous properties. This is a healing elixir. You should try taking it. I handed it to Lung Luali. However, Lung Luali gazed at me with an exceedingly delicate expression. "Master, would you kindly feed me?" In such a manner, anyone who beheld her would undoubtedly be filled with compassion. Gazing at the slightly parted soft lips of my second disciple, my heart raced uncontrollably for a moment. This is perhaps a bit too intoxicating, isn't it? Upon reflection, at this very moment, Lung Luali is clasping her hands around her neck, leaving her unable to free her hands. As her master, it is quite natural for her to administer medicine to her disciple for healing, is it not? Indeed, upon this realization, I finally placed the elixir to my second disciple's lips. Yet my hand has yet to be withdrawn, when it was enveloped by the mouth of the second disciple. Wait, wait, wait. This is akin to administering medicine to you, my disciple. Why you still consume it, my esteemed master? Lung Lawley gazed at her master, whose face was awash with a flustered expression, and could not help but stifle a laugh within her heart. It seemed that her master was utterly defenseless against her charms, as with just a subtle maneuver, she had rendered him completely flushed. If she were to unleash her ultimate power, it would be quite formidable. Given this circumstance, she would no longer hold back in the future. Lung Luali secretly rejoiced. Shortly after the healing elixir entered her body, the scars on her skin began to radiate a golden glow. Moments later, the light faded, and Lung Luali gazed at her body in astonishment. Not only were all the external scars completely healed, but even the hidden injuries, which had lingered within her from years of torment by her master, vanished without a trace. What rank does this elixir possess? Its efficacy is astonishingly miraculous. Lung Luali was both astonished and elated. It is with joy that she can once again strengthen herself, so that she may serve her esteemed master in due time. Upon hearing this, I found myself at a loss for words. In this world, medicinal elixirs are categorized into 5 grades: celestial, terrestrial, profound, mysterious, and yellow, with celestial being the highest and yellow the lowest. However, the healing elixirs provided by the system may very well transcend the boundaries of the 3 realms. I coughed lightly and replied, For now, let us refer to it as the supreme level. Lung Luoli has always been obedient to her master. Since her master instructed her not to inquire further, she would not press the matter. As long as her master could recover and continue to accompany her and everyone else in life, that would be sufficient. With her thoughts lingering, she nestled against my chest, and before long, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. It is hardly surprising that in these years, she has been enduring hardships. It is only natural to eventually succumb to slumber after tirelessly caring for the junior sisters who have endured hardship, with one's spirit perpetually on edge. As soon as I arrived at the sect, I gently placed her back on the bed to rest. Now, the situation of my second disciple has stabilized. The eldest disciple would simply wait for her to awaken before presenting her with a healing elixir, and all would be well. The only concern lay with the third disciple, Hu Jiuyu. Upon contemplating this, I resolved to check on her condition. Yet, as I lifted my leg, I discovered that my second disciple was tightly embracing my waist, his face occasionally rubbing against me, even allowing saliva to escape. Simultaneously, he mumbled indistinctly in his sleep, "Master, you wouldn't want to be found out by senior sister, would you? So be obedient." Ahem. At this moment, I find it somewhat awkward to take my leave. Nevertheless, I must inquire, "Dear disciple, what peculiar dream are you engaged in?" After a considerable time, I finally found an opportunity to extricate myself. As soon as I stepped out the door, I encountered Hu Jiuyu, who was diligently washing clothes. In truth, I could effortlessly restore the soiled garments to their pristine state with a mere flick of my hand. However, the original owner insisted on subjecting Hu Jiuyu to the torment of hand-washing, despite being afflicted by a serious illness. Upon my arrival, Hu Jiuyu hastily rose to her feet, intending to kneel before me. At that moment, she remained uncertain whether I had truly returned to my former self. Thus she did not forsake the rituals of old. Upon witnessing this, I hastily approached to assist her in rising. Gently I spoke, "My dear disciple, I have fully recovered. In the future, when you see me, there is no need to repeat those elaborate formalities. You need not concern yourself with washing these garments. From now on, I shall personally guide you in your cultivation." Chapter 10. Comforting Hu Jiuyu. Chen Ye, once the esteemed leader of the Tianxian sect, found himself burdened with the dual responsibilities of managing sect affairs while nurturing two direct disciples. Consequently, he had been unable to provide personalized guidance to the rather ordinary Hu Jiuyu, instead placing her under the tutelage of his two disciples. Now, with the sect dissolved and only the three of them remaining, Chen Ye finally had the leisure to personally mentor Hu Jiuyu in her cultivation. As Hu Jiuyu gazed at Chen Ye's gentle expression and listened to his words, a momentary stupor enveloped her exquisite, ethereal face. If she had previously harbored doubts about whether Chen Ye had truly returned to his former self, now, the tension that had long gripped her heart could finally begin to ease. Her feelings for Chen Ye were, in truth, no less profound than those of his two disciples, perhaps even surpassing theirs. Yet, she had always felt a sense of inferiority regarding her sun-kissed skin and her peculiar dual irises. When Chen Ye had still been the tender mentor, he often offered her words of comfort, gradually alleviating her insecurities. However, after his drastic change in demeanor, he not only ceased to console her, but often resorted to disdainful insults, hurling a barrage of cruel words. During those tumultuous times, Hu Jiuyu had watched in despair as the figure she had idolized, seeing him as the embodiment of hope in her life, transformed into a source of torment, shattering her worldview. One fateful night, as she prepared to end her own life, the thought of the once gentle Chen Ye had stayed her hand. No, this could not be the true Chen Ye. The real Chen Ye would never utter such cruel words. There must have been something amiss with him. Having once been saved by his companionship, she resolved to remain by his side in gratitude, to reciprocate the salvation he had offered her, and to rescue one another. Holding on to this conviction, Hu Jiuyu had fought valiantly to survive until now. Her steadfast companionship finally ushered in a glimmer of hope. To prevent her from kneeling in submission, Chen Ye held her wrist firmly, their proximity creating an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. Hu Jiuyu dared not meet Chen Ye's gaze. Even when he was gentle, the long-standing inferiority she felt was a deep-seated affliction, one that could not be healed with mere medication and would not easily dissipate. Chen Ye understood that Hu Jiuyu's current state was a consequence of his actions, and he was at a loss on how to alleviate her inner turmoil. Perhaps a warm embrace could offer some solace. With this thought, he tenderly enveloped her in his arms, holding her closely. The softness of her form and the delicate texture of her elven skin were enchanting. As he embraced her, he was enveloped in a delightful fragrance unique to her kind, a natural aroma that invigorated the spirit. Unlike his first and second disciples, who were overtaken by emotional tears upon realizing Chen Ye's revival, Hu Jiuyu maintained an unusual calmness. Most individuals burdened by emotional distress often conceal their feelings beneath a stoic facade, but this did not imply the absence of inner turmoil. Some individuals suffering from extreme emotional afflictions may appear ordinary, but can resort to drastic actions at any moment. Hu Jiuyu merely responded to Chen Ye's embrace, leaning her delicate form closer to him, savoring the warmth of his hold. Chen Ye's intuition had proven correct. This comforting embrace was precisely the support she desperately needed. Hu Jiuyu had never sought anything extravagant. All she yearned for was a ray of warm sunlight to illuminate her existence. Chen Ye was the sole source of warmth, akin to a blazing sun. As Chen Ye gently caressed the girl in his arms, Hu Jiuyu eventually lifted her head. The moonlight accentuated the beauty of her unique irises. After a moment of hesitation, her gaze flickered away, and she softly spoke. "Master, I wish to call you owner. Is that permissible?" Hu Jiuyu held a fondness for this title, not for any particular reason, but because it allowed her to feel Chen Ye's presence constantly. At that moment, Chen Ye had just exchanged a healing elixir from the system store and was about to offer it to her when he heard her request. He replied, "If you like it, you may address me however you wish. Now, take this elixir. It will heal your wounds." Chen Ye extended the potion toward her while gently stroking her head. Chapter 11. Chen Ye's night raid after Hu Jiuyu consumed the healing elixir. She quietly nestled in Chen Ye's embrace. He gently carried her back to her dwelling, laying her softly upon her bed and covering her with a blanket. With the aid of the system's healing potion, it was anticipated that Hu Jiuyu would soon regain her former vitality. However, she needed to rest well before that. "Moon, you should rest properly. I will check on your senior sisters," Chen Ye said. Hu Jiuyu knew that her senior sisters also required their master's assistance. She obediently nodded and closed her beautiful eyes in tranquility. "Please return soon, master," she murmured softly. Not long after, perhaps due to the accumulated fatigue, she fell into a deep slumber. Standing by Hu Jiuyu's bedside, Chen Ye gazed at her serene sleeping face, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Seeing her on the path to recovery allowed him to finally feel at ease. Hu Jiuyu's sleeping posture was more demure than that of the elder and second disciples, radiating a quiet elegance even in a semi-conscious state. Once a princess of the elven clan, she had not received much favor in her youth. Yet she had undergone extensive training in royal etiquette, which was now deeply ingrained in her. After ensuring Hu Jiuyu was comfortable, Chen Ye exited the room, softly closing the door behind him, and stood at the threshold, lost in thought. It had been quite some time. Surely the elder disciple had rested by now. Regardless of her state, he needed to deliver the miraculous healing elixir to her without delay, as she was the only one among the three who had yet to partake of it. With this in mind, Chen Ye made his way toward the elder disciple's room. The three chambers were adjacent, and he soon arrived at the door of the elder disciple's quarters. He hesitated for a moment before knocking, concerned that his rapping might disturb her slumber. Yet, barging in unannounced could lead to an awkward situation if he were to witness something inappropriate. Ultimately, he decided to knock and inquire. After a prolonged silence with no response from within, Chen Ye leaned against the door, straining to catch any sound. If the elder disciple remained in slumber, he would simply enter, deliver the elixir, and then retreat swiftly, vowing to see nothing untoward. Although his intentions were innocent, the act of eavesdropping at her door might appear somewhat dubious. Thankfully, no one was around to witness his behavior, or the repercussions could have been severe. As he listened to the rhythmic sound of her breathing, he concluded that the elder disciple was indeed still asleep, and so he slowly pushed the door open. Sofikian, having accompanied him over the years, had, much like the second disciple, seldom enjoyed a proper rest. It was understandable that she would be in a deep sleep now. Chen Ye did not wish to disturb the precious tranquility of the elder disciple, so he approached her bedside with utmost caution, resembling a rogue intruding upon a maiden's chamber, to avoid witnessing her potentially revealing sleeping posture. He kept his hand strategically positioned to shield his view of the bed, wary of offending her. This was not merely a matter of propriety. The elder disciple's allure was simply overwhelming. He feared that should he glimpse her exposed form, he might act inappropriately. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, Su Jiqian had already opened one eye, silently observing his cautious movements. In truth, she had awakened the moment he stepped into her room. Initially, she had contemplated using her powers to expel the intruder, but upon recognizing it was her master, a smile crept across her lips, and she promptly retracted her energy. Feigning sleep once more, she was curious to see why her master, at such an hour, chose not to comfort Hu Jiyue or her junior sisters, but instead dared to invade her private space. Chapter 12. Chen Ye was unaware that the eldest disciple had awakened, believing instead that she was still in a deep slumber. Quietly, he tiptoed to her bedside, finally exhaling in relief. If the eldest disciple discovered that he had approached her while she slept, he would be at a loss for words. Contemplating this, he exchanged a healing pill from the system store and commenced his serious task, to administer the medicine to the eldest disciple. Chen Ye gently moved his hand away from her eyes to better see her face. However, as soon as he did, he was struck by the breathtaking beauty of her sleeping visage, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Although he had never been intimate with a woman, he didn't expect to lose his composure merely at the sight of a lovely face. Startled by his own reaction, he recalled that this eldest disciple was no ordinary demon. He vaguely remembered when he had taken in Su Jiqian, the demon clan leader had specifically mentioned that his daughter was a succubus. The clan leader had even advised Chen Ye that when his daughter matured, should he feel compelled to pluck the fruit, he would be granted his blessing as a father. Suddenly, Chen Ye snapped back to reality. What had he been thinking? The essence of a succubus exudes a captivating aura that can affect those of the opposite sex around her, and a succubus can also manipulate the affected individuals. The reason for Chen Ye's momentary distraction was, in fact, a deliberate act by Su Jiqian. Nevertheless, being a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, he managed to resist the allure with his willpower. Realizing her scheme had failed, Su Jiqian thought to herself, as expected of my master, his charm was neutralized. I wonder when Qianer reaches the foundation establishment stage, if master can still resist it. Once Chen Ye dispelled the distracting thoughts, he gradually brought the healing pill closer to the eldest disciple's lips. At that moment, a dilemma arose. The eldest disciple's mouth was closed, making it impossible to insert the pill. With no other option, Chen Ye gently rubbed the pill against her lips, hoping to administer it that way. Surely, she was so deeply asleep that she wouldn't awaken, right? Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, the eldest disciple had already woken up. She was merely pretending to be asleep. Su Jiqian felt a round object brushing against her lips, an exceedingly peculiar sensation. What was her master doing? Was he merely here to touch her lips in the middle of the night? Clearly misunderstanding the situation, she didn't dare to wake up. If she startled her master during a midnight visit, what would happen if he decided not to return? Better to continue feigning sleep, however, to comply with her master. She slowly parted her lips, creating a small opening. Seeing that the eldest disciple had finally opened her mouth, Chen Ye sighed in relief. He gently placed the pill inside and pretended to wipe the sweat from his brow. Finally, it was done. Surely, the eldest disciple was utterly exhausted, and the disturbance hadn't roused her. With the task completed, he decided not to disturb her slumber any further. After covering her with a blanket, he quietly pushed the door open and left. Inside Su Jiqian's room, after sensing her master's departure, she finally opened her eyes. Glancing at the blanket that had been lovingly placed over her, a smile graced her lips, filling her heart with warmth. Her master was truly gentle, even remembering to cover her as he left. Yet, she was somewhat puzzled. Had her master just placed something in her mouth that melted away? It was evident that he hadn't come for any other reason. What exactly had her master fed her? As this question arose in her mind, Every injured part of her skin began to shimmer with a golden light, and soon she was completely restored. Su Jiqian extended her hand, marveling at her once scarred skin, now flawlessly perfect, leaving her utterly astonished. Had her master come out of concern for her, bringing the healing pill? The efficacy of this pill was remarkable, capable of curing all ailments. It must be at least of heavenly grade. During the zenith of their sect, the number of heavenly grade pills within the sect could be counted on one hand. Yet how had her master procured the one she had just consumed? The realization of her master's significant sacrifice and tenderness overwhelmed her, especially considering his stealthy midnight visit to administer the pill without disturbing her rest. Now, her master was simply wonderful, so endearing, so beloved. Siki, she hugged the blanket tightly, rolling ecstatically on the bed before finally drifting back to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Ye stood alone in the desolate courtyard, with all three women resting peacefully. His task was finally complete, and the tension within him began to ease. Observing the dilapidated courtyard, he recalled that the beginner's gift from the system included a heavenly Xian hall. Intrigued by its impressive name, he wondered what it would be like in reality. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye retrieved the heavenly Xian hall from the system space. As soon as he clicked to redeem it, a brilliant golden light enveloped his vision, obscuring everything. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated, he beheld a transformed scene, his eyes widening in astonishment. The location remained unchanged, yet the entire ambience had shifted dramatically. The once ramshackle dwelling where the three women resided had been transformed into three exquisitely luxurious bedrooms. The muddy ground beneath him had been replaced with stone tiles, and his own living quarters had morphed into an expansive grand hall. The hall was vast, its golden-tiled roof shimmering with a radiant glow, exuding an aura of utmost majesty. Surrounding it were various other structures, including an indoor hot spring, training rooms, kitchens, vegetable gardens, and more, all present in abundance. Even more astonishing, since the appearance of the heavenly Xian Hall, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have ascended several levels, as if a spirit-gathering array had been established. Chapter 13. Invincible Power. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that since the emergence of the heavenly Xian Palace, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have ascended several levels, as though a gathering formation had been set in place. Chen Ye extended his consciousness to survey the vicinity and discovered that a vast area surrounding the heavenly Xian Palace appeared to be enveloped by a barrier, rendering all the beasts of Lingshu Mountain unable to approach, thus creating a secure zone. In essence, the beasts formed a natural shield, preventing outsiders from encroaching. This place had almost become a world solely belonging to them. When everyone awakens and witnesses this scene, they will surely be left speechless, Chen Ye remarked with a smile. After placing the heavenly Xian Palace, Chen Ye recalled that the system had also bestowed upon him a supreme spiritual root and talent, prompting him to open the system panel for a closer look. Host, Chen Ye, race, human, realm, first layer of divine concealment, cultivation method, none, spiritual root, Utonga official collaborative spiritual root 2. 0 plus, system product, special physique, ultimate invincible super anti-heaven abnormal physique, system product, system points, 7,000, system commentary. Has your first half of life been unsatisfactory? Are you worried about remaining mediocre after your reincarnation? Fear not, for the system always arrives, albeit late. We gift you a small invincible start. Please check your own strength for specifics. As Chen Ye gazed at the system panel before him, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. For heaven's sake, does the name of this spiritual root have to be so tacky? Moreover, why does it seem so familiar? Never mind, I won't dwell on that. Since the system claims to have granted me a small invincible start, I might as well test my strength first. With that thought, Chen Ye swiftly released his consciousness. Previously, he had not extensively expanded his consciousness, and thus had not noticed his own changes. This time, upon release, he discovered that the area covered by his consciousness had increased dozens, if not hundreds, of times compared to before. The entire Lingshu Mountain lay within his perceptive reach. No subtle movement could escape his notice. Before long, his consciousness detected a first-layer beast king of the Purple Mansion realm. Since the system indicated he was currently in a small, invincible state, he decided to challenge a Beast King to test his prowess. With this in mind, Chen Ye soared into the sky and soon found himself hovering above the lair of the Beast King. This first layer Beast King of the Purple Mansion realm was a colossal white tiger. Just as Chen Ye arrived, he coincidentally witnessed it embroiled in a territorial dispute with a second layer Frog Beast King. Peering downward, Chen Ye noticed that his original target, the tiger, had already sustained severe injuries from the battle. Given its inability to resist, even if it were to be killed, it would likely lack any reference value. Thus, Chen Ye shifted his aim toward the second layer Frog Beast King. In truth, Chen Ye possessed a cultivation method. However, for some unknown reason, it was not displayed on the system panel. Perhaps the system deemed it too lowly to be of any reference value. Chen Ye gathered spiritual energy around his right palm, and in an instant, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted from within him. This marked the first time he formally struck since his reincarnation, according to his memories. While he had not been weak, the amount of spiritual energy within him had never been as abundant as it was now. Furthermore, the current spiritual energy was far more substantial and potent than before. Realizing the extent of his transformation, a smile crept across Chen Ye's face as he unleashed his palm strike, sending a gust of energy racing toward the second layer Frog Beast King. The Frog Beast King, initially preoccupied with overpowering the Tiger Beast King, was oblivious to Chen Ye's presence. However, the moment Chen Ye's palm wind was unleashed, it was met with an unparalleled pressure that rendered it utterly immobile. The Frog Beast King's face was a mask of horror. Having cultivated in Lingshu Mountain for tens of thousands of years to reach the Purple Mansion realm, it had never encountered any force capable of immobilizing it. What on earth was happening? Despite its profound confusion, Chen Ye's palm wind offered no respite, striking it directly. The Frog Beast King was instantly crushed and turned to ash. Yet, the force of the palm wind did not cease. It plunged into the ground, creating a thunderous sound as the earth fractured like a spider's web, with fissures extending outward, resembling a vast gorge. This triggered an earthquake, causing countless towering trees to topple and birds and beasts to scatter, as if the world were coming to an end. Chen Ye stared in astonishment at his palm and then at the chaos below. Did he truly unleash that? The system did not deceive me. The second layer Frog Beast King he had just obliterated could easily be compared to a practitioner of the sixth layer of the Purple Mansion realm. In this continent, the leader of the San Yuan sect among the several major sects possessed only the fifth layer of divine concealment. If that palm strike had been aimed at the leader of the San Yuan sect, would it not have reduced him to mere dust? Most importantly, Chen Ye had not even exerted his full strength. He could hardly fathom the destructive power he would unleash with all his might. At this moment, Chen Ye inhaled deeply, and upon realizing the extent of his current strength, a broader smile spread across his face. With such power, he should be able to protect them well, right? At the very least, in this continent, he could hardly imagine anyone capable of withstanding such a strike. However, for the sake of caution, it was still imperative to quickly cultivate his two disciples, and Hu Jiuyu as well. After all, to continue enhancing his strength, he must acquire system points from them to exchange for cultivation. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye hurriedly made his way home, uncertain if everyone had awakened. At the same time, the first layer White Tiger Beast King gazed at the retreating figure of Chen Ye in the sky, its eyes filled with gratitude. Though it did not understand why Chen Ye had intervened to defeat the Frog Beast King that sought to usurp its territory, it was aware that without Chen Ye's assistance, it would surely have perished. This act of kindness from a human was one it would remember. As it watched Chen Ye vanish from sight, it silently committed his appearance to memory. Once its injuries healed, it would surely take on a human form to repay this debt of gratitude. At the heavenly Xian Palace, in a square, Su Ji Qian had been stirred awake by her master once, and having already been in a light slumber, the recent earthquake jolted her into full consciousness. Blinking her eyes open, she gazed at her surroundings, momentarily lost in thought. After rubbing her eyes, she gasped aloud, "Where am I? Have I crossed over?" She had expected to awaken in a dilapidated wooden hut, But how had she suddenly found herself in an opulently furnished bedroom? Chapter 14. The enchantment of Su Ji Qian. She should have awakened in a dilapidated wooden cabin. Yet upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an exquisitely decorated bedroom. Su Ji Qian was filled with disbelief, contemplating changing her attire to explore her surroundings. And thus she opened the wardrobe. To her astonishment, it was filled with a myriad of garments, ranging from Sect costumes to noble attire. Even pieces that harmoniously blended modern textile techniques with ancient aesthetics. After donning a new outfit, Su Ji Qian swiftly pushed open the door. Stepping into the square, the scene before her reinforced her conviction that she had indeed traveled to another realm. However, her greater concern was whether her master had traversed with her. Without her master in this world, her existence would be unbearable. As she grappled with a whirlwind of emotions, Chen Ye descended slowly from the heavens above. Observing the anxious expression on his beloved disciple's face, he promptly landed before her, greeting her with a warm smile. "You have awakened. Do you feel better?" Without uttering a word, Su Ji Qian rushed forward, enveloping her master in an embrace from behind. Noticing her reaction, Chen Ye assumed her injuries had not yet healed, and he asked with genuine concern, "Chinner, do you feel unwell? You can share with me. I will find a way to help." Buried in her master's embrace, she relished his scent before lifting her head to shake it gently. "No, disciple feels splendid, lighter than ever. It was just that I thought you had vanished, and I was so scared, so terrified that you might leave." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of allure. Chen Ye, captivated by her delicate figure and the sweetness of her words, felt a shiver of pleasure run through him. What sorcery was this? It was as if her every utterance could ensnare his very soul. The sincerity behind her words only amplified their potency. His heart raced, and instinctively he caressed her back, responding earnestly, "No matter what happens, I shall never leave you." Hearing her master's vow, Su Ji Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile, her fox-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, playfully declaring, "Master, you promise me." With a smile, Chen Yi replied solemnly, "I promise you." He spoke without overthinking, for he had felt indebted to his disciple for many years. Spending time with her was merely natural. However, upon reflection, he sensed an underlying ambiguity in their exchange. This was not the sort of dialogue one would expect between a master and disciple. Realizing the tension in the air, and recalling their recent clandestine encounter in her chamber, an unsettling feeling arose within him, prompting an instinctive desire to distance himself. Continuing to embrace her in this manner could lead to unforeseen complications. As her master, how could he entertain such thoughts about his disciple? Yet, Su Ji Qian had already noted her master's reaction, and with a mischievous grin, she locked eyes with him. This was a golden opportunity. If successful, she might achieve her aspirations. As she contemplated, her pupils shifted in hue, unleashing the allure of her enchanting abilities. Chen Yi, an unmatched being in this realm, could easily dismantle the charms of a mere enchantress who had yet to reach the foundational stage. However, he had never harbored any defenses against his beloved disciple, allowing her enchantment to take effect. Previously, in her chamber, the lack of direct contact had diluted the spell's potency. As the enchantment unfolded, Chen Yi felt an overpowering flame ignite within him, compelling him to draw her closer. Gradually, his lips found hers. Su Yi Huyan, taken aback by the sudden advance of her master, was equally surprised. She had yet to master the intricacies of her enchantment and had only previously employed it on him. She had not anticipated it would truly succeed. Realizing her skill had worked, exhilaration coursed through her as she cupped her master's face and leaned in. Chen Yi was enveloped in a unique sweetness of her youthful essence. Su Ji Qian instinctively pressed her legs together, her body temperature rising as she tightened her embrace. Minutes later, Chen Yi finally extricated himself from the enchantment, gazing at his disciple, who had just been kissed by him, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had no idea what had overcome him. He had unwittingly crossed a line with his disciple. How could he maintain their relationship after such an affront? At that moment, he remained unaware that his earlier reaction had been due to the influence of her enchantment. Regaining his composure, His first instinct was to apologize. Chinner. I am sorry I. Before he could finish, Su Jiqian playfully pressed her delicate finger against his lips, laughing softly. Master, there's no need to apologize. In truth, I rather enjoyed what just transpired. Shall we continue inside? Licking her lips, she savored his lingering scent, her body ablaze with warmth. Grasping her master's hand, she attempted to lead him back to her room. Chen Ye, momentarily bewildered, struggled to process her words. He had just forcefully kissed his disciple. She should have been furious, not delighting in the encounter. According to the customs of this world, a woman who kissed a man would be deemed unmarriageable. Yet, observing her reaction, she showed no resentment. Rather, she seemed to revel in the moment, as if her scheme had succeeded. As he grasped her hand, he found himself being pulled toward her chamber. Chapter 15. The rivalry between senior and junior sisters. At this moment, Chen Ye felt a slight warmth coursing through his body. For the lingering fragrance of the eldest disciple still enveloped his senses, complemented by the peculiar effects of the succubus's saliva. Su Jiqian, holding the hand of her master, was about to push open the door, but just as her scheme seemed poised for success, a feminine voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Lung Luoli emerged from the house. Rubbing her eyes, she donned a delicate ice blue gown, revealing her unblemished skin along her butterfly back and collarbone. Her lower half was devoid of stockings, exposing her fair and slender legs to the open air. Upon spotting her master and senior sister together, she instinctively greeted them. Ah, good morning, master and senior sister. The moment Chen Ye beheld the appearance of the second disciple, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The way he and the eldest disciple were holding hands was undeniably ambiguous. If the second disciple were to discover the nature of his recent actions with Su Jiqian, how could he ever face them again? Su Jiqian, upon noticing her junior sister's arrival, which interrupted her moment, forced a smile and replied, "Ahaha, good morning, junior sister." Though spoken light-heartedly, inwardly she wished to bind her junior sister and keep her in the room for a few more hours of sleep. As Lung Loli stirred from her drowsiness, she surveyed the scene before her, and her first reaction was not one of surprise at the change of scenery, but rather at the sight of her master and senior sister together, holding hands no less. Even more astonishing was the air of secrecy that seemed to shroud both their expressions. She hurriedly approached, scrutinizing their faces as if assessing a mystery. Chen Ye felt increasingly uneasy under the intense gaze of the second disciple. It was no wonder he felt apprehensive. He had indeed crossed boundaries that should not have been breached. Lung Luoli, gifted with keen intelligence, quickly deduced from her master's flustered demeanor that he must have engaged in intimate activities with her senior sister. As for the extent of those activities, she could only speculate. While she pondered this, her eyes caught sight of the torn stockings on her senior sister's legs, damaged during Chen Ye's earlier kiss with the eldest disciple. A jolt of shock coursed through her as she realized that her master had indeed crossed that line with her senior sister. How infuriating that she had slept so soundly. Completely unaware, with a discontented gaze, she glared at her senior sister, feeling betrayed. They had agreed to a fair competition, so how could she act so sneakily? 3 years prior, both disciples had been aware of their shared affections for their master. However, out of respect for their close friendship and their shared devotion to their master, they had been taken aback but ultimately compromised, agreeing to a fair rivalry devoid of discord. Yet, with their master's temperament having shifted dramatically, that agreement had been set aside. Now that their master had returned to his former self, it seemed only natural that the original rules would be reinstated. Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's envious expression, could not help but find amusement in the situation and teased, "Oh dear, why has junior sister arisen so early? Did you not wish to sleep a little longer?" The implication was clear. While her junior sister was sleeping, her master would be hers. Lung Luoli, fully aware of her senior sister's insinuation, stomped her foot in frustration. She clung tightly to her master's other arm, her eyes wide and pleading as she softly implored, "Master, I felt unwell last night and did not sleep well. Could you please check on me?" As the sweet scent of the young girl enveloped Chen Ye, her warm breath tickled his chest, igniting a flutter of excitement within him. The sight of the normally aloof Ice Queen behaving so affectionately in his arms caused a flush to return to his cheeks. Yet he distinctly recalled that last night, while tending to the second disciple, she had been so comfortable that she had even spoken in her dreams. Regardless, as she claimed discomfort, he could not dismiss her concerns lightly. Chen Ye thought to himself, responding, "Then allow me to release a trace of spiritual energy to assess whether you have any internal injuries. Be prepared." Lung Luoli nodded. Her eyes filled with yearning as she softly replied, "Yes, I am ready. I wish for Master's spiritual energy. Please give it to me." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye's hand, poised to unleash his power, abruptly halted. Goodness, what sort of troublesome words were those? It was one thing for the eldest disciple to speak strangely, given her nature as a succubus, but why was the second disciple following suit? Perhaps she harbored no ulterior motives. It was merely his own impure thoughts that twisted her innocent words. As he finally directed his spiritual energy into her body, Su Jiqian, watching her master remain blissfully unaware, could not suppress a smile of exasperation. She understood her junior sister's intentions better than anyone. This was all a calculated move on her part. It seemed her junior sister had grown jealous upon discovering the elder's secret affection. However, no matter how clever her schemes, they cannot possibly rival the innate charm of a succubus. After swiftly assessing Lung Luoli's condition, Chen Ye earnestly declared, "Your body is in good health. Your discomfort may be psychological. Should you wish to confide in someone, you can always come to me." Although no physical ailment was detected during the examination, he remained vigilant. Since the second disciple had expressed her discomfort, it was imperative to ensure her well-being, both physical and emotional, as a means of showing his care for them all. Upon hearing her master's gentle words, Lung Luoli felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. She had expected a reprimand for her fanciful claims about her health, but instead, she was met with kindness. Chapter 16. What a perverse master. Lung Luoli had anticipated that upon discovering her body was not ill, her master would reprimand her for her reckless words. To her surprise, however, not only did her master refrain from scolding her, but he also became even more concerned about her physical well-being. The current master had transformed. He was not only gentler, but also more attentive. Lung Luoli found herself utterly enamored with him. As these thoughts filled her mind, she beamed with joy, clinging to her master's arm and nuzzling against him, relishing his warmth and scent. How she adored her master. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's actions, pouted in jealousy. She seized her master's other arm, puffing out her chest to assert her presence, effectively enveloping his arm with her own. In contrast to her senior sister, Lung Luoli's figure appeared somewhat slender, with each part of her body proportionate, embodying the essence of a refreshing beauty. She glanced at her senior sister's deliberately prominent chest, and then at her own, a wave of defeat washing over her. The two women exchanged glances in the air, and it was as if sparks flew between them. An atmosphere charged with tension. At that moment, Chen Ye, caught between them, felt his face flush as he looked left at Su Jiqian's elevated curves and right at Lung Luoli's delicate skin. The intoxicating sense of both beauties rendered him utterly paralyzed. He had intended to guide their cultivation today, but how had it devolved into this scene? Clearing his throat a couple of times, he interrupted the two, saying, "Cough, cough. It seems the morning has infused you both with energy. It appears your health has truly been restored. Today, I shall resume my guidance on your cultivation. Here are 2 manuals for you to receive." He quickly shifted the topic, retrieving 2 cultivation manuals from the system store. These manuals were tailored specifically for the disciples' current physical conditions, corresponding to the appropriate cultivation styles, all classified at the unified level. According to the system, the unified level transcended the highest celestial tier in their world, indicating these manuals were likely formidable. As the manuals materialized, their knowledge seamlessly integrated into Chen Ye's mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that he comprehended all the techniques within them, having reached a state of mastery. Truly impressive. The system's gifts are not in vain. He mused internally. He first retrieved the demonic soul formula for Su Jiqian, suitable for the demonic clan's cultivation. The moment he presented it, a shroud of ominous energy enveloped the surroundings, the potent aura inducing a chill. Su Jiqian, initially curious about what kind of manual her master would present, found herself irresistibly drawn to the one in his hands, as if it were custom-made for her. Chen Ye handed her the manual, stating, "This technique is immensely powerful. If you diligently practice, surpassing a major realm to confront adversaries will be no challenge." Having reached profound understanding of this technique, Chen Ye recognized its true strength. In this realm, the most formidable techniques barely reached the profound level, whereas this one stood above the celestial tier, a full 4 ranks higher. Given that it was crafted for his eldest disciple, her potential was incalculable if she devoted herself to its mastery. Su Jiqian gazed at the manual, her breath quickening with excitement. If what her master claimed held true, and she practiced earnestly, she could soon assist him. The mere thought of alleviating her master's burdens thrilled her. She tiptoed and planted a swift kiss on her master's handsome cheek. Then, beaming, said, "Thank you, master. I adore you." Chen Ye, taken aback by the unexpected kiss from his eldest disciple, was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated such a bonus when bestowing the manual. As he contemplated this, he retrieved the Ice Heart formula for Lung Luoli. This technique, centered on ice elements, could freeze an entire continent or even a realm when mastered. Upon its unveiling, the temperature around them plummeted, a blue luminescence radiating from the manual, exuding a chill. As he extended the manual towards his second disciple, he wondered if she too would receive a similar reward. Although he knew such thoughts were inappropriate, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Just as he pondered this, before the manual even reached Lung Luoli, he was taken aback by her exquisite visage drawing near. Before he could react, he felt the softness of her lips upon his. Having witnessed the earlier kiss between her master and senior sister, Lung Luoli could no longer contain herself. Ignoring her senior sister's presence, she leaned in and kissed him, embracing him tightly and luxuriating in his warmth and scent. Instinctively, Chen Ye attempted to push her away. Although he felt a twinge of anticipation, he couldn't indulge in such behavior before his eldest disciple. Yet, as he exerted pressure with his hands, they faltered, instead instinctively grasping Lung Luoli's delicate back. His mind urged him to resist, yet his body betrayed him. Su Jiqian, watching her junior sister's sudden boldness, was taken aback. She hadn't expected her to be so daring, especially in front of her, while they both understood the unspoken dynamics between them. Decorum still dictated some discretion. "Oh, you little sister." However, despite her irritation, Su Jiqian refrained from intervening. After all, she had previously engaged in her own flirtations with her master, making it difficult to protest without appearing hypocritical. Moreover, as her senior, she felt a need to be magnanimous. After a few minutes, Su Jiqian could no longer bear the sight. "Come on, little sister. How long are you planning to continue this? Your senior is still here." Clearing her throat, she feigned casualness, calling out to the figure emerging from the room. "Ah, has you awakened?" Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Lung Luoli reluctantly released her master. Her soft body felt ablaze, her fair skin seemingly enveloped in a rosy hue. Chapter 17. Another rival? Cradling the cultivation technique bestowed upon her by her master, she smiled and said, "Thank you for the technique, master. Once Lier has perfected it, I shall be able to stay by your side forever." Lung Luoli is one of the most renowned prodigies of this continent, yet her background is rather tragic. Her parents passed away shortly after her birth, leading her through various foster homes. From a young age, her remarkable talents were evident, and it became painfully clear that all her foster families longed to exploit the gifts she possessed. Her innate 6th grade ice spirit root was an object of envy for many, and those who took her in did so with the intention of seizing her matured spirit root once she came of age. Thus, in her teenage years, she fled from homes that never truly belonged to her, wandering the continent. She ventured into secret realms, contended for treasures, and battled with various talents, driven by the desire to grow stronger to protect herself. It was during her time in one such secret realm that she fortuitously met Chen Ye. Initially, she was touched by his gentleness and chose to apprentice under him, seeking to attain the pinnacle of martial arts. However, she harbored a strong sense of wariness, fearing that his kindness masked ulterior motives to claim her spirit root. As time passed, she gradually integrated into this familial bond. Her master never demanded anything from her. Rather, he shielded her from bullying while guiding her in her cultivation. He became the only person in her life who genuinely cared for her, which led her to remain by his side, loving him deeply as she matured. Perhaps her initial pursuit of martial excellence had transformed. Her current ambition was to cultivate solely to remain near her master. At that moment, Chen Ye licked his lips, the delicate fragrance of the girl still lingering in his senses, intoxicatingly refreshing. The earlier kiss with his eldest disciple had been initiated by him, a misstep on his part. Yet, the recent encounter had been instigated by his second disciple. Could it be that her feelings for him transcended the bounds of teacher and student, delving into deeper emotions? However, when he accepted her as a disciple, she was still quite young, likely untouched by outside influences. Perhaps the kiss had merely been an innocent expression of excitement contemplating this. Chen Ye found himself uncertain. Regardless, he felt a responsibility towards Lung Luoli. To avoid misinterpreting her feelings, it would be prudent not to respond too hastily. Just then, Hu Jiyue approached him. She elegantly lifted her skirt and curtsied, respectfully greeting, "Good morning, master." The attire of the Elven territory, located in the far west of the continent, bore a distinct style reminiscent of medieval Europe. It was rare for Hu Jiyue to don anything other than her maid uniform. Today, however, she wore a noble gown. The upper portion, crafted from sheer fabric, subtly revealed her sun-kissed skin, while the lower half of the dress was slightly shorter, showcasing her white stockings. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, recalling how her master had carried her back to her room the previous night, leaving her flustered. Chen Ye, noticing Hu Jiyue's presence, greeted her warmly, "Good morning, wearer." Meanwhile, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian stood together, pleased to see Hu Jiyue in good health, sharing smiles of joy. The bond among the three was remarkably strong. Although Hu Jiyue's cultivation talent was average, making her relatively weaker, both Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli often protected and assisted her in her training. Chen Ye, holding a pill in his hand, excitedly presented it to Hu Jiyue. She looked puzzled as she inquired, "Master, what is this?" Gripping her delicate shoulder, Chen Ye replied with enthusiasm, "This is a cleansing vein pill. After consuming it, you will become as powerful as your senior sisters." While exchanging cultivation techniques with his disciples earlier, he had discovered this cleansing vein pill in the system store. According to the system's description, anyone, regardless of their innate talent, who consumed this pill would elevate their spirit root to the 6th grade. After acquiring the pill and considering Hu Jiyue's cultivation technique, Chen Ye found his system points reduced to a mere 1,000. Though he no longer possessed many points, he felt no regret. As long as he could ensure a good life for his disciples, the points were a small price to pay. Moreover, as his disciples advanced in their realms, he would continue to earn a steady influx of system points. Upon hearing her master's words, Hu Jiyue accepted the pill with immense excitement. She had heard of such transformative pills before, yet even in the Elven kingdom where she once resided, the cleansing vein pill was regarded as an invaluable treasure, capable of enhancing one's talent. The notion of elevating several grades of spirit roots in one go was simply unfathomable. Chapter 18. The system that takes the blame, the transformative elixir capable of altering one's innate talents, was not something she had not heard of before. Even in the Elven royal court where she once resided, the cleansing elixir was regarded as an invaluable treasure. Moreover, it could only enhance one's talent to a limited extent. The notion of drastically elevating one's spiritual roots by several ranks was utterly implausible. Yet, according to her master, this particular elixir possessed the power to make her as formidable as her two senior sisters. Such a claim seemed almost beyond belief. Hu Jiyue accepted the cleansing elixir from her master, her heart racing with excitement as she swallowed it down under his encouraging gaze. She had heard that consuming the cleansing elixir could lead to excruciating pain due to the changes it would invoke within one's spiritual roots, akin to a living hell. There were even tales of cultivators who, unable to endure the agony, met their demise. Therefore, such elixirs were typically reserved for those of higher cultivation levels. Uncertain if she could withstand the ordeal, Hu Jiuyu resolved to take the risk, motivated by her desire to assist her master in the future. After all, with her master by her side, no challenge seemed insurmountable. As the elixir coursed through her body, she instinctively leaned into her master's embrace, seeking comfort. Seeing her in such a state, Chen Ye initially assumed it was the adverse effects of the elixir taking hold and quickly enveloped her in his arms. Tenderly stroking her back, he distinctly recalled the description provided when he had exchanged for the cleansing elixir, which assured that it bore no side effects. It was a premium product from a reputable source, yet here was you, seemingly in distress. Was the system truly reliable? To his surprise, rather than the anticipated pain, Hu Jiuyu was enveloped in a wave of warmth and even a semblance of comfort. It appeared her previous fears of discomfort were unfounded. However, having clung to her master tightly out of fear, she now felt a tad embarrassed to release him. The scent emanating from her master was simply enchanting, drawing her in irresistibly. Since her master had misconstrued her reaction, she decided to linger a little longer in his embrace and savor the moment. Chen Ye, believing she was enduring suffering, internally questioned the system's efficacy. He would sooner doubt his system than his disciples. System. Chen Ye. Hey, what does that expression mean? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. System. Nothing, just thought you seemed a bit dazed. Unbeknownst to Hu Jiuyu, her minor action had inadvertently caused an unknown system to take the blame. Soon thereafter, the warmth within her dissipated, signaling the completion of her spiritual root transformation. Upon reopening her eyes, she perceived the world with newfound clarity and acuity. Her senses were heightened, and her mind felt remarkably agile. She attempted to draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy and discovered that her capacity to channel it had increased exponentially, far surpassing her previous limits. She had indeed attained a level of talent comparable to her two senior sisters, no longer a mere burden. Overwhelmed with joy at this revelation, Hu Jiuyu gazed up at her master's handsome visage. Despite feeling shy and evasive, she summoned her courage, her lips parting as she leaned in slowly. She was unaware of how her master had acquired such a miraculous elixir, yet its effects were nothing short of celestial treasure. That her master would bestow such a magnificent gift upon her left her at a loss for how to express her gratitude. As she nestled against her master, she distinctly felt his heartbeat quicken. If her presence elicited such a response, it must indicate his interest in her. Thus, she felt compelled to offer him some form of reciprocation. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered that this was less about gratitude and more about rewarding herself. Regardless, she resolved that if her master desired anything, she would willingly offer herself, even in the presence of her two senior sisters. It would depend solely on her master's willingness. As Hu Jiuyu contemplated this, just as her lips were about to brush against her master's face, she suddenly became aware of a sticky sensation enveloping her. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a layer of grime clinging to her skin. Oh no, Hu Jiuyu gasped. How could she have considered kissing her perfect master with such a filthy body? Mortified, she collapsed to the ground. Chen Ye, vitne sink her distress, felt a surge of concern and hurried to support her, inquiring with genuine care, Are you all right? Is there any discomfort? You can speak to me. He presumed her collapse was due to unbearable pain from the elixir. Feeling the warmth of his clean hands on her soiled skin only deepened her sense of guilt as she murmured, Master, please don't touch me. I'm dirty. Chen Ye remained unfazed by her predicament. Instead, he placed his palm gently on her forehead, channeling a hint of spiritual energy to assess her condition while assuring her, these stains are merely the impurities expelled from your body by the cleansing elixir. There is nothing to worry about. Believing her reaction stemmed from being startled by her own filth, he patiently explained. As Hu Jiuyu felt her master's warm hand on her forehead, a soothing sensation washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Her master, instead of being repulsed by her dirtiness, showed her such concern. His tenderness was simply overwhelming. After confirming her health, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps her reaction was simply a result of her newly transformed spiritual roots adjusting to their state. Inwardly, he thought as he spoke, your body is quite healthy. There is no need for concern. However, if you do feel unwell, you may always come to me. Having ensured Hu Jiuyu's well-being, Chen Ye helped her to her feet. Recognizing that she likely needed a bath, he seized the opportunity to address everyone. By the way, I have recently constructed a hot spring for you all. You may take a soothing soak. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luo Li finally voiced the doubts that had lingered in her mind. Master, did you really build this all by yourself overnight? In this world, it was said that powerful cultivators could move mountains, part seas, and effortlessly create structures, even conjuring entire realms through sheer will. Chapter 19. The importance of learning from senior sisters. Chen Ye had once been on the brink of reaching the Purple Mansion realm. Within a single night, he had managed to create numerous structures, which, while extraordinary, was not entirely beyond explanation. Seizing upon this excuse, he remarked, "These are built for my master. Let's not dwell on this any longer. I shall take you to see the hot springs." Concerned that his rationale might be exposed, he deftly shifted the conversation. The three young women, all natives of this world and seasoned cultivators, had previously witnessed the Tianxian sect that Chen Ye had established with his own hands. Though the speed of construction was unparalleled, they were nonetheless able to accept it. Noticing their master's reluctance to elaborate, they refrained from further inquiries. Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli each linked arms with their master, smiling brightly as they followed him, while Hu Jue trailed behind, her face alight with joy. Before long, they arrived at the indoor hot spring. Upon reaching the vicinity of the springs, expressions of astonishment surfaced on the faces of the three women. The water was not ordinary. The rising steam, upon closer inspection, revealed tangible strands of spiritual energy. Remarkably, this water was composed entirely of condensed spiritual essence, making it difficult to fathom how swiftly one could elevate their cultivation if they were trained here. Su Jiqian exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Master, you even constructed this? How impressive!" Chen Ye felt a twinge of shyness from the compliment. Although the Tianxian Hall was a gift from the system, it was still his, and claiming it as his creation did not seem unreasonable. At this moment, Lung Luoli, observing that their master had yet to depart, assumed he intended to bathe with them, which made her feel a bit bashful. She hesitated, her hands resting on her clothing, contemplating whether to disrobe. The thought of revealing herself to her master made her blush. Yet an inexplicable thrill surged within her. Surely, if it was for their master, it would be acceptable, right? With that thought in mind, her dress slipped down from her shoulders, revealing the blue undergarments beneath. Su Jiqian was taken aback by her junior sister's swift change into a bathing attire. "Master is still here. Why are you undressing already?" she exclaimed, incredulous. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" "Absolutely not. I want to let you have your way." With that, she too removed her upper garment, unveiling her purple lace undergarments. Just moments ago, Chen Ye had been basking in the praises of his eldest disciple, but upon noticing the two disciples beginning to change, he stumbled back in shock, his face flushed crimson. "What are you doing? You can't possibly think I stayed here to bathe with you too?" His thoughts raced as he beheld the two young women clad only in their undergarments, their delicate, fair skin nearly exposed in its entirety. Each possessed a unique and captivating figure that rendered it nearly impossible for him to look away. Feeling a surge of heat, he swiftly turned his back. "Ahem, you go ahead and wash. I shall take my leave," he stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly before hastily shutting the door to the bathing area. He stood at the entrance, taking deep breaths to regain his composure and extinguish the flames of embarrassment that had ignited within him. It would be utterly mortifying to have such an incident unfold in front of his disciples. Meanwhile, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian stood inside the bathing area, unable to suppress their laughter at their master's hasty retreat. Their master was now both gentle and amusing, rendering him even more endearing. Once Su Jiqian regained her composure, she teased her junior sister, who appeared rather bashful. "Oh dear, look at you blushing. It makes your elder sister feel all tingly inside. Yet just moments ago, you were so decisive in shedding your clothes." Lung Luoli, realizing her sister was teasing her, glanced at Su Jiqian's torn stockings, responding casually, "Oh please. I still have much to learn from you, elder sister. By the way, are those ripped stockings a new style? Surely master didn't tear them, did he?" Though she hadn't witnessed the kiss between her sister and their master, She was certain something had transpired, albeit just shy of crossing a line. What if their master didn't reciprocate her sister's feelings? Such impulsive actions could easily provoke his wariness, jeopardizing their chances entirely. With that thought lingering, Lung Luoli felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. When Su Jiqian was questioned about it, she blushed, feeling somewhat guilty, and promptly submerged herself in the hot spring to conceal her flushed face. Lung Luoli followed suit, immersing herself in the water. Observing her junior sister's demeanor, Su Jiqian noted that she too seemed to have recovered, yet remained concerned enough to inquire, "Sister, is your injury healing well?" Although they often bickered, they were always supportive of one another, especially in the past 3 years when their master's temperament had dramatically changed, deepening their bond. Lung Luoli, noticing her elder sister's change of topic, softened her expression and replied, "Yes, elder sister, you've healed as well." They then turned their attention to Hu Jiyue, who was half submerged in the hot spring, her head the only part visible above the water. The hot spring possessed a unique purifying quality. Any impurities that entered the water would be dissolved and eliminated, ensuring the springs remained crystal clear. Su Jiqian swam over first, wrapping her arm around Hu Jiyue's shoulders. "Master has transformed your talent into a 6th grade spiritual root. We can cultivate together now. Master also mentioned taking you as his 3rd disciple. It's only fitting that I call you sister, don't you think?" Hu Jiyue appeared somewhat shy and nodded. Seizing the moment, Su Jiqian mischievously continued, "Sister Hu, you like Master too, don't you?" Upon hearing her elder sister's words, Hu Jiyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily waved her hands, her expression one of bashfulness. "Sister Su, this cannot be spoken of." With a playful grin, Su Jiqian replied, "What's the harm? It's just the 3 of us here. Now that Master has returned, we must include you in the competition for his affections. Just remember, no cheating." As she spoke, she playfully tickled Hu Jiyue's sides, causing her to erupt into laughter. At that moment, Chen Ye had only just distanced himself from the bathing area when he heard the sounds of merriment emanating from within, piquing his curiosity. What would they possibly be doing that was so enjoyable? Perhaps he should take a peek? Chapter 20. The Sci-Fi Film +2 within the Celestial Hall. Chen Ye had the capability to extend his consciousness to any corner, allowing him to observe with clarity. This meant that he could even witness the occurrences within the indoor hot spring. Contemplating this, Chen Ye felt a surge of excitement. However, he abruptly shook his head, striving to dispel the distracting thoughts that had begun to invade his mind since his interactions with the 2 disciples. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over his wandering thoughts. Yet, in the end, reason prevailed over temptation. If the 3 women were to discover his inclination to spy on them while bathing, he would undoubtedly be labeled a perverted master. He needed to exercise restraint. With this in mind, Chen Ye made his way to the plaza, taking a seat at an exquisite tea table nestled nearby. The table was elegantly crafted, adorned with a flowing stream and intricately carved mountain models, exuding a poetic charm. Beside the tea table stood a lush tea tree, its branches full of verdant leaves, providing a perfect shade in the summer sun. As Chen Ye settled near the tea tree, he felt his thoughts becoming clearer and began to formulate a plan for guiding his disciples in their cultivation. He also retrieved the cultivation method he had exchanged for Hu Jiuyu, preparing it in advance. He had intended to present it earlier, but Hu Jiuyu had suddenly collapsed, causing the delay. As long as he could steer his disciples' cultivation back on track, he would consider himself a somewhat qualified master, compensating for the debts he owed them. As he pondered, Chen Ye grew a bit bored waiting for the disciples to finish bathing. Listening to the gentle rustling of the tea tree in the breeze, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him. Although cultivators in the divine concealment realm seldom required rest, having traversed from another life, had absorbed countless memories from his predecessors and endured much. Upon witnessing his disciples regain their health, the weight that had hung over his heart finally lifted, and an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him, leading him to doze off. After a while, the 3 women emerged from the bathing area, donned in fresh garments, and sought their master in the plaza, only to find him peacefully asleep on a stone chair beneath the tea tree. Chen Ye wore a long blue robe, his long hair flowing gently in the breeze. His breathing steady and calm. Qian approached first, captivated by her master's serene visage, momentarily lost in thought. She recalled the time he had passed through the demon territory to rescue her, clad in a similar blue robe. At that moment, her master had seemed so grand and flawless in her eyes, and seeing him once again in this color made her heart flutter. Was he not subtly enticing her? With this thought, she contemplated stealing a kiss, reasoning that it should not be too inappropriate. As her soft lips inched toward his cheek, Lung Luo Li, noticing her intent, rushed forward and grasped her sister's arm, whispering, "Sister, you're about to cross the line." Hu Jiuyu nodded in agreement, pouting as if to say that the eldest sister was acting improperly. Frustrated, Qian scratched her head. Both Lung and Hu were disapproving. Yet she found it impossible to resist. What was she to do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. How about this? We three can each take a side, and none will steal a kiss. Would that suffice? Upon hearing her proposal, Lung Luo Li's cheeks flushed slightly. Her sister was indeed bold, and the suggestion thrilled her. With a smile, she softly replied, "That sounds fair enough." With that, she pressed her lips to their master's left cheek. Seeing this, Qian felt a twinge of irritation. How could Lung act first? Not to be outdone, she licked her lips and leaned in to plant a kiss on his right cheek. Meanwhile, Hu Jiuyu watched her sister's audacious actions, standing shyly in place. Clutching her dress nervously, her sisters were exceedingly daring, and she felt a blush creeping over her. Yet, gazing at her master's exquisite and peaceful expression, she too found it impossible to hold back. Realizing she might regret missing this moment, she steeled herself against her shyness and gently pressed her lips to his forehead. It was her first time attempting such an act, and she miscalculated the pressure, resulting in a soft pop. Startled, she noticed her master's eyes flutter, as if he were awakening. Panicking, she quickly retreated, covering her flushed face in confusion. At that moment, Chen Ye rubbed his eyes, slowly coming to consciousness. Though his nap had been brief, he felt remarkably refreshed. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived an invigorating clarity. As he focused ahead, he discovered the three women standing obediently before him. However, unlike before, they had just emerged from their bath, droplets of water still clinging to their skin. The warmth of the hot spring had left them with a delicate flush. Qian had changed into a new pair of black stockings adorned with lettering, which were slightly damp from the residual water. Lung Luo Li, without stockings, displayed her long, graceful legs to the air, her feet encased in transparent ice-like high heels, showcasing her delicate feet. Hu Jiuyu had swapped her noble attire for a maid's outfit, her sheer white thigh-high stockings fitting snugly at the top. Noticing her master gazing at her with a hint of distraction, Hu Jiuyu shyly twisted her legs together and softly inquired, "Master, do you like my outfit?" Chen Ye, momentarily entranced, snapped back to reality upon hearing her call, his face flushing with embarrassment. Chapter 21. Guiding disciples in their practice. Hu Jiuyu could be considered the third disciple he adopted. He had just found himself mesmerized by her beautiful legs. What a predicament! Fortunately, the others were oblivious to his distraction. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Chen Ye was entirely unaware that his every move had long been observed by the three disciples. With a smile, Chen Ye replied, "This attire suits you splendidly. By the way, from this day forth, you shall officially become my personal disciple. This technique has been prepared especially for you. You may utilize it for your cultivation." As he spoke, he handed Hu Jiuyu the technique he had meticulously prepared. The technique Hu Jiuyu practiced was known as the Demon Heaven Sword Art, which differed entirely from those practiced by the other two disciples. Qian's technique leaned towards dark arts, embodying both sinister energy and allure, while Lung Luoli focused on an ice elemental technique that could summon the energy of heaven and earth, striking down foes invisibly. In contrast, Hu Jiuyu's Demon Heaven Sword Art was a method for mastering the Great Sword. Unlike an ordinary long sword, the Great Sword was larger and broader, requiring considerable effort to wield. However, its lethality was extraordinarily fearsome, capable of cleaving mountains and severing the heavens with a single stroke. Upon receiving the technique, Hu Jiuyu momentarily froze in astonishment, then looked at her master with delight. How did he know she had always yearned to cultivate such a technique? She had long dreamed of becoming her master's sharpest blade, using her great sword to eliminate all obstacles in his path. Yet, she had never mentioned this to him. How attentive her master was. It seemed he had silently observed her desires and had already devised a plan for her preferred cultivation method. At this moment, her admiration for her master knew no bounds. Chen Ye, now left with only 1,000 system points, exchanged them for a great sword for Hu Jiyue, leaving him with nothing. Once he had distributed the techniques and weapons, he addressed the 3 disciples. Now, open your techniques, and I shall guide each of you in your practice. The 3 disciples complied, turning to the first page of their respective techniques. As the techniques unfurled, they transformed into a golden stream of light, rushing into the minds of the 3 disciples. The system's techniques were tailor-made and bound exclusively to one practitioner. The 3 disciples were astounded to see that the technique could be directly imprinted in their minds. Whenever they wished to practice, they could simply search their memories. It was remarkably convenient. In this world, each cultivator could only practice one technique, and the quality of that technique directly determined their strength. Having now acquired new techniques, Chen Ye intended to test their abilities while determining their cultivation directions. With this in mind, he turned to his eldest disciple and said, "Qianer, allow me to spar with you first. Please unleash the first move of the Demon Soul technique, the Demon Slaughter Palm, and attack me." Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian's eyes lit up with excitement as she rose eagerly. "Really? Master will personally guide my cultivation? How wonderful! Thank you, Master." Once, her greatest joy was to practice alongside her master, but after his temperament changed drastically, those moments had ceased. Now that her master had returned to his former self, they could once again engage in joyful endeavors. The thought alone thrilled her. Before long, they stood facing each other in the plaza before the Grand Hall. Chen Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze rustling his azure robe, lending him an ethereal presence. Su Jiqian, standing opposite him, focused intently on her master, adjusting her posture to its optimal state as she respectfully declared, "Master, I shall make my move." Chen Ye gestured for her to proceed. "Demon Slaughter Palm," Su Jiqian exclaimed, extending her delicate hand, gathering all her spiritual energy into her palm, and striking towards her master. Knowing her master was a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, she held nothing back, confident that she would not harm him. As Su Jiqian unleashed her technique, a torrent of sinister energy erupted from her palm, coalescing into the shape of a hand. This ominous energy seemed intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. Had the heavenly Xian Hall not been a gift from the system, endowed with special defensive measures, nearby structures would have surely been reduced to rubble. The palm wind roared towards Chen Ye, who gazed at the formidable pressure contained within it, his expression one of astonishment. He had suspected that the techniques provided by the system were powerful, but he had not anticipated such might. His eldest disciple, possessing only the first heaven of the innate realm, wielded the Demon Slaughter Palm with a force comparable to that of a cultivator at the 7th heaven of the innate realm. It was remarkable that she had only just begun to learn this technique, barely scratching the surface. With diligent practice, she would likely surpass a major realm in no time. Chen Ye nodded with satisfaction, delighted by the impressive strength of his disciples. The techniques they practiced had been given to him at the peak of their potential when he exchanged for them. Imitating his eldest disciple's stance, he raised his hand and casually unleashed a palm strike, also executing the Demon Slaughter Palm. A similar wave of sinister energy surged forth from Chen Ye's palm. But unlike Su Jiqian, the moment his energy manifested, it stirred the very elements of heaven and earth, shrouding the sun in an eerie hue. Su Jiqian watched her master in awe, feeling as though an ancient demon lord was gazing directly at her, sending chills down her spine. Yet at the same time, witnessing her master's captivating beauty, her heart bloomed with admiration. This incarnation of her master was undeniably alluring. In that moment, the Demon Slaughter Palm she had unleashed was shattered, dissipating into wisps of mist in the air. Chen Ye retracted the palm wind and said, "Continue. Let me assess your current strength." Hearing her master's encouragement, Su Jiqian snapped back to reality and nodded earnestly. This was a rare opportunity for direct guidance from her master, and she could not afford to squander it. Resolving herself, she once more unleashed the demon slaughter palm, directing it towards her master. Chapter 22. Where is the master? The soft, delicate voice of Su Jiqian echoed continuously in the square as she repeatedly unleashed the demonic palm, directing her attacks toward her master. Chen Ye effortlessly countered each strike, while simultaneously pointing out the flaws in her technique. After approximately the 20th release of her technique, Su Jiqian's internal energy was nearly depleted, yet she persisted in her assault, continuing to cast the demonic palm. The master did not call for a halt, and this was a rare opportunity to train alongside him. How could she bear to end it? Before long, with the final strike of the demonic palm, she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her internal energy had been exhausted in one go, leaving her utterly fatigued, barely able to stand. As her vision faded to black, her body felt weightless, and she began to topple backward. The thought of collapsing after such a rare training session with her master filled her with sorrow. Surely, he would deem her useless for being unable to withstand even a few attacks, and he would be disappointed in her. This thought weighed heavily on her heart. Just as she was about to hit the ground, instead of the anticipated pain, she was enveloped in an unexpected warmth and softness. She inhaled deeply, a delightful fragrance wafting toward her, prompting her to instinctively nuzzle closer. After indulging in this sensation, she finally opened her eyes again. To her surprise, she locked gazes with her master's gentle eyes. Indeed, only her master possessed such a delightful aroma. It turned out she had been cradled in his embrace all along. Su Jiqian was instantly captivated by the handsome visage of her master, momentarily lost in the moment. Soon, she regained her composure, and, with a face full of remorse, spoke, "Master, it is Chen's inadequacy that caused me to fall so quickly." Whether it was guilt or some other emotion, her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching even her collarbone. Chen Ye shook his head and replied softly, "It is not your fault. The demonic palm consumes energy at an alarming rate. To have unleashed it more than 20 times is already commendable. With this technique, you could easily dispatch any foe of the same realm, and even challenge those beyond your level. However, it has been too long since I guided your training, and I regret forgetting to call for you to stop. That is my error." Upon saying this, he lowered his gaze apologetically, glancing once more at Su Jiqian in his arms. As a succubus, she exuded an alluring essence in every sense, not just in form, but also in the fragrance that made it hard for any male to resist. Chen Ye found himself inexplicably breathless, a surge of desire igniting within him. He quickly channeled his energy, struggling to suppress this burgeoning flame, which helped him regain some semblance of calm. With his eldest disciple now extremely weak, barely able to stand, Chen Ye opted for a princess carry, lifting her effortlessly and making his way toward her chamber. Su Jiqian felt a sudden sense of weightlessness and instinctively wrapped her arms around her master's neck. Nestled in his embrace, she could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, noticeably quicker than usual. She glanced at his slightly flushed face, and a thought formed in her mind. As her master carried her back to her room, she couldn't help but wonder if he intended something more. If her master desired her, Chen would be willing at any moment. Even in her weakened state, she would fully comply. Though a succubus, she had never experienced intimacy between a man and a woman. The mere thought of what might occur sent her cheeks ablaze and her thoughts spiraling. Soon, Chen Ye laid her gently on the soft bed. He intended to transfer some energy to her to alleviate her weakness. However, as his hand rested upon her back, she suddenly turned, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her soft lips boldly pressing against his. Chen Ye was taken aback by this unexpected move from his weakened disciple. Caught entirely off guard, he recognized that such actions were inappropriate, particularly in her private chamber. After all, whatever transpired here would remain unseen. Instinctively, he attempted to push her away, but Su Jiqian grasped his hand, sliding it downward, releasing her hold on his lips. She gazed at him with sultry eyes and softly declared, "Chen is willing to serve you, master. I like you very much. Let us be together, shall we? Surely, you must like me too, right?" Isu tigienis bot confession on ved her suppressed affections, laying by her in a hots. Chen Ye, not one to be oblivious, was taken aback by her words. If she had harbored such feelings all along, then the subtle intimacy they had shared in recent days was indeed intentional on her part. He had also cherished her presence deeply, and the memories they had forged over the years had nurtured profound feelings within him. Coupled with their recent interactions, feelings he had long concealed began to surface. Now that the moment had arrived, he saw no reason to hide any longer. I too harbor feelings for you, Qianer. He responded boldly, not hesitating to reciprocate her affection. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jiqian, summoning an unexpected strength, sat upright. Her alluring thighs, adorned in black stockings, entwined around him. With a sultry tone, she whispered, Qianer knows your thoughts. When I wear these stockings, your gaze lingers, does it not? Come, master. Be with me. At that moment, Su Jiqian felt a soft sensation upon her lips. It was not her advancing, but rather her master who initiated the kiss. Where is the master? Wasn't he just in the square practicing with the senior sister? How could he have vanished so suddenly? Lung Luoli had been meditating with Hu Jiuyu, circulating energy within her body and refining her technique when she opened her eyes, only to realize that two individuals had inexplicably disappeared. Chapter 23. The Infuriating Curtains. How peculiar! Where could master and senior sister have gone? Never mind. I shall divert my thoughts and focus on my cultivation. Once I perfect my technique, I shall wield my formidable power to protect master fiercely. Cold Luo Li secretly grinned, her expression as an ice beauty taking on a rather mischievous demeanor. Practicing her spiritual energy through meditation was indeed a physically demanding endeavor. Realizing she was quite sweaty, she decided to first cleanse herself in the indoor hot spring. At that moment, only Hu Jiuyu remained in the plaza. She had been immersed in her meditation, her white stockings thoroughly dampened by her fragrant sweat. Yet suddenly, she perceived faint sounds emanating from a nearby room, disrupting her concentration. Due to the delicate structure of her elfin ears, she instinctively caught whispers that eluded ordinary hearing. Hu Jiuyu opened her eyes in confusion, glancing towards senior sister's room. Where could that sound be originating from? How strange. Weren't master and senior sister just cultivating? Why were they now in the room? Curiosity piqued. Hu Jiuyu slowly rose to her feet. She had initially considered using her spiritual sense to probe into senior sister's chamber, thus discern what was occurring within. However, the thought of intruding upon Master's privacy made her hesitate, as it would be exceedingly impolite. Moreover, it was known that those being observed could sense the probing presence. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not commit an affront against her master. Yet, since she could not utilize her spiritual sense, surely observing with her own eyes would be acceptable? With this thought in mind, Hu Jiuyu stepped towards senior sister's room. Soon, she found herself before the window, her curiosity unabated, pressing her eyes against the glass. What she beheld next was utterly shocking. There were curtains. The drapes obscured her view, rendering her unable to see anything within. Hu Jiuyu leaned against the window, her cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a twinge of guilt for her clandestine observation. Nevertheless, her desire to sneak a glance was irresistible. At that moment, she felt a light tap on her shoulder. Startled by the sudden contact, she yelped and collapsed to the ground. Stiffly, she turned her head to see it was her second senior sister, Cold Luo Li, who was drying her dripping hair with a towel while regarding her with a puzzled expression. Junior sister, what are you doing here? She inquired, having just finished her bath. She was curious to find Hu Jiuyu peering sneakily at the window. Hu Jiuyu's face turned crimson as she shook her head vigorously, stammering, No, nothing at all. After the establishment of the heavenly Xian Hall, the disciples' quarters had undergone a splendid renovation, with exceptional soundproofing. Even as an elf, Hu Jiuyu could barely hear a hint of the commotion, while Cold Luo Li, being human, detected nothing at all. Cold Luo Li helped Hu Jiuyu to her feet, saying, Let us practice together. We can spar in the plaza. How vexing, she thought. Master and senior sister had vanished. Could it be that senior sister was indulging in some secretive escapade? The mere thought of her senior sister and master sharing a kiss in some secluded spot made her uncomfortable. Nevertheless, even in Master S' absence, she cannot slacken her training. After all, she must wield her formidable powers to protect Master. Answer, Master. Soon you shall experience the might of the second Disciple S abilities, a ceaseless array of protection, until I am utterly exhausted. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu and Cold Luo Li stood facing each other in the open plaza. Hu Jiuyu gazed at her second senior sister's mischievous grin, her lips twitching slightly. Were they not supposed to train together? What was second senior sister contemplating? Second senior sister, shall we begin? Hu Jiuyu inquired softly. Upon hearing her junior sister's voice, Cold Luo Li snapped back to reality, sheepishly wiping away the drool at the corner of her mouth. Once she regained her composure, she declared earnestly, "Ready, junior sister, be cautious." Icefall technique. The icefall technique was the first form of the ice heart art practiced by Cold Luo Li, a move of formidable lethality. As she unleashed the skill, snowflakes began to swirl around her, and she gradually ascended into the air, conjuring a pure ice staff from thin air. Hovering aloft with the staff, the temperature around her plummeted, and the icy splendor accentuated her regal demeanor in that moment. She truly resembled a queen of ice and snow, divine and untouchable. Shortly thereafter, numerous ice spikes formed in midair, densely packed like a storm, capable of covering the entire area before her. Before launching her attack, she enveloped each ice spike with her spiritual energy to ensure her junior sister remained unharmed. Having completed her protective measures, she unleashed the ice spikes towards Hu Jiuyu. Hu Jiuyu, wielding a gigantic sword nearly as tall as herself, appeared both formidable and adorable in her maid outfit, brandishing the massive blade with ease due to her training in the Demon Sky sword art. As she beheld the oncoming ice spikes, she summoned her spiritual energy into the sword, which began to tremble ominously, emanating a haunting violet glow. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, she swung the colossal sword towards the ice spikes while exclaiming, "Celestial execution slash." As her technique surged forth, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy erupted from the blade, transforming into a deep violet sword aura that surged towards the ice spikes. The ground beneath her feet buckled from the force, cracking like a spider's web as fissures spread outward. The sound of her sword slicing through the air was thunderous, a resonance powerful enough to shake the very fabric of reality. It was indeed unfathomable that such power could emanate from a well-proportioned and voluptuous elfin maid. Chapter 24. A sister disciple's envy awaits. A day later, outside, Lung Laoli and Hu Jiuyu were engaged in an intense sparring match, transitioning from skill release to physical martial arts techniques. The continuous use of abilities proved too taxing, even for two exceptionally gifted individuals, necessitating moments of respite. Meanwhile, within the confines of Su Ji Qian's room, Chen Ye had just concluded his own training session. At that moment, Su Ji Qian lay delicately on her bed, her eyes gently closed, breathing evenly, lost in a serene slumber. The bedding bore a few striking red roses, blooming vibrantly, despite being in a semi-conscious state. A joyful smile graced her lips. After enduring so much together, she had finally, at long last, truly united with her master. Furthermore, she was the first. Yet, even as a succubus endowed with remarkable talent, she succumbed to drowsiness by the next morning. Had her two fellow disciples arrived, it was uncertain whether they would have withstood the same. Thus, it was perhaps better that she bore this burden alone, considering the safety of her fellow sisters. At this moment, Chen Ye sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at his sleeping disciple, a smile of contentment adorning his face. Their relationship had evolved into something profound, and he understood the weight of responsibility that accompanied it. It seemed that in the future, he would not only have to compensate her with the affection of a mentor, but perhaps with other forms of recompense as well. Ultimately, however, his satisfaction lay in witnessing her growth and flourishing. Chen Yi leaned forward, gently kissing her forehead. Su Ji Qian, sensing the warmth of her master's kiss in her dreams, murmured in a drowsy haze, "Master, if you desire more, Qianer is willing, we can continue." Hearing her incoherent words, Chen Yi felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Really? Was that how she viewed him? It was unthinkable for him to take advantage of his unsuspecting disciple after a long night of work. With a chuckle, he tucked her in more snugly before donning his clothes, pushing open the door to step outside. His two disciples had not seen him for a day, and he was curious about their current state. To be honest, he had yet to devise a suitable way to explain the nature of his relationship with Su Ji-qian to them. Directly stating it might be a tad too. In this world, such relationships between master and disciple were considered deeply shameful. Should they find it unacceptable and perceive him as a perverse mentor, what would he do? For now, it seemed prudent to remain silent. When the truth could no longer be concealed, he would address it then. After leaving Su Ji-qian's room, Chen Ye made his way toward the square. Upon his arrival, he spotted Hu Jiuyu wielding a massive black sword, executing fluid movements in the air. The sword danced with the ferocity of a slumbering ancient dragon, awakening with each of her strikes, its roar echoing through the morning air. Yet, given her slender wrists, Chen Ye found it hard to fathom how she could lift such a colossal weapon. The contrast was indeed intriguing. At that moment, the morning sun bathed Hu Jiuyu's sun-kissed skin, illuminating her figure, clad in a less-than form-fitting maid outfit, leaving her midriff exposed. Drops of fragrant sweat glided along her abdomen, showcasing the unique hue of her skin and the graceful curves of her feminine physique. In contrast, Lung Luoli sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating. Her aura altered the environment around her, causing delicate snowflakes to drift gently in the air. Dainty white snowflakes settled upon her long lashes, creating a picturesque scene, akin to a finely crafted figurine. Her long, well-proportioned legs were gracefully entwined, drawing the eye with their elegance. However, Chen Ye merely glanced momentarily at their exquisite forms before shifting his gaze away. Time was of the essence. He approached the two disciples, greeting them warmly. Upon seeing their master, both disciples approached with enthusiasm, offering their morning salutations. Lung Luoli, good morning, master. Hu Jiuyu, good morning, master. Seeing his two delightful disciples greet him with such vigor brightened Chen Ye's spirits. Their lively demeanor was a stark contrast to the state he found them in upon his arrival in this world. Witnessing their health and happiness filled him with immense satisfaction. Yet, despite Chen Ye's protective presence, dangers still lurked in this world. He needed to ensure his disciples grew stronger, prepared to confront any potential threats that might arise. Contemplating this, Chen Ye addressed his disciples. Allow me to observe the fruits of your training. I shall personally guide you. Lung Luoli had initially intended to inquire about her master's whereabouts the previous day. However, upon hearing his request for their training, she refrained from further questioning. After all, her master had his private matters, and as a disciple, it was best not to pry too deeply. What mattered most was that her master returned safely and was present the following day. As long as her master was with them, it did not matter what he had done the day before. She would not concern herself with it. Together, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu made their way to the square, obediently demonstrating their techniques. Chen Ye took a seat at a nearby tea table, offering guidance on the occasional flaws in their execution. Time passed, and by noon, Su Ji-qian finally awoke from her slumber. Blinking sleepily, she felt the remnants of fatigue in her body as the memories of the previous day flooded back. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she recalled the events that transpired. Now that she had shared such an intimate experience with her master, she felt emboldened to act more daringly, even in front of her fellow disciples. Lung Luoli would undoubtedly be envious of her. With this thought in mind, she could hardly contain her eagerness to see her master again. After redonning her clothes and tidying her disheveled hair in front of the mirror, she stepped outside, ready to greet him. Chapter 25. The traits of the senior disciple, and enhanced tea leaves after donning her attire once more. Su Qian adjusted her disheveled hair before stepping outside. As she arrived at the square, she spotted her master seated at a tea table, instructing her two junior sisters in their practice. With quickened steps, she approached, first bowing respectfully to her master. Noticing the teapot was empty, she resolved to prepare a fresh brew for him. Chen Ye smiled upon the appearance of his senior disciple, and, with a hint of bashfulness coloring his cheeks, inquired, "Is your health restored?" He felt slightly embarrassed, for he was the reason she had risen so late that afternoon. Understanding the concern behind her master's words, Su Qian beamed, her expression radiating charm as she softly replied, "Thanks to your blessings, master, I have fully recovered." As she spoke, she skillfully prepared the tea, her delicate hands deftly working before her with practiced elegance. Occasionally, she would discreetly shield the teacup with her sleeve, almost as if engaged in a secretive act. Before long, Su Qian, holding the base of the teacup with both hands, presented it to her master with utmost reverence, saying, "Master, it is ready for you. Please enjoy." Her face sparkled with excitement as she eagerly anticipated his reaction to the tea she had brewed. Not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm, Chen Ye accepted the teacup. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had perhaps added something peculiar while brewing. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take a sip. What harm could it bring? Surely my senior disciple would not lead me astray, he thought, and he took a hearty gulp. The fragrant tea washed over his palate, its essence unmistakably familiar, yet tinged with an additional flavor he could not quite identify. His gaze turned inquisitive towards Su Qian, ready to inquire about her secret ingredient, when he was met with a sight that made his eyes widen in surprise. Su Qian, cradling her face in her hands, gazed at him with eyes shaped like pink hearts, a look of adoration gracing her features, accompanied by a trail of sweet drool at the corner of her mouth. Realization struck Chen Ye with a jolt. Is it possible that she infused her own essence into the tea? He thought aghast. How utterly bizarre. He exclaimed, "Qianer, you wouldn't dare?" Seeing her master had deduced her secret, Su Qian's excitement bubbled forth as she exclaimed, "Master, do you enjoy the tea I brewed? If you like it, I shall prepare it for you every day." The mere thought of her master savoring the tea she had enhanced filled her with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and possessiveness. Though Chen Ye cherished his disciples deeply, he could not condone this particular act. Without a moment's thought, he waved his hands dismissively, stating, "Perhaps we ought to forego this notion. Let your junior sisters handle the tea from now on." Disappointment washed over Su Qian's face as she processed her master's rejection. Why does he not appreciate my brew? She pondered. While I may have added a touch of something special, the allure of my essence could indeed enhance its effects. I merely wished to assist him after his exhausting day yesterday. With a forlorn expression, she murmured, "Does master disdain my efforts?" Yet just last night, when we kissed, he seemed quite pleased. The burdens of master and disciple had been cast aside, and Chen Ye had indeed indulged in more than mere pleasantries. However, that was an entirely different matter altogether. Just then, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu concluded their practice and approached a rest. Midway, Hu Jiuyu, with her keen ears, caught wind of the conversation. "Kissing? What were you two discussing, master?" she inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Upon realizing Hu Jiuyu had overheard him, Chen Ye's expression stiffened. "Oh no, this is a disaster," he thought. He was not prepared to disclose his relationship with Su Qian to everyone just yet. Hastily, he replied, "It's nothing. You both must be weary after your practice. Let me teach you a method of meditation that will stabilize your cultivation and restore your energy. Come, sit cross-legged as I do." Fearing further inquiries from Hu Jiuyu, he swiftly redirected the conversation, and the three disciples, bewildered, complied as he guided them into a meditative state. Throughout it all, Su Qian watched her master with a smile, her heart fluttering. He is merely shy, concerned about our relationship being revealed. It must be so, she mused. Since he wished to keep it a secret, she decided to play along, finding amusement in the notion that her two adorable junior sisters remained oblivious. However, she remained uncertain how long they could maintain this charade. After all, everyone adored their master. Even if the truth were to eventually surface, it would matter little. Yet, her master was evidently unaware of this, fearing the revelation might affect the two junior sisters. With this in mind, Su Qian resolved to enjoy each day of secrecy. If the day should come when her master realized that Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu also harbored feelings for him, her chances of enjoying his affection alone would dwindle. Thus, every day of concealment was a treasure. After settling this in her heart, Su Qian mirrored her master's posture and began to meditate alongside her junior sisters. Time passed swiftly during their meditation, and before long, evening descended upon them. The tranquility of the evening allowed individuals to quiet their minds and let their thoughts drift far and wide. Tonight, the full moon hung high in the sky, and Chen Ye recalled that in this world, it was a day for family reunions. Opening his eyes, he noticed that his second and third disciples were deeply engrossed in their meditation, while only Su Qian remained with her eyes open, seemingly lost in thought and tinged with melancholy. Chen Ye moved closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and drawing her into a gentle embrace. "What occupies your mind, dear one? Pray, share it with me." Feeling the warmth of her master and inhaling his unique fragrance, Su Qian's spirits began to lift. As she gazed upon his handsome visage, she contemplated whether she should confess her secret. Chapter 26, Could It Be? At the moment when the demon clan's territory was besieged by righteous cultivators, the master fortuitously passed by and rescued her, ensuring the safety of her remaining kin. However, later on, the master underwent a drastic change in temperament, engaged in battle with the San Yuan sect, suffered defeat, and subsequently experienced a significant decline in strength, leading to the near annihilation of the Tianxian sect's influence. The once vulnerable demon clan lost their protector and once again faced the onslaught of righteous cultivators. Now, their kin are scattered, some dead, others wounded. Over the years, Su Jiqian has secretly investigated the whereabouts of her clan while carrying out the tasks assigned by her master, seeking to understand why they were targeted by the righteous cultivators. Though branded as demons, they committed no heinous acts, merely cultivating their territory and leading tranquil lives. After several years of investigation, Su Jiqian uncovered a clue indicating that the San Yuan sect was involved in orchestrating this tragedy. Most of her kin are now imprisoned in the dungeons of the San Yuan sect, their fates unknown. More heartbreakingly, Su Jiqian discovered that the San Yuan sect might be exploiting the demon clan's unique physical traits to secretly concoct powerful elixirs. This could very well explain how the San Yuan sect became one of the dominant sects in this land. Despite having unearthed all these revelations, she has kept them buried deep within her heart, too fearful to voice them. After all, she lacks the power for vengeance, and given the master's current condition, even speaking out would be futile. Moreover, she does not wish to implicate her master. She can only silently bear this grudge, hoping that one day, when she has grown stronger, she might exact revenge. Yet today is a day of reunion, and she finds herself reminiscing about her parents. Su Jiqian, feeling the gentle embrace of her master, instinctively leans against his chest. Regardless of the circumstances, with her master present and two adorable junior sisters by her side, she feels a great sense of contentment. She softly speaks, "Master, you need not worry. Just seeing you recover and my sisters in good health is enough for me." Chen Ye reaches out to ruffle her hair and lightly kisses her demon horn, murmuring, "I have promised to take responsibility for you. Whatever troubles you harbor, you may share with me. I have grown strong, immensely powerful, capable of vanquishing all foes. Speak freely without fear." He perceives that his eldest disciple seems troubled, harboring thoughts she dares not express. His words are not exaggerated. With his current abilities, he cannot fathom any power in this realm that could rival him. After all, the invincible start granted by the system is not mere rhetoric. Su Jiqian gazes at her master, slightly puzzled by his confidence. The former master, though formidable, was far from being able to eliminate all adversaries. Yet now, he boldly asserts such a claim, indicating a profound acknowledgement of his own strength. Most importantly, Su Jiqian recalls the techniques imparted by her master. These techniques are of a caliber they have never witnessed before. According to him, they may even transcend the celestial tier. Such techniques, even the former master could not have produced, let alone those above the celestial tier. Even earthly or heavenly tiers were beyond his reach. Yet the current master can freely dispense them, tailoring the most suitable techniques for each of them. This alone defies logic. Previously, she was immersed in the joy of her master's recovery, never pausing to contemplate these matters. Now, reflecting on it all, even the Tianxian palace they reside in feels utterly extraordinary. Could it be that upon his recovery, the master not only regained his spirit, but also awakened some extraordinary innate talent? Did he encounter a tremendous fortuity? Or perhaps, the master was always a powerful celestial being, concealing his true self from them? Regardless of the speculation, Su Jiqian believes there is a significant possibility that her master's words hold truth. If he truly possesses such strength, revealing the plight of her kin might not pose a problem. Furthermore, even if he has not grown stronger, his mental state has returned, and he should not act recklessly. Thus, perhaps speaking out would be inconsequential. In truth, she harbors no desire to conceal anything from her master. To her, he is everything. She would gladly dedicate all to him, not just her body but her very soul. With this thought, Su Jiqian reaches out to cradle her master's face, intending to share her innermost feelings. Yet, the unparalleled perfection of her master renders her utterly defenseless at any moment. Even now, she yearns for him. As she gazes at his flawless visage, she licks her lips and leans closer. Chen Ye feels his lips enveloped by a soft warmth, relishing the tender sensation. However, he cannot forget that cold Luoli and Hu Jiuyu are meditating nearby. While meditation requires concentration, there is always a chance of being noticed. This won't do. It is absolutely unacceptable. Chen Ye grips his eldest disciple's shoulders, intending to push her away, yet he finds himself unable to summon the strength. Her advances are fervent, seemingly a release of the disappointment she recently endured. Since the master did not enjoy her specially brewed tea, she is determined to feed it all to him now. Let us see how he can refuse. The night is profoundly quiet, yet the sound of their kiss resonates unmistakably. Hu Jiuyu, with her keen hearing, furrows her flawless brows and opens her eyes slightly, glancing curiously to the side. Beside her is her second senior sister, cold Luoli, still meditating with steady breaths, deeply focused. However, her eldest sister, Su Jiqian, is no longer seated. The master is nowhere to be seen. Her eyes swiftly scan the area until she is met with a terrifying sight, perhaps due to the unique nature of her dual pupils. Her vision is exceptionally acute, even in the dark. She sees her eldest sister seemingly devouring the master. Wait, this is not merely devouring, but... Realizing the current situation, she quickly turns her neck away and tightly shuts her eyes, her cheeks blazing with embarrassment, even reaching her ears. Her eldest sister actually took advantage of their meditation to indulge herself. The rule against sneaking indulgences was set by the eldest sister herself. How come it seems she has never adhered to it? Chapter 27. The Fall of the San Yuan Sect. Within 3 days, the rule against indulging in forbidden pleasures was clearly established by the eldest senior sister. Yet it seemed she had never adhered to it herself. Although Hu Jiuyu had glimpsed something she ought not to have, she could only shyly feign ignorance. This was simply a reflection of her character. Had it been Lung Luo Li who witnessed the scene, she would have undoubtedly rushed over without hesitation. However, at that moment, Lung Luo Li resembled a certain male protagonist from a film, sleeping soundly as if the world around her was shaking. Meanwhile, in the adjacent open space, Su Jiqian, having savored the enticing aroma, began to grow increasingly restless. Chen Ye, now fully alert, quickly intervened. His breath quickened, yet he maintained a semblance of composure, softly admonishing, "The 2 junior sisters are still present. We cannot proceed any further." Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian became aware of the situation, glancing back at the 2 junior sisters with a mischievous air. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to what transpired. Nevertheless, if her master desired, even being discovered would bear little consequence. But if he was still unwilling to let go, they would have to pause for the time being. After concluding her advances, Su Jiqian nestled against her master's side and began to confide in him her innermost thoughts. As Chen Ye absorbed her words, his expression grew increasingly solemn. It was due to the trust placed in him by the demon clan leader that he had acquired such a remarkable disciple. Given his current relationship with her, the demon clan could be considered his in-laws. Regardless of this connection, he would have rescued her regardless. Now that he possessed absolute strength, it was time to settle the score with the San Yuan sect. With a plan beginning to form in his mind, Chen Ye resolved that since he had reached a level of power that rendered him unafraid of any adversary, he might as well seize the opportunity to eradicate the San Yuan sect and demonstrate his prowess to the world. This would also mitigate unnecessary conflicts, facilitating the reconstruction of his sect in the future. Contemplating this, Chen Ye addressed his eldest disciple. Here, is the plan. Tomorrow, you and Li heir shall descend the mountain and disseminate the news. Inform everyone that the leader of the Tianxian sect has emerged from seclusion and intends to obliterate the San Yuan sect within 3 days. All disciples of the San Yuan sect who voluntarily withdraw shall be spared. Otherwise, it will be too late. He also intended to reveal some of the San Yuan sect's clandestine misdeeds. Despite their many transgressions, they maintained an outward reputation as a righteous sect. This would serve to tarnish their image and lend legitimacy to his actions. Granting them 3 days, Chen Ye believed there were still many disciples of the San Yuan sect unaware of the truth, and he offered them this time to depart. However, whether they would actually leave was beyond his concern. He had no intention of interfering. In this world, cultivators either killed or were killed. He had already shown considerable mercy by announcing his intentions beforehand. Listening to her master, Su Ji Qian nodded earnestly, her heart filled with astonishment. The annihilation of the San Yuan sect was no trivial matter. It would undoubtedly make headlines across the continent. Yet, her master spoke of it so casually, as if discussing an inconsequential occurrence. What kind of confidence did he possess to utter such words with such ease? The thought only heightened her anticipation. As night fell, she spent her time meditating and recuperating. The following morning, Su Ji Qian set out with Long Luo Li. Both disciples had cultivated to the Tong level of their techniques, rendering them nearly invincible against opponents of the same realm on this continent. Even against foes of a higher realm, they could easily escape, especially when traveling together. Moreover, Chen Ye had previously marked them with a spiritual imprint, allowing him to sense their well-being in times of peril. With the departure of his eldest and second disciples, the Tianxian Hall felt somewhat desolate, leaving only Hu Jiuyu in the company of her master. As the lowest ranked among the 3 disciples, only at the first level of the acquired realm, Hu Jiuyu had previously trained with Long Luo Li, who had intentionally suppressed her own level. Following recent cultivation, she sensed she was on the verge of breaking through to the second level. She knelt beside the tea table, preparing tea for her master. Observing her posture, Chen Ye wished for her to sit, but Hu Jiuyu shook her head, insisting on remaining by his side. Yu heir enjoys serving her master. May I request a gentle pat on the head? After placing the brewed tea before him, she spoke with a hint of pride. With both senior sisters absent, her courage had grown significantly, even daring to request a head pat. The act of patting her head was entirely innocent, and Chen Yi saw no reason to decline. He reached out, ruffling her hair while sampling the tea she had prepared. Upon tasting it, he found it to be quite ordinary. Yet, upon reflection, he realized it lacked a certain depth of flavor. Wait, a sudden realization struck him. Had he begun to develop a fondness for the tea brewed by his eldest disciple? No, this simply cannot be allowed. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, feeling the gentle caress from her master, leaned further against his leg, relishing the affection. After indulging in the moment, she finally spoke. Master, I feel I am about to break through. Could you assist me? Achieving a breakthrough was no trivial feat. Encountering obstacles could necessitate the aid of pills or higher-rank cultivators. This was a moment that underscored the significance of mentorship. However, as a genius with a 6th-grade spiritual root, Hu Jiuyu is unlikely to encounter difficulties in transitioning from the first to the second level. Her words were deliberately crafted to elicit a response. Chen Ye, feeling a tinge of boredom, became excited at her declaration. It was akin to witnessing an egg he had nurtured finally beginning to hatch. A curious metaphor indeed. Together, Chen Yi and Hu Jiuyu made their way to the plaza, where they sat cross-legged. With a single fingertip, he touched her forehead, channeling his spiritual energy to guide her own internal power towards a breakthrough. Hu Jiuyu felt a warm wave of energy coursing through her body, a sensation akin to being fully exposed. No, it was not merely exposure. It was as though she were being thoroughly seen. The process of breaking through could sometimes be accompanied by discomfort, and Hu Jiuyu's expression grew increasingly serious as she approached the critical juncture. Had she been alone, she would have gritted her teeth and persevered. However, with her master present and guiding her energy, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. The small breakthrough proceeded swiftly, And after a brief moment of pain, Hu Jiuyu was enveloped by a wave of relief and comfort. Chapter 28. Strange thoughts, a swift breakthrough into a minor realm ensued. And after a fleeting moment of discomfort, Hu Jiuyu experienced a wave of relief coursing through her body. As she resumed circulating her inner spiritual energy, she distinctly sensed it was more abundant and ferocious than before. She had successfully advanced to the second layer of the postnatal realm. Realizing her achievement, she beamed with joy, embracing her master and exclaiming, "Thank you, master. You has broken through. You are the best." Without your formidable and powerful spiritual energy flowing into me, I wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly. At the moment of her breakthrough, a system notification echoed in Chen Ye's mind. Third disciple Hu Jiuyu has advanced to the second layer of the postnatal realm. Reward system points, 1,000. Although Chen Ye's strength rendered him invincible in this continent, he could not dismiss the possibility of formidable beings lurking outside, such as mighty immortals or emperors, given a unique nature of his spiritual root. The only way for him to enhance his power was by exchanging system points for advancements. Thus, his role in mentoring his disciples was not solely to compensate the three of them, but also to bolster his own strength, strong enough to protect those around him at all times. Upon receiving the influx of system points, Chen Ye was equally elated, embracing Hu Jiuyu in excitement as he encouraged her. "As long as you put in effort in her cultivation, I believe you will soon catch up with your senior sisters." Noticing her exuberance, he offered her words of motivation. Feeling her master's warmth and gazing at his handsome visage, Hu Jiuyu found herself mere inches from his lips. It seemed that a slight movement would bring them together. The mention of her senior sisters reminded her of an incident from the previous night when the eldest sister had indulged herself while they were meditating. She felt a pang of envy. With no one around, she mused, what would happen if she accidentally kissed her master? With this thought, Hu Jiuyu slowly leaned in. Chen Ye initially attributed her earlier embrace to her excitement over her breakthrough and did not anticipate her next move. He had intended to further encourage her, only to be unexpectedly kissed. Before he could react, his lips were enveloped by a soft warmth, their noses brushing against each other. The gentle warmth of her breath was tantalizingly close, and Hu Jiuyu's hand rested against his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. It was her first genuine kiss, and in her fervor, they tumbled to the ground. Despite knowing that as a disciple, it was highly disrespectful to pin her master down, she could not restrain herself. Chen Ye felt the warmth of her body and the heat of her breath enveloping him. Realization struck him. He understood the gravity of the situation. He had already engaged in an intimate relationship with his eldest disciple and should have immediately rejected Hu Jiuyu. His actions would undoubtedly be considered infidelity, especially since he had sent Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli away, although he had no ulterior motives in doing so. If they learned that he had behaved inappropriately with Hu Jiuyu after their departure, no explanation would suffice. Chen Ye envisioned the reaction of his eldest disciple upon discovering his betrayal. In his mind, she looked at him with disdain, as if he were refuse, filled with abhorrence. The mere thought of such a scene evoked a peculiar feeling within him, as if there were a certain allure to that expression. However, this scenario was destined to remain a figment of his imagination. His eldest disciple would never reveal such a look towards her master. Thus, this perverse thought would have to be abandoned. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, having completed her initial assault, leaned in again. Under normal circumstances, she would never have been this audacious. However, with both senior sisters absent, an opportunity had presented itself. Chen Ye, captivated by Hu Jiuyu's unique fragrance, found it enchanting. Yet, no matter how delightful it was, he could not allow this to continue. He reasoned that, like Lung Luoli, Hu Jiuyu had spent many years by his side without receiving any education in such matters. Therefore, her actions were a result of his negligence, and he should intervene rather than indulge. As for whether Hu Jiuyu harbored feelings for him beyond the master-disciple relationship, he could not be certain, especially with the precedent set by his eldest disciple. Regardless of her feelings, it was not a justification for his transgressions. Moreover, as her master, he could not jump to conclusions. What if Hu Jiuyu did not feel that way about him? then he would be the one guilty of misplaced affections. In that moment, Chen Ye realized he must refuse her advances. Yet, as he gazed at her exquisitely delicate features drawing near, his resolve to push her away faltered. The time for reason had long since passed, and he found himself unable to resist. Meanwhile, Hu Jiuyu's keen elfin ears twitched. Her intention to kiss him was abruptly halted as she sensed two figures approaching rapidly. Their senior sisters were returning. Chapter 29. Science Fiction Yet Again. Upon realizing that her senior sisters had returned, Hu Jiyue's demeanor grew increasingly flustered, prompting her to hastily rise from her master's side. Meanwhile, Chen Ye remained in a comical pose, seemingly poised for a kiss, unable to regain his composure. The sight was utterly amusing. Hu Jiyue, initially anxious due to her indiscretion, couldn't help but smile at her master's adorable antics. He always pretended to be utterly unyielding, yet he found immense pleasure in these moments. Her resolve strengthened within. She could indeed engage in actions that defied the master-disciple relationship. Surely, her master would not refuse her. Hu Jiyue's ears, being attuned to her surroundings, allowed her to overhear many things. Conversely, although Chen Ye's consciousness could extend far, it required his intent to do so. This led to Hu Jiyue discovering the return of Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli before he did. At that moment, Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli were nearing Tianxin Hall. Traveling together, Lung Luoli, feeling somewhat bored, initiated a conversation with her senior sister. Sister, when we meditated together last night, did you hear any strange noises nearby? I seem to have heard something faintly, but since I was focused on meditation, I didn't pay much attention, Su Jiqian replied. In truth, during their meditation, Lung Luoli had also heard some sounds, not due to her keen hearing, but because Su Jiqian and Chen Ye were being rather loud. However, she thought little of it at the time, assuming that with their master present, there was no cause for alarm, and thus she did not open her eyes. Fortunately, she had not, or she would have witnessed a scene that would have been quite distressing. Upon hearing her junior sister's words, Su Jiqian stifled a giggle. Her cheeks slightly flushed. It dawned on her how close they had come to being discovered. The thought excited her. The thrill of secretly indulging in her master's affection in front of her junior sister filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Although Su Jiqian cherished her time alone with their master, she never believed he would belong solely to her. It was only a matter of time before her junior sisters, Lung and Hu, would also seek their master's affection. Moreover, the two junior sisters had accompanied their master for quite some time. If she were to enjoy him alone, it would indeed be unjust. Thus, she resolved to cherish this fleeting moment of exclusivity before her junior sisters pursued their master. With these thoughts in mind, Su Jiqian decided to maintain her ruse, replying, I didn't hear anything. There are many demonic beasts in this vicinity. Perhaps it was merely some mischievous spirit. Su Jiqian told a little lie, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Lung Luoli, perceptive as ever, noticed her senior sister's unusual demeanor and leaned closer, scrutinizing her. It doesn't seem like a spirit is causing trouble, but rather, it seems to be you, dear sister. Seeing her junior sister's intense gaze, Su Jiqian grew even more flustered, nervously scratching her mouth. Why are you looking at me? Do you really think I could deceive you? Lung Luoli, sensing her sister's unease, felt increasingly uncertain. However, as her sister stubbornly refused to admit anything, she had no choice but to let it go for the moment. Before long, they soared above Tianxin Hall. Upon arriving home, Su Jiqian was astonished to find their master lying on the ground and rushed over. Master, what happened? Why are you on the floor? It's cold. You should get up. Come rest your head on my lap. My thighs are the softest. Without waiting for a response, she knelt and gently placed his head upon her lap. Chen Ye, startled by the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple, trembled slightly. Was he lying here due to Hu Jiyue just moments ago? Wait a moment. Could it be that she returned so quickly and witnessed his earlier encounter with Hu Jiyue? However, seeing his eldest disciple's tender expression, he hoped she hadn't seen. After all, he had only been lying down for a while, and he hadn't anticipated such delightful treatment. He couldn't help but acknowledge that his eldest disciple's thighs were indeed soft, warm, and pleasantly fragrant, a scent that was utterly irresistible. At that moment, Lung Luoli arrived late, observing her senior sister having claimed their master. Pouting in indignation, she too knelt down defiantly, asserting, "Master, my thighs are also very comfortable, and I'm not wearing stockings." Her fair, unadorned legs were exposed to the air, while Su Jiqian wore sheer black stockings. As she spoke, Lung Luoli took it upon herself to lift their master's head onto her lap, lovingly caressing his hair with a blissful expression. Chen Ye, taken aback by the sudden shift, was left in a state of confusion. Though the comfort of his disciple's laps was undeniable, he soon realized the absurdity of the situation. After all, he was the master. How had he become the center of a playful contest between his disciples? Where was his authority? His dignity? He couldn't simply lie there between his beautiful disciples. He had to break free. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, he lingered for a moment longer before gradually rising. Clearing his throat in an attempt to restore his lost gravitas, he declared in a serious tone, "Ahem. You two returned rather swiftly. Have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you?" As his disciples gazed at his feigned sternness, their hearts raced. The serious version of their master was equally striking. No matter his demeanor, he was flawless in every aspect. With hands clasped before her, Su Jiqian gazed at him with adoration, her mind momentarily drifting as she replied, in response to Master, "We have completed the task." The news of the impending annihilation of the Sanyuan sect will soon spread across all forces on this continent. Chapter 30. The subtle thoughts of the second disciple. Su Jiqian clasped her hands together, floating before her master, her gaze filled with affection as she absent-mindedly replied, "In response to Master, it has been accomplished. Within 3 days, the news of the annihilation of the Sanyuan sect will swiftly spread across all factions of this continent." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye feigned seriousness and nodded. "The efficiency of my disciples is indeed remarkable." Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that the way the two disciples looked at him was less about reverence and more akin to a predatory hunger. "Please, I assure you, I am quite serious." Chen Ye, the master, exuded an air of authority today as well. With all 3 disciples gathered, Chen Ye adjusted his demeanor and addressed them. "Since we still have 3 days, we must not neglect our cultivation. I shall continue to guide your training. Hu Jiuyu, being merely a practitioner of the post-celestial realm, would receive a bonus of 1,000 system points upon her breakthrough. In contrast, Chen Ye, upon reaching the next realm, would garner 20,000 system points. According to the system's regulations, the higher the disciple's realm, the greater the system points awarded upon their breakthrough. Chen Ye found himself anticipating the breakthroughs of his other 2 disciples. As their master, he too must strive diligently. Upon hearing her master express the intention to guide their cultivation, Su Jiqian leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! I adore training with Master." Observing the enthusiastic demeanor of his eldest disciple, Chen Ye suddenly recalled their previous training session. Halfway through, he had carried his weakened eldest disciple back to their quarters, leading to some indescribable occurrences. Would she think that such events might transpire again during this session? "I am here to earnestly guide your training, nothing more." At that moment, Lung Oli stepped forward, grasping her master's hand with her other hand resting gently on her chest, softly stating, "Master, since you guided my senior sister last time, it is now my turn, isn't it?" Su Jiqian, noticing her junior sister's eagerness, felt a sudden dampening of her spirits. How could she forget there were 2 junior sisters? However, upon reflection, being the master's cherished disciples, it was only fair that she did not monopolize the opportunity. She resolved to temporarily concede this chance to her junior sister. Listening to the words of his second disciple, Chen Ye found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the 2 stood opposite each other in the clearing of the plaza. Chen Ye beckoned to his second disciple, indicating that she could make her move. At this moment, Lung Luoli stroked her chin, seemingly deep in thought. During the last training session, her senior sister had continuously unleashed attacks, and upon exhausting her spiritual energy, she had received the benefit of being swept into the master's embrace. Now that it was her turn, would unleashing her skills until she collapsed yield the same reward? A splendid plan indeed. With her mind made up, Lung Luoli revealed an unmistakable smile and cheerfully warned, "Master, Be cautious. With that, she unleashed her spell, the ice descent technique. She conjured a pure ice staff from thin air, which emanated a chilling aura, as countless strands of spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting a flurry of snowflakes in the sky. Soon, a multitude of deadly ice spikes materialized and rained down like a tempest. Simultaneously, a frost layer enveloped the area surrounding Lung Luoli, significantly hindering anyone caught within its confines, rendering them unable to move or attack. Chen Ye observed the spell released by his second disciple and nodded in satisfaction. Remarkable. Just a few days of cultivation, and you can wield such techniques with such finesse. With this single move, you could easily contend with multiple opponents of the innate realm. Unlike Su Jiqian's techniques, which were more lethal against individual foes. Lung Luoli's attacks were geared towards group assaults, capable of simultaneously striking and restraining several adversaries. If the two were to join forces in combat, their combined might would be formidable. As these thoughts raced through Chen Ye's mind, he casually extended a hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the ice spikes into fragments. Excellent, continue, he encouraged, his satisfaction evident. Lung Luoli, witnessing her full-powered strike being effortlessly dismantled by her master, was taken aback. Although her master was 2 major realms above her, she had expected him to at least respond with a spell of his own to counter her attack. Yet, he had merely tapped lightly to resolve it. Truly, her master was extraordinary. Receiving her master's affirmation only heightened Lung Luoli's enthusiasm, prompting her to continue unleashing her skills. Throughout the training, Chen Ye effortlessly countered her attacks while simultaneously offering guidance, instructing her on the shortcomings in her technique. Time passed swiftly, and the exertion of casting such large-scale spells drained Lung Luoli's spiritual energy significantly. After several exchanges, she felt utterly depleted. She could sense her inner reserves dwindling. If she attempted to cast even 2 more spells, she would surely collapse like her senior sister. And then, she too would experience the warmth of her master's embrace. Moreover, after her senior sister had been carried away, she had disappeared for an entire day. Lung Luoli was curious to discover what had transpired. With this thought lingering, Lung Luoli prepared to unleash another spell. However, at that moment, she heard her master's voice. That's enough, Luoli. Sit down and rest for a while. If you cast another spell, you will exhaust yourself. Chen Ye addressed his second disciple, keen to avoid repeating the previous mistake of neglecting to halt his disciples' training, which had led to their energy depletion. A brief respite was essential. Yet, upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli stood frozen in disbelief. What? Is it time to rest already? This is not how I envisioned it. Why did it change when it came to her? She too wished to collapse in her master's arms. Unaware of his second disciple's inner turmoil, Chen Ye completed his guidance of her training as evening descended. After a day filled with activity, compounded by the earlier incident with his third disciple, he had accumulated quite a bit of perspiration and decided to take a bath to relax before continuing his instruction. You all rest for now. I shall take a bath, he announced to his 3 disciples, then made his way towards the indoor hot spring. Upon entering the hot spring, after changing, Chen Ye settled into the soothing warmth. The gentle waters enveloped him, and at that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, his thoughts becoming notably clearer. Chapter 31. Teaching by Example. Chen Ye, having traversed through time, inherited the memories of this body as former occupant. He is acutely aware of the brutal nature of this fantastical realm. Were it not for the companionship of 3 disciples, he would find little enjoyment in life within this world. These 3 disciples represent his entire existence, the very goals for which he strives and fights. Yet, Chen Ye remains haunted by the memories of numerous disciples and elders who perished because of him at the Tianxian Sect. The former host had declared war against the San Yuan Sect, and following a humiliating defeat, although many disciples fled, the majority chose to remain and protect the former host during his escape. Tragically, they all met their demise. The 3 disciples beside him are the last of the survivors. Though Chen Ye has now regained his faculties, he finds himself unable to compensate those loyal souls who have already fallen. He understands that the disciples and elders who sacrificed their lives to escort him did not do so out of loyalty to him, but rather in hope that one day he might restore the Tianxian sect to its former glory. The Tianxian sect, in its heyday, was undoubtedly a unique bastion on this continent, with its original master possessing a mind that seemed to transcend this world. He treated his compatriots kindly, showing no discrimination towards other races. The Tianxian sect became a sanctuary for countless cultivators of diverse backgrounds, a rare haven amidst persecution and prejudice. Many who had faced extermination and discrimination found solace and hope for survival within its walls. Now that Chen Ye has recovered, he feels compelled to rebuild the Tianxian sect, at the very least to honor the memory of those disciples and elders who perished for him and the sect. Even in this harsh fantasy world, he yearns to recreate that harmonious Tianxian sect, offering closure to those who have passed. At this moment, Chen Ye finds himself submerged in the warm waters of a hot spring, his mind swirling with thoughts and reflections. With great power comes great responsibility. It seems he has much to accomplish in the future. Outside the hot spring, in the plaza, Su Jiqian observes her two junior sisters, deeply engrossed in meditation. With a playful demeanor, she quietly rises and, unnoticed, tiptoes away. She heads straight for the indoor hot spring. Upon arriving at the entrance, she is aware that her master is inside, yet she does not knock. Instead, she boldly pushes the door open and steps inside, locking the door behind her. Chen Ye, caught off guard by such an unexpected intrusion, had not locked the door. Staring at the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple, he wears a bewildered expression. Chen Ye? What brings you here? Wait, I'm not finished bathing. Seeing her master's flustered state, Su Jiqian advances with a radiant smile. It's perfectly fine, master. Isn't this just splendid? Chen Ye, even more perplexed, wonders what she means by splendid. Suddenly, with a splash, another figure joins him in the hot spring. His lips are enveloped by a soft embrace as Su Jiqian draws closer. Realizing the situation, he understands that she has sneakily come to find him while others were distracted. A hint of jealousy flickers across Su Jiqian's face as their lips part. She coyly remarks, I initially intended to cultivate with you today, but then I was outpaced by junior sister Long. Watching you and her together, I can't help but feel envious. Unfazed by the presence of her fellow disciples, Su Jiqian, now more assertive than before, desires to spend more time with her master. Although she knows she cannot monopolize his attention, as both junior sisters require guidance in their cultivation, her longing to connect with him grows stronger, especially after witnessing their sweet interactions. Chen Ye, recognizing the boldness of his eldest disciple, feels his cheeks flush. He understands her jealousy stems from his inevitable mentoring of Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu, a situation he cannot avoid. He must address Su Jiqian's misguided notions and correct her perspective, for as the saying goes, teaching through action surpasses mere words. With this thought in mind, he gazes at his eldest disciple and leans in for a kiss. Meanwhile, outside the hot spring, at the Tianxian Hall Plaza, the indoor hot spring is not far from the plaza, likely designed for practitioners to cleanse themselves post-cultivation. Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li have just concluded their meditation and are preparing for a sparring session. Standing across from each other, Hu Jiuyu is positioned close to the entrance of the hot spring. After adjusting her breath, Hu Jiuyu intends to summon the massive sword gifted by her master for practice. Suddenly, she seems to hear a sound, perhaps her senior sister's voice, laced with a hint of distress, as if pleading for mercy. Lung Luo Li, standing opposite Hu Jiuyu, notices her sister's distraction and warns, "Be cautious, junior sister." It seems senior sister is about to commence. Hu Jiuyu waves her hand dismissively, her expression a mix of surprise and anxiety. Wait, Lung senior sister. I think I heard something. It sounds like master is with senior sister Su again. Upon hearing this, Lung Luo Li hastens over, puzzled. Are you serious? I didn't hear anything. Oh, right. I forgot your hearing is exceptionally keen. But it shouldn't be possible. Master has recovered. How could he be with senior sister Su? Lung Luo Li gazes at her with skepticism, as if suggesting she must have misheard. Hu Jiuyu, sensing her senior sister's doubt, quickly insists, "It's true. I really heard it. It came from over there. Let me take you." Thus, the two of them make their way to the entrance of the indoor hot spring. Chapter 32. Uncontrollable. Hu Jiuyu. Cold Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu arrive at the entrance of the indoor hot spring. The two stood at the door, pressing their ears against it. They exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of uncertainty. Previously, when their master was still recovering, even if they learned that she was punishing someone, they had no authority to intervene. Typically, they would wait until the master finished her discipline before approaching to assist with healing. However, now that their master had fully recovered, why would she still resort to punishment? At this moment, Hu Jiuyu listened to the sounds emanating from within, feeling an inexplicable flush on her cheeks. She whispered to cold Luo Li, senior sister, "What should we do?" Hu Jiuyu hesitated to make a decision. The thought of barging in and possibly encountering their master bathing sent her thoughts spiraling. With a giggle, she instinctively reached for the doorknob, her expression becoming increasingly dreamy, leaving her uncertain about what amused her. Cold Luo Li, observing her actions, quickly seized her wrist just as she was about to succeed. With a hint of surprise, she exclaimed, "Junior sister, what are you doing? If we disturb the master, we will be punished." Startled, Hu Jiuyu snapped back to reality, flustered as she stammered, I don't know why my hand moved on its own." With uncertainty clouding her mind, she turned to cold Luo Li for guidance. Cold Luo Li's expression grew somber as she pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Although we are unaware of what has transpired, to prevent any harm to our senior sister, we should prepare the necessary medicines and supplements in advance, so that we can assist her as soon as she emerges." This procedure had been frequently employed before their master had regained her strength. It was surprising that it was still applicable now. The mere thought of their gentle master no longer being present left cold Luo Li feeling despondent. She had yet to earn her master's favor. Was there no opportunity left? Nonetheless, it was somewhat balanced, as neither she nor the senior sister had secured it. When their master next regained her strength, she vowed to seize the first opportunity. Hu Jiuyu nodded, finding cold Luo Li's plan reasonable, realizing it was the only course of action available. Thus, the two prepared the medicine, waiting patiently at the door. Time passed to the following morning. At this moment, Su Jiqian had donned her clothing and stood before the mirror in the indoor hot spring, arranging her hair. Her expression radiated immense satisfaction, and her complexion appeared significantly improved. Once she had completed her grooming, Su Jiqian slowly rose from her chair. For some inexplicable reason, her legs trembled slightly, and she nearly lost her balance. Chen Ye was nearby, catching her just in time to prevent her from falling. With an expression of mild concern, Chen Ye gently inquired, "Are you all right? Would you like to rest for a moment?" Su Jiqian leaned against her master as she reoriented herself. Though she had not succumbed to unconsciousness this time, she still felt utterly exhausted afterward. If others were to discover that a practitioner of the innate realm could barely stand, they would undoubtedly ridicule her. After two such experiences, Su Jiqian realized that she might genuinely be unable to withstand her Master-S affection. In the future, during her Master-S training sessions with her two junior sisters, she would do well to avoid interruption. It was essential to facilitate their union so that more younger sisters could share the burden. Su Jiqian gazed up at her master, her expression sultry as she spoke sweetly. "Yesterday, when you imparted your values to your disciple, you certainly weren't this gentle upon hearing the eldest disciple's teasing." Chen Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his cheek. He began to explain that because before he could finish, Su Jiqian rose on her toes and kissed him. After a prolonged moment, they finally broke apart. Su Jiqian licked her lips, her voice enchanting as she declared, "No need for explanations. I'm perfectly fine now. Let us go." The two junior sisters must be eagerly awaiting our return. Chen Ye, taken aback by the sudden kiss from the eldest disciple, felt his face flush. It was undeniable. She was becoming increasingly adept at such things. Thus, Chen Ye supported Su Jiqian as they opened the door to the indoor hot spring. As soon as the door swung open, Su Jiqian spotted her two junior sisters waiting in the corridor at the entrance. Cold Luo Li, seeing her senior sister, promptly offered a blanket, wrapping her tightly within it. This special blanket was designed to shield against the elements and alleviate any pain from injuries. Confused by cold Luo Li's actions, Su Jiqian wondered what was happening. Why was cold Luo Li waiting to drape a blanket over her instead of resting? Before she could comprehend the situation, Hu Jiuyu approached, shoving a healing pill into her mouth. What are you two doing? Su Ji Qian mumbled, her words muffled by the pill. Bewildered, she questioned when her junior sisters had become so concerned for her. Were they worried that she might be weak after her encounter with her master? However, that couldn't be right. Cold Luo Li wasn't typically so kind. Based on her memories, if Cold Luo Li were to discover that her senior sister had indulged in such behavior, she would surely be furious. When did she become so magnanimous? After delivering the healing pill, Hu Jiuyu approached their master, gazing at her with doe-like eyes, and gently grasped her hand, saying, "If you're still upset, you may strike me, master. I can endure it." Hearing Hu Jiuyu's words, Chen Ye was filled with confusion. What nonsense was this? He had just experienced a moment of satisfaction and was currently feeling quite content. Why would he be angry? Was Hu Jiuyu attempting to curry favor with him? Thinking she was seeking his affection, Chen Ye reached out, intending to ruffle her hair. Hu Jiuyu, seeing his hand approach, assumed he was about to strike her and nervously shut her eyes. However, instead of pain, she soon felt a wave of comfort wash over her as he tenderly stroked her head. Realizing that her master had not returned to her previous self, Hu Jiuyu joyfully embraced her master, nuzzling closely against her. Chen Ye, with a hint of indulgence, patted her back, while also voicing his perplexity. All right, but what is going on here? Chapter 33, Scifi Film 3. 0+, as Lung Luoli gazed at her bewildered master, she gradually began to comprehend the situation. Had her master truly not reprimanded the senior sister? Was her master still the gentle figure she remembered? Yet, she distinctly recalled the events of the previous night. Uncertain, she thought to herself that a glance would reveal all. With that in mind, Lung Luoli pushed aside the blanket covering her senior sister and nestled in, observing intently. Su Ji Qian, noticing the sudden intrusion of her junior sister, felt a tickling sensation and playfully pushed her away, exclaiming, "What are you up to, junior sister?" Before long, Lung Luoli emerged from the blanket, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grasped her senior sister's hands and exclaimed, "You're truly all right, senior sister." It's such a relief to hear that. As she spoke, she embraced her tightly. Although the two often bickered, their bond had never wavered. The previous night, the thought of her senior sister's suffering had weighed heavily on her heart. Today, witnessing both her senior sister and master in good health, she felt an immense sense of relief. Su Ji Qian, observing her junior sister's exuberance, gently patted her back in confusion. After contemplating the events that had transpired, she finally realized. The conversation she had with her master the night before might have been overheard by her two junior sisters, thus leading to the current scene. The realization brought a tinge of embarrassment and shyness. She resolved to be more cautious in the future to avoid causing unnecessary worry for her junior sisters. However, just as Lung Luoli held her senior sister close, she suddenly vanished. Su Ji Qian looked around in bewilderment, wondering how the girl who had just been nestled in her embrace had disappeared. Turning her head, she discovered that Lung Luoli had already darted into their master's embrace instead. Well, look at you, junior sister. A clever diversion, I see. You had me feeling all sentimental for nothing, she thought, slightly exasperated. At that moment, Lung Luoli wore a triumphant expression, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Her senior sister was still too naive. With one hand resting on their master's chest, she gazed up at him with eyes brimming with affection. Her voice melodious as she asked, "Master, I must admit, I am still somewhat concerned about your condition. May I take a closer look?" Chen Ye, taken aback by his second disciple's inquiry, was momentarily at a loss. How exactly was he supposed to accommodate such a request? Before he could voice his thoughts, Lung Luoli seemed to read his mind, leaning in closer. The softness enveloped him, and the delicate fragrance unique to her filled his senses. Uncertain if it was due to her cultivation techniques, Lung Luoli often radiated a cool aura, even in the heat of summer. Yet, the proximity to her master caused her body temperature to rise. After a considerable time, they finally parted. Lung Luoli's cheeks flushed and her gaze shyly fixed on his chest as she softly proclaimed, "Master, This truly seems to be the best way to ascertain your current state. As long as I kiss you and you do not refuse, you must still be the gentle master I know, despite Chen Ye being in a state of sage-like contemplation. The unique allure of Lung Loli's cool charm was equally as captivating as that of the archdemon's eldest disciple, causing his face to redden. Yet, he was acutely aware that his first disciple was still present nearby. Was this not akin to infidelity right before her eyes? With a guilty conscience, he cautiously glanced at the eldest disciple's reaction, which was surprisingly beyond his expectations. She appeared to be gazing at the sky, seemingly oblivious to the scene unfolding before her, as if she were trying not to disturb the two of them. What on earth is happening here? How peculiar. Little did Chen Ye know that even the formidable archdemon's eldest disciple had relinquished her desire to monopolize their master not long ago. The reason? Her body simply could not withstand the burden. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, her fingers fidgeting, mustered the courage to speak earnestly, Master. I also wish for more. Chen Ye was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the usually shy Hu Jiuyu would dare utter such bold words, especially in the presence of her fellow disciples. Unbeknownst to him, after realizing that their master had not changed, Hu Jiuyu's heart swelled with joy. With the tension dissipating, she felt an urgent need for recompense. However, the thought of initiating a kiss with Hu Jiuyu in front of the other disciples made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Kissing the eldest disciple would be one thing. Since their relationship had already evolved to that point, he could simply be candid about it. But kissing Hu Jiuyu would carry a different implication, appearing overtly romantic. After all, he was aware that unlike the other disciples, he understood the nuances of their feelings. Having prepared himself internally, Chen Ye felt as if he had made a resolution, and his head began to move forward. Yet before he could take the initiative, he found his neck being enveloped tightly, followed by a wave of softness against his lips. Well then, it seems today is another day of being overwhelmed by my disciples, he mused. After a considerable time, Hu Jiuyu finally released her master, her bashful demeanor suggesting she was blushing profusely. Chen Ye let out a deep sigh of relief. Surely, now his two disciples would no longer need to worry about him. Seeing that both disciples had calmed down, Chen Ye gently stroked their heads, saying, "You must be exhausted after a night without rest. Go take a short nap. I will guide your training at noon." Both disciples nodded in agreement, obediently departing. In Lung Luoli's room, she finally felt at ease knowing her master and senior sister were safe. Returning to her bed, she snuggled comfortably under the covers, intending to enjoy a restful slumber. Only by resting early and adjusting her state could she present herself perfectly to her master. As her beautiful eyes gradually closed, the opulent decor of the room seemed to fade in comparison to her exquisite beauty. Just as she was about to drift off, she recalled the events that had just transpired. Chapter 34, what just happened? As she was on the verge of slumber, Lung Luoli reflected upon the events that had transpired earlier. She and her junior sister, Hu Shimi, had both kissed their master. However, it seemed that the elder sister had not participated in this unusual occurrence. How peculiar. In the past, the elder sister would have eagerly rushed to claim her turn. Today, however, she had acted in stark contrast to her usual behavior. Upon further contemplation, it struck Lung Luoli as somewhat pitiable that the elder sister had not managed to kiss their master. A smirk crept across her face as she reveled in this thought. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, having tucked herself under the covers, she intended to indulge in a delightful slumber. Yet, soon after, in a half-dream state, just as she was drifting off, her brows furrowed deeply as if a sudden realization had struck her, casting a shadow over her expression. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Something was amiss. An undeniable truth loomed. Moments ago, she had been enveloped in their master's gentle embrace, and, having observed that her elder sister was unharmed, she had let her guard down, overlooking critical inconsistencies. If their master had not harmed her elder sister, then what had transpired between them throughout the day and night? What on earth had happened? The more she pondered, the more incredulous she became, causing her to bolt upright in bed, her expression one of disbelief. It seemed she was beginning to grasp something. Strange sounds, the simultaneous appearances and disappearances of the two. Surely, Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that something was amiss. At that moment, Hu Jia, deep in slumber, suddenly sneezed. Hu Jia, huh? Lung Luoli clutched the covers tightly, struggling to regain her composure. Awakening amidst a dream. Could it be that the fool was none other than myself? No wonder the elder sister had acted so out of character today. It turned out she had overindulged. After much contemplation, Lung Luoli finally lay back down, covering herself with the quilt. In any case, she resolved to seize an opportunity to interrogate her elder sister. This was no mere infidelity anymore. Time gradually drifted towards noon. After a brief nap, Lung Luoli and Hu Jia made their way to the plaza to meet their master. At that moment, Chen Ye was instructing the newly recovered Su Jiqian in her training. Upon seeing the two, he decided to allow his eldest disciple a moment of respite, inviting another to continue the practice. It's your turn now, Yue. Let me see how you wield that colossal sword, Chen Ye remarked to Hu Jia, who was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of training alongside her master. She had prepared for this moment for a long time and was determined to impress him. Standing opposite each other in the plaza, Hu Jia summoned the giant sword bestowed upon her by her master. Towering over her, the sword was inscribed with arcane runes that emitted a faint golden glow. A terrifying aura emanated from it, suggesting that with a mere swing, it could obliterate anything in its path. This colossal sword was acquired by Chen Ye from the system's shop, boasting a rank that far surpassed anything in their current realm. However, Hu Jia's cultivation level was still quite low, making it uncertain whether she could unleash the sword's full potential. Chen Ye gestured for Hu Jia to make her move. With a respectful bow toward her master, she proclaimed, "Master, be cautious. I beg your pardon," in her eagerness to showcase her full strength before her master. Hu Jia adjusted her internal energy to its optimal state. Gripping the massive sword tightly, she concentrated all her spiritual power into it and raised it high. A thunderous sound of air being sliced open erupted as the sword swung, reminiscent of an ancient dragon's roar. Heavenly slaughter. With a downward arc, she unleashed the first move of the demon sword technique, the heavenly slaughter. A fierce wave of sword energy surged forth, instantly transforming the plaza beneath her into ruins and debris. The sword energy swirled like a tornado, capable of annihilating everything in its vicinity. Though the plaza of the Tianxian Hall was specially reinforced and typically resilient against ordinary attacks, it could not withstand the onslaught of the heavenly slaughter. The power of this technique was as formidable as its name suggested, and with mastery, it could potentially vanquish the true celestial beings of this world. Despite the devastation wrought upon the plaza, there was no cause for concern. The Tianxian Hall had the ability to restore any damage, returning everything to its former glory. Chen Ye observed the oncoming wind of the sword with a hint of surprise, perhaps due to the nature of her technique. Even though Hu Jia was only at the acquired stage of cultivation, one major realm below her two senior sisters, the might of her strike was not significantly lessened. It was important to note that all three disciples practiced techniques of the same rank, which theoretically should not yield such vast disparities. However, Chen Ye also discerned the vulnerabilities in Hu Jia's execution. Although her strike was immensely powerful, it required time for preparation and warming up. Moreover, while executing such a potent attack, she would be left in a prolonged state of immobility, making her susceptible to counterattacks from adversaries. In contrast to the eldest disciple, while both wielded formidable offensive techniques, the eldest attacks were notably more agile. If during combat, the eldest and second disciples could coordinate to restrain their opponent while allowing the third disciple time to unleash her power, their combined might would surely be staggering. Furthermore, having cultivated their bond over the years, their harmonious synergy would only enhance their ferocity in battle. Facing off against cultivators from this continent, overcoming two major realms would be entirely feasible. At this moment, Chen Ye realized that the system had anticipated these dynamics when equipping disciples with specialized techniques. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's remarkable foresight. System, so you only think of me when you need assistance, huh? Upon hearing the system's sarcastic remark echo in his mind, Chen Ye awkwardly scratched his head, gazing at the approaching wind of the sword. He extended two fingers and casually pointed at the blade that had drawn near. In an instant, the sword wind shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Hu Jiyue stared in astonishment at her master, mirroring the expressions of her two senior sisters when they first witnessed his prowess. He had effortlessly dismantled her full-force strike with just a flick of his fingers. How astonishing and handsome he was! Who could possibly withstand such a display? Chapter 35. Hu Jiuyu's training as she gazed at her master's flawless demeanor. Hu Jiuyu found herself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Chen Ye approached her side, took the massive sword from her grasp, and pointed out the deficiencies in her earlier technique. Though Hu Jiuyu appeared to nod earnestly in acknowledgement, in truth, her mind was elsewhere, fixated on how to unveil her master's modesty. Before long, after imparting his teachings, Chen Ye continued, "Have you noted everything? Now, demonstrate the technique once more for me to observe." Hu Jiuyu, upon hearing her master's directive, was taken aback. She had been merely responding to him, her gaze having lingered through his collar, surreptitiously peeking at his torso. How could she possibly comply now? Typically not one to fabricate excuses. She opted for candor. "I'm sorry, master, but I haven't grasped it yet." Chen Ye, undeterred by her admission, sought to correct her posture more effectively by taking her hand and guiding her through the movement step by step. With their hands intertwined, their bodies nearly touching, he adjusted her grip and then supported her waist to enhance her strength in execution. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback by the softness of her skin at her waist. Indeed, Hu Jiuyu possessed a remarkable physique, her feminine musculature exquisitely defined. The sensation was distinctly unique. Wait, what am I thinking? Shaking his head vigorously to regain focus, Chen Ye reminded himself that he was there to instruct his third disciple, not to entertain such thoughts. It was unbecoming. Once composed, he addressed Hu Jiuyu again. "You noted everything I've said, haven't you? Now, give the technique another try." As he spoke, he noticed her seemingly lost in thought, perhaps pondering the very lessons he had just imparted. His third disciple was truly diligent in her training. He, as her master, must also strive to elevate his own focus. "Yue? Yue?" Seeing her still gazing at him with a dreamy expression, Chen Ye called out gently. Upon hearing her master's voice, Hu Jiuyu snapped back to reality. Their proximity had enveloped her in the delightful fragrance of his presence, and the memory of his hand on her waist stirred her imagination. She couldn't help but envision a scenario where they could share a more intimate moment in the expansive square. Clearly, she had not absorbed his guidance. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Despite 2 attempts at instruction, she had retained nothing. How was she to face her master now? She felt utterly inadequate as a disciple. Yet, unable to conceal the truth, she confessed, "Master, I'm sorry. I still haven't." Remembered her gaze fell to the ground, palms sweating with shame. She recognized her daydreaming during his instruction was inappropriate, but her master was simply too perfect, and she couldn't help but admire him. Chen Ye, upon hearing her failure to remember, remained unperturbed. In his view, the fault lay in his teaching methods, which had failed to resonate with his disciple. He felt a pang of guilt akin to Hu Jiuyu's, determined to guide her once more. He prepared to speak, but before he could, Hu Jiuyu unexpectedly grasped his hand, as if gathering her courage for something important. "Yue? What is it? Do you have something to say?" he inquired, perplexed. After a brief internal struggle, Hu Jiuyu mustered the courage to meet his gaze, her expression serious. "I haven't remembered your teachings, master. I was distracted and thought of other things. I am guilty and deserve punishment. Please punish me." Chen Ye was taken aback by her request for punishment. He cherished all 3 of his disciples dearly. The thought of punishing any of them was unfathomable. He shook his head gently and replied, "It's quite all right, Yue. I will teach you again. If you still don't remember, I can't continue to guide you. Let us forego the idea of punishment." As she beheld her master's gentle expression, her heart raced, and warmth spread across her cheeks. Despite her mistake, he displayed nothing but patience and kindness, repeatedly offering his guidance. Such a master was undeniably tender, and her affection for him blossomed uncontrollably. Chapter 36. Senior sister and junior sister. At this moment, on the other side of the square, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian sat together on a stone bench. Both were initially engaged in meditation. However, Su Jiqian couldn't shake the feeling that her junior sister, Lung Luoli, was casting her a displeased glance. Even during their meditation, Lung Luoli's beautiful eyes remained open, seemingly brimming with an unspoken chill. It appeared that this tension had been present since their encounter earlier that day. At first, Su Jiqian dismissed the notion, but as time passed, she discerned something amiss. Today, her junior sister seemed particularly frosty. Su Jiqian was well acquainted with Lung Luoli's temperament. When she was angry, the surrounding temperature would undoubtedly drop. Judging by the current chill, the degree of her ire was substantial. With a stiff neck, Su Jiqian turned to face her, a somewhat awkward smile gracing her lips. Junior sister, today you seem, quite more elegant. Although she was unaware of how she had offended Lung Luoli, the latter's demeanor suggested that she had indeed committed a faux pas. It was imperative to inquire further. Seeing her senior sister taking the initiative to speak, Lung Luoli revealed a facade of mock innocence and responded, "Oh, not at all. No matter how much you adorn yourself, you can never outshine your senior sister's charm. After all, I have managed to captivate even our esteemed master. My dear senior sister, do you not wish to offer any clarifications?" As she spoke, her delicate fists clenched tightly, and the stone bench beneath her felt as cold as if coated in frost. Upon hearing the last remark from her junior sister, Su Jiqian suddenly grasped the reason behind her anger. So it was the revelation of her relationship with their master that incited such fury. No wonder she was so upset. It all made sense now. Although Su Jiqian never intended to conceal her feelings from everyone, she had not anticipated such an early exposure. Truly, Lung Luoli was sharp as ice. However, the situation had now become precarious. Had she admitted it to her junior sister sooner, then even if Lung Luoli had been upset, it would have remained manageable. But if she were to conceal it and Lung Luoli discovered it herself, that would be an entirely different matter. With her hands raised in a gesture of supplication, Su Jiqian stammered, Junior sister, please calm down. Let me explain." In her flustered state, she felt as though a large danger sign loomed above her head. Lung Luoli regarded her senior sister with a serious expression, pressing further, "Very well, I am quite curious to hear the tale you concoct." She added pointedly, "Do not claim that it was our master who pursued you. From what I know of him, that is utterly implausible." While it was one thing for her senior sister to sneak around behind her back, engaging in playful affection with their master, this was an entirely different affair. They had together, at the very least, she could have been included. It was not as if she would have been unable to accept it. Regardless, her senior sister's concealment of this matter demanded a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Su Jiqian's mind raced. Recognizing that ordinary lies would likely not deceive Lung Luoli, she resolved to employ a different tactic. The unique allure of her charm could not only stir desire, but also sway thoughts and consciousness. With this in mind, Su Jiqian feigned a look of pity and softly addressed her junior sister. "Oh, dear sister, I did not intend to keep this from you. Just look into my eyes." Without hesitation, Lung Luoli met her senior sister's gaze. Chapter 37. The angered Lung Luoli suddenly, she observed her senior sister's eyes flicker in color before reverting back. Having read extensively, Lung Luoli recognized this as a charm technique unique to succubi. However, having mastered the ice element technique, she had long since encased her heart in frost. Apart from her master, she could no longer harbor such feelings for anyone. Even fostering friendship was a daunting task. Were it not for her early acquaintance with Su Jiqian and Hu Shimi, along with the myriad experiences they had shared, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to consider them true friends. Thus, her senior sister's charm technique was utterly ineffective on her, and upon discovering that her senior had used such a technique against her, she was filled with indignation. "How dare you, senior sister? You claim to seek an explanation, yet you resort to deception." It seemed that a proper reprimand was in order. Su Jiqian, observing the increasingly ominous expression on Lung Luoli's face, began to sense the gravity of the situation. She was certain that the charm she had just cast should not have faltered. Yet it appeared to have had no effect on her junior sister whatsoever. In fact, it seemed to have incited her wrath. Oh dear, Su Jiqian lamented. Glancing at the gathering storm clouds above, with even a few ice shards beginning to manifest in the air. Realizing the impending disaster, she clung tightly to Lung Luoli's leg just as her junior sister was about to erupt with fury. Senior sister was wrong. I shall never dare again. You must understand my predicament. Our master is simply perfection incarnate. I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. I promise I will not interfere in your affairs henceforth. Initially on the brink of an explosion, Lung Luoli was taken aback by her senior's sudden display of distress. She had not anticipated such an emotional plea from her sister. Moreover, was our master is so perfect truly a justification for your actions? Despite her inner turmoil, seeing her senior so distraught stirred something within her heart. After all, they had been friends for many years, relying on each other through thick and thin. Witnessing her senior in such a state, even Lung Luoli's icy heart softened slightly. Reluctantly, she uttered, "Hey, senior sister, what is this? Let go of me. Don't think this will earn you my forgiveness." Su Jiqian, undeterred, clung tightly, continuing her act of despair. "I will not release you unless you say you forgive me. But in all fairness, I do owe you an explanation. You see, that day our master donned a cerulean robe, and I thought he looked absolutely stunning. When he carried me back to the room, the atmosphere became dim, and his handsome visage was partially obscured, making him irresistibly captivating. After that things progressed, and then, without a hint of shyness, Su Jiqian recounted the events of that day, as if sharing a delightful secret with a dear friend. After all, she was speaking to her own junior sister, who also harbored feelings for their master. Surely, this exchange could not be amiss? As Su Jiqian's narrative grew increasingly outrageous, Lung Luoli's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to interrupt. Wait, senior sister, stop. You claimed you were going to explain? Yet this is hardly an explanation. This sounds more like the confessions of a criminal. Her expression was a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Asking for clarification, she found herself confronted with a recounting that bore no distinction from a detailed confession of wrongdoing. And now, you choose to speak the truth. Moreover, you describe it in such intricate detail. The sensations she felt were overwhelming, and she could hardly contain her curiosity about their master's physique. Noticing her junior sister's discomfort, Su Jiqian felt a pang of disappointment. You truly do not wish to hear more? There is still so much left to recount. Although, I seem to have lost consciousness afterward. Lung Luoli was taken aback, her heart racing at the implication of those words. You, lost consciousness? At this moment, her anger had all but evaporated, replaced by shock at what her senior had just implied. As Su Jiqian prepared to continue, she could hardly fathom the absurdity of what might follow. Stop, senior sister. Even if I were to forgive you, please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not continue. Hearing this will surely keep me awake at night. For a young girl in the bloom of her youth, the vividness of such details was simply too much to bear. Yet, she could not help but marvel at Su Jiqian's audacity in sharing such intimate revelations. What would their master think upon learning of this? When Su Jiqian heard her junior sister concede forgiveness, a wave of exhilaration washed over her. To think she had managed to navigate this predicament so cleverly. Her junior sister was indeed naive. It was no wonder she had not yet captured their master's heart. At this rate, it might be ages before she ever did. As the elder sister, it was her duty to provide some guidance. Chapter 38. A theatrical scene between senior and junior at the pace of her junior sister. It seemed unlikely that she would reach their esteemed master anytime soon. Given this, it was only fitting for her, as the senior, to offer some guidance. Su Jiqian pondered, gradually ascending along the smooth and graceful legs of her junior, beaming with delight as she said, "Junior sister, would you like me to guide you a bit? With just a little strategy, you could surely win over our master." However, before Su Jiqian could finish her thought, Lung Luoli forcefully pushed her away, disdain etched across her face. "This is my own affair. I must handle it in my own way without your instruction. Moreover, take your enchanting scent elsewhere. Being this close is suffocating." Lung Luoli had always maintained a demeanor of distance from strangers, and even her senior sister was not exempt. Although they occasionally shared light touches, she found Su Jiqian's deliberate closeness a bit unsettling. The alluring fragrance of a succubus was indeed intoxicating to many, yet for her, it was merely a faint odor, not as delightful as it seemed to others. The only individuals permitted to touch her were their master, alongside her sister and junior sister, who were her final boundaries. Their master was a unique case. If it were their master, not only could they touch, but also partake in activities she found far more pleasurable. Feeling rejected as she was pushed aside, Su Jiqian lay on the ground, resembling an abandoned child, her face a portrait of sorrow and helplessness. In a soft, pitiful tone, she lamented, "Junior sister, I thought we were the best of friends. It appears I was merely indulging in my own sentiments. Alas, no one has ever cared for me, so I have grown accustomed to loneliness." Her lamentations were dramatic, yet not a single tear graced her cheeks. Lung Luoli, observing her sister's theatrics, immediately recognized the act. "Come on, sister, are you a performer? Your dramatics are excessive. Besides, you've already received our master's affection. Who would believe your words?" She realized why her sister had garnered the master's favor so swiftly. This performance was a strategy no one could resist. Yet, despite knowing it was an act, Lung Luoli found it difficult to ignore her sister's pitiable appearance. Fine, I apologize. It seems I was in the wrong," she conceded, her expression a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Upon hearing her junior sister's apology, Su Jiqian's expression transformed entirely. She sprang up, dusting herself off with newfound joy. The previous desolation had vanished, replaced by triumphant demeanor. She knew her junior sister could never bear to see her so sorrowful. Though her junior typically wore an air of indifference, she truly cared deeply. As the senior sister, Su Jiqian delighted in teasing her proud junior, and each successful jest filled her with a sense of accomplishment. In essence, she often sought ways to playfully provoke her junior sister. Lung Luoli, momentarily taken aback by her sister's victorious expression, suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, wasn't she the one who had come seeking answers from her sister today? How had the tables turned so swiftly? What a clever reversal, she thought, quietly amused by her own frustration. In truth, her aptitude surpassed that of her sister. She usually detected her sister's tricks immediately. However, when it came to matters of the heart, she often found herself led astray, her intellect clouded. Sighing in resignation, Lung Luoli decided to let the incident slide for now. She recognized that prolonging this would only lead to further manipulation from her sister. Alas, what could she do? After all, she was her older sister. Yet, despite this understanding, she couldn't shake the feeling of having been outmaneuvered, igniting a smoldering irritation within her. Glancing at the tea table before her, she noticed a teapot, the tea freshly brewed. She considered pouring herself a cup to soothe her frustration. As she poured the tea, she brought the cup to her lips, only for Su Jiqian to leap up suddenly, blocking her mouth with her hand, her expression fraught with urgency. "Junior sister, you mustn't drink this tea. It's truly not suitable." A sheen of cold sweat adorned her forehead as she spoke, her anxiety palpable. The tea was specially prepared for their master, infused with unique ingredients. Should her junior inadvertently consume it? Although she personally saw no harm, if Lung Luoli were to discover the truth, she would surely retaliate fiercely. Thus, under no circumstances could she allow her junior to drink it, unaware of her sister's intentions. Lung Luoli found her sister's agitation perplexing. "Why can't I even have a sip of tea? What on earth is going on with you today?" Su Jiqian, feeling guilty, suggested. Let me brew you a fresh pot instead." With her sister's interruption, Lung Luoli lost her interest and set the cup down. "I distinctly recall our master instructing you not to make tea anymore and to pass that responsibility to me and whose sister. I've always been curious. What on earth did you do for our master to specifically request that you cease brewing tea?" Lung Luoli noted that their master had regained his composure, his demeanor softened, and the intricate rituals they once adhered to were no longer necessary. Yet, it was peculiar that he would specifically instruct her to take over the tea-making duties. Surely, her sister must have committed some egregious blunder to warrant such a directive. Yet, what could possibly go awry in the simple act of brewing tea? As her curiosity piqued, Lung Luoli felt her inquisitive nature stirring within her. Suhikian, confronted with her sister's inquiry, appeared increasingly embarrassed. She deemed it best not to reveal the truth, fearing the disdainful expression her sister would adopt upon learning the details. Lung Luoli's usual cool demeanor was already quite frosty. It was daunting to imagine her expressing such contempt. Attempting to divert the topic, Su Jiqian laughed awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I'll just brew you a new pot of tea." Seeing her sister's reluctance to divulge the truth only intensified Lung Luoli's curiosity. Nevertheless, recognizing her sister's silence, she opted to let it go for the time being. Rising from her seat, she headed toward the indoor hot springs, stating, "Never mind. I've lost my appetite for tea. I'm going to take a bath to cool off. And while I'm away, no sneaking treats, sister." Chapter 39. The peculiar Master Lung Luoli rose from her seat and made her way toward the indoor hot spring. As she walked, she muttered, "Forget it. I have no desire to drink. I shall take a bath to calm my mind. While I'm away, sister, do not indulge yourself." Her sister's interruption had completely extinguished her desire for tea, prompting her to seek the comfort of a bath. However, a lingering concern nagged at her. She worried that her sister might sneak a treat, prompting her to issue a stern reminder before departing. Su Jiqian watched as her junior left, a smile playing on her lips as she waved dismissively. "Ah, do not worry, junior." Though her words reassured her sister, in truth, she held little regard for such caution. Lung Luoli, perceptive as she was, sensed the insincerity in her sister's tone and felt an overwhelming sense of distrust. Yet, having just confronted her, she doubted her sister would act so impulsively again. Surely, even she would take a few days to settle down with that thought. Lung Luoli gradually departed. Once she was completely out of sight, Su Jiqian exhaled a sigh of relief. She had feared being caught by her sister, but it seemed she had misjudged her sister's awareness. After all, they had spent much time together, and it was likely that Lung Luoli had anticipated her actions. Having temporarily evaded her sister's scrutiny, Su Jiqian redirected her focus, rising to walk towards the center of the square. It had been a while since the master had been training alongside Hu Jiyue. She wondered how they were faring. Not long ago, Hu Jiyue had been practicing with her master, yet her mind had wandered, leading her to lose focus. She felt she deserved punishment, but Chen Ye refrained from reprimanding her. Instead, he offered continual encouragement. This unexpected support deeply touched Hu Jiyue, allowing her emotional wounds to begin healing imperceptibly. Joyfully, she embraced her master, her face radiating happiness. Chen Ye was well aware of Hu Jiyue's psychological struggles. Since she wished to express her emotions, he allowed her to do so, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist as she clung to him. However, a sense of foreboding crept into Chen Ye's heart. He had been training with his third disciple, and now they were suddenly in this intimate embrace. He feared that if the other two disciples appeared, they might misinterpret the situation. Just as he felt overwhelmed by guilt, a familiar voice broke through the air. "Master, what are you doing?" Su Jiqian exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. "Were you not supposed to be training with Hu Jiyue? Why are you embracing each other?" "Ah, I understand. You are exploiting your position to take advantage of her." "How perverse. A deviant master." Su Jiqian's astonished expression was feigned. She had long been aware of the unfolding situation. However, upon noticing Chen Ye's flustered demeanor, she seized the opportunity to tease him. As anticipated, her playful mockery struck home, leaving Chen Ye blushing. Their relationship was such that he ought not to entertain any thoughts towards other women. Yet the current scenario unmistakably resembled a compromising situation. "Vite, Qian'e, it is not what you think." Chen Ye stammered, desperate to clarify. Despite the difficulty of his predicament, he felt compelled to explain. Yet, Su Jiqian did not afford him the chance. Instead, she burrowed into his embrace, her expression gleeful as she gazed up at him. With a mischievous smile, she began tracing circles on his chest, playfully stating, "Is it because your disciple alone is insufficient?" Her excitement grew with each word. Seizing the moment of his apparent guilt, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Chen Ye found himself utterly bewildered by her antics. He also noted that she was wearing a new pair of black stockings, quite distinct from her previous ones, with a delicate black line tracing the top. Most intoxicating was the alluring fragrance emanating from her, making it difficult for him to resist. What shocked him further was Su Jiqian's newfound boldness unbeknownst to him. She believed that since her secret had been discovered by Lung Luoli, there was no need for concealment. As for Hu Jiyue, she was easy to manage. The only concern was to occasionally gauge Lung Luoli's reactions to avoid inciting her wrath. Chen Ye found it challenging to refuse his eldest disciple's request. However, recalling that she had struggled to stand just a short while ago, he felt it prudent to allow her some rest. She was the type who spoke boldly yet faltered when it came to action, akin to a driver who trembles at the wheel when faced with oncoming traffic. To his surprise, Su Jiqian did not seem upset by the unfolding scene, which exceeded Chen Ye's expectations. Given her lack of anger, he pondered whether it would be appropriate to engage in further antics. As his mind wandered into speculative territories, he felt a sudden chill radiate from the disciple nestled in his arms amidst the sweltering summer heat. Upon sensing the icy sensation, Su Jiqian realized a terrifying possibility. No way, cold sister cannot possibly be finished with her bath so soon. The more she contemplated, the more dread filled her heart, prompting her to slowly turn her head, rigid with apprehension. Chapter 40. The accusation against Su Jiqian. As soon as Su Jiqian felt the icy sensation, she realized something terrifying. Could it be that her junior sister, Lung Shimi, had finished her bath so swiftly? Just moments ago, she had agreed to her, and now she was caught red-handed? This time, her transgression was grave indeed. The more she pondered, the more dread enveloped her, prompting her to slowly turn her stiff neck. Sure enough, there stood Lung Luoli, still wrapped in a damp towel, her expression cold and piercing. The droplets of water cascading from her hair had even reached freezing point, shattering into pieces upon striking the ground. Lung Luoli's already frigid demeanor was now tinged with a more sinister edge. Senior sister, you have gone too far? Su Jiqian was so startled by Lung Shimi's expression that tears welled in her eyes. She was acutely aware of the severity of her actions and feared she was beyond redemption this time. At that moment, Chen Ye, noticing the sudden appearance of Lung Luoli, observed her attire, a mere thin towel after her bath, and felt a pang of concern. Although it was summer, the chill from a fresh bath, coupled with a breeze, was unwise. With this thought, Chen Ye stepped forward, draping his azure robe over Lung Luoli's shoulders while gently admonishing, "Why are you not dressed? Be careful not to catch a chill." Initially furious at her senior sister, Lung Luoli was on the brink of an outburst. However, upon seeing her master approach and offer her the robe, her demeanor transformed instantly. The stormy clouds of her anger dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile, tinged with bashfulness. She softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, master." Hiding behind her master, Su Jiqian observed this transformation, her mind in utter disbelief. Wow, is this really the same cold junior sister from before? Has she been possessed? How can she change her expression so rapidly? This is too hypocritical. Wait, she realized she had no right to comment on Lung Shimi's behavior. Truly, they were of the same sect, sharing a common lineage. Nevertheless, Su Jiqian wiped the cold sweat from her brow, feeling fortunate to have escaped this predicament yet again. While bathing, Lung Luoli had gradually calmed down, increasingly convinced of her senior sister's unreliability. She had intended to peek out while wrapped in her towel, only to stumble upon her senior sister attempting to sneak a bite. Chen Ye regarded his second disciple and, despite his efforts to keep his thoughts at bay, found himself unable to suppress his instincts upon seeing her attire. He mused that her wearing only a towel might imply something. Although her figure was not as ample as the eldest disciple's, it was perfectly proportioned. The towel was not particularly long, leaving her lovely legs exposed to the air. Chen Ye swallowed hard, noticing her flushed face as she clutched the robe he offered, and he advised, "Why not return and change in a proper attire? I shall continue to guide your training." Still inhaling the scent of her master's robe, Lung Luoli became lost in its essence. Her hands clutched the fabric tightly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue as she softly replied, "All right, master. You must personally guide me in my training later." Chen Ye nodded, aware that their departure from the mountain was imminent, and it was essential to enhance the skills of his 3 disciples before they ventured forth. Though he could single-handedly handle the task of annihilating the San Yuan, accompanying his disciples would provide them with invaluable combat experience. Excited by her master's affirmation, Lung Luoli hurried to change, but in her eagerness, she became distracted. With both hands grasping her master's robe, the towel inadvertently loosened and began to slip away. Quick as a flash, she managed to catch it before it fell completely. Although it was difficult to see, the tantalizing hint of her form elicited a deep breath from Chen Ye. Though tightly gripping the towel, Lung Luoli remained surprisingly unperturbed. There was no one else around. Even if her master were to see, it was merely for him. She almost wished for the wind to blow harder and whisk the towel away. While simply letting go would achieve the same, that would be too obvious in front of her master. Lung Luoli understood her master well. This subtlety would yield a greater impact. Observing her master's flushed face, she could sense his embarrassment. Truly, he was so transparent in his reactions. Yet, she delighted in this aspect of him. No, rather, she cherished him in every regard. In a soft and delicate tone, she addressed her master, Master Yu. Hearing his second disciple's voice snapped Chen Ye from his reverie. Realizing he had been lost in a moment, he felt a rush of shyness. To avoid further offending her, he quickly averted his gaze, directing it skyward. Chapter 41. The relationship between senior and junior sisters. Lung Luoli observed her master, who, in an effort to avoid offending her, had tilted his head skyward and couldn't help but feel amused. Her earlier call to him had merely been instinctive, without any intention of prompting him. In truth, if her master wished to glance at her, it wouldn't have been a matter to conceal. Yet, he had just advised her to change quickly so they could practice together. With this thought in mind, Lung Luoli ceased her delay, wrapped herself in a towel, and returned to her room to change. Before long, Lung Luoli emerged, clad in a delicate, light blue sheer gown, her legs bare, eschewing stockings. However, this time, she adorned her thigh with a garter, embellished with several embroidered ice blue flowers that accentuated the allure of her long legs. She had a penchant for her translucent ice blue high heels, and her natural height slightly exceeded that of her senior and junior sisters, making her appear even more graceful in those heels. Her hair, also blue, cascaded down her back, reaching her waist. After donning her stunning attire, Lung Luoli was eager to engage in cultivation with her master. As she made her way to the plaza, she passed the stone bench where she had been seated with her senior sister earlier. The tea table in front of it still held the pot of tea. Lung Luoli vividly recalled her desire to drink, only to be mysteriously stopped by her sister, who had prevented her from indulging. Since the tea was brewed for her master, it was unlikely that her sister had poisoned it. But why had she been denied a taste? What grand secret lay hidden within? Although Lung Luoli often projected an air of indifference, her curiosity could be insatiable at times. Determined to satisfy her intrigue, she picked up the teacup from the table and, after a moment's hesitation, brought it closer to her lips. At that moment, Su Jiqian was still chuckling at her junior sister's failed confession, her attention elsewhere. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lung Luoli's actions. Alarmed, Su Jiqian turned her head and realized what Lung Luoli was about to do. "No, don't drink that," she exclaimed, rushing over, but it was too late. The tea had already reached Lung Luoli's mouth. The moment the liquid entered her mouth, her brow furrowed in confusion. The flavor was peculiar, reminiscent of her sister's fragrance. Wait, why did the tea carry that scent? Oh no, could it be that her sister had added something to the tea? With this thought, Lung Luoli could not contain herself, and the tea sprayed out of her mouth like a human fountain. Su Jiqian happened to be right beside her, and the tea drenched her completely, leaving her looking like a drowned rat. With an awkward smile, Su Jiqian wiped her face and remarked, "Really, Lung Luoli, I told you not to drink it." As Lung Luoli regarded her sister's expression, her eyes darkened further. Even if she hadn't consumed the teapot was now tainted and unusable. Moreover, how could her sister dare to serve such a concoction to their master? Even if their master could endure it, she surely could not. Noticing the growing tension in Lung Luoli's demeanor, Su Jiqian sensed trouble and bolted away. "You dare run? Stop right there," Lung Luoli shouted, extending her hand as an ice staff materialized, hurtling toward her sister's direction. At that moment, Chen Ye, cradling Hu Jiuyu, observed the playful chase between the two sisters and couldn't help but reflect on the genuine bond shared between them. Just as she mused, Lung Luoli summoned a massive ice spear with her staff and launched it toward the house where Su Jiqian had taken refuge. The house was obliterated in an instant, leaving Su Jiqian trembling in fear. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Ye chuckled awkwardly, once again marveling at the relationship between the senior and junior sisters, which, she mused, seemed rather good. The plaza of the Tianxin Hall was vast enough to accommodate 2 innate realm cultivators running freely, though that could spell disaster. If it weren't for the hall's self-repairing capabilities, the 4 of them might have already reduced it to ruins. Chapter 42. The 3 disciples cultivating together the plaza of the Tianxin Hall is vast enough to accommodate 2 innate realm cultivators running freely within. However, this is not necessarily a blessing. Without the self-repairing capabilities of the hall, it would likely have been dismantled by the 4 of them long ago. The Tianxin Hall itself is quite expansive, with numerous vacant rooms, making it feel rather desolate with only 4 occupants. Yet, the lively antics of Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian bring a semblance of vibrancy, as if an army of thousands were present. In truth, the Tianxin Hall comprises more than just the central Grand Hall and plaza. It is surrounded by many independent structures and courtyards. Chen Ye has not taken the time to examine them closely, but the system's introduction indicates that they serve as cultivation sites for various types of practitioners. There are many such buildings and courtyards encircling the Tianxin Hall, forming a grand architectural complex collectively known as the Tianxin Sect. At present, aside from the 4 disciples residing within the Tianxin Hall, all other rooms remain empty. It is uncertain when more exceptional disciples will be summoned to truly enliven this sect. Chen Ye mused, feeling a renewed vigor for the future. With only a day remaining until the annihilation of the Sanyuan sect, Chen Ye believed it was imperative to utilize this time to elevate the strength of his disciples. He waved to his second disciple, calling out, "All right, enough play. It is time to cultivate." Upon hearing her master's voice, Lung Luoli, who had prepared an ice orb to unleash upon her senior sister, promptly retracted it. Her fierce expression transformed into a cheerful smile as she scampered toward her master, displaying a charmingly obedient demeanor. Lear is here." At that moment, Su Jiqian was hiding behind a pile of rubble, her delicate features appearing somewhat disheveled. Seeing that Lung Luoli had ceased her attacks, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, with her master present, she felt that she had narrowly escaped calamity this time. She resolved to prepare more enhanced tea leaves for her master next time, perhaps while carrying a bit of Lung Luoli. Moments later, the 3 disciples gathered in the plaza. When her master was around, Lung Luoli's spirits lifted considerably, or perhaps, with her master present, she forgot all other emotions. Chen Ye gazed at his 3 disciples, initially intending to devise a cultivation plan, but found himself momentarily entranced. Each disciple was strikingly beautiful, especially when standing together, their allure becoming even more pronounced. Hu Jui's features were more defined compared to her 2 senior sisters. Her exquisite appearance and unique wheat-colored skin glowing healthily under the sun, exuding an irresistible charm. Lung Luoli possessed a cold and alluring beauty, a captivating allure that made her seem distant and unattainable, further enhancing her appeal. As for Su Jiqian, it went without saying that among the disciples, she exuded the most maturity. Her voluptuous figure appeared perfectly balanced, while her unique fox-like eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls, accompanied by a potent presence. Chen Ye felt, without exaggeration, that even if he did nothing but stand there all day, he would find it utterly captivating. Chen Ye observed his 3 disciples, who, in turn, were fixated on him. The atmosphere was notably tranquil. It seemed that both parties were contemplating the same thoughts. Truly, the bond among the 4 of them was profound. Eventually, it was Chen Ye who broke the silence, shaking his head to clear his thoughts and refocusing his energy. The days ahead were long, providing ample opportunity for him to admire them. But now was the time for cultivation. He should not indulge in idle thoughts. With this in mind, he beckoned to the 3 disciples, stating, "You 3, attack me simultaneously. Let us see how well you coordinate." Chen Ye first provided one-on-one instruction on the application of their new techniques, and having practiced them sufficiently, it was time to assess their combined effectiveness. The three disciples nodded in agreement, exchanging glances to share their experiences in offense. Previously, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian often teamed up to confront foes, developing a natural synergy, while collaborative efforts with Hu Jui were far less frequent, primarily due to her prior lack of talent and relative weakness. This opportunity to cultivate together would serve as an excellent means to refine their cooperation. After a brief discussion, they adjusted their positions accordingly. Lung Luoli, needing to accumulate powerful spell attacks and lacking in close combat prowess, took her place at the rear. Though Hu Jui possessed melee capability, her techniques required a longer preparation time, so she positioned herself beside Lung Luoli, tasked with protecting her. Su Jiqian, fulfilling her role as the eldest disciple, stood at the front. Her blend of agility and offensive capability allowed her to respond adeptly to sudden developments. Given the current situation with only 3 disciples, this was the optimal arrangement. Su Jiqian politely bowed to her master, announcing, "Master, be careful. I am about to strike." As soon as her words fell, she sprang forth, channeling her spiritual energy into her right palm, which gradually coalesced into a formidable surge of malevolent force. Once her technique was primed, she unleashed the demon slaughter palm toward her master. Since the purpose of this training was to enhance the disciples' coordination, Chen Ye did not shatter the attack launched by his eldest disciple, but instead nimbly evaded it. Just as he leaped aside, he witnessed countless ice spikes manifest around him, piercing the ground and forming an initial magical array that ensnared him, limiting his movement. This technique was one he had previously practiced, now seamlessly integrated by Lung Luoli. Naturally, Lung Luoli's spell could not truly restrain Chen Ye, yet he chose not to evade immediately, curious to see what would transpire. Soon after, Hu Jui unleashed her long-prepared extermination slash, a powerful strike accompanied by a whirlwind of earth and stone, surging toward him like a roaring dragon. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye, with the 3 disciples' discussion and coordination taking merely seconds. Chen Ye watched the unfolding spectacle, astonished by the unexpected synergy among the disciples. If the one ensnared had not been Chen Ye himself, a single volley of their attacks would have surely proven fatal for a Foundation Establishment Realm opponent, and a Spiritual Concealment Realm foe would likely have suffered grievous injuries. However, Hu Jui's cultivation level was still somewhat lower than her 2 sisters, and once her realm caught up, the power of their combined assaults would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Chapter 43. Preparations before the battle. After witnessing the coordinated assault of her 3 disciples, Chen Ye clapped her hands in satisfaction, signaling that they had performed admirably. She further guided them on their shortcomings in executing techniques and their collaborative efforts. The 4 of them practiced together, free from any distractions, and time seemed to pass exceptionally quickly. Cultivators, if necessary, could often remain awake for extended periods, brimming with energy. However, to maintain their optimal condition, they occasionally took time to rest. Before long, a day had elapsed, and the 4 of them sat in meditation, nurturing the flow of spiritual energy within them. It was not until the afternoon that Su Jiqian finally opened her eyes. Today was the day designated for the annihilation of the San Yuan sect. Noticing that her master had yet to take action, she curiously inquired, "Master, the 3-day period has arrived. Should we prepare anything?" Upon hearing her eldest disciple's reminder, Chen Ye suddenly recalled the impending day. Time always seemed to slip away quickly when she was engaged in cultivation with her disciples, and these 3 days felt like mere moments to her. As a practitioner of the divine concealment realm with a lifespan exceeding a millennium, the passage of time was nearly imperceptible to her. During this period of training, her 3 disciples had each ascended by a minor realm. Under normal circumstances, achieving such a breakthrough in just 3 days would be improbable. However, thanks to the unique concentration of spiritual energy at the Tianxian Hall and the specially crafted indoor hot springs, a single soak in the hot springs equated to decades of training outdoors. Coupled with Chen Ye's meticulous guidance, and considering that they had previously been cultivators of this realm, their breakthroughs were remarkably swift. Although Hu Jiu had only recently made a breakthrough, her lower realm required less cultivation to ascend again, allowing her to achieve another minor breakthrough. Su Jiqian's realm reached the second level of the innate realm, while Lung Luo Li attained the third level, and Hu Jiuyu reached the third level of the acquired realm. It is worth noting that, in the beginning, Su Jiqian's realm had actually surpassed that of her junior, Lung. However, due to a drastic change in her master's demeanor and her own reckless attempt to protect her junior sister, Su Jiqian's realm had subsequently fallen. Now that she had resumed her cultivation, it would take time for her to catch up with Lung. Upon the disciples' breakthroughs to the innate realm, Chen Ye gained 2,000 system points, with a total of 5,000 points accrued from all three disciples, significantly enriching her previously meager savings. Slowly rising to her feet, Chen Ye declared, "The day has arrived so swiftly. I shall make a few preparations before we depart." Curious to see what their master intended to prepare, the three disciples watched intently. Initially, they were astonished to learn of their master's plan to annihilate the San Yuan sect, but they also sensed the many mysteries surrounding her. Yet, out of trust in their master, they had never questioned these matters or cared much about them. As long as their master remained by their side, nothing else mattered. Under the watchful eyes of her disciples, Chen Ye approached the stone table. Possessing a spiritual root talent bestowed by the system, she could effortlessly comprehend any technique after merely a glance. This was why she could easily guide her disciples. Chen Ye first retrieved a formation stone plate from the system store, spending 500 system points in the process. This formation stone plate could inscribe formations within it, and by gently infusing a bit of spiritual energy, the formation could be unleashed, making it exceedingly portable and convenient. Placing the formation stone plate on the stone table, Chen Ye then took the necessary tools for inscribing the formation. She began to etch the formation onto the palm-sized stone plate. The three disciples watched her actions with a mix of confusion and curiosity. While they recognized the portable formation stone plate, they were about to attack one of the most prestigious sects on the continent. The strength contained within such a plate could occasionally be used for self-preservation or to launch unexpected attacks to disrupt foes. What could their master possibly intend to do with this formation stone plate in an offensive against the San Yuan sect? As Chen Ye's hands moved swiftly across the formation stone plate, a barrier formation soon began to take shape. This barrier formation could isolate the user within, serving to defend against external attacks. However, those trapped inside the barrier could not exit unless the formation was voluntarily deactivated. Therefore, theoretically, as long as the barrier's range was sufficiently large, it could enclose a considerable area. Chen Ye's purpose in inscribing this formation was not for defense. Rather, she intended to create a barrier formation capable of encompassing the entirety of the San Yuan sect, preventing anyone from fleeing when the battle commenced. She had proclaimed her intention to annihilate the San Yuan sect, intending to leave no survivors. Only by cutting off the roots could future troubles be eradicated. Chen Ye inherited all the memories of this reality, thus she was acutely aware of its dangers. Once she decided to take action, she had no intention of granting the enemy any opportunity for survival. However, the typical barrier formation inscribed on such a portable stone plate would only cover a few meters, insufficient to encompass the vast territory of the San Yuan sect. Yet, having recently studied the knowledge of formations, Chen Ye's understanding now spanned from ancient to modern times. As both the founder of formations and the master of their mysteries, she transcended the confines of the mundane world. Under the watchful gaze of her disciples, their expressions shifted from curiosity to astonishment. Due to the limitations of materials and size, formations inscribed on such portable stone plates typically did not attain high levels. On this continent, most formation stone plates remained at the yellow rank, with the Xian rank being the pinnacle. Yet, as they observed, the formation Chen Ye inscribed on the stone plate steadily ascended from the Xian rank to the earth rank, then to the heaven rank and beyond. The three disciples gazed at their master in disbelief. If they had harbored any doubts about the feasibility of annihilating the San Yuan sect before, those concerns had now been entirely dispelled. Inscribing such a high-level formation stone plate required an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. The ability to mobilize such vast reserves of spiritual energy indicated that their master was undoubtedly an invincible force within this realm. Chapter 44. Has the master been ambushed? Not long after, the power contained within the erased stone plate continued to amplify. However, beyond a certain point, they were at a loss as to what rank it might be, unheard of and unseen. Chen Ye, while engraving the array, was simultaneously enhancing it, integrating his understanding of the formation into it. "It's complete," Chen Ye declared. Upon finishing, he gazed at the erased stone plate before him and nodded in satisfaction. The formation inscribed within had surpassed the limits observable in this world. Entrapping the disciples of the San Yuan sect would be a trivial endeavor. At this moment, the three disciples stared in astonishment at the runestone plate their master had inscribed, rendered speechless. The master had crafted such an expansive isolation formation, clearly not intending to leave any survivors from the San Yuan sect. The three did not find the master's actions in the slightest bit inappropriate. Rather, they deemed his decisions entirely reasonable. The decisiveness and resolve of their master only made him appear even more admirable. After completing the erased stone plate, the sun was subtly beginning to set. To be a trustworthy and honorable cultivator, Chen Ye felt compelled to resolve matters with the San Yuan sect before midnight. With this thought in mind, he beckoned to his three disciples, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his hand, enveloping them as they ascended into the air. "Let's go. I shall take you out for a stroll," he announced casually, as if merely taking his disciples for a leisurely outing rather than embarking on a mission to obliterate a prominent sect on this continent. Had there been others present to witness Chen Ye's demeanor, they would undoubtedly surmise he had lost his sanity. However, the three disciples felt no tension. Su Jiqian and Lung Luo Li cheerfully clung to their master's arm, radiating joy as though they were genuinely embarking on a countryside adventure. Their faith in their master's prowess assuaged any concerns they might have harbored. After distancing themselves from the Tianxian sect, Chen Ye glanced at his eldest disciple and felt his heart race. The blood within him surged restlessly. The Tianxian Hall possessed a unique calming effect that mitigated Su Jiqian's inherently alluring presence, and in daily interactions, Chen Ye found no significant issues. Yet, once they departed from the hall, the seductive power of his eldest disciple became unabashedly evident. As a member of the demon race, Su Jiqian was naturally endowed with an enchanting allure, further intensified by her unique nature. The combination of these two enhancements rendered her charm exponentially potent. Moreover, as she affectionately grasped his arm, a soft sensation occasionally coursed through him, making it increasingly difficult for Chen Ye to resist her allure. Gazing at the captivating figure of his eldest disciple so near, Chen Ye felt his face flush, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. A wave of ominous energy surged within him, prompting him to channel his spiritual force to suppress the unruly flames of temptation. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "Please, we are outdoors. I cannot possibly act upon my urges here, especially with the other two disciples present. I must maintain my composure." Just as Chen Ye's mind spiraled into disarray, he suddenly sensed a coolness in his nostrils. Curiosity piqued. He touched his nose and discovered it was bleeding. "What on earth? Must I be so uncontrollable?" he lamented inwardly. Was it the consequence of suppressing the dark fire? At this moment, Lung Luo Li, holding on her master's arm, could distinctly feel his temperature rising. She looked up in surprise to find him bleeding. "Master, how have you been injured? Was there an ambush?" she exclaimed, her expression filled with alarm as she scanned the surroundings. How could such a powerful being as their master fall prey to an ambush? If that were the case, the assailant must be extraordinarily formidable. Nevertheless, regardless of the adversary's strength, she was resolute in her commitment to safeguard her master. Hu Jiuyu, upon hearing Lung's words, also grew anxious, swiftly drawing her great sword, prepared to fight to the death at a moment's notice. Observing the tense stance of his two disciples, Chen Ye awkwardly summoned his spiritual energy to staunch the flow of blood from his nose, clearing his throat as he said, "Cough, cough. There is no need to worry about me. There are no enemies. Perhaps the weather is a bit dry. Do remember to stay hydrated. Ha ha ha." Chen Ye hastily concocted a flimsy excuse, though it was riddled with holes. Initially, Su Jiqian had shared her sister's concern, thinking an enemy had launched an attack. Yet, upon hearing her master's reassurances and observing the source of his bleeding, she quickly pieced together the truth. It seemed that ever since they had departed a distance from the Tianxian Hall, her master's gaze had been somewhat inappropriate, coupled with his sheepish explanation. It was evident that something else was amiss. With this revelation in mind, Su Jiqian leaned closer to her master's ear, whispering sweetly, "Master, could it be that you are bleeding because you saw your disciple?" Chen Ye's face immediately flushed a deeper shade of crimson at his eldest disciple's inquiry. She had indeed struck a nerve. However, regardless of the truth, he could not concede. How could he maintain his authority as a master otherwise? Regaining his composure, Chen Ye feigned nonchalance. How could that be possible? Observing her master's forced calm, Su Jiqian became even more convinced of her suspicions. He always exhibited such stubbornness, reluctant to admit his feelings, determined to take a more proactive approach. She remained close to his ear, softly suggesting, "Master, it has only been a short while since, yet here we are. But if you wish, the woods below are quite secluded. We must be cautious of any lurking beasts, but fortunately, with my sisters around, they can help keep watch." Chen Ye's eyes widened in surprise at her boldness. "Wow, Chinner, how audacious you are. To suggest such a location is one thing, but to even propose having the sisters keep watch for us is quite another. Your bond with them is undeniably strong. But does my reputation seem so unseemly in your eyes that you would think I could entertain such a notion?" Chen Ye's mouth slowly opened as he intended to refuse her proposal, yet he found, to his astonishment, that no words emerged. Clearly, his body was resisting his thoughts. The two systems within him were at odds with each other. Chapter 45. The disciple cannot escape again. Chen Ye adjusted his demeanor, clearing his throat before uttering his words. "Cough. Master did not mean it that way. Let us continue our journey." As he spoke, it seemed he felt a twinge of regret and reluctance at having declined his eldest disciple's proposal. Su Jiqian observed her master's expression, which appeared as if he had rejected an enormous opportunity, and found it amusing. In this state, her master was not only handsome, but also somewhat endearing. Contemplating this, Su Jiqian leaned against her master's chest, her voice soft and alluring. "Look at you, master. Why do you appear to regret?" "I cannot escape, however. If master wishes it, I could at any moment." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye's face flushed even deeper. At any moment? What does that mean? The exchange between the master and his eldest disciple was whispered, and while Lung Luo Li might not have caught the nuances, Hu Jiuyu heard every word with clarity. With no walls to obstruct the sound, and being so close, how could she possibly miss it? However, despite having heard their conversation, her naivety left her only partially understanding the implications. When her senior sister mentioned being ready at any moment, it signified her preparedness to fight for their master. Thus, she too was ready. This peculiar misunderstanding only deepened. Yet, she wondered, could someone as powerful as their master truly suffer a nosebleed due to dry weather? Henceforth, she resolved to brew tea and keep him hydrated. Lost in her thoughts, Hu Jiuyu remained oblivious to the fact that her master was merely jesting. In contrast to Hu Jiuyu's innocence, the astute Lung Luo Li was not so easily deceived. She held no belief in her master's playful words. Their master often embraced her senior sister, yet she had never witnessed him suffer a nosebleed. If he did so today, it must surely be because of her. Was her embrace too tight, revealing her allure? How could she have such a captivating effect? It puzzled her that their master, harboring feelings for her, had never voiced them. It seemed unwise to keep her master in such emotional restraint. Upon their return from this journey, she would have to take the initiative. Meanwhile, the source of this delightful turmoil, Su Jiqian, gazed at her two younger sisters with a mischievous smile. In this regard, they were utterly lacking. After this brief interlude, Chen Ye and his three disciples resumed their journey toward the San Yuan sect. The cultivators of the divine concealment realm soared through the skies at remarkable speed, and before long, they would reach the territory of the San Yuan sect. The San Yuan sect is situated in the Source Continent, which is also home to Chen Ye's Tianxian sect. The Source Continent lies at the southernmost part of the world, surrounded entirely by the deep sea, thus earning the name Source Deep Continent. Within this source-deep continent resides the San Yuan sect. The sect leader, Dongfang Huan, upon learning of Tianxian sect's intention to annihilate them, dismissed the news with indifference. After all, the Tianxian sect now boasted fewer than 10 members, and not a single elder remained. Chen Ye, having suffered defeat, had experienced a significant drop in his cultivation level. How could he possibly pose a threat? To Dongfang Huan, Chen Ye's threats were merely the ramblings of a man unable to accept his defeat, driven to madness. Nevertheless, the audacity of the claim to destroy one of the top sects of the Source-Deep continent was too sensational to ignore, attracting numerous onlookers. They began gathering on the nearby hills from dawn, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. These cultivators had come not only to witness the drama unfold, but also to seize any opportunity should the San Yuan sect fall. After all, treasures buried in the ruins of a top sect could yield substantial wealth for those fortunate enough to claim them. Despite this, few truly believed the San Yuan sect would face destruction. Most were simply there for the entertainment. The Tianxian sect had once been a top sect, and although their leader, Chen Ye, had suffered a setback, he still possessed the cultivation of the first level of divine concealment realm. If a real confrontation occurred, it would undoubtedly provide ample amusement. With so many spectators drawn to the spectacle, Dongfang Huan felt compelled to take some precautions, gathering all disciples and elders in the plaza to await Chen Ye's arrival. His actions were not solely for defense. He also sought to showcase the strength of his sect to the various wandering cultivators. Additionally, since Chen Ye had recently ambushed 2 of their elders, Dongfang Huan was concerned that others might be isolated and vulnerable to attack. Thus, a lockdown was instituted, prohibiting all members from leaving the sect. As Chen Ye had announced his intent to destroy the San Yuan sect without specifying a precise time, the gathered disciples had been waiting since early morning. As dusk approached, many began to complain. The sun is nearly set, yet there is still no sign of him. It seems that the Tianxian sect's worthless leader will not show. The sect leader is truly making a mountain out of a molehill. A fallen sect's futile threats hardly warrant such attention. Indeed, did they not say that once a high-level cultivator speaks, their words are like a carriage that cannot be turned back? The worthless leader is bound to break his promise. After this, he may not even be able to secure a position as a mere dog. In this world, cultivators place immense value on reputation, particularly those of high cultivation levels, especially someone like Chen Ye, who had boldly declared war. Thus, even as afternoon waned, no one truly believed that Chen Ye was merely bluffing. It seemed impossible that he would not show up. However, as the sun dipped lower, doubt began to creep in among the crowd. At this moment, Dongfang Huan sat in the main seat of the plaza. His hair flecked with gray and his appearance somewhat aged, yet he still radiated vitality. He had not anticipated that Chen Ye's threats to annihilate the San Yuan sect were mere bluster. Yet, as he watched the absence of any arrival, he could not dismiss the reality of the situation. The thought of having been deceived by Chen Ye filled him with ire, and he vowed that once this matter passed, he would dig 3 feet into the ground to drag Chen Ye out and make him wish for death. Chapter 46. The late arrival of Chen Ye. It had long been rumored that a stunning succubus disciple accompanied Chen Ye, endowed with exceptional talents. Seizing this opportunity, I intended to concoct a celestial elixir right before Chen Ye's eyes. Mere spectacle would not suffice. I aimed to make him wish for death by revealing the fate of his other 2 disciples in his presence as well. The information gathered by Su Jiqian proved accurate. Ever since Chen Ye's defeat and the subsequent siege of the demon territory, not a single demon had been seen alive. Logically, even amidst a massacre, a few survivors should remain. Yet, following that siege, there were not only no survivors, but also scarcely any bloodshed. 3 years ago, Dongfang Huan was merely a practitioner at the 2nd level of the divine concealment realm. In the years that followed, he advanced 1 small realm each year. For an ordinary practitioner within the divine concealment realm, achieving such progress in 3 years is commendable. Dongfang Huan, however, had already earned the title of the most prodigious talent in the Source Depths continent by breaking through once every year. Yet, only a select few were privy to the truth. His rapid advancement was due to a unique potency found in certain parts of the demon race, which, when refined into elixirs, could significantly enhance one's cultivation. For the past 3 years, Dongfang Huan had secretly consumed these elixirs, using them consistently, amassing thousands within that time. The number of deceased demons was unfathomable. From the outside, the San Yuan sect appeared resplendent, akin to a celestial paradise, a coveted sanctuary for countless practitioners. Yet, unbeknownst to all, buried beneath the sect lay a shocking scandal. As Chen Ye's anticipated arrival lingered, Dongfang Huan rose impatiently from his seat, declaring, "It seems that wretch shall not grace us with his presence today. There is no reason for us to wait any longer. Elders, accompany me. Even if we delve into the abyss, we shall drag that coward Chen Ye out." Upon hearing the sect master's command, the elders nodded in unison, preparing to scour the entirety of the Source Depths continent. Just then, a voice emerged, interrupting Dongfang Huan and the elders. "Dongfang the thief, where is your haste leading you? Surely, you are not contemplating a flight from your impending doom." Suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the sky. At the forefront stood a youth, strikingly handsome, clad in a long azure robe, exuding an air of elegance, yet concealing a hint of lethal intent. This youth was none other than the tardy Chen Ye. With remarkable speed, Chen Ye soared through the air, appearing almost as if he had materialized from thin air, akin to teleportation. On the surrounding peaks, a multitude of spectators, eager to witness the unfolding drama, marveled at his sudden arrival. Is that truly Chen Ye? I had thought he would not attend today. Rumor had it that he had plummeted to the first level of the divine concealment realm. How can a practitioner of such diminished rank possess such swiftness? Perhaps the rumors were false, yet one truth remained. It had long been said that the leader of the Tianxian sect was accompanied by 2 exquisitely enchanting disciples. Upon seeing them today, it was indeed the case. But wait, was there not an additional one? That disciple beside Chen Ye, with horns adorning his head, was extraordinarily beautiful. If only I could touch him, even death would be worth it. Despite Chen Ye's sudden appearance, he did not capture the crowd's attention. Rather, it was the 3 disciples trailing behind him that drew their gaze. Su Jiqian held a formation stone disc in her hands. Upon her arrival, she promptly activated it at her master's behest, casting an imperceptible barrier that enveloped the vicinity in an instant. This portable artifact allowed even low-level practitioners to trigger it with ease. The barrier expanded from an initial diameter of several dozen meters, ultimately encompassing the entire San Yuan sect and extending for several kilometers around it. The transparent shield emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, ensuring that, until now, no one had detected its presence. Seeing Chen Ye appear, Dongfang Huan's fury boiled over. A mere waste of a sect leader from a fallen sect had kept him and the elders waiting for so long. Today, if Chen Ye did not suffer a fate worse than death, it would be an affront to the time he had squandered. Oof. Neither you nor your disciples shall escape today. All of you will remain here to pay for your ignorance. With that, Dongfang Huan grew impatient and prepared to leap forth to annihilate Chen Ye. However, just before he could act, an elder intercepted him, saying, "Sect Master, he is but a waste who has fallen to the first level of the divine concealment realm. I have been at the 2nd level for some time now. Allow me to handle this. There is no need for your concern." After a moment's contemplation, Dongfang Huan nodded in agreement. As the sect leader, it would be beneath him to personally deal with such a trivial matter. Entrusting it to his subordinate was indeed appropriate. He replied, "Very well, it is yours to handle. Ensure it is done elegantly, and you shall be rewarded handsomely. And do keep that demon disciple alive. I have greater use for him. The rest is at your discretion." Upon hearing of the reward, the elder's excitement surged. With the sect master's directive, he wasted no time, soaring toward Chen Ye. The other elders of the San Yuan sect looked on, envious of the elder's opportunity to deal with a mere first-level divine concealment realm practitioner, and alongside 3 juniors who had yet to reach the foundational stage, only to earn the sect master's favor. This was an incredibly profitable endeavor. If only they had spoken to the sect master sooner, such a reward could have been theirs. In that moment, Not a single individual doubted that the elder would easily overpower Chen Ye. After all, Chen Ye had fallen from a higher realm, and his combat prowess and spiritual energy reserves would undoubtedly be severely diminished, likely crumbling upon contact. The elder of the second level of the divine concealment realm swiftly reached Chen Ye. With a mocking tone, he taunted, "Fear not. The Sect Master has decreed that aside from your demon disciple, the rest are mine to deal with. After your demise, I shall take good care of your two disciples. Become a stepping stone on my path." With that, he began channeling his spiritual energy, the oppressive aura of the second level of the divine concealment realm manifesting around him, shrouding Chen Ye in its weight. Then he gathered his energy in his palm and lunged toward Chen Ye's throat. Chapter 47. The Unthinkable. Chen Ye, upon finishing his words, the elder immediately summoned the spiritual power within him, unleashing the formidable pressure characteristic of a practitioner at the second level of the divine concealment realm, which enveloped Chen Ye entirely. He then concentrated his energy in his palm and lunged towards Chen Ye's throat. Many disciples of the San Yuan sect, witnessing the scene unfolding above, found it somewhat amusing. Ha ha ha! I have never witnessed a sect battle conclude so swiftly. Is Chen Ye merely here to entertain us? Oh, look at that useless sect master coming to surrender. Yet our master hasn't even afforded him the chance to do so. Though Chen Ye had yet to make a move, they were convinced of the outcome of the battle. At that moment, Chen Ye did not cast a glance at the approaching elder, but instead focused his gaze on the observers below. He contemplated that if the investigation conducted by his senior disciple was accurate, the members of the demon clan were likely imprisoned somewhere underground. He needed to exercise caution when the fight commenced. After his musings, Chen Ye noticed the elder charging towards him and casually extended his right hand. In an instant, a gust of wind surged forth from his palm, the intangible force seeming to stir the very fabric of space around them, creating a series of explosive sounds. The elder, confronted by the oncoming gust, felt his pupils constrict in shock and instinctively attempted to evade. However, under the oppressive force of the wind, he found himself immobilized. Realizing the dire situation, he hurriedly activated the protective talisman he bore, a resplendent golden barrier enveloping him. Despite these efforts, he still felt vulnerable, for the power contained within the attacking gust was far beyond what he had anticipated. How could a practitioner at the first level of the divine concealment realm unleash such a potent assault? He cried out for help below. "Master, please save me." Before he could finish his plea, the golden barrier shattered upon contact with Chen Ye's gust, disintegrating into nothingness. Subsequently, the elder himself met a similar fate. Countless bloodied fragments and severed limbs plummeted from the sky, descending into the crowd gathered in the square. The disciples of the San Yuan sect stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the remnants of the elder. The man they had deemed a mere waste, Chen Ye, had effortlessly dispatched their esteemed elder in a single strike. This was inconceivable, utterly impossible. After a prolonged silence, one disciple finally broke the stillness. "No, this cannot be. The elder is a master at the second level of the divine concealment realm. How could he possibly be bested by that useless sect master? Chen Ye must have utilized some sort of attacking artifact, catching the elder off guard. Yes, the elder certainly underestimated him, leading to this disastrous outcome." Upon hearing these words, the others snapped back to reality and chose to believe. After all, even if Chen Ye were one level below the elder, or even two, it should be impossible for him to achieve such a decisive victory. However, as a former top sect master, it was entirely plausible that he possessed powerful artifacts, which could account for this extraordinary feat. With this perspective, everything began to make sense. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was indifferent to the thoughts of others. He utilized his spiritual sense to locate the whereabouts of the demon clan members. It was undeniable that the San Yuan sect had concealed them quite effectively, as it took him considerable time to find their hiding place. Turning to the three disciples behind him, he instructed, "Qing heir, I have located the traces of your kin. Take your two junior sisters and rescue them immediately. Otherwise, during the ensuing battle, there may be collateral damage. I will hold off the sect master and the elder for you. The rest, is up to you. Part of his purpose in coming to annihilate the San Yuan sect was to provide his disciples with a trial. Hence, he entrusted this opportunity to them. Moreover, Chen Ye sought to ascertain the true strength of his 3 disciples in the present day. With him present, their lives would not be in jeopardy, serving a dual purpose. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian's expression brimmed with excitement. The San Yuan sect had used special methods to hide the members of the demon clan, rendering it impossible for ordinary practitioners to detect them even with their spiritual senses. Yet, due to Chen Ye's unique constitution provided by the system, he was undeterred. Really? Thank you, Master. Su Jiqian gazed at her master with heartfelt gratitude, realizing that this marked the 2nd time he had rescued her kin. She felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. At any moment, she would gladly dedicate her heart and everything to her master. Chen Ye affectionately stroked her head, speaking gently. There is no need for formality with me. Go quickly. Su Jiqian nodded obediently, yes. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure the safety of my 2 junior sisters. The thought of her kin still trapped in peril ignited a fire of urgency within her. She cupped her master's face, filled with love and gratitude, and bestowed a kiss before taking flight with her 2 junior sisters. The 3 women arrived at the square of the San Yuan sect, where, as per her master's instructions, the members of the demon clan were concealed beneath the plaza. However, the square was currently teeming with disciples of the San Yuan sect, necessitating a cleanup before they could proceed. As Su Jiqian surveyed the disciples occupying the square, a murderous intent radiated from her, the thick malice erupting from within her as she prepared to annihilate them. Her master had not mentioned sparing anyone, thus she saw no reason to hold back. It is because of you all that my master has taken so long to recover. You all deserve death. Su Jiqian's voice turned cold as she shouted at the crowd below, ready to unleash her demon slaughter palm. At this moment, the disciples of the San Yuan sect remained oblivious to the impending danger, gazing up at Su Jiqian in bewilderment. Although she was indeed an excellent practitioner at the 2nd level of the innate realm, they had many of their own at that level and even higher, not to mention their greater numbers. In terms of both quantity and realm, Su Jiqian was outmatched. How dared she utter such threats? This female cultivator possesses remarkable beauty, yet her wits seem to have failed her, one disciple remarked. Indeed, what a pity. I feel almost embarrassed to strike her down. Such a beautiful woman. How could she align herself with that useless sect master? Another chimed in. The disciples exchanged opinions, none of them taking Su Jiqian, a practitioner at the 2nd level of the innate realm, seriously. Just then, a disciple at the 4th level of the innate realm spoke up. The sect master has specifically called for this demon clan woman. If I capture her, I shall undoubtedly earn his favor. Chapter 48. The concerns of Su Jiqian upon the disciple's utterance, he immediately charged forth. In his eyes, as a practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm, capturing Su Jiqian would be as effortless as child's play. He envisioned handing her over to the sect leader, certain that such an act would yield him abundant cultivation resources. Observing this, others began to murmur. Truly commendable, our sect's foremost genius, Brother Gu. His reflexes are unmatched. Fear not, I shall assist you. Brother Gu deserves credit. Let us share in the glory. As they spoke, over a dozen disciples surged toward Su Jiqian, eager to partake in the accolades. Su Jiqian regarded the throng of eager disciples with a hint of disdain. All men, save for her master, were the same, either captivated by her beauty or seeking some advantage from her. At this moment, she wished for these individuals to vanish from her sight. With this thought, she began to unleash her meticulously prepared demon slaughter palm. Yet, at that instant, Lung Luoli stepped in front of her, blocking her path, and declared, "Leave this to me. Senior sister, I am far more adept at dealing with these minions." With that, Lung Luoli raised her ice blue staff, summoning countless ice spikes that materialized from the heavens, casting the ice fall technique. Simultaneously, an unanticipated blizzard swept through the surroundings, the ferocious winds rendering the disciples of the San Yuan sect nearly immobile. Many of the lower-ranked disciples were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, reduced to mere remnants in an instant. Before long, A multitude of ice spikes descended from above, each imbued with terrifying spiritual power, sharp and exceptionally resilient. The disciples gathered in the square hardly had time to react before being pierced through, their lives extinguished without a chance to close their eyes in repose. Those of higher rank, realizing the threat, attempted to flee, but under Lung Luoli's oppressive aura, they found themselves unable to move, resulting in significant casualties. The airborne disciples were similarly affected, cast down by the gale summoned by the ice fall technique, crashing to the ground and meeting the same fate as their brethren, impaled by the ice spikes. Only the so-called Brother Gu, the practitioner of the fourth level of the innate realm, managed to narrowly evade several attacks, yet he was still unable to retaliate. After a considerable time, as the tempest gradually subsided, Lung Luoli retracted her staff, gazing with satisfaction upon the scene before her. Like her senior sister, she harbored a strong aversion to all men save for their master. Even a mere glance would irk her. At that moment, the square, once neatly paved with stones, lay in disarray, the ice spikes having wreaked havoc, while the surrounding structures had collapsed, rendering the place a desolate ruin. The once lively square was now a grim tableau of death and injury, pools of blood frozen into solid ice. Su Jiqian stared in astonishment at the scene, her expression tinged with trepidation as she glanced at her junior sister. In comparison to the earlier ice blocks Lung Luoli had hurled at her, which were similarly fearsome, the devastation wrought now was of an entirely different magnitude. It seemed that Lung Luoli still held some regard for her as a senior sister. At least she had not been overly ruthless. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to avoid provoking Lung Luoli in the future. One misstep could indeed lead to dire consequences. The more Su Jiqian pondered, the more apprehensive she became. She tugged at her companion, Hu Jui, whispering, "Junior sister Hu, should I ever incite Lung Luoli's ire, please remind me. If necessary, feel free to strike me a few times." Hu Jui, hearing Su Jiqian's words, wore a somewhat helpless expression, replying, "If you fear such things, perhaps you should simply refrain from indulging in mischief." Su Jiqian shook her head. "That is out of the question. One must indulge in such delights clandestinely for them to be truly satisfying." Hu Jui, "Senior sister, what are you saying? I fail to comprehend." Su Jiqian looked at her in confusion, unsure if Hu Jui was truly oblivious or merely pretending. However, based on her understanding of her junior sister, it was difficult to ascertain. After a brief exchange, the two refocused their attention on the scene before them. Su Jiqian gradually descended onto the square, surveying her surroundings. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of the Sanyuan Sect's celebrated genius, Brother Gu, rising from the ground. The individual known as Brother Gu, upon regaining his footing, instinctively sought out his elders for protection. Gazing upon the devastation around him, he felt as though his very worldview had been shattered. How could a mere practitioner of the innate realm, even one at the 9th level, possess such formidable strength? He could not fathom that such a powerful attack could emanate from someone of similar cultivation. Surely, the opponent must have utilized some potent artifact. However, to unleash such a powerful attack through an artifact would require an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Theoretically, it was impossible for one of similar rank to execute such a forceful strike. Everything exceeded his understanding, yet there was no time for contemplation. His sole desire was to survive. Faced with such a monstrous adversary, he felt utterly incapable of engaging in combat. Chapter 49. Is this the expression of that devil? His gaze swiftly traversed the arena, searching for the whereabouts of his elder to seek refuge. To his surprise, he discovered that all his elders had been blocked outside by Chen Ye, with none able to extricate themselves. Moreover, it seemed that Chen Ye was toying with the elders, always holding back in his attacks. The reason Chen Ye acted this way was that he was aware of his own strength. The last time he had unleashed 50% of his power on Lingshu Mountain, he had already cleaved the ground, creating a chasm reminiscent of the apocalypse. If he were to unleash such a potent assault again, he might inadvertently harm the demon clan members imprisoned underground. Therefore, until the demon clan members were rescued, he had time to play with these elders. Upon realizing that he could no longer rely on his elders, Gu Xiong had no choice but to turn and confront the approaching Su Jiqian. His expression was exceedingly cold as he mockingly addressed her. "Umph. A waste is merely a waste. Don't think that just because you can unleash an attack talisman, you can consider yourself a genius. I am the treasurer of the Sanyuan Sect, the future successor, and I possess numerous talismans as well. I refuse to believe that you can unleash another attack like the last." Hearing his taunts, Su Jiqian felt no anger, or rather, she couldn't be bothered to feel anger. Faced with such an ignorant adversary, she had no desire to engage in futile banter and promptly unleashed the demon slaughter palm, intending to crush him with a single blow. Gu Xiong, noticing her disregard for him, became even more enraged, channeling all his spiritual power as if ready to exert his full strength. "You will regret underestimating me," he bellowed at Su Jiqian. Just as everyone anticipated he would unleash his skill, he suddenly reached into his robe with his right hand, producing a formation stone disc and immediately activating it. A beam of light erupted from the spot, and his figure vanished without a trace. Su Jiqian's demon slaughter palm struck empty air, crashing into the ground and creating a terrifying gash. Su Jiqian stared at the scene before her, momentarily stunned. What? Just a moment ago, he was intent on fighting, and now he has fled. Was his earlier bravado merely a fade? Feeling mocked, she was genuinely incensed this time. She immediately released her consciousness to probe the direction Gu Xiong had taken. Fortunately, her master had prepared thoroughly and set up an isolation barrier, ensuring that even if Gu Xiong utilized the talisman, he could not escape this domain. Soon, Su Jiqian located his position and swiftly pursued him. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiong, danger was closing in as he continued to channel his spiritual power, desperately fleeing. The teleportation formation could only transport him a short distance to fully escape peril. He had to run for his life. However, after only a short while, he collided with something, tumbling head over heels in a comically absurd manner. "What is this? Why can't I get out?" Gu Xiong exclaimed in horror, pounding his fists against the barrier. It was an isolation barrier. How strange, such a large barrier. When was it erected? He pondered anxiously. No, there must be a crack in this barrier. I need to find it. He explored along the edge of the barrier, but the more he searched, the more terror gripped his expression. There was not a single fissure in the barrier. And more terrifyingly, he heard a series of piercing sounds approaching from behind. Su Jiqian was closing in. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. Cold sweat broke out on his body, and he trembled uncontrollably, his expression contorted in sheer terror. He turned to face Su Jiqian. Though she was a stunning beauty with an exquisite figure and striking features, at that moment in his eyes, she resembled a bloodthirsty demon emerging from the depths of hell. Su Jiqian's speed was astonishing, swiftly closing the distance. Her expression bore a hint of amusement, resembling a predator stalking its prey, as she coldly remarked, "Found you. Demon Slaughter Palm." As the future successor of the Sanyuan Sect, Gu Xiong carried numerous defensive talismans given by the sect leader. In that critical moment, he threw them all out in desperation. Yet, as a practitioner at the innate stage, the quality of talismans he could wield was limited. Those defensive talismans were as fragile as paper against Su Jiqian's assault. Soon, a piercing scream echoed. No. Gu Xiong perished. After dispatching Gu Xiong, Su Jiqian clapped her hands in satisfaction. Her master had spoken of annihilating the Sanyuan sect, and by not allowing the isolated disciple to escape, she had likely accomplished a significant feat. Upon returning, her master might reward her. The thought of receiving her master's praise made Su Jiqian's smile grow even brighter as she cheerfully flew back. Meanwhile, the numerous loose cultivators observing from the surrounding peaks had witnessed the entire process of Su Jiqian hunting down the Sanyuan sect's foremost talent. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could touch the ground. Gu Xiong, the most renowned genius of the Sanyuan sect, had reached the innate stage's fourth layer at such a young age, with countless other accomplishments to his name. Yet, this extraordinary talent had been utterly helpless against Su Jiqian, failing to withstand even a single strike, despite revealing all his trump cards. It was simply too astonishing. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they could never have believed it. What left them even more astounded was that the ruthless, cold-blooded Su Jiqian, who had just moments ago seemed like a demon from hell, now wore a radiant smile reminiscent of a little girl eager for praise after completing a task. Was this truly the expression of that merciless demon just moments before? After eliminating Gu Xiong, Su Jiqian returned to the plaza. At that moment, her two junior sisters had discovered a hidden door, or rather a back entrance. After all, such a secret place could not have an entrance in the most conspicuous plaza. Lung Luoli watched her tardy senior sister and waved. "Senior sister, come quickly. We found the entrance." As Su Jiqian approached the entrance and gazed at the seemingly bottomless staircase, her expression grew increasingly grave, her heart rate quickening. If all went as expected, her parents and clan members should be imprisoned below. After such a long time, she could only wonder how her parents were faring. Were they still alive? Chapter 50. Rescuing the Demon Clan from Su Jiqian's understanding, aside from her master. The high-ranking cultivators of this world often looked down upon other races. Being a demon clan, they were confined here, and it was certain that her kin had endured considerable torment. However, this torment was unlikely to occur, as high-ranking human cultivators generally lacked the desire for other races, being more than satisfied with the beauty that attended them. The lower-ranking cultivators were an exception, but this dungeon could only be accessed by the upper echelons of the Sanyuan sect, so it was improbable that any low-ranking cultivators would know about it. Yet, this alone was not enough to ease her mind, and she quickened her pace as she descended. The staircase was lengthy, but Su Jiqian moved with remarkable swiftness, akin to flight, and soon reached the end. At the base of the staircase lay a vast chamber, its corners filled with countless iron cages. Most of these cages were empty, with only a few showing signs of life. In the center of the room stood a massive alchemical furnace, surrounded by an array of unidentifiable herbs, as well as some horns resembling those of a goat. Approaching the table, Su Jiqian picked up one of the goat horns and examined it closely. It was not merely a goat's horn. It was unmistakably the horn of her kin. The recipe for the elixir required this. The horns of the demon clan held profound significance and could not regrow once severed. No demon would willingly part with their horn. Thus, Dongfang Huan had imprisoned them here, using their lives as a means to an end. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the room. "Daughter, is that you?" It was a mature female voice, faint and frail. Upon hearing the voice, Su Jiqian hurried toward its source. Inside the cage, two members of the demon clan were confined. One was a middle-aged man, his hair grayed, cheeks sunken, and skin showing signs of age, resembling more of an elder. The other was a woman of considerable allure, her figure ample and skin radiant, akin to a younger woman but with an added touch of sophistication. Her features bore a resemblance to Su Jiqian's father, mother. Su Jiqian exclaimed in astonishment as she reached the iron cage. These two were indeed her parents, although the reunion filled her with joy. Witnessing their pitiful state evoked a deep sorrow within her. The thought that her parents had endured life in this wretched place for 3 years ignited a fierce hatred for Dongfang Huan within her. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to trickle down her cheeks. Upon seeing their daughter, Su's mother was equally astonished and asked, "Daughter, how did you end up here? It was so noisy outside. What happened?" Su Jiqian wiped away the traces of her tears and effortlessly shattered the iron cage with her magical prowess. "My master has come to rescue everyone. We can discuss this later. Let us get out first." At that moment, Lung Laoli and Hu Jiuyao had thoroughly searched the dungeon, freeing the remaining members of the demon clan. After regrouping, they began to make their way toward the exit. Outside the dungeon, Chen Ye watched as the demon clan members emerged one after another from the entrance, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With no more concerns, he could finally unleash his full strength. At that moment, a Sanyuan sect elder at the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm mocked Chen Ye, saying, "Chen Ye, will you only scurry away like a rat?" Previously, to avoid harming the imprisoned demon clan below, Chen Ye had been evading the enemy's attacks, rarely taking the initiative to strike. This led everyone to believe he lacked the ability to fight back. The only reason he had managed to dispatch an elder in a single blow was due to the use of a magical artifact. Now that the artifact was depleted, Chen Ye stood as a lamb to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Let us strike together and not give him any chance to evade, one elder declared. The other elders nodded in agreement, surrounding Chen Ye and unleashing their skills. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged around them. As several elders of the divine concealment realm simultaneously unleashed their techniques, the resulting pressure shattering the surrounding earth and stone. Even disciples who were lingering in the square, despite being far from the battlefield, could feel the immense pressure, struggling to breathe. After killing so many disciples of the San Yuan sect, no one can save you today. Prepara 2D. Immortal Crane Fist. 2 Instruments Palm. Luotian Great Palm Print. The elders unleashed their most powerful skills, encircling Chen Ye with relentless attacks from all directions, leaving no place for him to hide. Yet, Chen Ye stood still, gazing at the incoming onslaught, unperturbed, as if he regarded it with indifference. To the onlookers from a distance, it appeared that Chen Ye had been struck dumb with fear, unable to flee. Look, it seems the sect master is surely doomed this time, one remarked. Without the strength, one should not put on a brave front. It's just him with 3 disciples attempting to challenge the San Yuan sect. Those 3 female cultivators must be quite unfortunate. They may be buried alongside him today. By the way, have you noticed the sudden appearance of so many demon clan members in the square? Wasn't the demon clan annihilated 3 years ago? Why are they here today? Indeed, many cultivators were beginning to sense something amiss. 3 years prior, the demon clan had been besieged and extinguished, yet today, so many had emerged. And from beneath the San Yuan sect, there was certainly a hidden truth behind this, and the curiosity of some inquisitive cultivators was igniting a fire of gossip within them. High above the San Yuan sect, the countless terrifying attacks had descended upon Chen Ye, yet he remained motionless. The sheer volume of attacks had conjured thick clouds of smoke, obscuring the view within. Observing this scene, the elders began to converse. He must be dead. My attack struck him first. I should go find the sect master for my reward. What do you mean must be? With so many attacks hitting him, even a powerful figure from the Purple Mansion realm would likely suffer grievously, let alone this waste. Chen Ye, he has surely turned to ashes. Indeed, since my attack struck first, the reward should belong to me. Before the smoke had dissipated, the elders were already debating who had the greater claim to merit. Just as they were engrossed in their quarrel, several coughs suddenly emerged from within the smoke. Chapter 51, The Formidable Attack from Dongfang Huan, was so overwhelming that it left me coughing. I must ask, why engage in combat only to throw sand in the air? This voice, unmistakably, belonged to Chen Ye. Upon hearing his words echo through the haze, the elders were struck with disbelief, their quarrels abruptly ceasing. They could hardly trust their ears, for it seemed as if they had been deceived by an auditory illusion. The combined assault of multiple elders should have ensured death even for their sect leader, let alone Chen Ye, a mere first layer of the divine concealment realm. Moments later, the fog began to dissipate, revealing no trace of a figure within. It appeared as if Chen Ye had been reduced to ashes. The elders exhaled a collective sigh of relief, believing themselves to be vindicated. One elder, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, chuckled nervously. I must have misheard. How could Chen Ye possibly still be alive? He must have perished in the attack, turned to dust. Ah, age has dulled my senses. I should seek our sect leader and consume some elixirs to restore my faculties. As this elder spoke, another, positioned opposite him, bore a visage marred by terror. He pointed behind the first elder, stammering, "Why you behind you?" His voice trembled as though he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Behind me? The elder murmured, slowly turning his head, only to confront a silhouette. Chen Ye hovered behind him, a sly grin stretching across his face, resembling a predator toying with its prey. Upon seeing Chen Ye, the elder's face drained of color, retreating several steps while muttering, "Why you? This is impossible." Observing the dread etched upon the elders' faces, Chen Ye felt a surge of satisfaction. Having toyed with them enough, it was time to cleanse the filth. With that thought, he extended his palm towards the terrified elder, unleashing Su Ji Qian's skill, the devil's palm from the demonic soul art. As the skill manifested, An overwhelming dark purple aura enveloped the surroundings, a chilling malevolence permeating the air and rendering their breaths labored. The elder at the center of this pressure felt his eyes bulge, blood seeping from his orifices. When they looked upon Chen Ye once more, he was no longer the gentle youth they remembered, but a bloodthirsty demon adorned with horns and surrounded by hellish magma. A colossal palm print erupted from Chen Ye's hand, infused with a deep purple malevolence, devouring everything in its path. The elders, ensnared by Chen Ye's oppressive aura, found movement nearly impossible, leaving them no opportunity to evade the terrifying palm strike. "Master, save us!" One elder cried out to Dongfang Huan, pleading for protection. Yet Dongfang Huan, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that this once defeated subordinate, who had failed in the Sect war, had suddenly grown so potent. How could this be? What fortuitous event had empowered Chen Ye to such an extent? Panic consumed him. He realized that if he did not act swiftly, he too might meet his demise. He turned to the surviving disciples, urging, "Do not hesitate. Activate the protective Sect formation." One hesitant disciple replied, "But Sect leader, the elders are still outside. We cannot." Before he could finish, Dongfang Huan struck him down with a palm, reducing him to ashes. "Enough of your nonsense. Obey my command." The remaining disciples, witnessing their fellow's demise, were gripped by terror. They dared not delay any longer and swiftly initiated the protective Sect formation. A barrier gradually materialized over the square, enveloping the area. This formation bore resemblance to the isolation array Chen Ye had brought, yet its quality and scope were vastly inferior. As the protective Sect formation activated, those within could still hear the anguished screams of the elders outside, their cries chilling to the bone. Countless disciples, witnessing the scene above, felt their hearts race with fear. Dread rendered their hands tremulous. The once derided Chen Ye, whom they deemed a waste, was now systematically slaughtering their esteemed elders. The visual shock and psychological turmoil inflicted upon them was unparalleled. Only their protective Sect formation provided a semblance of solace amidst their terror of impending death. Those observing from the distant peaks shared the same astonishment. As they watched Chen Ye unleash catastrophic attacks, the fall of myriad divine concealment experts left them in utter shock. Such a large-scale annihilation of divine concealment masters had not occurred in years, and today, they all fell before Chen Ye. Even a first layer of the Purple Mansion realm would struggle to contend with multiple divine concealment experts without sustaining injury. Moreover, Chen Ye had withstood their assaults unscathed. He must have surpassed the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Shoo! Silence. Observing the prowess of our elders at such close quarters will benefit our cultivation. No one entertained the notion that Chen Ye was merely a first-layer divine concealment cultivator. They believed he had concealed his true strength all along. After all, it was inconceivable for one of that rank to simultaneously confront multiple powerful beings. This realization dawned not only on the rogue cultivators, but also on Dongfang Huan, prompting him to initiate the protective Sect formation. Faced with an existence beyond divine concealment, his confidence waned. Shortly thereafter, as the last agonized scream echoed through the air, the final elder of the San Yuan sect was reduced to ashes. Chen Ye clapped his hands together, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. Noticing that Dongfang Huan had activated the protective Sect formation, he felt a surge of delight. It seemed he wouldn't need to employ the isolation array he had brought. They had effectively trapped themselves. One must commend Dongfang Huan for his resourcefulness. With the protective Sect formation, he had indeed secured a refuge. At that moment, Su Jiqian had joined her kin beside her master. Chen Ye, familiar with Su's parents, nodded in greeting before stating, "Please step back for a moment to avoid any inadvertent harm. Once I conclude, we shall return to the sect for a more thorough discussion." Chapter 52. The Guardian formation. At this moment, Su's father and mother gazed at Chen Ye with expressions of deep gratitude, mingled with surprise. Long ago, Chen Ye had passed through the territory of the demon clan, adopted Su Jiqian, and ensured the safety of the demon tribe. Had it not been for Chen Ye's timely intervention, the demon clan would have faced extinction long before now. unable to survive to this day. In essence, he had forcibly extended their lives. Years later, Chen Ye had returned to save them once more. It could be said that this marked the second time their entire clan owed him a tremendous debt of gratitude. Such a favor might take generations of their lineage to repay, yet would likely remain unfulfilled. Regardless of the circumstances, the members of the demon clan had long regarded Chen Ye as their sole true master, an exalted being beyond compare. What astonished them further was that while they remembered Chen Ye as formidable, they had never anticipated his strength to reach such heights, single-handedly challenging an entire sect. Previously, Chen Ye had relied on the might of the Tianxian sect to protect them, but now he had come alone to confront them. Astonishment filled their hearts. Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. They obediently retreated. Below, Dongfang Huan watched the fleeing members of the demon clan, his teeth grinding in frustration. Should they escape, all his actions over the years would be exposed. The act of using the lives of other races to concoct elixirs was universally condemned within the realm of cultivation, and the repercussions would be severe. He knew that countless self-proclaimed righteous cultivators would descend upon him, vowing to eradicate evil. Thus, he resolved that they could not be allowed to leave alive. The Guardian formation could serve both as a defense and as a means to concentrate the collective spiritual energy of its users to unleash a powerful offensive. This was the stronghold of the Sanyuan sect, where they had established roots for many years, possessing a distinct home field advantage. The formation, structures, and defensive measures employed were among the finest. Activate the offensive formation, Dongfang Huan ordered his disciples. Upon hearing their leader's command, fear flickered in the eyes of the disciples. The Guardian formation of the Sanyuan sect was a top-tier formation of the profound level, originally designed for the elders of their sect. Now, however, they were being asked to utilize it. Draining their own spiritual energy on such a grand scale would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon them. Yet, since they were trapped within the Guardian formation, they were all in the same predicament. Reluctantly, after much hesitation, they complied. One by one, the disciples placed their hands upon the formation's barrier, channeling their spiritual energy. With a cold, piercing gaze, Dongfang Huan fixed his eyes on Chen Ye and bellowed frantically. "Do you truly believe I fear you? I do not know what fortuitous circumstances you have encountered, but today, even if you are a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, you shall surely perish beneath this Guardian formation." In his desperation to repel Chen Ye's invasion, he was willing to sacrifice the lives of his own disciples, wagering his entire life's work on this confrontation. His words were frenzied, his former elegance vanished entirely. Meanwhile, the onlookers, scattered cultivators, marveled at the sight of the Sanyuan sect's Guardian formation. I have long heard that the Guardian formation of the Sanyuan sect is of the profound level, but I never expected it to be top tier. Moreover, it was said that the Guardian formation had been inscribed by a master of the 9th level of the Divine Concealment Realm, incorporating the 5 elements, cosmic forces, and celestial phenomena, yielding a terrifying efficacy. Why hasn't Senior Chen Ye retreated? What is he waiting for? Does he intend to withstand that strike? Although Chen Ye had declared his intent to obliterate the Sanyuan sect, he had not yet achieved it. Nonetheless, his current accomplishments were already beyond anyone's expectations, sufficient to etch his name in the annals of this continent's history. Yet, as the crowd watched Chen Ye face the Guardian formation without any sign of retreat, their shock only deepened. Could he truly shatter the Sanyuan sect today? At that moment, the offensive of the Guardian formation had reached its culmination, awaiting only Dongfang Huan's final command to unleash its devastating power. You will regret coming here today. With a cold snort, Dongfang Huan waved his hand, and golden light began to flicker upon the barrier of the Guardian formation. The golden radiance concentrated towards the center, dazzling and brilliant, akin to the blazing sun. As the light reached its zenith, a golden beam shot forth, resembling a colossal golden dragon, casting an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the surroundings. The searing heat emanating from the golden dragon made one feel as though they stood at the sun's core, and even those of lower realms found their eyes scorched at merely catching a glimpse. Countless cultivators outside the Guardian formation felt their hearts race at the sight of the golden dragon, instinctively taking steps back, their legs trembling struggling to maintain their balance. They had never witnessed nor heard of such a powerful attack. It was truly unparalleled on this continent. What was even more unfathomable was the sight of Chen Ye, standing at the epicenter of the impending attack and pressure. What terror was he facing at this moment? This must be a trick. Such a powerful attack cannot leave any living being unscathed. They urged, quickly, activate the defensive formation. Otherwise, the pressure from the aftermath will injure us. In that instant, the scattered cultivators began inscribing small defensive formations, seeking to withstand the potential onslaught. Among them, many who could not inscribe formations cried out for help. "Brother, let me in. I beg you." "No way. 30 low-grade spirit stones. No payment. No entry." They even resorted to profiteering. Watching the approaching golden dragon, Chen Ye's expression shifted slightly, surprised, as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What a formidable attack! How infuriating that it has made me sweat. As he expressed his frustration, Chen Ye noted that his opponent was using their full strength, and he too had no intention of holding back. After all, given the seriousness with which they regarded him, failing to respond appropriately would be a slight against them. With this thought, Chen Ye clenched his right fist and raised it high. This time, he intended not to unleash any specific technique, but to release all the spiritual energy within him in one grand surge. Chapter 53. Chen Ye's all-out strike. He had never mobilized his internal spiritual power on such a grand scale before. The recently unleashed demon slashing palm had consumed almost negligible amounts of his spiritual energy. This meant that by releasing all his spiritual power this time, it could potentially match the output of hundreds or even thousands of demon slashing palms. As Chen Ye summoned his internal spiritual energy to its utmost limit, he gazed at the golden dragon roaring and surging towards him, and a thought crossed his mind. This was his first serious strike, and it would be rather dull without an impressive name for the technique. But what should he name it? While pondering, an image of a yellow-clad bald figure from a certain anime appeared in his mind. That's it. I'll call it that. Once he settled on the name, Chen Ye smiled in satisfaction, then swung his fist. At this moment, the spiritual energy coalesced above his fist, taking on a tangible form, a pale blue energy swirling gently, as if it could not wait to burst forth. Feeling the limit of his spiritual power, Chen Ye suddenly struck down with his fist, unleashing it with a cry. Serious punch. As the words left his lips, a gust of pale blue energy erupted from his fist with a resounding whoosh. The force of the punch spread across the sky, distorting the very fabric of space as it rolled forth. In that instant of releasing the technique, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure enveloped everything within sight. The distant onlookers, those disciples of the 3 Yuan sect who had not yet entered the defensive formation, were instantly sent flying by the oppressive force, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Even those within the protective array were not spared. Cracks began to appear on the barrier, as if it were on the verge of shattering. "Quick! We must join forces to repair the barrier, or we may all perish," shouted several scattered cultivators responsible for setting up the formation, rallying everyone to channel their spiritual energy into the array. Initially, few believed in the extermination of the 3 Yuan sect, which is why no high-ranking cultivators had come to witness the battle. Those present were merely lower-ranking disciples, drawn in by the spectacle. Yet, faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Ye, even with the defense of the barrier, they found survival to be a near impossibility. Although they anticipated the aftermath of the pressure would be formidable, they were wholly unprepared for such terror. At this moment, Dongfang Huan, sheltered beneath the protective array of his sect, was blissfully unaware of the looming dread. Observing Chen Ye's confident demeanor, he could not help but scoff. "You think that just because you've encountered some opportunity, you can become invincible and disregard the profound legacy of the 3 Yuan sect? You will pay dearly for your ignorance." Prepare tout. As Dongfang Huan's frantic shouts echoed, the golden dragon had already reached Chen Ye. Simultaneously, Chen Ye's punch collided with the dragon's visage. A deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of a dragon's lament. Boom! The golden dragon disintegrated upon contact with the punch's force, vanishing into nothingness like smoke in the air. The collision of their energies generated shockwaves that flattened surrounding mountains, resonating with a cacophony akin to the cries of a world on the brink of doom. Though the golden dragon had dissipated, Chen Ye's punch continued unabated, sweeping downward with relentless momentum. Dongfang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him, his mouth agape. How could their sect's most cherished protective array, crafted from the blood, sweat, and tears of countless cultivators, fail against someone he once easily defeated, like Chen Ye? It was inconceivable. He refused to accept reality, standing frozen in place, his mind racing with turmoil. Yet, Chen Ye's punch offered him no respite for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, the force had reached the barrier of the protective array. Countless disciples within the array, witnessing this scene, cried out in terror, "Sect Master, please, open the protective array and let us escape. Otherwise, we will perish." Hearing the desperate pleas of his disciples, Dongfang Huan finally snapped back to reality. However, upon witnessing the devastation before him, he made no attempt to flee. Although his attack had been shattered, as long as the protective array remained intact, there was still a chance for a counteroffensive. "No, we cannot retreat. Channel your spiritual energy into the protective array. We must hold firm," he commanded. Upon hearing their sect master's orders, his disciples trembled with fear. Their leader had clearly lost his mind. Their previous counterattacks had been effortlessly obliterated. How many more strikes could the protective array withstand? Regret coursed through them. Wishing they had heeded Chen Ye's earlier warnings to withdraw from the 3 Yuan sect, and regretting their presence in this perilous place. But it was too late for regrets. They placed their hands upon the barrier, pouring their spiritual energy into it. Simultaneously, Chen Ye's punch roared against the protective array. Crack! As the punch made contact, the barrier emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. The punch showed no signs of relenting. With another resounding crack, the barrier disintegrated, sending countless golden shards scattering like broken glass across the sky. Without the protection of the array, the terrifying pressure contained within the punch descended upon Dongfang Huan. Positioned at the epicenter of this oppressive force, the fifth-tier cultivator found it increasingly difficult to even stand. His expression twisted in horror. He realized he would not survive such an onslaught. Dongfang Huan began to channel all his spiritual energy, unleashing a dark sorcery he had secretly cultivated. "Sacrifice! All of you! Sacrifice yourselves to me!" He screamed frantically as his energy spread across the ground like ink on rice paper, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. The disciples of the 3 Yuan sect, upon contact with this energy, were instantaneously drained, leaving behind nothing but desiccated husks. They had no opportunity to scream. They were all absorbed in an instant. As Dongfang Huan's power surged, he ascended through the ranks, reaching the 5th tier, then the 6th, and ultimately the 9th. His form began to shift grotesquely, his body swelling with muscle, his skin turning from flesh-toned to a ghastly bluish hue, resembling a monstrous figure. Chapter 84, Chen Ye. The celestial being, he roared as he rose, seemingly determined to withstand Chen Ye's fierce onslaught. Break it! Countless streams of spiritual power erupted from his body, surging forward to meet the attack head-on. At this moment, he was but a step away from the Zifu realm. In an instant, the two forces collided. The pale azure gust of fist energy carried an overwhelming majesty, striking violently against Dongfang Huan's arm. His arm contorted under the pressure, and the immense force forced his legs into the ground, sending debris flying several meters high. In mere moments, he was overwhelmed by the fierce wind, crashing hard into the ground. Yet, it did not end there. The swirling gale continued its relentless assault, driving downward with unyielding force. The ground began to fracture, a gaping chasm stretching as far as the eye could see, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed for miles. Countless birds took flight in panic, resembling a great migration, as all nearby trees and structures crumbled into ruin. At that moment, it truly felt like the apocalypse. After what seemed like an eternity, the world gradually fell silent. Many cultivators who had been hiding at a distance dared to step out from their defensive formations. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. The San Yuan sect had completely vanished from this world, leaving not a trace nor a single survivor behind. All that remained was a profound, bottomless pit. Behold, a celestial being, kneel before the immortal, one cultivator shouted, deeply bowing in Chen Ye's direction. Hearing this, the other cultivators snapped back to reality, and without exception, they all prostrated themselves before Chen Ye. Surely, an immortal has descended upon our continent to punish the wicked San Yuan sect. We have lost all decorum in the presence of an immortal. Please do not hold it against us. We have beheld an immortal in the realm of cultivation. Those who had surpassed the tribulation phase could all be referred to as immortals. Successful tribulation immortals were regarded as beings of another world, rumored to possess the power to create whole realms, although they had never encountered a true immortal. The might of Chen Ye's recent strike was something only an immortal could have achieved in their understanding. The celestial being must have descended to obliterate the San Yuan sect for deeds so heinous that even the divine could not overlook them. Yet as juniors, they hesitated to bow before an immortal. Such a delay was a grave breach of etiquette, and if the immortal were to take offense, their fates would surely be sealed. They could only pray that their fervent bows would earn Chen Ye's mercy. At this moment, Chen Ye gazed at his palm, momentarily bewildered. He had not anticipated his full power strike to be so formidable. Had he known, he would have restrained himself. After all, the San Yuan sect was a top-tier sect on this continent, and he might have salvaged some valuable resources. Although he and his 3 disciples had superior systems at their disposal, they would ultimately require diverse resources as their disciples expanded in number. But what was lost. There would always be opportunities in the future. With the San Yuan sect utterly annihilated, Chen Ye's promise was also fulfilled. As matters settled, Chen Ye intended to lead everyone back. At that moment, Su Jiqian had finished reuniting with her parents and approached her master, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Lung Luoli and Hu Jui, their faces filled with concern and joy, joined her side. They had felt the overwhelming heat of the golden dragon's attack from afar, and had it not been for Su's parents activating their defensive formation, they would have struggled to withstand the pressure. Worry had consumed them as they watched their master at the epicenter of the onslaught. Had Su's mother not intervened, they would have rushed out to protect him. Although the event had passed, their anxiety lingered. While holding her master, Su Jiqian nestled closer, relishing the warmth and presence of her mentor. Master, I'm so glad you are unharmed. Now that you are so powerful, we can be together forever, right? Feeling the softness of his eldest disciple in his arms, Chen Ye was taken aback. He affectionately stroked her hair, replying gently, "Of course, I will always be by your side. I promise I shall not allow anyone to bully you." Hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian smiled radiantly, as if pondering something, and teasingly replied, "Master is lying. Every time I say no, you don't listen, and instead, you say you won't let anyone bully me, yet you bully me every day." Before she could finish, Chen Ye swiftly covered her mouth. "What are you saying? Is this what you meant? And your parents are right there watching. Are you not ashamed?" As he stole a glance at Su's parents, he wondered about their reactions. After all, he had secretly taken advantage of the situation while they were absent. Su's father appeared unfazed, attending to the condition of each demon clan member. In contrast, Su's mother wore a knowing expression, clearly having understood something. Chen Ye felt it was imperative to find a moment to speak with them, but not now. Everyone needed time to recuperate. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian struggled playfully in her master's grasp, and seeing no effect, she discreetly extended her tongue to give a quick lick. Chen Ye was taken aback by the sudden slippery sensation, hastily withdrawing his hand, his face a picture of shock. "What are you doing?" Su Jiqian, witnessing her master's flustered expression, stifled a laugh, reveling in her perceived victory. She adored seeing her master's cheeks flush. He was both handsome and endearing, a combination that charmed her beyond measure. Chapter 55. The white-haired lowly that being said. Su Jiqian did not find anything inappropriate about acting coy in front of her parents when it came to her master. In her recollections, she often witnessed her mother charming her father in a similar manner during her childhood. Moreover, her mother was a succubus. At her age, she believed her mother would surely comprehend her feelings. Besides, She recalled that when her parents entrusted her to her master, her mother had imparted some peculiar words of advice, the specifics of which had faded from her memory. At this moment, Su Jiqian remained snugly embraced by her master, showing no inclination to release her hold, fully relishing the warmth of her master's embrace. Meanwhile, Lung Luoli observed her senior sister with clenched fists, her irritation growing. Come on, isn't this enough? I'm worried about our master too, and I wish for a hug as well. Suddenly, Su Jiqian felt a chill along her spine. Before she could turn around, she sensed someone tugging at the back of her clothing. In an instant, she was pulled away from her master. With one hand grasping Su Jiqian and the other on her hip, Lung Luoli wore a displeased expression. Senior sister, it's been ages since you've seen your parents. Shouldn't you catch up? Leave comforting our master to me. Feeling embarrassed, Su Jiqian scratched her face and evasively replied, but it was my mother who asked me to keep our master company. She said not to delay important matters. As Lung Luoli listened to her senior sister's words, her expression grew more serious. Why does it feel like senior sister has gained some high-level guidance? One senior sister is already challenging enough to deal with, and now there's a mature succubus strategizing for her as well. Will our master even have time for me? At that moment, Hu Jiyue, observing Lung Luoli's frown, suddenly recalled what Su Jiqian had said to her not long ago. If she ever displeased Lung Luoli, she should remind her or even give her a light slap. With that thought in mind, Hu Jiyue gradually retrieved a ruler from her pocket. Since her senior sister had asked her to do it, she felt compelled to comply. Thus, she playfully tapped Su Jiqian's soft form. A crisp sound echoed, causing Su Jiqian to shudder and flush with embarrassment. Turning around in confusion, she exclaimed, Who, junior sister, why did you hit me? My mother has never done that. Flustered, Hu Jiyue waved her hands, hastily explaining, but senior sister, you said that if you ever upset Lung Luoli then. Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian finally remembered, her face reflecting exasperation. Did you take that seriously? Must you be so honest? What I meant was for you to remind me before I angered Lung Luoli. It's too late now. I suspect you simply wanted to hit me. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, the protagonist of this unfolding drama, remained blissfully unaware of the squabble among his three disciples, assuming they merely shared a moment of camaraderie. Let us return, he said, channeling his spiritual energy to guide everyone back. Having just unleashed a tremendous strike, he felt a significant depletion of his spiritual power and knew it would take considerable time to replenish in such a spiritually barren area. Nevertheless, the remaining energy sufficed to carry them aloft. To restore his energy to its full capacity, he needed to return to the heavenly profound hall, where spiritual energy was abundant and would soon be replenished. At that moment, the onlookers among the assorted cultivators gazed at Chen Ye as he gradually ascended into the sky, kneeling in awe. Only after he vanished from sight did they begin to rise, brushing off the dust from their garments. They cast one last glance at the now vanished San Yuan sect, feeling a mix of wonder and trepidation. That terrifying punch, though not aimed at them, left them with a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. This was the legendary immortal, capable of reshaping mountains and extinguishing lands with a mere gesture. Gradually, many cultivators began to depart the scene. Soon, tales of the day's events spread across taverns and markets throughout the Source D continent. Word of Chen Ye's return and his annihilation of the San Yuan sect circulated like wildfire. However, most factions remained skeptical, unwilling to accept the truth. When they dispatched scouts to the remnants of the sect, the apocalyptic scene laid bare before them removed all doubt. Many factions began to inquire about Chen Ye's whereabouts, eager to forge alliances. Yet, it was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm, disappearing without a trace after the destruction of the San Yuan sect. Of course, these events would unfold later. At present, Chen Ye was still en route back to the heavenly profound hall. At the entrance, a petite figure waited. This figure, with waist-length white hair and pure white eyebrows and lashes, sported a pair of black and white striped tiger ears atop her head. Though small in stature, she maintained a pleasing form. Slightly smaller than Su Jiqian when proportioned, she wandered the courtyard of the heavenly profound hall, her expression dazed and mouth agape in astonishment. Her adorable little tiger teeth peeked out, making her irresistibly cute. The concentration of spiritual energy here is much greater than outside. But where has my savior gone? I can't seem to find him. Previously, when Chen Ye had just unlocked his powers, he had inadvertently saved a white tiger demon king. After a short period of recovery, she sought to express her gratitude to him at the heavenly profound hall. However, in her original form, she could not approach the vicinity and was forcefully repelled. Thus, she utilized her cultivation and time to transform into human form, enabling her to enter the hall. Having walked around the courtyard without spotting Chen Ye, she sniffed the air in an attempt to locate his scent. Eventually, she caught a whiff of him emanating from a grand hall. Barefoot, she hurried inside, only to find the room empty, the fragrance wafting from a bed. She approached, grasped the blanket, and inhaled deeply. How delightful! My savior's scent is so appealing. Murmuring to herself, she was unsure whether her fondness stemmed from being saved or some other reason, but she found Chen Ye's aroma irresistibly captivating. Slowly, she nestled into his bed, covering her head with the blanket, enveloped by the delightful fragrance, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 56. The Demon Cultivation Division. After a while, dozens of figures gradually appeared over the sky of the Tianxian Hall. Naturally, these were Chen Ye and the members of the Demon Clan. Before they even reached the interior of the Tianxian Hall, the Demon Clan members began to marvel at the grandeur of the place. Centered around the Tianxian Hall, a vast architectural complex extending for thousands of meters came into view, resembling a grand city inhabited by tens of thousands. However, unlike a typical city, the layout here was distinct. Each building was designed to cater to different types of cultivators. Chen Ye and his companions slowly descended upon the plaza of the Tianxian Hall. Upon landing, Chen Ye surveyed the members of the Demon Clan, approximately 40 in number, all recently freed from their torment, appearing gaunt and weary. He noticed a detail. Among the surviving members of the Demon Clan, apart from Su's father and mother, all were of the younger generation, and each possessed spiritual roots of at least the 3rd grade. In this continent, a 3rd grade spiritual root would qualify one for mid to high-level positions in any sect, indicating a decent level of talent. Perhaps Dongfang Huan had deliberately spared those with superior aptitude for alchemical purposes. Chen Ye approached Su's father, the clan leader, knowing he needed to discuss matters with him. You have nowhere else to go now. Why not stay in the Tianxian sect? He suggested. However, should you wish to remain here, I have a condition that I wonder if you would accept. Su's father was initially lost in thought, considering that the Demon Clan's territory had been lost and pondering where to settle with his people. He had not anticipated that Chen Ye would offer them refuge. The density of spiritual energy here was so rich that not just anyone could come. Having a daughter who could cultivate here was already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Thus, he was astonished that Chen Ye would actually propose they stay. Having saved their entire clan twice, they felt they could never repay him. They would willingly risk their lives to serve him, even if asked to do anything in return. Su's father grasped Chen Ye's hand earnestly and said, "You may command us, benefactor. Regardless of whether it is within our ability, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost, even to the point of sacrificing our lives." Chen Ye, taken aback by his earnestness, realized that he did not have any grave demands. The system required him to recruit disciples, specifically those with spiritual roots of at least the 6th grade, and they could not rely on elixirs for enhancement. As for Hu Jiyue, she had accompanied him since his arrival, thus already counted among them. The system's requirements also included inner and outer disciples, which were less stringent. Inner disciples required a minimum of 3rd grade roots, while outer disciples needed at least 1st grade roots. However, the rewards for Chen Ye would diminish as the inner disciples advanced in cultivation. The Demon Clan practiced techniques aligned with demonic cultivation, characterized by fierce and aggressive attacks. Fortunately, the Tianxian sect had a dedicated division for demonic cultivation. Thus, Chen Ye intended to accept them as disciples, as he trusted them. However, joining a sect was a lifelong commitment, and Chen Ye deemed it necessary to inquire about their willingness. The Tianxian sect has just been rebuilt and is in dire need of personnel. Outsiders cannot reside here permanently, but if you join the sect as inner disciples, You will no longer be considered outsiders. Su's father was momentarily stunned, but then filled with joy. He had expected a daunting condition, but found it to be merely this. This was hardly a condition. It was a reward. The debt of gratitude the demon clan owed Chen Ye was immeasurable. He was someone the demon clan would serve for generations to come. He held Chen Ye's hand, ready to kneel. We, the demon clan, can never repay your kindness. From this day forth, we await your commands, willing to shed our last drop of blood. The other members of the demon clan followed suit, kneeling before Chen Ye and performing the formal rite of entry into the sect. Seeing this, Chen Ye hurriedly supported Su's father, preventing him from actually prostrating, as it would be inappropriate for his future father-in-law to kneel. As the demon clan performed the rite, Chen Ye heard a notification from the system. Ding, 46 inner disciples detected, reward system points, 11,500. Upon initially accepting disciples, system points were awarded, and further rewards would follow as disciples advanced in cultivation. Chen Ye could hardly contain his joy upon hearing the system's voice in his mind. With the previous points, he was now close to achieving a breakthrough. At this rate, he would soon ascend to true immortality. With this thought, Chen Ye eagerly opened the system shop, curious to see what he could redeem for everyone. To his surprise, he discovered a foundational demonic cultivation technique specifically for demonic cultivators. After spending 2,000 system points, he acquired it and examined its contents. This foundational technique encompassed various aspects of demonic combat arts. While it might not be as formidable as Su Jiqian's Soul Demon technique, it contained top-tier techniques of this world. Remarkably, the cultivation paths within it catered to various styles of attack, allowing each practitioner to develop unique techniques, resulting in a myriad of variations. This was intended specifically for inner disciples to practice. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at how considerate the system was. He handed the technique to Su's father, instructing, "From now on, you and Su's mother shall serve as the elders of the demonic cultivation division. This technique is to be taught to the disciples." As more disciples joined the sect, it would be impossible for Chen Ye to personally instruct each one, necessitating elders to oversee their training. Su's father nodded in acceptance, though he felt unworthy of the position of an elder in the Tianxin sect. Nevertheless, as the sect leader had entrusted him with this responsibility, he vowed to fulfill it to the best of his abilities. After distributing the cultivation technique to Su's father, Chen Ye led the group away from the Tianxin Hall, heading towards the demonic cultivation division. This division lay beneath a colossal mountain, atop which stood a grand statue of an angel. According to Chen Ye's knowledge, this mountain was also part of the Tianxin sect, though he was unsure what type of cultivators trained there. The world of cultivation was vast and boundless, with countless types of cultivators. The Tianxin sect had provided training facilities for every type, yet many remained unfamiliar to Chen Ye. Chapter 57. It is better to stay hidden. Chen Ye led the group to the demon cultivation department. From midair, one could see a grand purple hall at the center, emanating a terrifying aura of malice, as if enveloped in a violet filter. Any ordinary person would likely be unable to endure more than a few minutes in such an environment. However, for practitioners of the demon arts, this place was a veritable treasure trove. The courtyard of the demon cultivation department contained numerous rooms designated for disciples' living quarters, surrounded by an abundance of trees. Under normal circumstances, these trees would have withered due to the corrosive nature of the malice, yet here they thrived, flourishing remarkably as they absorbed the very essence that should have harmed them. The atmosphere, rather than being devoid of life, presented an alternative kind of beauty. After landing, Chen Ye addressed Su Fu, instructing, "I leave this place in your capable hands. The day is waning, and I shall not impose upon you further. You too should rest, as you must be weary." His disciples, indeed fatigued, complied, and after obliterating the San Yuan sect, darkness had already fallen upon their return, perhaps due to the considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. Chen Ye felt an unusual weariness and longed for a deep slumber. Bidding farewell to the demon clan, he took his 3 disciples back. The demon disciples watched their departing leader with expressions full of gratitude, knowing they would cultivate here and when they achieved results. would strive to repay the kindness of their master. Upon returning to the Tianxian Hall, the three disciples retired to their respective rooms, while Chen Ye entered his own chamber. Yawning, he was immediately engulfed by sleepiness. Approaching the bedside, he unexpectedly discovered a tuft of white fur near his pillow. No, to be precise, it resembled that of a tiger. How peculiar, he mused. How could there be beast fur in his room? Could it be that a beast had stealthily slipped in while the sect was unguarded? That seemed unlikely. If a beast had intruded, the room would surely be in disarray. Perhaps it was merely a bird that had wandered in. Dismissing the thought, he climbed under the covers. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his position, he shifted slightly and inadvertently brushed against something. Wait, what did he just touch? With a puzzled expression, Chen Ye reached out, feeling something soft and pleasantly springy. The strange sensation jolted him awake, his drowsiness dissipating. Gently lifting the covers, he was met with an astonishing sight. A cute little girl with white hair, blushing furiously as she gazed up at him. Chen Ye's hand had just been. The white-haired girl appeared to be in pain, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking an overwhelming sense of pity. Seeing her expression, Chen Ye instinctively apologized. I'm sorry. Wait a moment. Why am I apologizing? Why are you in my bed? Just as he processed this, outside his room, Su Jiqian had donned a striking purple miniskirt and lace-trimmed thigh-high stockings, accentuating her exquisite and supple figure. Her hand rested on the doorknob, poised to push open her master's door. Her master had exhausted himself to save her kin. She felt it imperative to help him loosen his muscles. At that moment, both of her junior sisters were fast asleep, presenting the perfect opportunity for a clandestine rendezvous, although the consequences would be dire if her cold junior sister discovered her. Avoiding detection would suffice, right? Her cold junior sister was still too naive, forever trailing behind her. Just as Su Jiqian was about to push open the door with a triumphant smile, she suddenly sensed another door nearby being opened. Emerging from within was none other than her cold junior sister. How uncanny! What was she doing up at such an hour? As Su Jiqian pondered this perplexity, she watched her cold junior sister approach. Oh no, could it be that her cold junior sister was also planning to sneak into their master's room? This was disastrous. If she were discovered, the repercussions would be severe. The chilling power of the ice spell summoned during the San Yuan sect still lingered vividly in her mind. It would be prudent to hide. Su Jiqian thought frantically, swiftly concealing herself in the nearby bushes. Meanwhile, cold Luo Li had reached her master's door, clad in a sky-blue camisole dress that resembled sleepwear, with a blue embroidered garter tied at her thigh. Her neck, reminiscent of carved jade, was adorned with a ribbon, akin to a gift waiting to be unwrapped. With her hand on the doorknob, her heart raced. She had prepared for this moment for quite some time and had finally mustered the courage to confront her feelings. The thought that her senior sister had gotten ahead of her, sneaking in behind her back, filled her with displeasure. Really, her senior sister was just a tad taller and Kavya, and though she was indeed a beauty, so was she. Surely, her master would appreciate her type. Taking a deep breath, cold Luo Li was ready to open the door to her master. Regardless of the outcome, she had to express her feelings. Hiding was no longer an option. If her master accepted her, splendid. If not, she would continue pursuing him. After all, they spent every day together, and sooner or later, they would consummate their relationship. Just as she was about to turn the doorknob, she suddenly noticed another door opening not far away. In the night's embrace, a shadowy figure emerged, moving toward her. The distance was too far, and cold Luo Li couldn't discern the figure's features without using her consciousness. But the skin tone unmistakably belonged to Hu Jiuyu. What was her junior sister doing out at this hour? Coming this way? Wait, could she also be seeking their master? The outfit she wore was rather embarrassing and had not yet been seen by anyone other than their master. If Hu Jiuyu were to catch sight of her, she would surely wish to vanish into thin air. It was best to find a place to hide. The bushes beside her master's house appeared quite discreet. With that thought in mind, cold Luo Li quickly took refuge within. Under the moonlight, the two figures were illuminated, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. Sui Oyan, cold Luo Li. Chapter 58. An Unexpected Presence. Master, senior sister. What brings you here? Cold Luo Li inquired, her voice laced with confusion. Why are you hiding in the bushes at this late hour? Before her sister could respond, a realization washed over her. I understand. You've come to sneak a treat again. You are hiding to avoid being caught. Well, this time, I want to let you off so easily. Caught off guard by her junior sister's accusation, Su Ji Qian felt a surge of panic. However, once she took in cold Luo Li's attire, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, junior sister, I never knew you could wear something like that. Is that bow meant for Master? You want Master to unwrap you like a present. Before Su Ji Qian could finish her teasing, she noticed cold Luo Li's cheeks flush crimson, her lips parting in shock and embarrassment. The playful smile on Su Ji Qian's face only fueled cold Luo Li's rage, transforming her embarrassment into indignation, as if she were on the brink of an explosion. You still dare to speak? I spine technique. She instantly unleashed her spell, intent on teaching this unruly sister a lesson for sneaking treats and mocking her. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Ji Qian hastily waved her hands. Shoo, junior sister, who is coming? You wouldn't want her to discover us, would you? Keep quiet. Who's hearing is especially sharp. Reluctantly, cold Luo Li retracted her spell, settling into silence. It was already embarrassing enough for her sister to witness her. She certainly didn't want her junior sister to see her in such a compromising situation. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu approached her master's door, clad in a black and white maid outfit. She had swapped her white stockings for black fishnet tights adorned with delicate white embroidery at the top. A crown of colorful flowers, woven together, crowned her head, a symbol of special significance among the elven race, typically worn only on one's wedding night. The silvery moonlight bathed her face, accentuating her exquisite and enchanting features, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Anyone who paused to admire her would find their hearts racing. What made her even more irresistible was the faint blush gracing her flawless complexion, akin to a delicate blush upon porcelain skin. Standing at her master's door, she took a deep breath, summoning the courage to express her innermost thoughts. Just as she was about to knock, her keen ears caught a faint sound from within the room. It seemed her master was conversing with someone. Furrowing her brow, Hu Jiuyu pondered. Could it be senior sister Su or senior sister Cold? Have they arrived before me? How frustrating. Today, I finally gathered my courage. As she hesitated, footsteps approached, drawing nearer to the door. Though she had mustered enough bravery for today, she wasn't prepared to encounter others, especially not her two senior sisters. It would be wise to hide for the moment. With that thought, she slipped into the nearby bushes. Upon parting the foliage, she unexpectedly collided with two figures. Sui Oyan, cold Luo Li. Hu Jiuyu. In that serene, tranquil night, the three diligent disciples found themselves face to face. Three pairs of eyes locked in mutual surprise, none daring to break the silence. The awkwardness hung heavily in the air. Finally, it was cold Luo Li who spoke first. Senior sister Su is hiding here because I came. I'm here because junior sister Hu has arrived. But why are you hiding here, junior sister Hu? A sense of foreboding crept into cold Luo Li's mind. Su Ji Qian's expression mirrored her confusion, her face etched with disbelief. In the Tianxian Hall, it's just the three of us and Master. Could there be an extra person? Who could that be? Is there a ghost? Hu Jiuyu pointed at her master's door. I heard voices inside and thought you were in there. Chaos erupted as the three of them processed this revelation. There was no way Master could be alone at this hour. Surely someone else was present. Had Master taken a lover? Was cold Luo Li lacking in grace? Or was Hu Jiuyu's demeanor insufficient? How could Master seek companionship elsewhere? With their curiosity piqued, they crowded around the door, pressing their ears to the crack to listen to the voices within. Although the notion of Master having an affair was hard to accept, she remained their most revered mentor. Regardless of the circumstances, they had no right to question her choices, only to find a way to come to terms with it. Simultaneously, they chastised themselves for inadequately fulfilling their role, compelling Master to seek solace in another. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu and cold Luo Li exchanged glances, silently admonishing Su Ji Qian. How could you, a succubus, allow this to happen? Su Qian, bewildered, thought, come on, when I was ready to act. You two were either obstructing me or cheering me on. Why are you blaming me now? Yet, the phrase "the grass is always greener on the other side" echoed in her mind as she realized their dynamic had shifted. As their ears pressed against the door, Sui Oyanne Curiosity Surgit. Although her hearing wasn't as keen as Hu Jiuyu's, she felt compelled to lean in closer, oblivious to the pressure she was exerting on the doorknob. Suddenly, with a click, the door swung open, catching both Su Qian and Hu Jiuyu off guard, sending them tumbling to the ground. Only cold Luo Li maintained her balance, avoiding embarrassment, as the three inadvertently stumbled into their master's room. Their expressions morphed into sheer panic. Eavesdropping on their master's private affairs was undeniably impolite. They were her devoted disciples, and this was clearly a betrayal of their principles. Just as they prepared to apologize to their master, they lifted their heads only to find her engaged in a most scandalous act. What a perverse, scandalous master. Chapter 59. The Eccentric Master 2.0 At this moment, Chen Ye stood before the wardrobe, holding a garment he had just exchanged from the system store, attempting to dress the white-haired lowly. Not long ago, he had discovered an unexpected occupant in his bed. After a brief exchange, he learned of her origins. Although he was taken aback that his casual act had inadvertently saved an unrelated demon beast, he had no choice but to accept the situation. The issue at hand was that demon beasts, upon their first transformation, do not wear clothing. Seeing the predicament, Chen Ye initially contemplated calling his disciples for assistance, as his identity rendered him somewhat uncomfortable in this scenario. However, the white-haired lowly insisted on clinging to him, refusing to let go. Ultimately, he found himself assisting her in dressing. At that very moment, as he was halfway through, three disciples burst into the room. The sudden intrusion caused him to fumble, and to the eyes of his disciples, the scene appeared quite different, as if he were undressing her. At this point, Su Qian abruptly sat up, regarding her master with a peculiar expression. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Master, I always believed you prefer my type, but it seems you favor this instead. It's perfectly fine, Master, I can understand. Just make sure to lock the door next time. Chen Ye felt as if he had fallen into a pit of yellow mud. He was in a predicament. Meanwhile, Hu Jiuyu approached the white-haired lowly with curiosity, scrutinizing her closely. With distinct features of the demon race evident on her head and behind, she was clearly not human. Hu Jiuyu melted at the sight, reaching out to pet the lowly's head, and asked her, Master, how long has she been hiding here? I didn't see her while cleaning your room earlier. Did you use some secret method? Su Qian nodded in agreement. Yes. Master, when did you hide her? I didn't notice when I was in your room, stealing your clothes. Chen Ye was left utterly perplexed by their remarks. He had been searching for a missing garment, only to discover it had been pilfered by his eldest disciple. Moreover, she boldly admitted to it. And you, Hu Jiuyu, how could you even think he would do such a thing? If anyone could hear Chen Ye's inner thoughts, they would undoubtedly agree. At that moment, neither Su Qian nor Hu Jiuyu offered any reliable support. It was cold Luo Li who finally took action, stepping forward to assist the white-haired lowly in putting on her clothes. Then, with a serious demeanor, she pinched the ears of her senior and junior disciples, stating, Enough of the commotion. Let's first hear what Master has to say. Cold Luo Li, unlike her senior and junior, suspected that there might be more to this situation. Once the disciples quieted down, Chen Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he mused to himself about how it seemed that his second disciple might be more masterful than he himself. Soon enough, Chen Ye recounted the origins of the white-haired lowly to his disciples. Upon learning of her background, they welcomed her with open arms, each wearing expressions of enlightenment. Su Qian's relief was particularly evident, as she had been worried that her master favored a lowly type rather than her own. Thankfully, it was all a misunderstanding. After explaining everything, Chen Ye turned to Hu Jiuyu and said, In any case, please escort her to her room for some rest. We can discuss matters in the morning. I am feeling rather fatigued and wish to sleep. He felt it best to provide the unexpected white-haired lowly with a separate room, for it would be inappropriate to have her stay in his. Although the lowly was reluctant to part from Chen Ye, she begrudgingly took Hu Jiuyu's hand and left. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian playfully pushed cold Luo Li from behind, saying, "We shall not disturb Master S rest then." Ha ha, as she spoke. She threw a flirtatious glance at her master, unbeknownst to cold Luo Li, who was being ushered out of the room. Once outside, Su Jiqian remarked to cold Luo Li, "Since all three of us are indulging today, then it's even. Let us return to rest early. We have to cultivate together tomorrow." Cold Luo Li eyed her sister with suspicion. "You go back first. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease." Suyi, Oyan retorted. "What about the basic trust between sisters?" "The trust?" Cold Luo Li's expression turned serious. "You have quite the flair for theatrics, sister. But I have no trust in you whatsoever." Seeing her younger sister's skepticism, Su Jiqian patted her chest, assuring, "I promise. If I sneak a treat while you are away, I shall." "I shall." Cold Luo Li crossed her arms, her expression emotionless as she awaited her sister's conclusion. "You shall what?" With a serious expression, as if she had made a monumental decision, Su Jiqian declared, "I shall brew you tea." Cold Luo Li promptly gave her a light smack to the head. "You dare mention it? Who would want to drink the tea you make?" Ultimately, under cold Luo Li's watchful gaze, Su Jiqian returned to her room, and only then did cold Luo Li feel reassured enough to rest. Although this night raid had failed, she remained undeterred, believing that the future held many opportunities, and she would not be thwarted each time by an unexpected third wheel. Meanwhile, in Chen Ye's room, just as he covered himself with a quilt and prepared to sleep, a gentle breeze swept through the window beside his bed. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared by his side. It was none other than Su Jiqian, holding a small vial, smiling coyly as she addressed her master. "He, master, look at this. This is spirit liquid, which only manifests when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain level. Applying it to my soft and slender hands will greatly aid in cultivation and other matters." Chen Ye inquired, "By the way, eldest disciple, how did you get in?" Su Jiqian pointed to the nearby window, saying, "I was hiding in the grass over there and just happened to find this window. No one else knew about it. From now on, master, please remember to leave a window for me." It was said that from that day forward, regardless of whether it was windy or rainy, whether in the frigid winter or the blazing summer, the window by Chen Ye's bed was never closed again. Chapter 60, A New Disciple? As the first rays of morning sunlight gently illuminated Chen Ye's face, the time had already progressed to the following day. Chen Ye opened his eyes to find his eldest disciple peacefully asleep beside him, a serene smile gracing her features, radiating an aura of utter contentment. As he vacated the warmth of his bed and prepared to dress, his eldest disciple sensed an absence beside her, stirring groggily awake. "Good morning, master," she greeted, rubbing her eyes as she offered her respects. Freshly awakened, Su Jiqian's hair was slightly tousled, yet she exuded a certain lazy charm rather than untidiness. In the vibrant morning light, her skin glistened with a dewy softness, and her exquisite visage bore no blemishes whatsoever. Chen Ye approached her, affectionately ruffling her hair and softly saying, "You worked hard last night. By the way, I was wondering, why did you and your junior sister both appear in my room yesterday?" In the midst of explaining his situation with the white-haired girl, Chen Ye had overlooked this detail. Only upon reflection did he realize the peculiarity of three disciples suddenly barging into his room in the middle of the night. Su Jiqian's expression stiffened at the unexpected inquiry, her lingering drowsiness dissipating. How could she explain this to her master? He likely remained unaware that both her junior sisters harbored feelings for him. As long as she refrained from disclosing this, she could enjoy a period of exclusive attention from her master. It would be best to remain silent and let her junior sisters navigate their own paths. At that moment, laughter and playful sounds drifted in from outside the room, prompting Su Jiqian to divert the conversation. "Let us not dwell on that, master. It seems the junior sisters have awakened, and we have guests to attend to. It would be wise to head out soon so as not to keep everyone waiting." The guests Su Jiqian referred to were none other than the white-haired girl who had appeared unexpectedly the previous day. Observing his eldest disciple's reluctance to elaborate, Chen Ye chose not to press further. After all, what could three disciples possibly want from him? Surely it wasn't to threaten his life, was it? In a certain sense, it indeed was. Dressed and composed, Chen Ye opened the door and stepped outside. Before him lay the expansive plaza of Tianxian Hall, where Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li were already awake. Lung Luo Li was meditating, while Hu Jiuyu engaged in a game of frisbee. Under Chen Ye's watchful gaze, Hu Jiuyu tossed the frisbee into the distance, where the white-haired girl eagerly scampered forward on all fours to catch it, returning triumphantly. Chen Ye noted a peculiar detail. The white-haired girl could effortlessly transform her limbs back to their original forms, a remarkable convenience. However, more pressing was the memory that she had previously been a white tiger, technically speaking, a member of the feline family. How had his third disciple come to treat her as a playful pet? This seemed rather incongruous. As the white-haired girl spotted Chen Ye, she bounded over with delight. "Good morning, master," she exclaimed, adorned in the outfit he had exchanged for at the system store the previous day. The pink dress, accentuated with a large bow at the collar, complemented her image perfectly, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. She wore pure white stockings, her bare feet revealing delicate, rosy toes, while a long, striped tail swayed behind her, and her ears perked up playfully. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ye realized that this outfit suited her impeccably. No, it was rather that she was inherently perfect, making anything she wore appear irresistibly charming. Unable to resist, Chen Ye reached out to gently pat her head, responding, "Good morning to you as well. By the way, who taught you to call me master?" As he posed a question, both he and the white-haired girl shifted their gazes toward Hu Jiuyu. It seemed that Hu Jiuyu had formed a remarkably close bond with the white-haired girl, even passing on her catchphrase to her. Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu joined in to greet their master as well. To Chen Ye's surprise, he noticed that Lung Luo Li did not seem averse to the white-haired girl, standing unusually close to her. Based on Chen Ye's understanding of Lung Luo Li, she typically kept her distance from unfamiliar individuals, rarely standing this near. Perhaps it was a reflection of her character or a result of her solitary experiences in the world before meeting Chen Ye, which had instilled a wariness of others. The fact that even Lung Luo Li felt comfortable around the white-haired girl suggested that she was well acquainted with the other disciples. Chen Ye recalled that the white-haired girl had mentioned wanting to repay him. However, truth be told, he had little need for her assistance. If she wished to express her gratitude, there was only one way to do so. "What are you thinking about?" As Chen Ye's hand continued to gently caress the white-haired girl's head, he seized the opportunity to examine her constitution. If her aptitude proved sufficient, he might consider accepting her as a disciple. Once she became his disciple, the system points she generated would, in essence, serve as her form of gratitude towards him. Yes, that would be the manner of her repayment. With his spiritual energy gradually probing into her being, the white-haired girl's delicate form shivered slightly. This sensation of someone else's energy entering her was entirely new to her. Her voice softened, a hint of vulnerability in her tone as she asked, "Master, is something entering me? It feels strange." The influx of spiritual energy instilled in her a sense of being seen through. Had it been anyone else, she would have already unleashed her wrath upon them. Despite appearing as a petite and adorable girl, in her beast form, she fiercely contested territory against her kindred. Yet, Chen Ye was not like others. Her life was saved by him, and a mere examination of her aptitude was something she could accept. Moreover, he had already seen much more than just her aptitude. "Please bear with it. It will be over soon," Chen Ye replied. After completing his assessment of her aptitude, he slowly withdrew his hand, a look of surprise crossing his face. He recalled that prior to transforming into her human form, she had possessed cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm. Yet now, she only exhibited a foundation of the third level of innate realm. Strangely, her aptitude was unexpectedly excellent, boasting a top-tier, 6th-grade spiritual root. Chen Ye soon remembered. Once demon beasts transform into human form, they can cultivate in a manner akin to humans. Transitioning from the training methods of a demon beast to those of a human entails a complete overhaul of their cultivation approach, akin to starting anew. This is precisely why most demon beasts are reluctant to take on human forms. It offers them little advantage. Chapter 61. The New Disciple by Yahweh. While obtaining a human form facilitates movement, it significantly diminishes one's cultivation level. Furthermore, in the realm of immortality, The friction between various races breeds discrimination. Consequently, it is exceedingly rare for a beast to assume human shape, let alone endure prejudice to integrate into human society. Contemplating this, Chen Ye felt a surge of emotion as he gazed once more at the silver-haired girl. He could envision the tremendous resolve she must have summoned to take such a step, as well as the sacrifices she made. For the beings of this world, cultivation is paramount, yet she willingly relinquished centuries of cultivation, regressing to the innate realm, simply to seek out Chen Ye, the one who had saved her. To Chen Ye, rescuing the silver-haired girl was merely a casual act. However, to her, he was worth sacrificing 3 great realms of cultivation just to express her gratitude. Her willingness to forsake everything to find him stirred profound feelings within him. It was likely that Lung Luoli had recognized this sentiment early on, which explained her lack of aversion towards the suddenly appearing silver-haired girl. Detecting her ample potential, Chen Ye earnestly inquired, "I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you desire to remain in Tiangshuanzong for cultivation?" The silver-haired girl was momentarily taken aback by his words, only to be instantly filled with joy. She was aware that some humans harbor disdain for demon races, and as she arrived in her transformed state to seek Chen Ye, she had prepared herself for the possibility of being turned away. The Tiangshuanzong, having appeared abruptly within Lingshu Mountain, had already caught the attention of the surrounding beasts, all of whom were eager to witness its formidable spiritual energy. Initially, she had planned to lend a hand to Chen Ye in gratitude before departing, ensuring she did not overstay her welcome. Instead, not only did he refrain from sending her away, but he also invited her to stay. This was not merely an act of gratitude. It seemed she owed him yet another significant favor, mimicking the human custom of bowing to one's master. The silver-haired girl knelt before Chen Ye, saying, "I am willing. I have met my esteemed master." After performing the bowing ceremony, Chen Ye was suddenly reminded of the system notification in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has accepted one direct disciple. Reward system points, 20,000. Surprised, Chen Ye realized that accepting a disciple with a 6th grade spiritual root yielded such a substantial reward. It appeared that recruiting direct disciples was the most efficient means of acquiring system points in the future. However, he understood that taking on disciples came with responsibilities. He would never resort to capturing all 6th grade spiritual root cultivators for the sake of amassing points. Such an act would be far too nefarious. After paying her respects, the silver-haired girl greeted the 3 disciples. "Hello, senior sisters." Her voice was soft and melodious, evoking a delightful sensation in those who heard it. Hu Jiuyu, upon hearing the title of senior sister, felt an overwhelming joy. Previously, among the 3 disciples, she had been the youngest, but now she had assumed the role of senior sister. This newfound sense of being needed filled her with happiness. Gently ruffling the silver-haired girl's hair, Hu Jiuyu turned to Chen Ye and asked, "Master, shouldn't we give her a name?" Chen Ye nodded in agreement. After all, she had been with them for quite some time without a name. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he pondered a name befitting her. Having transformed from a white tiger, her skin was fair and soft, and her fur remained white. "Let's call her by Yahweh," Chen Ye decided, upon receiving the name bestowed by her master. By Yahweh excitedly rushed forward to embrace him, nuzzling her small head against his abdomen with uncontainable glee. Chapter 62. By Yahweh's cultivation method, beasts of a supernatural nature typically lack names. However, once they acquire a name, it signifies that they have found master. With a master comes a lifetime of servitude. Although Chen Ye was unaware of this, By Yahweh had already resolved to remain by her mentor's side eternally. As Lung Luoli observed her mentor bestowing a name upon by Shimi, she gradually recalled the origins of her own name. Initially, she was not known as Lung Luoli. This name was conferred upon her later by her mentor. Unlike the other 2 disciples, her memories of her parents were nearly non-existent, and she could not even recall the origin of her original name. It was only upon recognizing her mentor that she requested a new name. In that moment, where her mentor granted her a name, she felt an overwhelming joy. Her mentor had remarked that she often bore a poker face, hence the inclusion of the character for cold in her name. It must be said that her mentor had a distinctive flair for naming. With the acceptance of a new disciple, the system store updated with a new cultivation method. This method, known as the Linglong Xiangong, was tailored to enhance agility, allowing for a harmonious blend of speed and attack, enabling one to vanquish foes unseen. Chen Ye exchanged it and presented it to Bai Yawei. This is a cultivation method bestowed upon you by your master. Please accept it. Bai Yawei accepted the method, her expression brimming with excitement akin to that of the three disciples when they first received their own techniques. As she unfurled the scroll, the method transformed into a stream of luminous energy, merging seamlessly into her mind. Sensing the latent power within the technique, Bai Yawei exclaimed, "Master, may I test the might of this method?" Chen Ye nodded in affirmation, responding, "Of course. I am now your mentor and shall guide your practice." With her master's encouragement, they proceeded to the square. Chen Ye assumed a stance, inviting her to strike. The other three disciples, intrigued, stood nearby, observing the duel between mentor and disciple. Encouraged by her master's approval, Bai Yawei began to lower herself. Her fluffy tail swayed in the air, and her limbs transformed into adorable tiger paws. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that beneath those furry paws lay sharp claws, capable of inflicting grievous wounds. Bai Yawei began to channel her spiritual energy and suddenly darted forward. To the eyes of the three disciples, she seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Their gazes darted around the arena until they discovered that Bai Yawei had already materialized behind her master. Her paw, as large as her own head, descended upon him. Yet, fearing she might harm her mentor, she retracted her sharp claws, concealing them within her soft pads. Her concerns were unwarranted. While the three disciples could not perceive her movement, Chen Ye observed everything with clarity. He casually turned around and reached out, grasping her fluffy paw. "Ah, quite impressive. Your speed is remarkable. If your opponent were not your master, even a cultivator at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage might struggle to catch you. So, shall we continue?" Chen Ye remarked in admiration, posing the question. Bai Yawei found herself suspended in midair, held aloft by her master's hand, presenting a delightful and amusing sight. Instead of replying, she exerted herself and swung, akin to a swing, landing against her mentor. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, hanging onto him affectionately. Chapter 63. The pitiful Chen Ye. Bai Yawei felt that the scent emanating from Chen Ye was akin to catnip, an innate allure that captivated her. This sensation was so delightful that she longed to remain close to him for eternity. Her arms were tightly wrapped around her master's neck, while her slender, fair legs entwined around his waist, her petite form clinging to him, with her flowing, pure white hair glimmering softly in the sunlight. She resembled a celestial angel descended from the heavens. Her skin, a perfect blend of pale and rosy hues, combined with her angelic visage, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Giggling while inhaling deeply, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for accompanying your disciple in her cultivation. I'm truly happy." As she gazed up at her master's flawless features and soft lips, an irresistible impulse surged within her. She adored his scent and yearned to experience it more intimately. The life of a demon beast was typically unrestrained, devoid of the need for concealment. They indulged in their desires without hesitation, eating when hungry and sleeping when weary. Thus, without a trace of doubt, she leaned in closer to her master's face. Chen Ye, caught entirely off guard, stood there in a daze. Bai Yawei's strength began to wane, her legs loosening as if she might tumble down. Fearing her fall, Chen Ye instinctively supported her delicate form. The three disciples who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in disbelief. "Didn't we agree to cultivate? Why are we resorting to such antics?" "Bai Shimi, you're crossing a line." The three exchanged glances, each feeling a mix of disapproval and reluctance to intervene. After all, Bai Shimi was undeniably adorable, and they wished to maintain her favor for future affection. Her soft figure appeared irresistible, and the thought of upsetting her was daunting. Eventually, it was the eldest disciple, Su Qian, who stepped forward. Gently tugging Bai Yawei by the neck, as one would a kitten, she lifted her up. "Bai Shimi, this behavior is quite inappropriate." She feigned admonishment before leaning closer to whisper in Bai Yawei's ear. What Su Shiji just mentioned can be overlooked. But do be careful not to let Long Shiji find out. I'm indifferent, but she can be quite possessive. After setting Bai Yaowei down, Su Qian began to act mischievously herself. Observing her master's flushed face from the unexpected encounter, she could not suppress her own desires and moved in to embrace him. Lung Luoli, who had been oblivious to the sly exchange between the two, sensed something was amiss. Her intuition nagged at her, causing her to suspect their conversation was far from innocent. Although she hadn't overheard the words, Hu Jiue, however, had. She couldn't help but chuckle at the description Su Qian had given of Long Shiji, finding it quite apartment. Meanwhile, Su Qian had succumbed to her own impulses, disregarding her earlier intention to guide the Na'vi Bai Yaowei. Lung Luoli, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene. Susihi, she exclaimed, how dare you indulge in such behavior before my eyes? Ice-binding technique. Reluctant to unleash her power on the adorable Bai Yaowei, she directed her frustration at Su Qian instead, often feeling her strikes were too lenient. Without hesitation, she unleashed her skill, determined to teach her elder a lesson. Su Qian had hoped to take advantage of the chaos caused by Bai Yaowei's actions, but Lung Luoli's keen perception foiled her plans. A chilling aura descended upon Su Qian, and she felt an icy dread creeping over her. Realizing escape was futile, she bolted. You dare run from me? Stop right there. Lung Luoli shouted, her frustration palpable as she conjured an elegant ice-blue staff, its exquisite craftsmanship evident in her grasp. With determination, she pursued Su Qian, her long legs propelling her forward effortlessly. After the playful duo departed, only Chen Ye, Hu Jiue, and Bai Yaowei remained, exchanging puzzled glances. Hu Jiue, accustomed to such antics, shrugged. Master, both elder sisters have gone off to play. Shall we continue our cultivation? Very well, Chen Ye replied, perceiving his disciples' lively spirits as a natural inclination towards playfulness. He was not a stern master. If they wished to frolic, he would permit it. As time passed, afternoon arrived, and in the women's hot spring, Su Qian and Lung Luoli had just entered without having changed or bathed yet. With an impatient expression, Lung Luoli confronted Su Qian. You mentioned you had something to compensate me for? Why bring me here? Just as Lung Luoli's icy staff was about to strike Su Qian, the latter pleaded for forgiveness, promising a gift. Soon, they found themselves in the changing room, where Su Qian rummaged through the corner and unearthed a garment, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. Here it is, she said eagerly. What do you mean by this? Why are you giving me a man's clothing? I cannot wear it. Lung Luoli replied, bewildered. The outfit was a long blue robe, and as Su Qian held it, her eyes sparkled with excitement, the pink hearts dancing within her gaze. Chapter 64. Master, I adore you. Su Jiqian addressed her junior sister, Lung Luoli, saying, this garment is quite exceptional. I painstakingly pilfered it from our master's quarters. Today, I shall allow you to wear it, just this once. As she spoke, she presented the azure robe to Lung Luoli as if it were a treasured artifact. At this moment, Lung Luoli wore an expression of sheer bewilderment. Seriously, is this what you call a gift? And why on earth would you steal our master's attire? Why must I wear it? She lamented, clutching her head in exasperation, nearly amused by her senior sister's antics. I refuse to wear it. What on earth are you scheming? Seeing that her junior sister was reluctant, Su Jiqian quickly reclaimed the robe, cradling it like a precious jewel. This was your choice to decline, so I shall wear it myself. With that, she proceeded to don the azure robe right before Lung Luoli's eyes. Intrigued, Lung Luoli observed her senior sister, curious about her intentions. As she watched, Su Jiqian began to perform some peculiar actions. Lung Luoli gasped and swiftly grasped her senior sister's hand. What are you doing with our master's clothing? Su Jiqian's eyes sparkled with pink hearts, enraptured as she proclaimed, once I don our master's attire, I am enveloped by her essence. Do you understand? The scent of our master is simply divine. I cannot help but. Lung Luoli interjected, though we are fellow disciples, this is crossing a line. To this day, the true nature of Su Jiqian's actions remains a mystery, perhaps known only to Lung Luoli. The scene shifts, revealing Hu Jui standing at the entrance of the indoor hot spring. She gazed at the signage, puzzled. Has our master remodeled the hot spring? Previously, one would step directly into the spring, but now the left side was designated for males and the right for females. Following the signs, she headed towards the female section. Upon opening the door, Hu Jui entered without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the changing room, Su Jiqian was in the process of removing the azure robe. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Jui mistakenly believed it to be their master changing clothes. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly shielded her eyes and retreated. "Master, I am so sorry. I must have taken a wrong turn," she exclaimed, hastily exiting the changing room. Inside the changing room, Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli exchanged glances. "It seems we have been misunderstood." Before they could clarify, Hu Jui had already fled in fright. However, it was likely that she would soon realize her error and return. Outside, Hu Jui leaned against the wall, taking a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart. "That was close. I nearly offended our master. Perhaps I took a wrong turn. My senior sisters should be across the hall." She murmured to herself and proceeded towards the other side. Upon entering the changing room, she found it empty. After changing into her bathing attire, Hu Jui stepped into the hot spring area. At that moment, Chen Ye was blissfully soaking in the water, his thoughts drifting far away. As Chen Ye was only facing away, Hu Jui could not discern who was in the water. Is that senior sister Su? Where has senior sister Lung gone? She pondered aloud as she waded into the pool. Upon hearing Hu Jui's voice, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why is there another person in the bath? Even more perplexing was the fact that if it were the eldest disciple, he could understand. But how had the third disciple's voice found its way here? Not receiving a response from senior sister Su, Hu Jui swam closer, puzzled by the unusual silence. As she knew her senior sister was typically quite talkative, when she reached the so-called senior sister Su, their eyes met. "Hu Jui, master." Realizing who it was, Hu Jui's face blanched in shock. Having been embarrassed by the sight of a false master changing, seeing the real one up close left her dizzy. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, spreading all the way to her collarbone as she stood frozen in shyness. Before long, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her and collapsed backward, bubbles rising from the hot spring water. "Chen Ye, Moon." Seeing this, Chen Ye quickly dove underwater to rescue her. He then cradled her and laid her gently on the shore. Observing Hu Jui in a semi-conscious state, Chen Ye felt a surge of panic. Although he was a cultivator, this was his first experience saving a drowning maiden. What should he do in this situation? Should he administer a healing pill or perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Mouth-to-mouth? Chen Ye glanced at Hu Jui's delicate features and soft lips, his heart racing. Yet, in the face of this emergency, he cast aside his reservations. Though their statuses were mismatched, they had made physical contact numerous times before. Surely Moon would understand him. With this thought, Chen Ye leaned closer. Just as he was about to make contact with Hu Jui, her eyes fluttered open. A brief immersion in water posed no danger to an ordinary person, let alone a cultivator. Hu Jui had merely fainted from overwhelming shyness and emotional turmoil. Regaining her senses, she was met with the close proximity of her master, her eyes widening in surprise. Yet, in her bashful state, she could not bring herself to reject him. In a fleeting moment, Hu Jui extended her arms, enveloping her master in a tight embrace. After several minutes, Chen Ye finally extricated himself from the embrace. Although it was not the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation he envisioned, the goal had been achieved. Seeing Hu Jui gradually recover, he inquired, "Moon, was there something urgent that brought you here to find me?" Hu Jui shook her head. Having moved past the initial pangs of embarrassment, she began to gather her thoughts. She had intended to explain that her presence was a misunderstanding, but now she felt compelled to express something of greater significance. In this perfect moment, she wished to reveal her feelings for her master. Having prepared for this moment for quite some time, she summoned her courage and declared, "Master, I adore you." Chapter 65. Hu Jiuyu's confession. After she finished speaking, her expression was tinged with nervousness as she gazed at her master. She was uncertain whether her master would accept her confession, and the thought of inciting his disdain left her feeling anxious. Would this mean she could no longer be close to him? Upon hearing Hu Jiuyu's confession, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to express his fondness for Yuer, acknowledging her as an exceptional disciple. However, observing Hu Jiuyu's demeanor and tone, it became evident that her affection bore a deeper significance. She was truly confessing her feelings to him. Chen Ye had long recognized his own affection for his third disciple, akin to his sentiments for his eldest disciple. Yet, out of shyness, he had refrained from voicing it. In this intimate setting, it felt appropriate to reveal his heart. If Hu Jiuyu was genuinely confessing her feelings, he deemed it necessary to clarify his own emotions. Should she not reciprocate his affections, he would strive to maintain a respectful distance in the future. This time, Chen Ye took the initiative to confess to his disciple. Yeah, I too hold feelings for you. However, love can embody various layers of meaning. At times, I have had other thoughts regarding you, though I am aware that such feelings may not be appropriate. If you do not share these feelings, I shall certainly refrain from pursuing them in the future. His words were clear, devoid of ambiguity, and carried no hint of coercion. Instead, they were imbued with profound respect. Upon hearing her master's response, Hu Jiuyu paused for a considerable time, a torrent of emotions flooding her heart. With no outlet for her feelings, tears began to fall silently to the ground. She excitedly embraced her master, her voice trembling as she confessed, "Master, I have liked you for a long time. From the moment you took me in, I have harbored these feelings. For so many years, I have been too afraid to speak, fearing it would displease you. Hearing you say this makes me so incredibly happy. Master, I love you. Let us be together." In the truest sense, she unabashedly revealed her emotions, laying bare the sentiments she had long concealed. Chen Ye, witnessing her emotional outburst, felt a profound stir within his own heart. Unlike his eldest disciple, who was extroverted and openly expressed her feelings, Hu Jiuyu had buried her affections deep within her heart. When they finally erupted, the intensity of her feelings was unparalleled. As Chen Ye learned that the person he cherished also reciprocated his feelings, his heart swelled with joy. He gently replied, "Yes, let's be together." As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her once more. Unbeknownst to them, in another hot spring room, Su Jiqian and Lung Luo Li were luxuriating in the warm waters. Suddenly, Lung Luo Li, as if struck by a thought, turned to Su Jiqian with a puzzled expression and inquired, "It's been quite a while. Why hasn't Hu Shimei returned? Could she have truly gone to the other side?" But Master seems to have gone there as well. She recalled hearing their master's voice emanating from the adjacent room, indicating that he was likely enjoying a bath. If Master was next door, Hu Jiuyu should have returned promptly. At that moment, Su Jiqian, basking in the warmth of the hot spring, appeared utterly relaxed and unconcerned, responding casually, "Who knows? Perhaps she's gone back to rest." Do you really think Hu Shimei would confess to Master? Don't be silly. Given her personality, that seems unlikely. Lung Luo Li had not initially entertained such thoughts, but nodded in agreement. It's not that I'm worried about that. I just feel a bit sorry for Hu Shimei for missing out on the opportunity to enjoy the bath. Meanwhile, Bai Yue lay atop the hot spring room's roof, soaking in the sunlight while occasionally licking her transformed tiger claws. Though she was a white tiger demon beast, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a white cat. Sunbathing was her favorite pastime, for prior to taking human form, she had little to occupy her time, either competing for territory with her kind, or simply basking in the sun, or occasionally toying with nearly dead prey. Of course, demon beasts possessed a high level of intelligence, allowing for communication. However, exchanges between demon kings often devolved into roars preceding battles. Yet within Ling Su Mountain, there existed a being who transcended all demon kings, revered as the Demon Emperor, whose realm was unmatched by any other. Bai Yue frequently sought the company of this Demon Emperor, and they shared a close friendship. During their last meeting, the Demon Emperor expressed curiosity about the suddenly emerging Tianxian sect and wished to explore it. Upon their next encounter, Bai Yue eagerly anticipated regaling her friend with tales of her experiences within the sect. Noticing her master had not appeared for some time, Bai Yue felt a twinge of curiosity. Is Master bathing? How peculiar. Do humans truly take this long to bathe? Unlike us demon beasts, who merely need to lick our fur to be clean. Her expression was one of contemplative innocence, and with her flowing white hair, she appeared exceedingly adorable. Before long, a realization dawned upon her. The reason humans do not lick themselves clean as demon beasts do was simply that they could not reach. How pitiful. Licking one's fur was a delight. Her master was missing out on such pleasure. Since her master could not enjoy this, she resolved to assist her as a gesture of gratitude. Bai Yue firmly affirmed this thought within her heart. Chapter 66, Schifi Film 4. 0+, as dawn broke on the following day. Within the confines of the indoor hot spring, the red roses had long been washed clean by the water. Hu Jiyu had already changed her attire and was seated at the vanity once used by senior sister Su, meticulously arranging her hair. Her expression radiated unparalleled joy and contentment. She could hardly recall how many times she had exclaimed, "Master, I am so happy," the day before. At that moment, Chen Ye approached her side, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. To be candid, Hu Jiuyu's physical prowess was exceptionally remarkable. Chen Ye had anticipated that she might succumb to a semi-conscious state like Su Jiqian did on her first experience, but he had worried unnecessarily. Perhaps it was due to the nature of her cultivation method. Hu Jiuyu's practice was inherently linked to physical abilities, thus her stamina was extraordinary. Her figure was also strikingly perfect, with well-defined abs that were a harmonious blend of muscle and softness. Rising to her feet, Hu Jiuyu addressed her master, saying, "Master, I am ready. Let us go. The senior sisters must be waiting eagerly." Chen Ye nodded in response, drawing from his prior experience. He took care to support her as they made their way outside. However, as he grasped the doorknob, a sudden wave of apprehension washed over him. How would he explain this to Su Jiqian later? Although it was a bit late to ponder this now, he had no intention of concealing the truth from his eldest disciple. He was uncertain how she would react upon learning this news. Nevertheless, he resolved to be forthright with his most trusted disciple. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye pushed open the bathroom door. Upon entering the plaza, he found that Lung Luo Li and Su Jiqian had already awakened and were meditating at the center of the square. Bai Yue was also imitating her senior sisters, earnestly engaged in her own practice. As soon as they spotted their master, the disciples approached with cheerful greetings. Su Jiqian stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at her master. Her expression dreamy as she admired him in the morning light, greeting him with a soft good morning. Meanwhile, Lung Luo Li appeared more subdued. Though her movements were less flamboyant, the affection in her gaze was impossible to disguise. Bai Yue, on the other hand, hopped excitedly to greet him, her impressive agility allowing her to leap to the height of her second senior sister effortlessly, standing before his disciples. Chen Ye felt a surge of delight at their vibrant energy. He smiled warmly and replied, "Good morning to you all. By the way, later I will take you for training. First, however, I wish to check on the inner disciples to see how they are faring." The members of the demon clan had only recently been welcomed into the sect and were still recovering from their prior weakness. Now that some time had passed, Chen Ye was eager to assess their progress. Though they were not his direct disciples, he held the inner disciples in high regard, for they were all potential sources of merit. Hearing her master's words, Lung Luo Li shook her head and said, "Master, I feel that I am on the verge of a breakthrough and wish to continue my training." A breakthrough typically occurs when one reaches a critical point in their cultivation. If interrupted for too long, it can become challenging to achieve the next level. Chen Ye, pleasantly surprised, asked with concern, "Are you encountering difficulties? Do you require my assistance?" Lung Luo Li's cultivation level surpassed that of her senior sister, and while both possessed similar talents, Lung Luo Li was poised to advance more swiftly despite the minor gap in their levels. This could be attributed to Su Jiqian's recent lack of diligence in her training, although it was not entirely her fault, considering she had far less time to devote to practice compared to Lung Luo Li. As for where all that time had gone, that was a question better directed at the formidable Chen Ye. Shaking her head again with determination, Lung Luo Li replied, "It's nothing, master. It's merely a breakthrough into the innate realm. I can handle it." For a genius with a 6th grade spiritual root, challenges typically arise only after reaching the foundational stage. In the innate realm, as long as there is sufficient spiritual energy to support the endeavor, breakthroughs are quite manageable. Within the heavenly Xian temple, spiritual energy was abundant, akin to a continuous flow of spirit stones, inexhaustible and readily available. Upon hearing her assurance, Chen Ye felt reassured. Very well. I will take the others to see how they are doing. Exercise caution during your breakthrough, and should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call for me. With that, he waved his hand grandly and lifted into the air with the others following suit, while Lung Luo Li resumed her training, striving for an earlier breakthrough to serve her master. As they traveled, Chen Ye deliberately slowed his pace. Feeling somewhat guilty, he glanced sideways at Su Jiqian and hesitated before speaking. Qian, there's something I need to discuss with you. Su Jiqian regarded her master with keen interest, a subtle smile playing on her lips, exuding a captivating allure. She had already begun to surmise what her master might reveal. The enchanting demoness possessed a heightened sensitivity to certain cues, much like how Su's mother could discern her feelings at a glance. What could her master possibly wish to share? Master, please think carefully before you speak. I assure you, I won't be upset, she teased, her voice melodious and enchanting. Her final statement was intentionally directed at her master, aiming to provoke a reaction from him. Chen Ye indeed fell into her trap. Upon hearing his eldest disciple's words, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Oh no, his eldest disciple was definitely going to be upset. Nevertheless, he resolved to acknowledge his actions. With a deep breath, Chen Ye summoned his courage and confessed, Yesterday, I was also with you, heir. Hu Jiuyu stood shyly at Chen Ye's side, acutely aware of Su Jiqian's affections for her master. She felt a twinge of guilt for getting in the way of Su Jiqian, who had shown her much care in the past. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu remained blissfully unaware that Su Jiqian had actually discovered this information before her. Su Jiqian's smile broadened upon hearing her master's confession. To be frank, given her master's character, she had expected him to conceal this for a while. Yet, she had also been prepared to feign ignorance. To her surprise, her master was unexpectedly candid, directly sharing the truth with her. Regardless of the circumstances, his honesty made him seem even more admirable. With a playful embrace around her master's arm, Su Jiqian looked up at him with a flirtatious smile and said, Were you worried I would be upset, master? Not at all. You needn't worry. On the contrary, I am thrilled that you have not abandoned me for another. Chen Ye was taken aback by his eldest disciple's response. This was indeed a fantastical situation. Not only was she grand in stature, but her heart seemed to be equally expansive. Wait, did those two aspects even belong together? In that moment, Chen Ye had yet to fully adjust his mindset from that of a modern individual. In the realm of cultivation, it was quite common for powerful beings like him, apart from those who practice the heartless path, to have multiple partners. After all, cultivators often live for millennia, encountering countless individuals along their long journey. Chapter 67. The vibrant inner sect disciples. In Su Jiqian's perspective, Chen Yexin's most trusted companion is still Hu Jiuyue. Thus, there is no reason for her to feel anger. While she does not mind her master having multiple partners, she would indeed feel upset if they were strangers. At this moment, Su Jiqian flew to Hu Jiuyue's side, smiling brightly as she said, However, I must admit, I'm somewhat surprised. Hu Junior sister, you actually had the audacity to. Wait, Su Senior sister, what are you saying? Is this something we can discuss openly? Moreover, it is already quite embarrassing for master to have just one partner. At that moment, Baiyu was gazing at everyone in a daze. She was still unaware of what her master had just mentioned, as she had yet to fully integrate into human society. However, it would not be long before she comprehended the conversation that had taken place today. Chen Ye, observing his eldest disciple's lack of anger, felt a sense of relief. As long as his disciples could maintain harmony, he, as their master, would be at ease. Chen Ye and his 3 disciples accelerated their flight toward the demon cultivation department. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian Hall square, Lung Lili stood alone, her brow gradually knitting in concentration as she broke through. For some reason, perhaps stemming from a woman's intuition, she felt that her senior and junior sisters were concealing something from her, which made her restless and affected her breakthrough. Despite Hu Jiuyue having disappeared with her master for an entire night, Lung Luoli had never doubted her. In fact, Su Jiqian felt the same. Had it not been for her succubus instincts, she too would not have suspected Hu Jiyue before meeting their master today. After all, Hu Jiyue had previously exhibited an overly introverted demeanor, making it unlikely for her to take the initiative toward their master. However, Lung Luoli still sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. It must be that Su's senior sister was secretly indulging herself again. That must be the reason she felt something was off. She needed to find an opportunity to confront Su's senior sister again. Unbeknownst to innocent Su Jiqian, she had unwittingly become a scapegoat for her junior sister. Chen Ye and his disciples had now arrived above the demon cultivation department. From their elevated vantage point, they saw Su's father instructing the neatly organized inner sect disciples in their training. In the square of the demon cultivation department, the inner sect disciples, still adorned with bandages, stood in formation, collectively unleashing their offensive techniques. Although these disciples were not of high cultivation levels, the unique techniques of the demon cultivation school, when released together, filled the air with a fierce aura that would intimidate even those in the foundation establishment stage. Chen Ye nodded with satisfaction at this scene. Witnessing his disciples diligently practicing filled him with pride. Chen Ye descended onto the square of the demon cultivation department with his 3 disciples, intending to observe the disciples' progress. Upon seeing their master, the disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed master. We are honored to meet you." Having not seen her parents for an extended period, Su Jiqian excused herself to converse with them. Chen Ye addressed the gathered inner sect disciples. "There is no need for formalities. I am here to assess your progress. If you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to ask me." Seeing the vibrant energy of the disciples uplifted Chen Ye's spirits, and he contemplated personally guiding them. Having mastered all the techniques available in his system store, he found no challenge too great in instructing these disciples. He never anticipated encountering anything beyond his expertise. The inner sect disciples, upon hearing their master's words, were filled with excitement. To receive personal guidance from their master was an invaluable opportunity, especially since they did not have the privilege of seeing him daily like Su Jiqian. One female disciple stepped forward, her horns reminiscent of Su Jiqian's, her figure strikingly perfect, and her beauty exceptional, though slightly overshadowed by Su Jiqian. With a charming smile, she addressed Chen Ye in a sultry voice, "Esteemed master, I feel as though my meridians are blocked during cultivation. I often experience a tightness in my chest. Could you assist me?" As she spoke, she moved closer. This disciple was evidently a succubus, emanating an intoxicating fragrance. The other female disciples, witnessing this, turned envious, recognizing her cunning, and also approached. "Esteemed master, I believe I might have injured myself while executing techniques, drawing malevolent energy into the wrong places. Could you please examine it?" This short-haired succubus pointed to her voluptuous thigh. "Esteemed master, I feel discomfort in my forehead's horns lately. Could it be due to the environment? Would you mind checking?" "Master, I also." In an instant, Chen Ye found himself surrounded by numerous disciples, each vying for his attention. He felt overwhelmed, unable to process the flood of inquiries. "What on earth are you all asking about? After practicing the foundational techniques of the demon cultivation school, you should be immune to malevolent energy. How could you claim to have it inside you? This reasoning is utterly flawed. Though you have just recovered and your bodies have improved, how can you be so exuberant?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Jiqian was conversing with her mother. "Mother, are you comfortable living here?" Su Jiqian inquired with genuine concern. Her mother, hearing her daughter's words, smiled brightly. "How could I not be comfortable? Just a day here, and I already feel a breakthrough coming. My cultivation seems to be progressing more rapidly." Aside from the Tianxian Hall, the spiritual energy in other areas of the Tianxian sect is also abundant. While it may be slightly inferior to the Tianxian Hall, it is still an exceptional place for cultivation in the outside world. A place rich in spiritual energy enhances one's mental acuity, significantly aiding in cultivation. Having long sensed her daughter's changes, Su's mother seized the opportunity to ask, "My dear, when did you come to know that esteemed individual?" Naturally, she was referring to Chen Ye and Su Jiqian's relationship. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Jiqian felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Although she felt indifferent discussing this matter with her junior sisters, it was a different story when it came to her mother, making her somewhat bashful. Chapter 68. Just a few days earlier, Su Jiqian, blushing, lowered her head and spoke, her demeanor lacking the usual charm, appearing instead somewhat shy and endearing. She had no intention of concealing her relationship with her master, nor was there any necessity to do so. Although she felt a bit bashful when discussing it with her biological parents, she ultimately shared the news. Upon learning this, her mother's expression brightened with evident excitement. The demon race had once boasted a population in the tens of thousands, but now only a few dozen remained. The prospect of adding new life to the demon race and reviving their lineage filled her with joy. Even more exhilarating was the thought that her daughter's child, born of the sect leader, would undoubtedly be a prodigy. The emergence of another genius from the demon race would be a significant boon for the revival of their glorious heritage. However, human gestation lasts for 10 months, and for cultivators, it can extend for many years. As for Su Jiqian, being of demon lineage, her gestation period would be even longer, particularly if the child possessed exceptional spiritual roots, which would exponentially increase the duration. If it were indeed the offspring of that esteemed individual, it might take decades or even a century. Yet, cultivators have exceedingly long lives. Waiting a century was hardly a concern. Su's mother, having given birth to Su Jiqian, was well versed in such matters. She advised her daughter on numerous precautions, urging her to take good care of herself and to avoid any mishaps. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian, thoughtfully rubbing her belly, smiled at the prospect of bearing her master's child, which delighted her. After committing her mother's words to memory, she resolved to return to her master. At that moment, Chen Ye found himself surrounded by a throng of succubus disciples, the atmosphere thick with their alluring fragrance, almost inducing hallucinations. The enchanting aura of the succubi could create illusions, thereby influencing those affected. However, unless deliberately released, the effects were typically not overtly pronounced. Yet once the numbers increased, the situation could become precarious. Chen Ye felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of succubi, uncertain whether to stay or leave. After all, he had promised to guide the disciples in their cultivation. Departing without a word would be unbecoming of the sect leader. Yet, he could hardly intervene to alleviate the issues faced by his charming disciples. Just then, a soft cough echoed from nearby. The sound came from Su Jiqian. Having just concluded her conversation with her mother, she realized that her fellow kin were attempting to allure her master. Instantly, a sense of foreboding arose within her, prompting her to rush over. With her gentle cough, the other succubus disciples parted, creating a path. Su Jiqian, being the highest ranking among her kind and the sect leader's most cherished disciple, commanded respect. No one dared to provoke her ire. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she approached her master, tightly clutching his arm, as if to assert her claim. She was well aware of her fellow kin, each one a stunning beauty capable of captivating any man, and her master's charm was simply irresistible. She had to keep a close watch on him. "Master, let us return," Su Jiqian said, looking up and smiling at her master. Observing the lively demeanor of the inner disciples, Chen Ye felt his concerns dissipate. It seemed their recovery was progressing well, alleviating his worries. As for their cultivation, the foundational techniques provided by the system were straightforward and easy to learn, supplemented by direct guidance from the elders, ensuring no mishaps would arise. With no further concerns, Chen Ye decided not to linger. He nodded and waved to Su's parents, saying, "I shall return another day. Please take care of your health." This remark was particularly aimed at Su's father. Chen Ye had noticed something peculiar upon their first meeting. Su's mother radiated vitality, exuding the grace of a woman in her 30s, while Su's father appeared aged and weary, resembling someone in their 70s. His upper lip was somewhat thick, and his gaze lacked focus, suggesting exhaustion. Initially, Chen Ye attributed this to his time spent in the dungeons. However, having arrived at the spiritually rich Tianxian sect, he expected him to have recovered, yet it was evident he had not. Given that Su's mother had produced such a beautiful daughter, her own appearance was undoubtedly remarkable. With the demon race in dire need of population, Chen Ye surmised that moderation was essential for his father-in-law. He resolved to bring some nourishing supplements for him on a future visit. The succubus disciples watched with a mix of envy as Su Jiqian embraced the sect leader's arm and slowly departed. They wished they could be as close to the handsome sect leader. Ever since their encounter with him, they found the males of their kind utterly unremarkable. They eagerly anticipated the sect leader's next visit, with many already concocting their strategies in their minds. It seemed that Su's parents' hopes of reviving their race's glory might be more challenging than anticipated. The disciples respectfully bowed to Chen Ye as he made his way out, and he departed under their attentive gazes. On the way back, Su Jiqian wrapped an arm around Hu Jiuyu's neck and inquired, "Junior sister, why weren't you paying attention to the master just now? He belongs to us alone. Do you understand?" Had Su Jiqian been by her master's side earlier, she would have ensured that no one else approached him. Yet, Hu Jiuyu remained silent, as though she had not heard. Listening to her senior sister's words, Hu Jiuyu pondered. Not long ago, when they had visited the demon cultivation department, Su Jiqian had mentioned that she was also the master's partner. At that time, she and T fully grasped it. Now, hearing her senior sister declare that the master belonged solely to them, Hu Jiuyu finally realized something was amiss. Was her senior sister implying that she had already been with the master? How had she not known? She had always believed herself to be the first. Wait, senior sister. When did you and the master Hu Jiuyu did not answer Su Jiqian's question, but instead countered with one of her own. So Yiqian, taken aback by Hu Jiuyu's response, was equally bewildered. What? You've been kept in the dark all this time? She had assumed Hu Jiuyu was already aware. If she had known, she would have kept this secret for a while longer. With an awkward smile, Su Jiqian touched her face and said, "Ah, I see you just found out it's only been a few days earlier than you, I suppose." Chapter 69. The younger disciple would certainly not be ruthless as Su Jiqian spoke. A sense of guilt lingered within her. After all, she had been clandestinely indulging in forbidden pleasures, deceiving her younger disciple, who, such behavior was hardly virtuous. However, based on her understanding of Hu, she surmised that Hu would likely not be too upset, unlike the time when Lung, the cold disciple, relentlessly pursued her in anger. Hu was truly a gentle soul. No wonder Lung had never managed to win the affection of their master. At this moment, the meditating Lung Luoli sneezed. Her sneeze transformed into delicate snowflakes, dispersing in the air. Lung Luoli, it must be my senior sister speaking ill of me behind my back. Indeed, Hu Jiuyu's reaction was as Su Jiqian had predicted. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, it did not cause her much distress. Yet, the realization that she had only just discovered this secret left her troubled for quite some time. It seemed that Lung had known all along, and she was just now catching up. Had she truly been so naive? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Pondering this, Hu Jiuyu raised her head and inquired of her master. "Master, am I foolish?" Chen Ye was taken aback by the suddenness of her question. However, whether Hu Jiuyu was truly foolish depended on the context. In terms of cultivation, her comprehension was impressive, indicating she was far from foolish. Yet, in other respects, her stubbornness might suggest otherwise. This was a classic case of misapplying one's intellect. Nevertheless, Chen Ye felt compelled to reassure his adorable disciple. Of course, Yue is not foolish. Why do you ask such a thing all of a sudden? Upon hearing her master's affirmation, Hu Jiuyu felt a wave of satisfaction and embraced his arm. If her master said she was not foolish, then she must indeed be wise. He would never deceive her. Seeing her radiant joy, Chen Ye couldn't help but think how easy it was to console this third disciple. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Bayan emerging from the demon cultivation department, her delicate hands toying with something. Curiously, he asked, "Wire, what is that you hold in your hand?" Bayan, upon hearing her master's voice, opened her soft palm to reveal a purple pill, its quality appearing quite good, though its effects were unknown. She replied, "A charming demoness just gifted this to me. She said I was adorable, so she presented me with a token of appreciation. However, she mentioned the effects would only last for 20 minutes, and the abilities are. I seem to have forgotten. Here, master, it's for you." With a smile, she extended the pill toward Chen Ye, eager to bestow it upon him. Chen Ye declined, waving his hand gently. "Since it's a gift meant for you, You should keep it safe and not lose it. It must be said, Bai Yuan's charm attracted affection wherever she went. And indeed, girls were utterly defenseless against such endearing appearances. Well, boys were no exception either. As for the pill's purpose, Chen Ye did not scrutinize it closely. There were no untrustworthy individuals among his disciples, and he doubted anything malevolent would surface within their sect. Thus, he dismissed it from his mind. After this brief interlude, the three of them returned to the Tianxin Hall. In the center of the plaza, Lung Luoli's breakthrough had evidently reached a critical juncture. Surrounding her, spiritual energy coalesced into tangible form, surging and swirling. Snowflakes danced around her, cascading down like ethereal confetti. A biting cold wind swept through, as if winter had descended in that very moment. Lung Luoli's icy, ethereal beauty was accentuated to the utmost. Curiously, in this frigid atmosphere, she wore only a thin blue chiffon gown. Had it not been for her status as a cultivator, Chen Ye would have been inclined to drape a cloak over her to shield her from the cold. Shortly, the aura surrounding Lung Luoli intensified, and the snowflakes above her head were abruptly dispersed. She had evidently succeeded in her breakthrough, ascending to the 4th level of the innate realm. Chen Ye received notification of her achievement in his mind, along with a reward of 2,000 system points. Watching Lung's breakthrough, Su Jiqian suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Typically, Lung was already a realm above her, and now she had surpassed her by yet another level. This left Su Jiqian feeling utterly powerless. How could she continue her clandestine indulgences in front of Lung now? Infuriated, she resolved to hasten her own cultivation to surpass Lung. Imagining the scenario where she had surpassed Lung, Su Jiqian envisioned herself confidently standing before their master, while Lung could only clutch her icy staff in frustration, powerless to retaliate. The thought made her beam with delight, while others pursued strength and the path to immortality through cultivation. Su Jiqian's motivation was solely to indulge in her secret pleasures with impunity. At that moment, Lung Luoli awoke from her breakthrough, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the triumphant grin of her senior sister. That expression could only suggest mischief was afoot. It was imperative that she teach her scheming senior sister, who only harbored wicked thoughts and indulged in clandestine pleasures, a proper lesson. Summoning her ice staff, Lung Luoli caressed it with her delicate hands, a mischievous smile spreading across her face as she addressed her sister. Senior sister, you wouldn't deny your junior sister a sparring request, would you? Rest assured, I promise I will not be too harsh. The emphasis on her last few words sent a chill down Su Jiqian's spine, causing her hair to stand on end. She feared that Lung had discovered her secret, the previous midnight escapade of sneaking through their master's window. Hastily, she attempted to explain, Lung, please let me clarify. That time I climbed through the window was a mere accident. Besides, who also indulged? You cannot solely punish me. Lung Luoli was taken aback by her sister's words, her expression transforming into one of malevolence. What? You are also indulging behind my back? Is this about that time we all left together? How despicable! And you dare use the poor, who is a scapegoat? Do you think I would believe you? Upon hearing Lung's accusations, Su Jiqian quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had let slip too much. Oh no, it wasn't supposed to be about that. But then again, why wouldn't Lung believe her when she spoke the truth? Who truly had indulged? Before Su Jiqian could respond, Lung Luoli had already bowed deeply, saying, Senior sister, my apologies. This is merely a show of humility before the onslaught. Chapter 70. What gift does Lung Luoli desire? A formidable prestige envelope Su Jiqian. As it was evident that Lung Shimi's strength had markedly increased, given Su Jiqian's current pace, escape seemed utterly futile. Suddenly, she caught sight of Bayame beside her. With Bayame's speed, only their master could keep up within the Tianxin zone. If she could persuade Bai Shimi, there might still be hope. Grasping Bayame's shoulder with urgency, she implored, There's no time for explanations, Bai Shimi. My survival hinges on you. Quickly, let us flee. Bayame, unaware of the turmoil between Su Jiqian and Lung Shimi, simply saw the earnestness in Su Jiqian's expression and did not decline. Are we playing together, then? Hold on tight. I'm about to take off. With that, a swift whoosh echoed, and Bayame vanished from sight. leaving behind only fleeting shadows and Su Jiqian's desperate cries. Lung Luoli, gripping her icy staff, blushed with indignation. Sister, this is unfair. We cannot involve the innocent by shimmy in our affairs. Furious, she called out, stop right there, and soared into the air, pursuing the direction in which the two had vanished. Bayame soared through the air, her four limbs treading upon nothingness, with Lung Luoli hot on her heels. They traversed the majestic Tianxian Hall and passed the ominous demon cultivation department. All around them was infused with rich, white spiritual energy, while atop the nearby mountain, a golden temple reflected a dazzling light. Below lay the expansive Tianshuanzong, with its imposing sword cultivation department and the lightly smoking alchemy department, alongside the fiery forge department. The diverse buildings, each with their unique styles and colors, radiated outward from the Tianxian Hall. This picturesque scene, however, bore three unsightly blemishes. Lung Luoli, in pursuit of Su Jiqian and Bayame, unleashed her ice-shattering technique, wreaking havoc upon the stunning landscape. Were it not for Tianshuanzong's ability to self-repair, this place would surely be reduced to ruins. Ultimately, it was Chen Ye who managed to recapture the three disciples. Recognizing Lung Luoli as the fastest among them in breaking through her realm, Chen Ye felt it necessary to commend her, setting an example for the other complacent disciples. Second disciple, your rapid progress warrants a reward. What is your desire or wish? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it, he said with a smile. The other disciples looked upon Lung Luoli with envy. Indeed, diligent cultivation reaped its rewards, while they had never received such acknowledgment from their master. At that moment, Lung Luoli bit her lip, her heart racing with excitement. A reward, indeed. What did she wish for? All she knew was that she desired something, yes. She yearned for it. Yet, could she truly voice this wish to her master? She had never competed with her senior sister before. This time, she had to seize the opportunity to reclaim her position. However, with her sister and junior sister present, it seemed unlikely her master would accept her wish if she voiced it aloud. Perhaps a more private moment would be prudent. Master, I have indeed harbored a wish for quite some time, but not now. May I speak of another day? As she spoke, her smooth, lovely legs instinctively pressed together, a delicate blush gracing her exquisite face. Chen Ye assumed she had yet to finalize her desire and nodded in agreement. After all, her wish was likely related to her cultivation. Very well, time to practice. Join me in the square, he instructed. After a lengthy delay, the four of them finally commenced their training. Once a cultivator reached the postnatal realm, absorbing spiritual energy became as effortless as breathing. Thus, their training primarily focused on refining their techniques, which in turn would elevate their realms. Each department within Tianshuanzong boasted a unique training chamber tailored for their respective cultivators. But the square within the Tianxian Hall served as a comprehensive and practical training ground. Time flew by rapidly, akin to the speed of typing. Before long, it was midnight. Chen Ye's disciples maintained the habit of resting at night, though innate realm cultivators could often forego sleep for extended periods. A modicum of rest was still necessary to sustain optimal energy levels. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy within the Tianxian Hall meant that even while they slept, they subconsciously absorbed spiritual power, aiding their realm advancement. This was undeniably unfair to outside cultivators, who might go months without sleep in their pursuit of progress, yet could not match the speed at which these four disciples enhanced their cultivation even during rest. Yet, life is rife with inequalities, is it not? Bayame, having transformed, still struggled to adapt to human life and found herself restless at night. The darker it grew, the more vibrant her energy became. After leaping from the eaves, she roamed the ground, surveying the Tianxian Hall and then the Tianshuanzong. She was just shy of marking her territory. One evening, Bayame lay bored atop the eaves of her master's grand hall, contemplating the pill given to her by the alluring demoness. She had forgotten its effects, but since it was a gift from someone her master trusted, it surely couldn't be anything detrimental. A taste would reveal all. Bayame popped the pill in her mouth, and it quickly dissolved. She waited and waited, yet felt no change. Assuming it was merely a common pill for enhancing cultivation, she dismissed it and stood up, intending to find another spot to groom herself. However, as she rose, she suddenly froze. Something was amiss. Why did the ground seem so far away? Realizing the peculiarity, she lifted her legs and discovered they had elongated. Just like Lung's shimmy S, they were now long and fair, captivating enough to leave one drooling. It dawned on her. She had grown taller. So this was the effect of the Demoness S pill? Now that she was taller, could she reach her master without relying on her sisters? How exhilarating! With this thought, she found herself brimming with anticipation. Chapter 71, The White-Clad Ghost. Previously, she had witnessed her senior sisters sharing affectionate moments with their master. While she remained untouched by such experiences, her heart filled with impatience. Although she possessed the ability to revert to her original beastly form, which would not only allow her to reach her master, but also surpass her senior sisters in height, she pondered whether her master would accept her in that guise. Regardless, she had transformed into a striking beauty. She recalled that the effect of the elixir would last only 20 minutes, so she needed to act swiftly. With this thought in mind, Yahweh leapt from the rooftop. Strangely enough, what once felt like an effortless descent now ended in a painful fall. Perhaps her newly heightened physique was something she had yet to adjust to, and her expression bore a hint of stiffness. It might be that the quality of the elixir was not sufficient. However, at the very least, she had experienced the sensation of being taller, and these minor flaws were worth it. Yahweh stood up again, and before her was the room of Sister Sue. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Now that she had also become a beauty akin to Sister Sue, she must share this joy. With that thought, she swiftly approached Sister Sue's window. At that moment, Su Jiqian was at her dressing table, perfecting her makeup for the following day. She always took such care, enjoying the preparatory rituals before sleep to ensure her master would see her at her most beautiful the next day. Unbeknownst to her, whether she wore makeup or not made no difference in Chen Ye's eyes. It was not that Chen Ye lacked appreciation. Rather, Su Jiqian's natural beauty was breathtakingly profound. Yahweh, standing at the window, waved to Su Jiqian to greet her. Yet, she unexpectedly found herself unable to utter a sound. Perhaps the change in her physique had also altered her vocal cords, rendering her momentarily voiceless. The side effects of this elixir were rather substantial. Su Jiqian, who had been grooming her hair, suddenly caught sight of a woman with white hair in the mirror, covered in grime and dirt, stiffly smiling and waving at her. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiqian felt a chill run down her spine and quickly turned around. However, as soon as she turned, the white-haired woman who should have been at the window had vanished. Su Jiqian. Who was that? Yahweh? No, she wasn't that tall. Her demon kin did not have white hair either. Despite the stillness of the Tianxian Hall, it couldn't possibly be haunted. Perhaps she had mistaken someone. Choosing not to investigate further, Su Jiqian resumed her hairstyling. Meanwhile, Yahweh, with her head lowered, brushed off the dust from her clothes. She had fallen from the rooftop, dirtying her attire in the process, and her face bore a few cuts, from which blood trickled slowly. After attempting to clean herself with no success, she decided to wash up later. She raised her head once more to wave at Su Jiqian. At that moment, Su Jiqian was again focused on the mirror. The sight of the white-clad woman reappearing at the window, her face smeared with blood, accompanied by a stiff expression and eerie smile, sent a shiver down Su Jiqian's spine. Indeed, there was a ghost. Su Jiqian recalled the lives she had taken. Though not quite in the thousands, there were certainly hundreds, so it was not unexpected for some to seek revenge. While she was unafraid of humans, the unknown specter stirred a sense of unease within her. Yet, as a cultivator, she would not succumb to cowardice. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the white-haired woman, her immediate response was to strike back. She swiftly turned, ready to unleash her demon slaughter palm to see if it would harm a ghost. But when she turned back, the white-clad figure had already disappeared. How strange! Which enemy had ensnared her? Although unafraid, being pursued continually posed a danger. With such thoughts, Su Jiqian felt a lack of security, making her restless even in sleep. She resolved to forego slumber that night, prepared to confront any unexpected specters. Yahweh, realizing that Su Jiqian was ignoring her, felt disheartened and departed. Next door was Hu Jiuyu's room. She decided to see what her sister was up to. Hu Jiuyu had always enjoyed playing with her, and she would surely be delighted to hear about her newfound height. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu was wrapped in her blankets, peacefully sleeping, caught in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Her sleeping face was serene, her breaths even, and her exquisite features radiated elegance even in slumber. Beside Hu Jiuyu's bed was a window, through which the moonlight streamed, illuminating her face just right. She adored sleeping bathed in moonlight, never bothering to close the curtains or windows. Bai Yao approached Hu Jiuyu's window, resting her hands on it and leaning in. Seeing her sister asleep, she intended to greet her. This time, she surprisingly managed to produce sound, albeit in a hoarse voice that bore little resemblance to her former self. Perhaps the side effects of the elixir had somewhat muted her voice, allowing her to speak. "Sister, Hu Jiuyu, look at me, look at me. Am I beautiful?" Her voice was raspy, as if her throat had been sliced. Hu Jiuyu, still in a state of half-sleep, furrowed her brow at the sound. She had been dreaming, but the external interruption caused her dream to shift abruptly. She had been in a dream where her master was tying her up, but suddenly the dream transformed, and numerous white-haired specters lunged at her. Hu Jiuyu jolted awake, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Once she regained her composure, she took a deep breath, realizing it had all been a dream. However, the knowledge that it was merely a dream left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Although the dream had been frightening, the earlier part had been pleasant. Upon waking, Hu Jiuyu opened her eyes, intending to drink some water before returning to sleep. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she beheld a pale hand resting on the windowsill. Looking up, she saw a woman with white hair, illuminated by moonlight, her cheeks stained with blood, skin pale, face rigid, and an unsettling smile gracing her lips. The ghostly expression on the white-haired woman's face was one that no human could possibly wear. While Hu Jiuyu was not inherently timid, her reaction upon encountering a ghost was hardly better than her senior sister's, especially after just emerging from a nightmare. Trembling, she summoned her colossal sword. Her face filled with fear as she swung it toward the window. Regardless of what her adversary might be, she could not afford to be hesitant. After all, how could she honor her master's teachings otherwise? Chapter 72. The frightened Bai Yao was utterly bewildered as she faced her usually amiable senior, who suddenly launched a fierce attack against her. She swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blade of a massive sword that grazed her scalp, almost claiming her life. Gazing at the deep gash left in the ground, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. Goodness, was Hu always this irritable upon waking? It would be wise for her to refrain from disturbing Hu's slumber in the future. After bidding farewell to Hu, Bai Yao trudged dejectedly towards the residence of Lung Luoli. The two senior sisters had ignored her, and one had even attempted to strike her. Fortunately, Lung was still there for her, though Lung often appeared cold and aloof. I could sense the warmth within her heart. Surely, Lung would comfort her. With these thoughts in mind, she approached Lung's window. The room was exceptionally frigid, causing Bai to shiver involuntarily. Curiosity piqued, she peered inside, eager to discover what could make the space so cold. To her surprise, Lung Luoli was not asleep. She sat at her desk, much like Su Ji Qian, but instead of preparing herself, she was engaged in a meticulous task. An ice block lay before her, and she was skillfully manipulating it with her spiritual energy, gradually shaping it as if she were carving a sculpture. Halfway through, I could discern that she was sculpting a figure resembling their master. Noticing the many ice sculptures of their master scattered around the floor, varying in size and posture, I realized that the chill in the room was likely due to Lung's concern that the sculptures might melt. Bai had never imagined that Lung harbored such a hobby, and the craftsmanship was surprisingly exquisite, showcasing Lung's unexpected dexterity. Seeing Lung so engrossed in her work, Bai hesitated to interrupt, opting instead to remain quietly observant. Eventually, once the sculpture was complete, a look of satisfaction crossed Lung's face as she admired the likeness of their master, cradling it with a look of rapture. After reveling in her creation, she intended to place it in a different location. Approaching the window, she prepared to set the sculpture down, only to be startled by a ghostly pale face staring back at her. The visage, distorted by the cold and exacerbated by the side effects of potion, bore a bizarre expression. To Bai's dismay, Lung failed to recognize her and frowned, demanding, Who are you? Why are you in the Tianxin Hall? Realizing that she was unrecognized, Bai attempted to explain, but her raspy voice emerged more like a monstrous roar than coherent speech. Mistaking her for a creature, Lung drew her ice staff, remarking disdainfully, "What fiend dares to disturb the Tianxin Hall? Seek to steal my ice sculpture? Not a chance." With that, she conjured ice spikes and hurled them towards Bai. Startled, Bai swiftly evaded the attack. What was happening today? Why were all the sisters so irritable? Moreover, who would dare to steal her sculpture? Inside, Lung, having missed her target, dashed out in pursuit, determined to rid the hall of the supposed monster. Bai, terrified by Lung's fierce response, bolted away, fearing for her life. Did Lung intend to kill her? "Master, help me." She wished to cry out, but her hoarse voice could not carry far. Instead, she fled towards their master's grand hall. "How dare you plot against my beloved master? Stop right there." Lung's aura of menace intensified as she pursued the white-haired figure fleeing towards their master. The oppressive chill of her icy energy threatened to freeze Bai in place. Fortunately, Bai practiced the Linglong Xuangu skill bestowed by their master, allowing her to outrun the freezing magic and slip into the master's chamber just in time. Upon bursting through the door, she rushed towards her master's bed, clinging tightly to him. "Master, save me. The sisters are acting so strangely today. I almost died." She sobbed, her voice tinged with fear. As Bai lamented, her voice gradually regained its strength, the effects of the potion waning. Chen Ye had been enjoying a peaceful slumber when he was abruptly awoken by the tight embrace of the disheveled white-haired girl, who was uttering words of affection. Initially puzzled, he soon recognized her familiar fragrance and features. She was indeed Bai Yawei. "What has happened to you, Wei-er? You look quite disheveled. Let me help you clean up," he said gently while using his spiritual energy to tend to her wounds, his hand affectionately stroking her head. Bai felt comforted in her master's warm embrace, a sense of security enveloping her. Indeed, despite any changes, her master's gentle nature remained unchanged. He was just as she remembered, kind, handsome, and utterly irresistible. Her fondness for him swelled within her, captivated by his presence. Overcome with emotion, she couldn't contain herself any longer. She draped her long, graceful legs over her master's lap and leaned in, her face drawing near. The sweet scent enveloped Chen Ye as she nestled closer, embracing him tightly as if he were a prey. But unlike a predator, Bai intended to savor every moment rather than consume him all at once. Chapter 73. Unexpected affection from the master in that moment. The young maiden's delicate form was astonishingly supple. Bai Yawei adorned herself in the garment bestowed upon her by her master. As she had grown taller, her figure had also become more voluptuous, rendering the attire rather ill-fitting. The originally white silk stockings had transformed into over-the-knee socks, and the dress that enveloped her form had morphed into a crop top, revealing her midriff. The young woman's fair and flawless physique was laid bare, her soft skin glistening as if kissed by water. Chen Ye instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, his grip tightening as he succumbed to the allure. However, before he could fully indulge, a series of knocks resonated from the door. Chen Ye recalled that he had not locked the door. It must have been Bai Yawei who, in her fright, secured it upon entering. Given this knowledge, he reasoned that it would be permissible to steal a few more moments of intimacy, though he was acutely aware that Bai Yawei was indeed his disciple, and such conduct was questionable. The fact that she was an ancient beast, having lived for over several centuries, alleviated some of his guilt. Additionally, her vulnerable demeanor ignited a protective instinct within him. The sight of Bai Yawei now stirred profound compassion within him, compelling him to cradle her in his embrace and lavish her with affection. Eventually, the two parted ways. Observing Bai Yawei's disheveled appearance, Chen Ye remarked, "Your attire is far too snug. Allow me to procure something more fitting for you." With that, he exchanged her outfit for one more suitable for her stature. Bai Yawei clung to her master tightly, reluctant to release him, and implored softly, "Master, please assist me." While Chen Ye felt an innate resistance to her peculiar request, he understood that, as her mentor, it was his duty to guide his naive disciple in the ways of dressing. Thus, assisting her in changing her clothes seemed both reasonable and justifiable. However, if you continue to cling to me, I cannot fulfill your request, he replied. Upon hearing his words, Yahweh reluctantly released her grip, and they both rose to their feet. Moments prior, Long Luoli had followed the white-haired specter, arriving at her master's door. She knocked several times, but the door refused to yield. Hesitation gripped her as she pondered the situation. The ghost was now within her master's chamber. He could be in peril. This predicament left her torn. To force the door open would be a considerable affront to her master. What if he were angered? Yet, remaining outside, while concerning herself with his safety, felt equally distressing. At that moment, Su Jiqian and Hu Jiue emerged from the room, having heard the commotion. Spotting Long Luoli at the door, they approached her. "What are you doing here, junior sister Long?" Shouting so loudly. "If you're attempting to sneak a taste, you ought to be quieter. No wonder you've had no success." Su Jiqian chastised in a tone that suggested reproach. Fury surged within Long Luoli at her senior's words. How dare she, who indulged herself, reprimand her? If not for the pressing matter at hand, she would have given her senior a piece of her mind. "It's not about that. I saw a white-haired ghost enter Master S' room. He could be in danger," Long Luoli exclaimed urgently. The two other disciples exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. "We saw it too." They quickly shared their experiences, realizing they had all encountered the same spectral threat. The mere idea of an ordinary ghost daring to attack two innate realm practitioners and one acquired realm cultivator filled them with dread. This spirit was undoubtedly formidable and menacing. Hu Jiue leaned against the door, straining to hear what transpired within. "I don't hear any sounds of struggle. Could Master have already met his end? If you were fighting the ghost, there would surely be noise. The absence of sound suggests. No time to waste, stand aside." Long Luoli's heart raced at the terrifying thought. Her master was her everything, the most vital aspect of her existence. No harm could befall him. Even if it meant incurring his wrath, she would do whatever it took to protect him. Harnessing her spiritual energy, she conjured a massive block of ice and hurled it against the wooden door. With a thunderous crash, the door caved in and the wall crumbled, debris flying amidst the billowing smoke. As soon as the wall shattered, the three disciples rushed into their master's chamber, calling out, "Where is the ghost? You shall not harm our master." As the smoke cleared, they were met with an astonishing sight. "What the? Master? You are even undressing the ghost?" Su Jiqian exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Chen Ye was assisting Yahweh in changing her clothes, and before he could respond, the other disciples followed the sound and gazed upon the scene. "Master, your tastes are quite peculiar, but I understand," Hu Jiue remarked. Her arms crossed over her chest, as if in prayer, hoping her master would not stray from the path of righteousness. Long Luoli's reaction was the most intense of the trio. She nearly collapsed, her face a mask of despair. After spending so much time with her master, she had never been the recipient of such intimate attention. How could a ghost outshine her in his affections? She felt like a woeful disciple, questioning her own worth in his eyes. Just as the others speculated about Chen Ye's peculiar predilections, Yahweh gradually began to shrink before their eyes, reverting to her true form. The potion's effect lasted only 20 minutes, and as the time elapsed, the realization dawned upon them. With her diminutive stature now evident, the disciples recognized her features and adorableness. "Junior sister, what is happening?" Long Luoli asked, astonished. Chapter 74. The Three Together. As she spoke, she gradually recalled the earlier scene in her mind. The woman with white hair, though somewhat ghastly and terrifying in appearance, bore a striking resemblance to junior sister Bai. This implies that the master was not playing tricks. Upon this realization, Long Luoli felt a surge of happiness, and her sense of loss dissipated significantly. It seemed she was not entirely inferior to a ghost. As the effects of Yahweh's potion faded, the side effects also gradually disappeared, and her voice returned to normal. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around her, she recounted the entire sequence of events, which clarified the misunderstanding. Upon learning the truth, the three disciples looked somewhat apologetic. They had failed to recognize junior sister Bai and had almost attacked such a lovely sister. Truly unacceptable. The three disciples took turns to gently pat by Yame's adorable head, offering their apologies. Su Jiqian recognized the elixir that Bai Yame had consumed. It was a beauty pill, a concoction typically crafted by succubi. This particular pill would alter one's appearance based on the user's desires. For instance, if the user was dissatisfied with their nose, it would transform to align with their ideal image. The effects of this pill were astounding, capable of changing various features. However, as her kin were not of high cultivation, the quality of the pill was likely mediocre, leading to side effects. It was probable that the succubus who provided Bai Yame with the pill did not foresee that her deepest desire was to grow taller, nor could she have anticipated the ensuing confusion. Seeing that the concerns of everyone had been alleviated, Chen Ye spoke up. Well then, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, everyone should return and rest early. We must continue our training tomorrow. Upon hearing the master's words, the disciples bid him good night and departed with a sense of relief. Chen Ye, having said farewell to the disciples, intended to return and continue sleeping. However, as he turned around, he was met with the sight of the dilapidated hall, filled with dust and debris, the bed in disarray, and tiles scattered everywhere. How could one possibly sleep in such a mess? You all created this disaster and then casually left for rest, leaving me to endure a night of cold air. These disciples had truly become rebellious. The structures of Tianxian sect would self-repair, but it would take a day, typically resetting at midnight. This night, Chen Ye feared he would not have a bed to sleep in. However, lacking his own bed did not mean he had no alternatives. He had already developed a deeper relationship with his third disciple, and it seemed reasonable to spend the night there, didn't it? With this thought in mind, Chen Ye swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anticipation. He hurried to the residence of his third disciple and first peered through the window. She fell asleep swiftly and peacefully. As soon as she lay down, her rhythmic breathing began, indicating she was entering deep slumber. Seeing that the third disciple was already asleep, he hesitated to disturb her. Since she was sleeping, it would be best not to interrupt. Perhaps he should check on the eldest disciple instead. Murmuring to himself, Chen Ye made his way to Su Jiqian's room. Hu Jiuyu would likely never realize that she missed a splendid opportunity to be close to the master simply because she went to bed early. If she knew, she would probably be filled with regret. Chen Ye opened the door to the eldest disciple's room and found her tidying her makeup. Su Jiqian had just finished applying a striking shade of red lipstick. Her appearance was exquisite and mature. Why was she still putting on makeup at this late hour? Approaching her, Chen Ye rested a hand on her beautiful shoulder and spoke. Su Jiqian, sensing the master's presence, was taken aback. Master? The surprise stemmed from the fact that she usually sought him out. Today, he had come to her instead. Was he perhaps ensnared by her alluring aura, unable to escape? It seemed the master was indeed under her spell. Master, why are you not resting so late? Is there something you desire? Su Yi Uyanrose, her fair arms wrapping around the master's neck. Chen Ye found himself at a loss for words in response to her question. To claim that he did not come for this would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Yet, more so, he was simply without a place to go. He gestured towards the ruins of his hall, outside the window. You all have dismantled my hall. Upon seeing this scene, Su Jiqian recalled the chaos they had caused. Since she was the one who left the master without a place to stay, she felt it was her responsibility. Apologies. Master, Chinner, will take responsibility for my sisters. She added playfully, I shall atone for them. As she spoke, her face drew closer to him. Su Jiqian's long, sensuous legs were clad in over-the-knee shiny stockings, adorned with red embroidery at the top. The upper half of her attire was a body-hugging dress that accentuated her ample figure and allure. The heat from their kiss raised her temperature, and her expression became slightly more seductive. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Su Jiqian gazed at the master with an infatuated look, her alluring eyes seeming to captivate his very soul. By the way, master, why did you not seek out Hushimi first? Why did you think of Chinner first? Does this mean I am your favorite disciple? She giggled, clearly delighted. Chen Ye's expression froze at his eldest disciple's inquiry. Oh no, how should he respond to this? He certainly could not tell her that he had just been to find Hu Jiuyu, only to discover she was asleep. That would not be a good thing to say, would it? He worried it might hurt her feelings. His eldest disciple was no ordinary person. She was the most outstanding succubus of her clan. Given her perceptive nature, she would undoubtedly discern his true thoughts. "Oh, I see, Master. I understand completely. I'm not upset at all. Really. Should I go and summon Hushimi now? We could all three enjoy each other's company." Although Hushimi was sleeping, she would surely be willing if she knew. And was this an option? Chen Ye's heart raced, and he felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed he did not have to choose between the two. Wait a minute, that was not right. When a woman says she is not angry, how could it possibly be true? The latter part of her statement was clearly a trap. Close call. He almost fell for it. Chapter 75. Grooming. Chen Ye gently wrapped one arm around his eldest disciple's waist and, with a serious expression, said, "How could I ever entertain such thoughts? Not in the slightest, I assure you." Su Jiqian looked at her master with a radiant smile, unsure whether to feel anger or amusement. Truly, Master was adept at deceiving her. Yet, regardless of his intentions, she decided he would not escape tonight. She puffed out her small lips and declared, "Master, you won't be leaving." Her anger was feigned. She simply relished the playful torment of her master. Licking her vibrant red lips, she leaned in to kiss him again. "Chinner, you have left your lipstick on me." "No witties. I'll help you clean it off," she replied. "Master, will Hushimi help you clean your lipstick too?" Chen Ye responded, "Not at all. She hasn't applied any." "So, ye, oyan etlimet." Well, Master, at least you spoke the truth this time." The following day, noon arrived. The sun had reached its zenith, yet Chen Ye had yet to appear in the square to guide his disciples in their training. Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li had already begun their meditation. Each was diligently cultivating their spiritual energy. Soon enough, Hu Jiuyu could no longer contain herself and opened her beautiful eyes. With a hint of disappointment, she said, "Master told us to rest early for better training tomorrow. Yet he seems to have vanished." She longed to train alongside her master. Without him, her meditation felt somewhat unfocused. Lung Luo Li also opened her eyes and pointed towards the grand hall where their master resided. "We cannot fault Master. His home has been lost, and he likely hasn't rested well. We must concentrate on our training to assist him as soon as possible. Once we surpass him in strength, we can truly." Master, instead of gradually improving. At that moment, she did not voice the last two sentences, but who could say whether Hu Jiuyu shared the same thoughts? Upon hearing Lung Shiji's words, Hu Jiuyu found them reasonable and resumed her practice without further delay. Meanwhile, Baiyue was basking in the sun on the rooftop. Her slender feline tail swayed gracefully in the air, occasionally curling about. Her adorable little head rested upon her soft paws, wearing a contemplative expression, reflecting on being chased into her master's room by her sisters. She savored the scent of her master, but felt as though she had forgotten something important. What could it be? As she reminisced, she extended her little pink tongue to lick her snowy fur. Just as her tongue emerged, a sudden realization struck her. Right, she and T helped Master groom yet. After her height increase yesterday, she could certainly reach him, but she had become so entranced by her master's scent that it had slipped her mind. She had come here to repay her master, yet she had repeatedly taken advantage of him, failing to assist him even in this small act of grooming. What sort of gratitude was that? With her thoughts racing, she elegantly leaped off the eaves, landing deftly on the ground. Her keen nose detected her master's presence within the house. The window was open. Instead of using the door, she bounded through it. Upon entering, she wrinkled her pure white brows, puzzled by the odd scent that lingered within. It was not unpleasant, merely unfamiliar, evoking her curiosity. At that moment, Chen Ye was nestled with his enchanting demon wife, both lost in sweet slumber. Though it was sweet, it was evident they had not been asleep long. Baiyue, with a graceful leap, landed on Chen Ye's body. He felt a weight pressing down on him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Yet, he did not awaken immediately, remaining in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Baiyue slowly extended her little pink tongue. Just as she was about to reach him, she noticed something amiss. Her master bore no white fur like hers. How could she groom him now? Clearly, this realization struck her. She lifted her head to gaze at her master's face, and indeed, there was plenty of hair above, untouched. Finding the right target, Baiyue smiled, extending her tongue once more. As Chen Ye lay in a dream state, he felt his brows furrow slightly. A sensation of suffocation akin to being pinned down by a mountain enveloped him. He sensed something obstructing his nose, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, despite the discomfort, the fragrance was remarkably sweet. Moments later, he startled awake, his eyes opening to find a large pink bow before him. Chen Ye recognized it as the adornment from Bai Yue's dress. Her soft, white legs were resting on him, and as he felt the tender sensation, his face flushed. Bai Yue slowly withdrew her head, and upon seeing her master awake, she beamed. "Good afternoon, master." Chen Ye replied. He reached out, grasping her delicate neck to lift her. "Waiter, what are you doing?" She, suspended in midair, looked adorably mischievous as she replied, "I'm helping master with the grooming that every beast would do." "Isn't it pleasant, master?" Her face radiated joy as she awaited his praise. Chen Ye felt his hair damp and his forehead clammy. Although Bai Yue's scent was not unpleasant, on the contrary, it had a sweet aroma, the stickiness was undeniably peculiar. However, seeing her eager expression for approval, he could not bear to dampen her spirits. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Yes, it feels quite nice. However, I'm not a beast and do not require, grooming. But I appreciate your kind intentions. Thank you." At this moment, Su Jiqian, having overheard their exchange, gradually awoke as well. Chapter 76. The Self-Deceiving Lung Luoli. "Good morning, master." Su Jiqian la celebritive. Her voice a melodious whisper as she had just awoken. Chen Yi softly replied, "Ah, good morning to you as well, but it is already noon, Qianer." Rubbing her eyes, Su Jiqian turned to the side, expressing her surprise. "Oh, is it already noon? What are you all doing?" Bai Yue had been struggling in the hands of her master, but ultimately settled between the two. With her delicate hands grasping Su Jiqian's, she cheerfully said, "I was calling master to wake up." Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian smiled tenderly. Junior sister Bai must have retained some of the traits of the demonic beasts, wanting to help everyone, hence her actions. How adorable she is. Su Jiqian chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair while contentedly resting her head on Master's shoulder. The sight of her handsome master first thing in the morning filled her heart with joy. At that moment, the three lay on the bed, with Bai Yue nestled in the middle, resembling a couple with their adorable child, radiating a strong sense of camaraderie. After a brief moment of clarity, Chen Ye began to rise and prepare. Su Jiqian also took the opportunity to assist junior sister Bai in arranging her appearance while changing her attire. Soon, the three of them opened the door and stepped outside. Upon reaching the square, Lung Luoli, who had been meditating, sensed her master's presence and opened her beautiful eyes. Happily greeting, "Good day, master." "Wait, why is senior sister here as well?" As she finished her greeting, she noticed something amiss. "Indeed, how did I not consider that? If master lost his sleeping quarters, where did he spend the night? Surely it was not in senior sister's room. If they had spent the night together, what must have transpired was all too clear. How infuriating!" Before long, she saw her master holding Bai Yue's hand. The sight of Bai Yue being present caused Lung Luoli to suddenly calm down. Given her understanding of senior sister, even if she were open-minded, it would be improbable for her to act in front of junior sister Bai. This meant that if junior sister Bai had also spent the night with them, then nothing inappropriate had occurred. It was merely a night of rest. With this thought, Lung Luoli let out a sigh of relief. If it was just a matter of resting, she could accept it. The self-deceiving Lung Luoli was somewhat appeased. Chen Ye, observing the disciples who had risen early to practice, felt a twinge of embarrassment. While his disciples were diligently honing their skills, he, as their master, had been rather neglectful. With an apologetic expression, Chen Ye said, "I am sorry for delaying your time. Let's commence our training. I shall personally guide you." Realizing it was already noon, he felt it was imperative to make the most of the time to instruct them. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu stood up, taking Chen Ye's hand with a concerned and caring expression, earnestly saying, "Master, there is no need to apologize. It is all my fault that you lost your place to stay. You must still be tired. There is no rush for training. Why not rest in my room for a while? Consider it my way of compensating you." Upon learning that her master had spent the night in senior sister's room, Hu Jiuyu felt a pang of envy. Why did he not come to her instead? Did he find senior sister more appealing than her? Regardless of how she perceived her standing in his heart, she would forever cherish and love him. Chen Ye initially intended to refuse her offer, thinking there was no need for compensation, especially since the eldest disciple had already provided ample recompense. However, he found it difficult to turn down the earnest gaze of his disciples. "Very well, I shall accompany you." The scene shifted as the disciples, along with Chen Ye, arrived at Hu Jiuyu's room. The fragrant scent of sandalwood filled the air, and the decor exuded elegance and nobility. On the table lay an array of jewelry, neatly arranged. The wardrobe was filled with princess-like garments, each dress adorned with exquisite embroidery. However, she seldom wore such attire, preferring her favorite maid outfit most of the time. The bedding on her bed was perfectly folded, and the entire room was impeccably organized. Witnessing this, Chen Ye felt compelled to commend her. After seeing Su Jiqian's room, which was a chaotic mess, Hu Jiuyu's space was indeed commendable. With a gentle touch, Chen Ye ruffled Hu Jiuyu's hair, praising, very nice and tidy, ecstatic at her masteress compliment. Hu Jiuyu wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly kissed his cheek. "If master has nowhere to go tonight, perhaps you could stay in my room?" Chen Ye hesitated, intending to explain that the house would be repaired today, making such arrangements unnecessary. However, seeing the eager expression on his third disciple's face made it difficult for him to voice his thoughts. Observing Hu Jiuyu's affectionate display, Lung Luoli felt a growing sense of confusion. When had Junior's sister become so bold as to embrace their master in front of everyone? Based on her understanding of Hu Jiuyu, she would have never dared to do so before. How strange. Unwilling to relinquish this opportunity to her junior sister, Lung Luoli stepped forward, taking her master's hand and saying, "Master, come and see my room too." Although she felt somewhat guilty about competing with her junior sister, she feared she might not have another chance if she did not act. Let Hu Jiuyu wait a moment, adhering to the principle that whether it was one room or two, he would see them both. Chen Ye followed Lung Luoli to her room. Upon arriving at her door, he sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Why is it so cold? Luoli, what do you have in your room?" Though Chen Ye was not afraid of the cold, he could certainly feel the change in temperature. He quickly released his spiritual energy, shielding himself and the other disciples from the chill. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli's expression shifted, her face betraying a hint of panic. She herself felt no coldness at all, as she had been cuddling with her master's ice sculpture while sleeping. Typically, she would hide the ice sculpture during the day, allowing the room's temperature to return to normal. After all, she did not want anyone discovering her peculiar habit. The thought of being found out, even by her master, was mortifying. At that moment, just as Chen Ye was about to push open the door to investigate, Lung Luoli abruptly stepped forward, blocking his action. Flustered, she nervously exclaimed, Master, wait, my room might be a bit messy. Let me tidy up first. You can come in later." Chapter 77. The ice sculpture of Cold Luoli's master. Before Chen Ye could respond, Cold Luoli hurriedly opened the door and slipped inside, locking it behind her to prevent any intrusions. Noticing Sister Su curiously trying to peek through the window, she promptly drew the curtains shut. How annoying. Why is Sister so curious about everything? It would be disastrous if she discovered this. She would undoubtedly mock me. Just the thought of Sister's smug expression made Cold Luoli's blood boil. She resolved to find an opportunity to teach Sister a lesson. As she glanced at the ice sculptures of her master adorning the floor, a wave of panic washed over her. How had she managed to carve so many without realizing it? Everyone was waiting outside, and she pondered where to hide these sculptures. It would be a travesty to destroy them. She had painstakingly crafted each one and could not bear the thought of losing them, especially since they were her master's likeness. Who would dare to destroy them? In her moment of desperation, her eyes fell upon her wardrobe. It was her saving grace. Cold Luoli opened the wardrobe and stuffed all the sculptures inside. Once she had concealed them, she opened the door to welcome everyone in. "All tidied up, master. You may enter," she declared, her breath quickening, clearly anxious about something. Chen Ye stepped inside, surveying the tidy room, and remarked, it was already clean. What was there to tidy up? The bed linens were a serene ice blue, neatly spread out, and the table displayed some exquisite ice blue earrings and necklaces. Though beautiful, The monochromatic color scheme rendered the room somewhat dull. Approaching the table, Chen Ye picked up an earring and adorned cold Luoli's ear, admiring her beauty. "You look splendid in this," he complimented. Cold Luoli stared in astonishment at her master, feeling the warmth of his presence linger on her earlobe. He had just praised her. It seemed even Sister had never received such compliments from him. This was a special privilege bestowed upon her alone. Overjoyed, cold Luoli embraced her master, burying her face in his embrace. He was simply perfect. How she wished she could spend her days cuddling with him instead of being surrounded by cold, lifeless ice sculptures. At that moment, with her back turned to the wardrobe, Sister Sue was exploring the room, peeking here and there. Cold Sister often behaves mysteriously, not allowing us to see her room. I thought there might be some astonishing secret hidden within, but it appears there is nothing of the sort. She mused. By the way, Cold Sister, is your room only blue? Let me see if your clothes are also exclusively blue. As she spoke, she approached the wardrobe, intent on opening it. Cold Luoli, caught up in her embrace with her master, had no intention of acknowledging Sister. However, upon hearing her mention the wardrobe, her brow furrowed, and her expression shifted dramatically. She quickly turned to stop Sister. If her master discovered that she had secretly carved so many sculptures of him, he would surely deem her a deranged disciple. The thought of being scorned and expelled from his teachings was too dreadful to contemplate. But alas, she was a moment too late. Sister Sue had already pulled open the wardrobe door, and a torrent of ice sculptures cascaded out, burying her beneath them as she collapsed to the floor. Realizing that everything had been exposed, Cold Luoli's legs gave way, and she too fell to the ground, her face flushed with embarrassment, her mouth agape in shock. This was the end. It was all over. Unaware of the turmoil within Cold Luoli, Chen Ye stepped forward to examine one of the ice sculptures closely. Is this meant to be me? It resembles me quite a lot. He was pleasantly surprised by Luoli's impressive craftsmanship as he picked up several more sculptures. Are all of these modeled after me? If Luoli has this talent, she could carve figures of others as well. Hearing her master's words, Cold Luoli, who was on the verge of tears, suddenly felt a surge of relief. Her master did not find her actions repulsive. He merely appreciated her fondness for ice carving. What had she been worrying about all this time? Instead of hearing condemnation from her master, she found understanding and affirmation. Elated, she rose and presented her favorite sculpture to him. "Master, this is for you. I adore you." The joy of gifting her hand-carved sculpture to her master filled her with unparalleled happiness. At that moment, Sister Sue, emerging from the pile of ice sculptures, gasped for breath, feeling as though she had nearly been crushed. As she surveyed the scene, she was taken aback to see the room filled with her master's likenesses. "Wow, Cold Sister, you've carved so many. I never would have guessed you were a pervert." Cold Luoli did not hear her master's ridicule, but was keenly aware of Sister's words. Her expression darkened, and she trembled in anger. If Sister had not opened her wardrobe, she would not have had to worry about her master discovering her secret. Although being found out was not the end of the world, it had still been a harrowing experience. Sister's unauthorized intrusion into her privacy was one thing, but to insult her was entirely unacceptable. With a fierce determination, Cold Luoli unleashed her ice-falling technique. A gust of powerful wind swept through the room, accompanied by snowflakes as hard as iron, swirling ominously. Sister Sue, sensing the overwhelming pressure, broke into a cold sweat. "Cold Sister, you wouldn't dare unleash your skills in here, would you?" Not long after, the 5 disciples stood in the courtyard, and a large bump appeared on Sister Sue's head between her 2 horns. With sincerity, she bowed deeply to Cold Luoli. "Cold Sister, I was wrong." Cold Luoli pouted, reluctantly accepting Sister's apology. White Yami, having noticed that her master had visited the rooms of her fellow disciples, but not her own, felt a sense of longing. She grasped her master's hand and gently shook it, saying sweetly, "Master, please come and see my room too." Chen Ye nodded, intrigued by what White Yami's room might hold. Chapter 78. The statue of memories in the charming room of the adorable Loli. One could only imagine it adorned in soft pastel hues. As the scene shifted, the 5 individuals found themselves atop the tiled roof. Bai Yame discovered a comfortable spot, elegantly lying down while cheerfully exclaiming, "Is this the place? Does Master wish to rest with me?" Chen Ye, taken aback, mused. So you've been spending your nights up here all along? Mighty of Aya. The Tianguan Hall has plenty of rooms. You could select any to reside in. Aya Mei shook her head. For some reason, I feel an overwhelming sense of security resting at such heights. It's warm and comfortable. Chen Ye found her reasoning perplexing. Come on, you're a white tiger. Why do you increasingly resemble a domestic cat? However, since it brought her joy, he refrained from saying more. After all, one must learn to understand and respect differences among races. After a brief intermission, they began their cultivation. Hu Jiuyu sensed she was on the brink of a breakthrough, soon achieving the 4th layer of the postnatal realm. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian lingered at the 2nd layer, likely to be surpassed by her junior sister Husun. In a bid to catch up, she immersed herself in her training with exceptional diligence. As evening descended deep into the night, Su Jiqian continued meditating in a corner, focused on comprehending the intricacies of her cultivation technique. The intense exertion caused her to be drenched in fragrant sweat, her garments clinging tightly to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves. Even her sheer black stockings appeared glistening, as if they might drip with moisture at any moment. She sensed she had hit a bottleneck, unable to break through. Master must still be awake. I should inquire with him, she thought, rising to approach his grand hall. On her way, she suddenly noticed a figure darting past her. Turning around, she saw Bai Yame sprinting hurriedly. What has got Bai Shimmy in such a rush? Perhaps she's off to play, and will return shortly, Su Jiqian mused, continuing her path to the Master-S Hall. Meanwhile, Chen Ye paced back and forth in his chamber, holding the ice sculpture gifted by Lung Luoli. To his surprise, he discovered that this ice sculpture was likely specially crafted, as it did not melt despite the temperature and continuously emanated a coolness, making it quite comfortable to have nearby during the summer. He pondered where to place this cherished gift, ultimately deciding to position it on the nightstand by his bed, smiling in satisfaction. At that moment, the door to his room swung open unexpectedly. Turning around, he saw his eldest disciple entering, and he queried curiously, "Qian, are you here again?" I fear for your health." This visit was not for other matters, as Su Jiqian sought guidance regarding her cultivation. Amused by her master's concerned expression, she chuckled inwardly. "Is that all you think of when you see me, master? Truly a peculiar teacher. Yet, I find it endearing." Approaching him, she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned in for a kiss. As the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second is known, and by the third, is all too familiar. Chen Ye allowed her to indulge, and after some time, they parted. Su Jiqian had intended to discuss her cultivation struggles, but upon seeing her dashing master, she found it difficult to contain herself. "Forget the training for now. Oh, master, though it's a bit late, do you mind the sweat on me? I just finished training and feel a bit unclean." Chen Ye sensed an unusual allure emanating from her today, finding her more enchanting than usual, though he could not pinpoint why. As he inhaled, he realized it was the scent of her fragrant sweat, an irresistible aroma that captivated him entirely. "In truth, it's your scent that draws me in even more," he confessed. Surprisingly, Su Jiqian's cheeks flushed upon receiving such praise from her master. "Oh, master," she began, "I've been struggling with my cultivation. Could you assist me in clearing my channels?" "Very well, it's simple enough to help you with that," Chen Ye replied. "Is this how you clear the meridians?" she asked incredulously. "Shoo, just follow what I say. Would I deceive you?" Meanwhile, in Lung Luoli's room, a rare moment of creativity had led her to carve a life-sized ice sculpture of her master. Previously hesitant to do so for fear of discovery, she now embraced the opportunity. Upon completing the sculpture, she placed it on her bed, donning her favorite sleepwear and hugging the ice figure closely. One long, fair leg draped over the sculpture, while her delicate hands caressed it, exploring every contour, except for areas she had yet to sculpt. After a while, she felt unsatisfied, lacking the thrill she sought. From beneath her bed, she retrieved another ice sculpture identical to the one she had given her master. Pensive, she recalled that the one intended for her master was uniquely crafted, utilizing the new projection array she had learned. The eyes of the sculpture could transmit images, though she felt it was morally dubious to invade her master's privacy. The temptation was overwhelming. Holding the sculpture, she hesitated, her heart racing after touching the life-sized figure of her master. I must indulge a little. I simply cannot sleep otherwise. A quick glance won't be noticed by master, right? As long as I don't provoke him. Wait, master wouldn't sleep without pajamas, would he? How delightful that would be. She giggled to herself, activating the projection array. As the images materialized, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Chapter 79. The strange cold Lawali. The image did not possess the ability to transmit sound, only projecting the scene before her eyes. The eyes of the ice sculpture were fixed on the master, positioned at the location of the window above the bed. She could see the image swaying back and forth. Presumably, it was the ice sculpture that was shaking, hence the reflected image was also in motion. How peculiar! Was the ground trembling? No, that couldn't be right. The master was so close to me. If the ground were shaking, I would surely feel it. Cold Lawali murmured to herself. In the image, she could not discern any figures. Perhaps her master had placed the ice sculpture at a considerable height. Just as disappointment began to settle in, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a strand of hair fluttering by in the image. Cold Lawali. Could it be her master's hair? No, that seems unlikely. Her master's hair isn't that smooth. It resembles that of a girl's. The image was not particularly clear, and she could not ascertain whose hair it was. Cold Lawali's curiosity was piqued, making it even more difficult for her to sleep. She fell into a contemplative state, and then suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. The master's grand hall had been destroyed yesterday, prompting her master to spend the night in her senior sister's room. If she were to take advantage of her master's momentary distraction and collapse the grand hall tonight, would that not grant her the opportunity to claim her master's overnight companionship? What a dutiful disciple she was. The more cold Lawali pondered, the more exhilarated she became. The ethereal energy began to swirl around her ice-blue staff. However, rationality ultimately triumphed over desire. Her master was no fool. How could she possibly bring down the hall without her master noticing? Perhaps after collapsing it, she could shift the blame onto her senior sister? After all, her senior sister had tricked her numerous times. Returning the favor should not be too excessive. Clearly, Cold Lawali had not abandoned this notion. Yet, she was unaware that her senior sister was also within the grand hall. Eventually, Cold Lawali shook her head, collapsing onto her bed. She simply could not bring herself to defame others. Thus, she resigned herself to a sense of grievance. Cold Lawali gazed at the empty image. Soon, her expression softened, and she languidly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Chen Ye had not slept the previous night, diligently assisting his eldest disciple in unblocking her meridians. At last, his disciple had resolved her confusion and would likely break through soon. Su Jiqian nestled her head against her master's warm chest, her expression one of unparalleled satisfaction, yet equally fatigued. From this angle, Su Jiqian caught sight of the ice sculpture resting on the bedside table. Curiously, she inquired, "Master, did the cold junior sister gift you that ice sculpture?" Chen Ye nodded. "Yes, what is the matter?" Su Jiqian's expression turned contemplative. "I wonder if I'm being overly cautious, but yesterday I felt as though someone was watching me. Hee. Yet in the presence of the ice sculpture made by the cold junior sister, it evokes a rather unique sensation. Yesterday, she had indeed felt an odd sensation of being observed. Before rising, the two exchanged tender words at the bedside. Chen Ye, regarding his eldest disciple, spoke candidly about everything except the matter of his transmigration, never concealing anything. The eldest disciple reciprocated by sharing her genuine thoughts with her master, whether they pertained to daily trivialities or events involving her junior sisters. They were intimate companions, not merely engaged in a physical relationship. Their love for each other inspired them to partake in actions that brought joy to one another. After a leisurely chat, they finally rose to prepare themselves. This time, they did not sleep until noon, but ended their rest in the early hours, as neither had truly slept. Once they had tidied their appearances, the two made their way to the square, where Hu Jiue was already meditating. To Chen Ye's surprise, Cold Lawali had not yet appeared. Based on his understanding of Cold Lawali, she should have been the first to rise, practicing diligently. Chen Ye led his two disciples in meditation for a while, and after some time, Cold Lawali finally emerged from her room. Her hair cascaded loosely down her back, evidently a sign of having risen in haste. Skipping the step of tying it up, she also bore a fatigued expression. At times, indulging in fantasies and engaging with oneself could indeed be quite exhausting. Upon seeing her in this state, Chen Ye asked with concern, "Luoli, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Have you fallen ill?" Chen Ye did not believe that cultivators in this world could fall ill. However, his second disciple certainly appeared to be in such a state. Hearing her master's concern warmed cold Luoli's heart. Yet whether she was truly unwell was difficult to ascertain. This ailment, perhaps only her master could remedy. "Thank you for your concern, master. Me fine." Chen Ye nodded. "That is good. If you wish to rest a bit longer, I won't blame you. Taking care of your health is paramount. In terms of cultivation, I will accompany you. We have all the time in the world." Chen Ye was not a particularly strict master. In fact, compared to most mentors, his expectations were exceedingly lenient. In his view, he was nearing invincibility. At least in this continent, there were no enemies left to confront. Consequently, his disciples would naturally be free from life-threatening dangers. The speed of their advancement had become inconsequential. What mattered was their happiness and well-being. Everything else was for him, as their master, to smooth over. Cold Luoli understood her master well and knew he would not reprimand her for this. Yet, feeling her master's concern stirred a deep sense of gratitude within her. She knelt beside her master, gazing at him with an expression brimming with affection, her pupils nearly transforming into blue hearts. "Master," Chen Ye felt his heart race under her gaze. What was going on with his second disciple today? He merely showed concern, yet it seemed as if she were about to devour him. Undeniably, cold Luoli, with her hair cascading down, was exceedingly beautiful, though her figure was not voluptuous. She was tall and slender, with fair, cool skin, exquisite features, and an enchanting aura. Paired with her long, graceful legs, it was difficult to fathom how one could resist such a lure. "Luoli, why do you gaze at me so?" Cold Luoli realized she had lost her composure and quickly turned her head away, blushing. "And no, it's nothing. By the way, have you seen Bai Shimmy? Where has she gone?" Cold Luoli, feeling shy, hastily shifted the topic. This was not only her inquiry. The other disciples had also been puzzled for quite some time. Hu Jiyue had not seen her adorable junior sister since early morning. Even on the rooftop, where Bai Yahweh loved to lounge, her absence was conspicuous. It seemed as though she had vanished without a trace. Chapter 80. The disappearance of Bai Yahweh. Although Bai Yahweh arrived at the Tianxin Hall later than other disciples, her presence had become a constant source of joy in recent days. The group had warmly embraced her as one of their own, cherishing her friendship. Chen Ye considered her his fourth direct disciple. Thus, her sudden disappearance stirred a sense of unease within him. The absence of someone so dear left a hollow ache in his heart. At that moment, Su Qian recalled, "Last night, while meditating late, I seem to have seen Bai Shimmy. She left in a hurry, and I thought she had gone out for fun." Her expression bore a hint of remorse, as if she were blaming herself. If only she had paid more attention, perhaps Bai Shimmy would not have vanished so abruptly. What if she had encountered some peril? The weight of such thoughts pressed heavily on Su Qian, for as the eldest sister in their sect, she bore a strong sense of responsibility toward her younger sisters. Despite her occasional frivolity, Chen Ye gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "It is not your fault. The responsibility lies with me. I should have cared for her better." Her sudden departure must be due to pressing matters. According to the customs of most sects, a direct disciple leaving without reporting to their master is a serious offense. Yet, Chen Ye felt no anger. He believed Bai Yahweh must have encountered some issue that compelled her to leave without explanation. She likely needed him now more than ever. He decided to extend his divine sense to investigate. The thought of his disciple possibly being in danger heightened his anxiety. He first spread his divine sense over the entire Tianxin sect, but found no trace of Bai Yahweh. He then expanded his search to encompass the entire Lingshu Mountain. Time shifted back to the previous evening. Bai Yahweh had been napping atop a rooftop, using a pair of white cat paws as her pillow, looking utterly adorable. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a thunderous roar jolted her awake. This roar echoed like a dragon's cry, deep and resonant, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening from slumber. Upon hearing the dragon's call, By Yahweh furrowed her brow. The Lingshu Mountain was home to many demon kings. Yet only one possessed the power to unleash a dragon's roar. The Dragon Emperor, Long Lan, who governed countless demon kings. This particular roar was cloaked in spiritual energy, audible only to those of the demon clan. Typically, such a sound signified matters of great importance concerning the safety of all demonkind on Lingshu Mountain or a call for assistance. Yet, since Bai Yahweh had already pledged herself to the Tianxian sect, she was no longer beholden to the Dragon Emperor's commands. However, having shared a close bond with Long Lan during her extensive years as a demon, she felt indebted to assist her friend, who had once aided her significantly. To ignore her benefactor in a time of need would weigh heavily on her conscience. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Bai Yahweh glanced toward her master's quarters. Surely, if she sought her master's help, even the most formidable challenges could be surmounted. But she already owed her master a life debt. How could she burden them further? This matter was hers alone to resolve. Rising to her feet, she was surprised to discover that her senior sister, Sue, was still deep in meditation. To avoid disturbing anyone, she hurriedly departed without a word. The vastness of Lingshu Mountain was boundless, even with Bai Yahweh's remarkable speed. It took her an hour to reach Long Lan's cave. Long Lan was the most powerful demon on Lingshu Mountain. The last time Bai Yahweh saw her, she was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. It was difficult to imagine anyone on this continent who could rival her strength. The very reason Lingshu Mountain had become a sanctuary for demon beasts was due to her protection, keeping human cultivators at bay and allowing the mountain to retain its primal allure. As Bai Yahweh approached the entrance of Long Lan's cave, she found it bustling with activity. A throng of human cultivators had gathered outside, stretching as far as the eye could see. Powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm mingled among them, rendering even those of the divine concealment realm nearly inconspicuous. Bai Yahweh estimated there were nearly 1,000 individuals present. A palpable pressure emanated from the gathered cultivators, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the surroundings. They appeared to be engaged in a discussion several thousand meters away from the territory of Lingshu Mountain. Without further delay, Bai Yahweh soared toward Long Lan's cave. Inside, the cave was not dark. It was illuminated by flickering flames. The walls sparkled with an array of golden trophies, weapons, jewelry, and treasures of all kinds, though they were displayed haphazardly, lacking aesthetic appeal. Upon entering, Bai Yahweh found a considerable number of demon beasts already congregated within, animatedly conversing. Our continued safety on Lingshu Mountain relies entirely on the protection of the Dragon Emperor. However, now that the Dragon Emperor has failed in her tribulation, her cultivation has plummeted to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm, leaving her grievously injured and unable to fight. Human cultivators have long coveted the resources of Lingshu Mountain. We may be facing imminent peril. Tribulations are not exclusive to those in the tribulation stage. Once a cultivator reaches the Purple Mansion realm, every advancement incurs a small-scale tribulation. While the tribulations faced by those in the Purple Mansion realm are far less daunting than those of the tribulation stage, they still hover dangerously close to the brink of death. Consequently, many cultivators choose to remain at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, seeking a stable existence. Yet, there will always be those who aspire to greater heights, willing to gamble with their lives for the sake of ambition. However, luck does not always favor the bold. Bai Yahweh pushed through the crowd of demons, making her way to the forefront, her concern focused on Long Lan. The Dragon Clan is unique among demon clans, possessing the innate ability to shift forms without the need for cultivation. Long Lan remained in her humanoid form, seated upon her resplendent golden throne, her expression troubled. She was remarkably tall, standing at least twice the height of Bai Yahweh. Chapter 81. The meeting of the demon clan. Her skin was a cold white, her features exquisitely proud, and her exceptionally long legs were strikingly alluring. Her aura bore a resemblance to that of Lung Luali, yet unlike Lung Luali's demeanor, which exuded an air of aloofness, Long Lan's presence instilled a sense of innate authority that evoked fear. Atop her head rested a pair of Y-shaped dragon horns, adorned with a golden crown. While her injuries were not visibly apparent, Her essence was palpably frail. Upon seeing Bai Yaowei's arrival, Long Lon managed to muster a faint smile and remarked, "Little Bai, you have finally arrived. What prompted you to take on human form? You are still as charming as ever." The appearance of a demon beast in human form is influenced by its original form. For instance, Bai Yawei, in her white tiger state, was considered adorably charming among the demon clan, though this was imperceptible to humans. "I now have a name. I am Bai Yawei. Please refrain from calling me Little Bai any longer. What has happened to you? How could you be so careless and fail your breakthrough?" Long Lon, who was well aware of her astounding talent, found it hard to believe that Long Lon could suffer such grievous injuries during her ascent to the Purple Mansion realm, despite its inherent dangers. Hearing her words, Long Lan's expression darkened with reluctance. "How could I fail in my breakthrough? An insider must have sabotaged me. The news of my fall to the second tier of the Purple Mansion realm has likely been leaked by that traitor. Yet, I remain in the dark as to who seeks my demise. But let us set this aside for now. There are more pressing matters at hand." With that, Long Lon rose from her throne, her gaze resolute as she addressed the gathered demon kings. "I'm truly delighted that you all have come. The human cultivators have long coveted the resources of Lingshu Mountain, and today they have surrounded us, intent on seizing it in one fell swoop. I have summoned you all to unite against our impending foes. What are your thoughts?" Upon learning the purpose of the summons, the demon clans exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. It was said that even ancient cultivators who had been in seclusion for millennia had emerged to partake in this assault, threatening to remove the Dragon Emperor's horns and turn the spiritual roots into medicinal materials for crafting top-grade breakthrough pills. Rumor had it that this ancient being possessed a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. How could they possibly stand a chance against such an adversary? Long Lan's ascension to the position of Demon Emperor was solely due to her formidable strength. Her governance over the realm had always been loosely structured, lacking unity. Now that her cultivation had significantly declined, many demon kings began to harbor trepidation. After a brief discussion, several demon kings stepped forward to declare, "Our Lion King clan has decided to relocate to another continent. Farewell. While Lingshu Mountain is indeed splendid, our Divine Bull clan chooses not to partake in this matter. Goodbye." One by one, the demon kings expressed their intent to migrate with their clans, opting out of the impending conflict. Soon, the cave was nearly deserted, with only a handful of demons remaining. Long Lan's expression grew heavy at this sight, yet she did not impede their departure. Having been the demon emperor for thousands of years, she had never shown favoritism nor harmed any of her subjects. Even when patrolling her territory, she would rescue injured demons. Whenever foreign threats arose, she would aid her kin, having saved countless demons over the years. Yet now, in her time of need, she faced this disheartening scene. To claim she felt no sorrow would be a lie. The reason she did not stop them from leaving was that, in her eyes, as the demon emperor, it was her duty to protect her people. The choice of the demon kings to depart was their freedom. In the demon clan, it was rare to find a being like Bai Yawei, who genuinely understood the essence of gratitude. This was why Long Lon cherished her companionship and regarded her as a friend. Bai Yawei's admirable qualities shone brightly in this moment. Addressing the remaining demon kings, Long Lon spoke. "With the others departed, it will be difficult for us to stand against the enemy. You should leave as well. Do not squander your lives in vain. I alone shall face them. Even if my cultivation has plummeted, I can still inflict heavy losses on the enemy by sacrificing my life." Long Lon, as the Dragon Emperor, could not easily shed her inherent arrogance. Even in the face of dire peril, she refused to reveal her vulnerability. She aimed to make it clear to all adversaries that she was the sovereign of Lingshu Mountain. Even in injury, she was not to be underestimated. The remaining demon kings, those who had long since taken on human form and remained loyal to Long Lon, were a testament to her reign. Before Long Lon ascended as the demon emperor, discrimination was not yet a concept in the cultivation world, which had transpired several millennia ago. At that time, many demons took on human forms and integrated into human society. Long Lon had begun to exhibit her royal demeanor then, leading numerous transformed demons on adventures. However, A series of terrifying events later ignited animosity between different races. With no refuge left, Long Lan returned these demons to Lingshu Mountain. Now those still within the cave, aside from Bai Yawei, were the aged demons who had followed her for countless years. Upon hearing Long Lan's urging for them to leave, they knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, we are willing to fight alongside you to the bitter end. We shall not retreat. Your Majesty has treated us with the utmost kindness. We will not flee like those cowardly rats." Seeing their declarations, Long Lan nodded approvingly. She then turned her gaze to Bai Yawei. Bai Yawei, you should also leave. The enemy is too strong. You cannot assist us. In the past, your cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm would have allowed you to fight. But now that you have regressed to the innate realm, it would be perilous for you to join the fray. Long Lan wished to prevent her from facing unnecessary danger. Bai Yawei smiled and shook her head. "Do not worry. I can take care of myself. My master has imparted to me the Ling Long Xiangong. Even if I cannot defeat a high-level enemy, I should be able to ensure my survival." Long Lan's proud countenance momentarily flickered with curiosity. "Master? What master? I am quite intrigued about where you have been during your absence." Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the cave. The entire cavern began to tremble, ominously signaling a potential collapse. It was evident that the siege had commenced. Chapter 82. Gao Xiantian, sensing the external aggression. Long Lan furrowed her brow. She lifted her foot and strode towards the cave's entrance. Has the assault already commenced? There is no time for preparation. We must confront the enemy. With resolute determination shining in her eyes, she advanced swiftly, betraying not a hint of fear, even though she was acutely aware that this might be her final battle. Outside Long Lan's cave, a few moments earlier, the renowned Gao Xiantian, known as the Great Celestial Master, stood as the highest cultivator among humanity on the Deep Source continent for millennia. It is said he has lived for over 4,000 years and has long attained the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Numerous sects had extended their olive branches in hopes of recruiting him, but he remained singularly focused on the path of longevity, seldom making an appearance in the world. His descent from the mountains was prompted by the news of Long Lan's failure in her tribulation. To human cultivators, the demon race is viewed as a treasure trove. Should he succeed in defeating Long Lan and refining her into a medicinal elixir, it is highly plausible that he might ascend to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, he exerted his utmost efforts in the siege against Long Lan's cave. To the 2 Purple Mansion realm experts beside him, he declared, "Long Lan has cast a barrier outside this cave, cowering within and refusing to emerge. Fellow cultivators Sikong and Chigu, let's unleash our attacks together and force her out." The one addressed as Sikong was named Sikong Kuei, a prominent figure among the continent's cultivators, possessing the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Sikong Kuei replied, "Very well, but remember, the terms we discussed must not change. You shall take the dragon horn, and I shall claim the dragon heart. My 100 lives reviving pill is just one ingredient short, and I have awaited this moment for far too long." Cultivators place great importance on reputation. Refining elixirs from human or demon entities tarnishes their honor. Humans, being of the same kin, require no further explanation, while demons, despite their humanoid form, are often looked down upon by human cultivators, albeit with some reservation. However, the demon race is entirely different. Despite their ability to transform, they are eternally regarded as mere animals or livestock among human practitioners. Therefore, the remains of demons, whether used for alchemy or consumption, face no reproach. Gao Xiantian nodded. "That is certainly understood. Chigu, do you have any objections?" Though the strongest among the 3, Gao Xiantian was inherently cautious, wary of potential treachery from those around him. After all, having lived so long, he had offended countless individuals. It was prudent to establish terms before the battle. With nearly 1,000 cultivators present, any thoughts of breach would require careful consideration. The individual referred to as Chigu was named Chigu Sheng. He was the sect leader of the Medicine God sect, at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Although his level was not insignificant, his combat prowess was lacking, likely comparable to the late sect leader of the 3 Yuan sect. Chigu Sheng stroked his long white beard and said kindly, "Let me clarify. Unless you are defeated, the medicine god sect shall not partake in this battle. I have brought my disciples here primarily to seek an audience with a certain immortal residing within Lingshu Mountain. Once Long Lan is incapacitated, I will escort my disciples to pay our respects and see if we might uncover any fortuitous opportunities. The disciples of the medicine god sect seldom practice combat techniques and were averse to fighting, focusing instead on the cultivation of medicinal herbs, elixirs, and healing. Their martial prowess ranked among the lowest of the continent's major sections, while other sects publicly showed them respect, recognizing that they might need their services one day. Behind closed doors, few regarded them with any esteem. In the world of cultivation, power reigns supreme, no matter how adept one is at alchemy. They will ultimately be at the mercy of others. Gao Xuantian's expression turned scornful upon hearing his words. Do you truly believe in the legends of the immortal? I suspect that it was merely the sect leader of the Three Yuan sect reaping what he sowed, eliciting the wrath of the heavenly principles. Even if the immortal were to exist, it would be impossible for them to dwell within Lingshu Mountain. The tale of the Three Yuan sect leaders' dealings with demonic alchemy had spread. Many were more inclined to believe that the sect leader's malevolence had drawn divine retribution, sending an immortal to suppress him, rather than entertain the notion that Chen Ye was anything but an immortal hiding in Lingshu Mountain. Such a notion was absurd. Chigu Sheng remained silent, merely shaking his head gently as he stepped back. Regardless of whether the immortal truly existed, they would soon find out once Long Lan was rendered incapable of fighting. If the immortal were present, it would be advantageous. If not, it would not result in any loss. The reason for waiting until Long Lan was incapacitated to seek out the immortal was that Long Lan forbade human practitioners from entering Lingshu Mountain. Thus they were unable to enter. Noticing Chigu Sheng's retreat, Gao Xiantian let out a derisive snort. A cowardly mouse indeed. Nevertheless, even without this old man, we shall prevail. Fellow cultivator, let us not delay further. Our combined efforts shall suffice. Sikong Kue nodded in agreement, and together they began to channel their spiritual energy. As their energies surged, the oppressive force of the Purple Mansion realm gradually radiated outward, instilling fear in all nearby. The overwhelming spiritual power filled their palms, causing the very earth to tremble. The air contorted under their might, and countless stones were sent flying into the air. In the distance, numerous lower-level cultivators retreated, fearing injury from the backlash. These cultivators included visitors from various sects and ordinary road practitioners. They need not intervene in this siege. Their sole purpose for coming was to explore the treasures of Lingshu Mountain. Having been isolated from the outside world for nearly a millennium, Lingshu Mountain had nurtured countless rare materials. Once Long Lan was defeated, they would swarm in, seeking to claim any herbs or spirit stones, which would be considered a tremendous fortune. As the surrounding pressure reached its peak, Gao Xiantian and his companion unleashed their attack. The assault struck Long Lan's cave with a resounding crash. The outer barriers shattered, showing signs of imminent collapse. Gao Xiantian laughed heartily. Ha! It seems the demon's words were indeed true. Given Long Lan's former strength, the barrier she erected should not be so easily breached. Capturing her now will be a mere formality. Just as he reveled in his laughter, a figure slowly emerged from the cave's entrance. The visage was breathtakingly beautiful, with a tall, elegant stature and piercing eyes akin to those of an eagle, now fixed upon the assembly. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, locking on to Gao Xiantian. With a voice as cold and commanding as ice, she addressed them. How dare you, my defeated foes, trespass upon my borders? Have you forgotten the terms we established? Do you require me to teach you once more? Chapter 83. The Injured by Yahweh, a proud and chilling voice resonated, as if commanding the gathered crowd. How dare you, a defeated foe, trespass upon my borders? Have you forgotten the rules we once agreed upon? Do you require me to teach you once more? Lingshu Mountain had not always been tranquil. Its current peace was forged through the formidable strength of Long Lan. In the past, Gao Xiantian had attempted to invade Lingshu Mountain, but was decisively defeated by Long Lan's prowess. Eventually, he was coerced into signing a pact promising never to return, which was the only reason Long Lan spared his life. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Gao Xiantian chuckled mockingly, dismissing her inquiry with indifference. I have never heard of an agreement between the human and demon races. Today, I shall act as heaven's envoy, eradicating you, this scourge upon the mortal realm, lest you cause further harm to the innocent. Upon hearing his words, Longlon's anger flared, her teeth gritting in fury. For many years, she had dwelled in Lingshu Mountain and had never harmed a soul. Gao Xuantian's words were merely an attempt to vilify her, seeking an unfounded justification for his actions. Enough of your prattle. No matter what you say today, I shall not allow you to leave. Longlon's voice was icy as she leapt into the air, her right hand transformed into a dragon's claw, the crimson talon appearing fierce and terrifying. Flames blazed in her claw's grasp, as if she held a sun within her palm. She raised her claw dramatically, then swung it down. Dragon flame. The fire erupted like a surging river, pouring forth from her talon. The scorching wave incinerated trees hundreds of meters away. Gao Xuantian's expression grew grave as he beheld the approaching inferno. He had not anticipated that Longlon, despite her grievous wounds and diminished strength, could unleash such a terrifying assault. Truly, she was the king of all demons, the last dragon of legend. However, having cultivated the Dongxian divine art for millennia, he was not easily overwhelmed. Dongxian palm. Gao Xiantian gathered azure energy in his palm, manifesting a colossal imprint. The translucent azure mark surged forth to collide with the flame. The fiery torrent crashed against the azure imprint, creating a cataclysmic clash that shook the heavens and earth, dispersing the dark clouds. Meanwhile, Situ Kuei found himself ensnared by other demon tribes, unable to extricate himself. Bai Yahweh watched the unfolding scene with anxiety, ready to provide support at any moment. Longlon's spiritual energy was already depleted. She fought with the last vestiges of her life. Each flame she unleashed consumed her very essence. Cough! Longlon felt her vitality surge within, and before she could restrain herself, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Drops of blood trickled down her lips, painting a grim picture. Gao Xiantian, while fending off her assault, ridiculed her. You are merely flailing in desperation. Surrender now, and I shall grant you a swift end. Longlon could not abide such mockery. Her hawk-like eyes locked onto Gao Xiantian with deadly intent. Suddenly, he felt an ominous premonition. Flame seemed to burn within Longlon's gaze. She clenched her right talon into a fist, enveloped in flames, and struck at the azure imprint. In an instant, the azure mark shattered into fragments. The exertion had caused blood to seep from her eardrums, and her internal organs were already severely damaged. Even if she won this battle, she would not survive the day. After shattering the azure imprint, she did not pause. Her enormous dragon claw lunged at Gao Xiantian. He had intended to mock her, but was caught off guard by her sudden resurgence. This unexpected ferocity brought to mind the peak of Longlon's power, a level he could not hope to match. In haste, Gao Xiantian unleashed a life-saving talisman he had stored for an unknown duration. A protective barrier enveloped him. As Longlon's claw struck the barrier, it began to crack. Soon, Gao Xuantian's protective talisman would shatter. Gao Xiantian called out to Qi Gusheng. Qi Gusheng, it is time for you to intervene. I could hardly hold on. Hearing his plea, Qi Gusheng found himself in a dilemma. He had previously stated that he would only intervene if others were defeated, but that had been mere formality. He never anticipated that Gao Xiantian, at the fifth realm of the Zifu stage, would struggle against a gravely wounded Longlon. This was truly unexpected, unwilling to create an enemy, even among the demon race. Qi Gusheng faced the scrutiny of numerous cultivators. If he disregarded his fellow cultivators' lives in front of them, he would undoubtedly earn a notorious reputation. With a solemn expression, he noted that many disciples awaited his command. Ultimately, Qi Gusheng refrained from moving, turning away. Regardless of Gao Xuantian's fate, he would do his utmost to provide healing later, considering it an act of mercy. As Gao Xuantian's barrier neared destruction, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. It was a demon, the traitor who had betrayed them. The demon was swiftly approaching Longlon from behind, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Seeing the beast's silhouette, Gao Xiantian felt a glimmer of hope. Bai Yahweh, observing from a distance, quickly recognized the assailant, the leader of the Tiger King tribe, who had been the first to flee from the cave not long ago. Longlon, be careful, Bai Yao shouted, immediately sprinting towards her. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Longlon's side. She embraced Longlon's waist tightly, then forcefully retreated. Simultaneously, the Tiger King's claw lunged forward. The claw missed Longlon, instead catching Bai Yao's arm. Nevertheless, Bai Yao managed to pull Longlon back, and the two fell heavily to the ground. They tumbled several times before colliding with a rock, finally coming to a halt. Longlon let out a muffled groan and, after a brief daze, quickly rose to her feet. She grasped Bai Yao's shoulder, concern etched across her face. Xiaobai, are you all right? Bai Yao, clutching her injured arm, felt the warmth of blood soaking her petite frame. The wound glimmered with a purple hue, a sign of the poison creeping within. The Tiger King had coated his claws with venom, intending to ensure Longlon's demise with a single strike. Bai Yao forced a smile. I'm fine. You've even learned my name. Please don't call me Xiao Bai anymore. Be careful. They are coming again. Bai Yao suddenly shouted, as Gao Xiantian had already pursued them. The Dongxian palm once more coalesced in his grasp, the pressure more terrifying than before. I shall not grant you another opportunity. Gao Xiantian bellowed, slamming his palm downward. Longlon glanced back at Bai Yao, who was now afflicted by poison. Her gaze hardened, and she steeled herself for the inevitable. She shed her human form, gradually transforming back into her true self. Her immense body loomed protectively before Bai Yao. Chapter 84. The Crisis of Longlon Upon Arrival. Chen Ye beheld Longlon in her magnificent form, a resplendent crimson dragon towering dozens of meters high and nearly 100 meters long. Her colossal wings extended majestically from her robust back, and formidable fangs protruded menacingly from her dragon maw. The true embodiment of the Dragon Empress commanded an awe that compelled any beast to submit in reverence. Even the traitorous Tiger King, following Gao Xiantian, could not help but retreat several paces, his demeanor betraying a hint of trepidation. Yet, as he observed the labored breaths escaping Longlon and the bloodied scales that had begun to shed from her weakened form, he soon realized that her once dominant presence had diminished significantly. With a semblance of stability regained, Longlon opened her gaping maw, fixating on the approaching azure handprint. A fierce inferno coalesced within her throat, erupting forth when it reached its zenith. Longlon endeavored to wield her dragon flames once more to repel the impending threat. However, her body, already taxed beyond its limits, could not sustain such a formidable assault. The flames flickered briefly before dwindling, leaving her vulnerable to the lethal strike that would surely spell her demise. The Tiger King, reveling in the imminent death of the Dragon Empress, wore an expression of elation. Before Longlon's arrival at Lingshu Mountain, he had been its supreme ruler. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone with the Dragon Empress. From their very first encounter, Longlon and he were adversaries. Though she spared his life after their initial confrontation, the roots of rebellion were sown. The Tiger King had long been biding his time, and their animosity had only intensified due to a series of minor grievances. Approximately a century ago, the Tiger King chanced upon Bai Yao, a white tiger of a different lineage. Captivated by her soft fur, he sought her affection, only to be rebuffed. In a desperate bid to secure an heir, he resorted to force, a common practice among beast kind, where laws are but a mere illusion. The encounter culminated in a fierce struggle, and just as Bai Yao was on the brink of defeat, Longlon intervened, establishing rules to prevent such occurrences in the future. It was during this moment that Bai Yao and Longlon formed a bond of friendship, yet Longlon's actions only fueled the Tiger King's resentment, igniting a desire to eliminate her. A century later, as Longlon ascended to new heights, gathering rare treasures for a breakthrough, the Tiger King seized the opportunity to tamper with her resources. Aware that he might still be no match for the Dragon Empress, he clandestinely summoned external forces, leading to the current dire situation. As the Dragon Empress teetered on the brink of death, the Tiger King laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that the once proud Dragon King would perish before my eyes today? After your demise, I shall sever your head as a trophy." His gaze turned lecherously toward the poisoned and incapacitated by Yahweh. And you, little white tiger, I never expected to find you here. Fear not, I shall ensure your safety, locking you away in my lair for my own enjoyment. Initially, Longlon felt a surge of indignation at his taunts, but upon hearing by Yahweh's name, her eyes blazed with fury. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying dragon's cry reverberated, sending shockwaves through those present. Yet, it was but a final act of defiance. The azure handprint had now descended upon her. Realizing her life was drawing to a close, Longlon cast a lingering glance at her loyal subjects who fought valiantly for her, and at by Yahweh, who was ensnared in peril due to her. The loss of her life was one matter, but would her friends also perish because of her? A profound sense of regret washed over her, and a solitary tear escaped her dragon eyes. Devilish palm, ice flood technique, celestial slaughter. 3 melodious voices rang out simultaneously. The malevolent handprint, imbued with corrosive energy, descended first, crashing down upon the azure imprint and sending it askew. Nevertheless, Longlon's immense form remained vulnerable to harm from such an attack. Next, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded down, as colossal ice spikes struck the azure imprint, causing it to tilt once more. Finally, a tremendous slash accompanied by a resounding whoosh surged forward, obliterating the azure imprint entirely. A thunderous roar echoed as the imprint collided with a nearby giant mountain. Yet this was not the end. The full force of a 5th-tier Purple Mansion realm attack continued its relentless path of destruction. The thought of such an assault striking Longlon filled the air with dread, as by Yahweh would surely meet her end as well. Longlon had never witnessed such peculiar attacks, and curiously gazed skyward. Above, 3 figures floated in the heavens. Leading them was Su Jiqian, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her right hand enveloped in a dense purple mist. Beside her stood Lung Luoli, clad in an ice-blue gown, wielding a transparent ice staff, her expression cold as she gazed below. Lastly, Hu Jiuyu, the most peculiar of them all, donned a suit of silver armor that accentuated her grace. The towering sword in her hand glimmered in the sunlight, her sun-kissed skin and flawless form exuding resilience and beauty. Upon seeing these 3 women, Longlon's expression bore a hint of confusion. She did not recognize them. Why would they come to her aid? Moreover, their unusual assembly, a demon, a human, and an elf from a distant continent, was perplexing. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind her. You are safe now. Your master has arrived. Take this pill, and you shall be restored to your former self. Longlon turned, bewildered, to see Chen Ye standing behind her, cradling by Yahweh in his arms. Moments earlier, he had enveloped the entirety of Lingshu Mountain with his consciousness and swiftly located by Yahweh's presence. Upon witnessing her peril, he rushed to her side, where he found Longlon shielding by Yahweh from harm. Although Chen Ye did not know who Longlon was, he instructed his disciples to rescue her before hastening to by Yahweh's side. By Yahweh, though poisoned and disoriented, immediately recognized her master, the scent of her mentor unmistakable. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chen Ye, she instinctively nestled closer into his embrace. Chapter 85. The dragon's nose is not to be touched. Feeling the warmth of her master's body, she couldn't help but nuzzle closer to him. Her fluffy ears brushed against Chen Ye's chin, causing a tickling sensation. Bayami's expression was somewhat downcast, tinged with guilt. Nestled in her master's embrace, she softly murmured, "I'm sorry. Master, I've troubled you again." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Ye swiftly placed a healing pill into her mouth. He then held her tightly, gently stroking her head. "Yami, you are now my disciple. No matter the difficulties you face, you can always confide in me. You are under my protection, and I will take responsibility for you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. You are not alone anymore. You have me and your senior sisters. We will bear any burden together." Chen Ye was puzzled by her sudden departure, but he assumed it must have been due to some urgent matter. From a moment he accepted by Yami as his disciple, she became part of his inner circle, and he would never stand idly by in her time of need. As he continued to caress her head, he gently added, "I hope you won't leave without a word again. It worries everyone." With the healing pill taking effect, Bayami no longer felt pain. She could only sense her master's warm breath and the broadness of his chest. He had not only saved her twice, but had also imparted to her the highest cultivation techniques. Even when she left without permission and caused him trouble, he bore her no resentment. Reflecting on the days spent with her master, she realized he had been extraordinarily kind to her, unmatched by anyone else in this world. Her feelings for him were so intense that she struggled to express them. Master, master, master. Yami vowed never to leave her master again. Forever. Bayami buried her face in her master's chest, holding him tightly and calling out to him 3 times. Her petite legs wrapped around him, her arms encircled his neck as she clung to him, wishing to merge into his very being. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept with heartfelt gratitude. She was no longer drawn to him merely for his scent or a sense of obligation. In this moment, she had truly fallen in love with her master, deeply and irrevocably. After a long while, Chen Ye gently patted her fair back and spoke softly. Though I am unaware of the current situation, those individuals over there must be our foes. Once I deal with them, I will take you back. Upon hearing her master's words, Bayami nodded reluctantly and descended from his embrace. Go find your senior sisters. They have all been worried about you, he advised. The healing pill's effects were remarkable, and Bayami was already back to her former self. She soared into the air to join her sisters. Sisters, I've caused everyone trouble. She apologized, feeling remorseful. Huja, with a cheerful smile, hoisted her up, saying, Your troubles are our troubles. This is not a burden at all. Su Jiqian wore an expression as if her own child had been bullied, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. As the eldest sister, she felt a strong sense of responsibility. Learning that her junior sister had just been wronged ignited her fury. Whoever was responsible would pay dearly. Lung Lolly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bayami safe and approached to comfort her. After ensuring Bayami was settled, Chen Ye leaped before Long Lon. He had witnessed her fighting alongside Bayami and assumed that she must be a friend. Thus, he could not turn a blind eye to her plight. With this in mind, Chen Ye exchanged for another healing pill and tossed it to her. This is a healing pill. It will help you recover, he said. Long Lon caught it with her claws and looked at Chen Ye with earnest eyes. This human cultivator was not a stranger to her. She remembered him from a year ago when he had fled to Lingshu Mountain with 3 disciples after a defeat. At that time, Long Lon was asleep, but upon sensing human cultivators in her territory, she intended to drive them away. However, upon seeing the 2 alien disciples accompanying him, her curiosity piqued. It was unusual for a human to take in alien disciples. Perhaps out of curiosity or some other reason, she spared their lives, allowing them to enter her domain. Shortly thereafter, she had expelled the pursuers hot on their heels. Chen Ye owed his survival to her assistance. Yet, Long Lon had not given it much thought at the time, and days turned into weeks. Little did she know that the human cultivator she had casually spared would return to save her life. After receiving the healing pill, Long Lon hesitated for a moment. Would such a small pill truly be effective against her severe injuries? However, upon observing Bayami's swift recovery, she swallowed it whole without further contemplation. Chen Ye, intrigued by the magnificent dragon before him, considered the sensation of dragon scales. He had petted cats and dogs, but had never felt dragon hide. Surely, this dragon would not mind if he dared to touch her. As he pondered this, his hand instinctively reached out, just as his fingers brushed against her nose. He felt a hard, leathery texture, and the warmth emanating from her nostrils resembled smoke from burning flames. Long Lon had been absorbing the effects of the healing pill when she noticed the audacious human extending his hand towards her nose. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could react, he had touched her. It was the first time a human had dared to do so, especially on her head. This was akin to pulling out her reverse scale. How dare you touch this royal being? Long Lon growled, instinctively preparing to unleash her spiritual power to disperse him. However, in that moment of release, she realized something was off. With her severe injuries, she should not have been able to channel her powers. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that all her wounds had healed completely, silently, and without a trace. Chapter 86. Master Chen in utter silence, he had miraculously restored her. What grade of healing elixir could this possibly be? Long Lon pondered. She was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries. Scarcely any medicinal herb could have pulled her back from the brink of death. Yet, the healing elixir this man had just bestowed upon her had completely healed her wounds. The grade of such a potion must surely have reached the legendary, exalted celestial tier. Such a treasure was nearly impossible to find in this world. This man had actually given her such a priceless elixir so readily. Upon realizing the enormity of this favor, Long Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment. She found herself less enraged by Chen Ye's audacious touch upon her nose, though a sense of displeasure lingered. "Hey, have you finished your roping?" Long Lan remarked, her tone laced with dissatisfaction, though she had no intention of retaliating against her benefactor. How could she bring herself to harm the one who had saved her? Only then did Chen Ye slowly withdraw his hand, an apologetic yet exhilarated expression gracing his face. "Ahem, my apologies. Please step back. I shall handle what comes next." His sense of remorse stemmed from his inability to resist the urge to touch her. It was indeed somewhat impolite, yet the thrill of feeling the texture of dragon scales was undeniably unique. He had never imagined he would have the opportunity to experience this. Long Lan, upon hearing his words, retorted haughtily, "This is my affair. How could I possibly stand idly by?" After delivering his statement, Chen Ye did not linger. Ignoring Long Lan's thoughts, he leaped towards Gao Xiantian. At that moment, Gao Xiantian stared incredulously at his right hand, disbelief etched across his features. The strike he had just unleashed, the cave profound palm, was nearly his full power. How could it be deflected by 3 juniors in the sky? If he was not mistaken, those 3 were merely innate-level cultivators, with one even being in the acquired realm. While they had not completely blocked his attack, altering its trajectory was already astonishing. Were these 3 juniors exceptional talents from another continent? Gao Xiantian began to entertain this possibility. In this world, there were countless places with greater concentrations of spiritual energy than the Source Deep continent. If they were prodigies from other sacred cultivation grounds, it was not out of the realm of possibility. But why would such talents appear here? Before Gao Xiantian could ponder further, Chen Ye had already arrived before him. With a neutral expression that betrayed no emotion, he stated, "The person you sought to kill just now was one of my disciples. You have provoked me. Today, I shall obliterate your entire clan." "Wait, you appear to be an ancient relic of thousands of years, not one raised by parents." "Very well, it is simpler to eradicate just you." Chen Ye had initially intended to annihilate the San Yuan sect along with its backing forces. However, considering this old hermit had likely not had the time to establish a power or family during his millennia of seclusion, it spared him the trouble of searching. Gao Xiantian regarded the man before him with a moment of contemplation. "You are Chen Ye, a mere cultivator of the divine concealment realm, dares to speak so boldly before me. What are you but a speck of dust, let alone your current strength? Even when your Tianxian sect was at its peak, I would not have feared you." During his seclusion, Gao Xiantian had heard of a newly emerged sect called Tianxian sect. However, upon emerging from his century-long retreat, he found it had been obliterated. To him, the Tianxian sect was but a fleeting wisp in his long cultivation journey, and its so-called leader was destined to bow before him. As for the legend of Chen the Immortal, Gao Xiantian dismissed it entirely. He could see through Chen Ye's realm at a glance. How could a divine concealment cultivator be regarded as an immortal? Chen Ye refrained from engaging in futile dialogue. He raised his hand, gradually gathering his spiritual energy. As the power surged forth, a section of space above them began to shimmer with ripples. The waves of distortion spread outward, as if something were on the verge of being torn from the fabric of space. Numerous low-level cultivators surrounding Lingshu Mountain observed the sudden appearance of Chen Ye, engaging in fervent discussion. Who is this youth, so audacious as to challenge the esteemed Gao? Has he a death wish? Shh, quiet. I recognize this immortal. I was present when he annihilated the San Yuan sect. Kneel before the immortal and depart swiftly. Heed my warning. If you delay, it will be too late. Among the crowd were many scattered cultivators. Some had witnessed Chen Ye in action, while others had not. Those who had seen him fight shouted in recognition of the immortal and hurriedly departed. This left the others bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could this youthful figure, appearing merely in his 20s, be the legendary immortal? It seemed too incredible to believe. Yet they had clearly heard that he was merely a cultivator of the divine concealment realm. A group of ignorant fools, deceived without realizing it. If you wish to flee, go ahead. We shall remain here, waiting to hunt for treasures. Many cultivators remained skeptical of the immortal's tale, unwilling to leave. However, some prudent individuals heeded the warnings of the scattered cultivators and hastily departed. The crowd dwindled to less than half. Qi Gusheng, the sect master of the medicine god sect, listened to the scattered cultivator's words, his expression contemplative. Stroking his beard, he regarded Chen Ye with intrigue. It seemed the legend of the immortal held substantial credibility. If this handsome young man truly was the immortal, then his visit was not in vain. Should he manage to secure the immortal's favor, their medicine god sect would no longer be looked down upon. In the center of the battlefield, Gao Xiantian, hearing the surrounding cultivators proclaiming they had seen the immortal, wore a satisfied expression. To him, these scattered cultivators were in awe of his power and were thus paying their respects. This filled him with immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. I merely exerted 90% of my strength, yet I have astonished numerous scattered cultivators. This time, I shall unleash my full power, allowing others to witness the prowess I have amassed during my centuries of seclusion. Gao Xiantian muttered to himself. Chapter 87. The demise of Gao Xiantian. Gao Xiantian gradually ascended, as if he had reached a height equal to that of the sun. From a distance, he appeared to dance in the heavens, seemingly preparing to unleash some arcane incantation. Soon, the azure sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, and bolts of lightning converged within them, the resounding thunder echoing through the mountains. It felt as if a torrential downpour was about to engulf the entire world. Countless flashes of lightning surged towards Gao Xiantian. In that moment, the sun ceased to exist. Gao Xiantian himself seemed to embody the sun of this realm, the sovereign of all. Chen Ye observed this spectacle, maintaining an expressionless demeanor and remaining silent. The tempest conjured by Gao Xiantian whipped around him, causing his hair to become somewhat disheveled. He raised his right hand high, and a purple malevolent aura materialized in his palm, akin to that of Su Jiqian. However, unlike Su Jiqian, the malevolent energy he conjured resembled a minuscule black hole, ominously poised to devour everything. With a sudden motion, Chen Ye clenched his hand. At that moment, a massive rift tore open in the sky above, revealing something gradually emerging from the fissure. It was a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the words, Demon Suppression Tablet. This was the most formidable technique within the Demon Soul Sutra, a level that Su Jiqian was far from attaining. The technique she currently practiced, the Demon Slaughter Palm, was merely the first introductory move of the Demon Soul Sutra. However, Chen Ye had long since comprehended the entirety of the technique. The fifth level of the Purple Mansion realm represented the most formidable opponent Chen Ye had ever faced. Thus, he dared not underestimate his adversary, intending to wield the techniques from the sutra to gauge their potency. The Demon Suppression Tablet continued to materialize from the void, growing from an initial length of 100 meters to 200, and now stretching 500 meters, with no signs of cessation. Countless strands of purple malevolent energy swirled around the tablet, giving it an appearance more akin to a mass of countless corpses rather than mere stone. Chen Ye raised his right hand and slowly directed it towards Gao Xiantian. The entire body of the Demon Suppression Tablet was drawn forth from the void, reaching a height of nearly 1,000 meters, resembling a towering mountain piercing the clouds. Gao Xiantian, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, found all his magic rendered ineffective by the electric energy, appearing utterly deranged. He gathered innumerable lightning strikes within his palm, intending to launch an assault against Chen Ye. Yet, the Demon Suppression Tablet stood as a barrier, forcing his attack to strike against it instead. You think to obstruct my attack with a mere chunk of stone? Such foolish delusion. Winds, fire, lightning, he my command. Heavenly Thunder Spell. The Heavenly Thunder Spell was Gao Xiantian's pride and joy, a technique he had cultivated for over a millennium. Countless retreats had been dedicated to mastering its application. This time, He intended to use Chen Ye's demise to showcase his might to the world. If fortune favored him, he might even achieve fame in a single battle, allowing distant continents to recognize his prowess. At that point, he could escape this realm of sparse spiritual energy in search of a more profound path to immortality. Chen Ye remained silent. In his eyes, this old man was merely a dying soul, unworthy of conversation. He manipulated the demon suppression tablet with force, hurling it towards Gao Xiantian. As the towering tablet moved, it emitted a thunderous roar, as if the very earth, no, the entire world, quaked in fear at its advance. Upon witnessing the approach of the demon suppression tablet, Gao Xuantian's brows furrowed sharply. Positioned at the epicenter of this overwhelming pressure, he felt his heart race inexplicably. It was as if every nerve in his body trembled in dread of that object. Impossible. It is just a broken stone. There is nothing to fear. Ha ha ha. Become a stepping stone on my path to success. Boom. The heavenly thunder spell crackled against the upper surface of the demon suppression tablet. Bolts of lightning surged into the tablet, blinding even the lower-tier cultivators. The electric light persisted for an extended period before finally dissipating. When the brilliance faded, the scene of the demon suppression tablet shattered into fragments did not manifest as Gao Xiantian had anticipated. The tablet remained utterly unscathed, not even a speck of debris falling from it. What? Gao Xuantian's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. He stood frozen, repeatedly muttering in incredulity that this was impossible. His mightiest attack had failed to even stir a ripple before Chen Ye. Despair engulfed him, and he yearned to turn and flee. Yet, under the absolute pressure, he found himself unable to move, save for his mouth. Gao Xuantian's expression was one of terror as he trembled, shouting at Chen Ye, "You cannot be Chen Ye. Who are you?" Chen Ye similed Ganti, his expression amicable as he replied, "I am merely an ordinary master who does not wish for his disciple to be bullied." As his words fell, the demon suppression tablet reached Gao Xuantian's very presence. "No!" Gao Xiantian screamed, his voice diminishing with each syllable. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of this man, whom he regarded as a mere stepping stone. The immense demon suppression tablet bore down upon the despairing Gao Xiantian, crashing downwards. The skyward purple malevolent energy corroded every fiber of Gao Xuantian's being. Ultimately, an unparalleled cacophony erupted. This was no ordinary thunderous sound. As the 1,000-meter-tall demon suppression tablet struck the ground, it felt as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators at the periphery of Lingshu Mountain finally comprehended the urgency behind the scattered warnings of the rogue cultivators. The shockwave following the tablet's impact surged forth in all directions. Anyone caught within its radius faced either death or grievous injury. Run, flee. It's too late. We can't escape. I will no longer take risks. I was wrong. Immortal, spare us. We do not wish to die. In that moment, countless cultivators scattered in a desperate bid for survival. But the speed of the shockwave was astoundingly swift. Some slower cultivators were brutally torn apart, unable to survive. Those of higher cultivation, equipped with protective treasures, barely managed to escape with their lives. Qi Gusheng, observing the impending shockwave, frowned slightly. However, as a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he could still protect his disciples. With a wave of his hand, he led his students to retreat rapidly, thereby evading the impending danger. At that moment, the world was filled with chaos. The sounds of the earth splitting, trees collapsing, and the anguished cries of fallen cultivators. Chen Ye, too, heard the pleas for help from those cultivators. Yet, he remained steadfast, standing quietly beside his disciples, safeguarding them. As for those he did not know, he had no intention of intervening. The earlier opportunity for those cultivators to escape had been squandered. Their demise was, in his view, a fitting consequence. Chapter 88. Cleansing the enemies if they refuse to leave, then their demise is hardly regrettable. The cacophony persisted for an extended moment, as dust and smoke enveloped the entire valley. After a considerable time, the haze dissipated and the ground returned to a state of tranquility. All the towering mountains around had crumbled, save for a magnificent stone tablet that stood proudly at the center. This tablet, tall and majestic, resembled a pillar of the world. Inscribed with 3 grand purple characters, the Demon Suppression Tablet. Meanwhile, Gao Xiantian had been reduced to mere remnants, utterly vanquished. At the periphery of Lingshu Mountain, the surviving cultivators, still clinging to life, struggled to rise from their grievous wounds. They lifted their gazes, witnessing the scene before them, their expressions undeniably a mix of profound shock. The dark clouds above had retreated, revealing a cerulean sky once more. At the zenith of the heavens, only Chen Ye and his disciples remained airborne, untouched by the tumult below. In this moment, the cultivators appeared diminutive in the presence of Chen Ye. They knelt upon the ground, their hearts now filled solely with reverence. It is our great honor to witness the immortal's prowess today. Should we have erred in our conduct, we beseech the immortal to deliver judgment. We, the younger generation, have shown lack of decorum before the esteemed immortal. The cultivators prostrated themselves, their admiration evident in their voices. After a considerable time, as no reprimand was forthcoming from the immortal, they bore their injuries and slowly departed, no longer daring to covet the resources of Lingshu Mountain. None would dare disturb the sanctum of the immortal. Following Gao Xuantian's demise, only Situ Kuei remained in the arena. At that moment, he had just regained his senses from the aftershocks. Nervously glancing around, he quickly chose a direction and fled. Gao Xiantian had been the strongest individual on this continent before Chen Ye's arrival. With Gao Xiantian defeated without a chance to retaliate, what else could he do but escape? He could only hope for the immortal's leniency, praying not to be noticed. Yet, both assumptions were erroneous. Chen Ye was neither lenient nor oblivious. "Friend, you may flee, but you must leave something behind," a voice echoed from behind him. Upon hearing this, Situ Kuei trembled. A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm was a figure of immense stature on this continent, revered and worshipped wherever he went. He was accustomed to being above countless others. However, he never anticipated that today he would be so frightened by a mere voice. With a quivering voice, he turned to face Chen Ye, who had issued the command. "Immortal, I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." Chen Ye regarded him calmly, his expression not one of anger, but rather adorned with a hint of affability. Observing the immortal's demeanor, Situ Kuei's anxiety subsided. Surely, the immortal was not truly angered. He likely deemed him too insignificant to be worth the trouble. Just improve your attitude, and the immortal should let you go. If only the immortal spares me, I shall leave this continent forever. Chen Ye placed a hand upon his shoulder, smiling as he said, "I desire little. Just one thing will suffice. Your life." At the first half of the immortal's request, Situ Kuei's face lit up with joy, instantly replying, "Yes, whatever you wish." But then realization struck. "My life?" Under his gaze, Chen Ye slowly raised his hand, aiming for his forehead. "No!" He screamed as his head exploded, crimson blood splattering everywhere. In his final moments, Situ Kuei endured immense agony, believing he had been granted mercy. Yet, just as he relaxed his guard, Chen Ye struck him down. The sheer despair of the moment was suffocating. Chen Ye was merciless towards his foes. After dispatching Situ Kuei, Chen Ye dusted off his hands and flew towards his disciples. Meanwhile, Long Lan, under Chen Ye's protection, had also escaped unscathed from the residual shockwaves. However, the situation for the traitor Tiger King was dire. Though he was at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, the aftermath of the battle had inflicted visible harm upon him. Long Lan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards traitors. Striding forward with her long, graceful legs, she approached the Tiger King, her expression icy as she glared at him. "I harbor an intense hatred for you. Your kin are likely hiding somewhere within Lingshu Mountain. Upon your death, they shall accompany you to the grave." Her haughty voice echoed in the Tiger King's ears. While Long Lan was typically benevolent towards her own kind, she was resolute when facing such a despicable enemy. If she were to strike, she would root out the entire force behind him. This mirrored Chen Ye's approach, their intentions aligning. The Tiger King, clutching his wounded chest with his right paw, appeared ashen. Everything had been within his control. Once Long Lan fell to Gao Xiantian, he would ascend to the throne of Lingshu Mountain, obtain the coveted white tiger and trample over the corpse of the Dragon Emperor, becoming the mightiest beast on the mountain. Yet, how had Chen Ye appeared out of nowhere? It was all Chen Ye's fault. It was entirely his doing. Had it not been for Chen Ye ruining his plans, all his dreams would have come to fruition. In his dying moments, the Tiger King cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn you, Chen Ye, may you meet a terrible end." Long Lan furrowed her brow upon hearing his lamentations. Although she was slightly irked by Chen Ye's uninvited touch, it was a separate matter. Chen Ye had saved her life and assisted in vanquishing her foes. She was acutely aware of his contributions. Had it not been for Chen Ye, her fate, and that of Xiao Bai, would have been unfathomably grim. The audacity of this Tiger King to insult her benefactor was intolerable. Long Lan's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, lunging forward to seize the Tiger King's throat. "I had intended to grant you a swift end, but you have brought this upon yourself." As she spoke, flames began to engulf her dragon claw. The heat of the dragon flames could incinerate the Tiger King to ashes in an instant. However, Long Lan tempered the temperature, choosing to sear every inch of his fur gradually. The Tiger King groaned and writhed, attempting to curse, but his throat was constricted, rendering him speechless. A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm possessed formidable vitality. It was not easy for them to perish in flames. Yet the pain was all too real, coursing through him like a relentless tide. Chapter 89. The Rising of the Dragon Gale. After a considerable time, the Tiger King exuded an alluring fragrance. It was not until his innards were completely charred that the Tiger King met his tragic end. Chen Ye remained standing to the side, observing. His reason for doing so was his concern that Long Lan might show mercy and let the enemy escape. However, it was evident that his worries were unfounded. Witnessing Long Lan's method of dealing with adversaries, Chen Ye could not help but silently applaud her. Chen Ye typically dispatched his foes with a single strike, rarely indulging in prolonged torment. His attacks were simply too formidable, often resulting in the complete annihilation of his opponent's life. Although Long Lan's actions were somewhat ruthless, Chen Ye found no fault in them. He greatly admired the queen's style of execution. Long Lan grasped the charred Tiger King in her dragon claws and discarded him like refuse. Her haughty expression, coupled with her method of extermination, accentuated her royal demeanor to an exquisite degree. After eliminating the Tiger King, Long Lan turned her gaze towards Chen Ye. Her proud demeanor shifted as she respectfully stated, "I pay my respects to the immortal. Thank you for your timely intervention." "You are Bai Yao's master?" she inquired with a hint of curiosity. Bai Yao had once mentioned having a master, and this man, without hesitation, came to her aid, undoubtedly indicating that he was indeed her master. The fact that a human cultivator would accept a demon as a disciple left her astounded. Chen Ye responded with a friendly smile and a nod, saying, "You may call me Chen Ye. Bai Yao is my recently accepted disciple, and my heavenly Xian sect is located within this Lingshu mountain." At this point, Chen Ye paused. Mentioning the heavenly Xian sect reminded him that his sect was in dire need of personnel, whether disciples or elders to guide them. Long Lan's approach resonated well with Chen Ye. She not only safeguarded her friends in times of crisis, but also showed no fear of formidable foes, displaying a balanced sense of compassion. Beneath her seemingly arrogant exterior lay a gentle heart, reminiscent of her second disciple. Furthermore, Long Lan's appearance was breathtaking. Her tall stature and striking beauty could easily captivate any man's heart. Of course, this was undoubtedly an added bonus, not the sole reason for his interest. With this in mind, Chen Ye continued, "My heavenly Xian sect is in constant need of capable individuals. Would you be willing to serve as the Grand Elder?" Previously, Chen Ye had traveled with 3 personal disciples, but that was no longer feasible. With others present in the sect, he needed a strong elder to protect it in his absence. Long Lan possessed the cultivation level of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm. And once she joined the sect and practiced the techniques Chen Ye provided, her strength would ensure the sect's safety even in his absence. Upon hearing his proposal, Long Lan's expression turned to one of astonishment. The notion that this man could accept a demon as a disciple was already extraordinary. But he was also offering her a position of authority within his sect. Did this man harbor no prejudice against their kind? Having lived in human society, Long Lon had yearned to integrate into it, but the demon race faced ostracism, forcing them to relocate to Lingshu Mountain. Now, Chen Ye, without reservation, was inviting her into his sect. Such an offer filled her with joy. A rare smile graced Long Lan's cold visage as she hesitantly asked, "Am I truly able to?" Chen Ye, noticing her indecision, affirmed with a nod, "Of course, it is no problem." Feeling Chen Ye's assurance, Long Lan's expression brightened with excitement. However, she soon seemed to recall something, her expression turning slightly worried as she said, "I am eager to join the Heavenly Xian sect, but I have my subordinates. They are unwaveringly loyal to me, and I cannot abandon them." The demon beasts that had fought alongside Long Lon approached her, their expressions earnest as they urged, "Dragon Queen, do not worry about us. Joining the immortal is a tremendous opportunity. As long as you can seize this chance, we will be content." Long Lon shook her head. While she desired to ascend to immortality and pursue the highest realms, she could not forsake those who placed their trust in her. Observing the scene, Chen Yi scanned the gathered demon beasts. There were fewer than 20, all at the level of the divine concealment realm. He had witnessed their valiant efforts alongside Long Lon, and their resolute mindset indicated they were worthy of trust. The Heavenly Xian sect was in need of personnel, and if he could accept them as elders, his sect would begin to take shape. With adequate resources, he could establish his sect and recruit disciples. Chen Yi addressed the gathered demons, declaring, "I trust you all. You may join as well. Positions as elders await you in the Heavenly Xian sect." The demons were left utterly astonished by Chen Ye's words. To think they would be granted the opportunity to stand beside him. In their eyes, Chen Ye had helped them without reason and was now offering them an immense opportunity. Such generosity moved them deeply, evoking a sense of devotion to repay this human's kindness for a lifetime. Long Lon was taken aback by Chen Ye's willingness to accept so many individuals. She pondered whether he truly needed personnel or if he was acting out of consideration for her. If it were solely for her sake, such an investment seemed excessive. Moreover, they barely knew each other. Was it reasonable for Chen Ye to offer so much simply due to his connection with Yahweh? As this thought crossed her mind, Long Lon chuckled at herself. After all, she was a demon beast, and high-ranking human cultivators typically held disdain for their kind. Perhaps she was overthinking it. With her doubts dissipated, there was no longer a reason for refusal. Long Lon closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had been born a noble dragon, and throughout her cultivation journey, apart from her subordinates and followers, she had never had a superior. She was uncertain if she could fulfill the role of Chen Ye's subordinate, let alone comprehend what it felt like to serve another. It had been a long time since she encountered someone stronger than herself, and she relished the presence of those who surpassed her. Chen Ye not only possessed greater strength, but also treated her and her kin with kindness. If there ever came a day when Long Lon would choose to submit to someone, it would undoubtedly be Chen Ye, and he would forever hold that place in her heart. With this resolution, Long Lon opened her beautiful eyes, gazing earnestly at Chen Ye. Subsequently, she knelt gracefully, lowering herself to one knee, her right claw resting over her heart. Long Lon pays her respects to the sect master. Chapter 90. The submission of the medicine god sect. Subsequently, she gracefully lowered her noble knee, kneeling on one leg, her right hand resembling a dragon's claw resting over her heart. Long Lon, I have met the esteemed sect master. As Long Lon formally pledged her allegiance, the other beasts followed suit, kneeling before Chen Ye. We have met the esteemed sect master. Hail to the sect master. We vow to safeguard the Tianxian sect with our lives. Chen Ye was the first human to accept them, which deeply moved their hearts and filled them with anticipation for the future. As the various beasts declared their submission, the voice of the system echoed in Chen Ye's mind. Ding detected that the host has accepted 18 elders, total reward, 24,000 system points. Chen Ye had not anticipated that accepting elders would also grant system points, which filled him with joy. When he glanced at the assembled beasts again, he felt a newfound sense of closeness. With a smile, Chen Ye approached and grasped Long Lan's dragon claw, helping her to her feet. Sect Master Long Lan was taken aback by Chen Ye's touch. Generally, Humans would not dare to touch the essence of the beast clan, which they deemed unclean. She had transformed her right hand into a dragon claw during battle and had yet to revert it. Chen Ye held her massive claw without hesitation, transmitting warmth through his palm. This was her first experience of such contact with a human. Looking at Chen Ye's gentle smile, for reasons unknown, her head instinctively bowed, as if to conceal her blush. I am truly delighted to receive your assistance. Let's return to the sect, Chen Ye said earnestly, ready to depart with everyone. Just then, a voice called out from afar. Immortal, please stay. Qi Gusheng, along with his disciples, flew over, his voice bearing a hint of age yet infused with kindness. Chen Ye, perplexed, inquired with an impassive expression, "What is it?" He had initially assumed they were enemies, but their demeanor suggested otherwise. They appear to be seeking something from him. Landing before Chen Ye, Qi Gusheng bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "I have long heard of a venerable immortal residing within Lingshu Mountain. Today, witnessing your prowess, it is indeed extraordinary. Our medicine god sect is weak and in need of a powerful guardian. I understand that a mere mortal's conditions would not sway an immortal. Hence, we, the medicine god sect, wish to submit to the Tianxian sect in hopes of receiving your protection." Without waiting for Chen Ye's consent, Qi Gusheng knelt in an act of submission, followed by over 200 disciples who also knelt, their faces filled with sincerity. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. He had yet to agree, and yet they had already knelt before him. After a brief pause, he noticed that the system did not announce any points, indicating it had determined that he had not accepted them, which relieved him. Had the system recognized their submission, he would have been obligated to take responsibility, whether he wished to or not. Nevertheless, the sincerity displayed by the medicine god sect members made it difficult for him to harbor negative feelings. Qi Gusheng, with his ethereal demeanor, did not appear to be a malicious individual. Although Chen Ye did not place much faith in appearances, he trusted his instincts. "I noticed that you did not act against my people. I acknowledge this. Since you demonstrate such sincerity, I shall not dismiss your intentions. Assist me with a task, and upon its successful completion, I shall accept your submission," Chen Ye said slowly. Qi Gusheng's expression lit up with excitement at the prospect of the immortal accepting their allegiance. His thoughts were simple. With the immortal's protection, their sect could withstand any adversaries and endure through time. Furthermore, the herbs and elixirs he had devoted his life to crafting would not fall into enemy hands, allowing him to heal and save countless lives with peace of mind. "Immortal, please give your commands, and we shall exert our utmost efforts." Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction, stating, "I intend to establish a sect and recruit disciples from across the realm. Spread the news of Tianxian Sect's recruitment. The founding date shall be set for in 10 days. With the acceptance of so many elders, Chen Ye's sect had begun to take shape, and his plans to establish a sect could now commence. It was likely that soon, the sect would regain its former vitality. Qi Gusheng was astonished at how simple the task was, nodding vigorously with excitement. After Chen Ye finished speaking, he departed without delay, soaring into the sky. Long Lan cast one last glance at the cave she had inhabited for over a century, shook her head, and followed Chen Ye into the air. The other beasts trailed behind, embarking on their journey home. On the way back, amidst the clouds, Bayame joyfully held Long Lan's hand, exclaiming from now on, "We shall never be apart. We can play together every day." She added, "By the way, why are your eyes so red? You didn't cry just now, did you?" Bayame gazed at Long Lan in surprise. Before Chen Ye's arrival, Long Lan had indeed shed tears, worried for her companions as she faced death. However, she would never admit to such vulnerability. How could the proud dragon empress shed tears? Even in death, she would not concede. "You must be mistaken. It's nothing," she retorted defiantly. Bayame, undeterred, pressed on, "But I truly MMM. Long Lan, worried she would continue, embraced her and covered her mouth. Bayame resembled a miniature figurine in Long Lan's tall presence. Long Luoli followed closely beside her master, curiously glancing back at Long Lan. Long Luoli had initially believed her unique aura would allow her to overshadow her senior and junior sisters. Yet, upon witnessing the newly arrived Long Lan, she suddenly felt somewhat lesser in comparison. Long Lan exuded a dragon empress's presence that surpassed her own icy charm. Measuring Long Lan, Lung Lawley noted that she was even taller than herself. She had once considered herself the tallest beauty in Lingshu Mountain, but now it seemed otherwise for reasons unknown. Lung Lawley felt her status was about to be challenged. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian Hall, Chen Ye distributed foundational cultivation techniques tailored to the preferences of each elder. He then assigned them to various departments to acclimate to their new environment, ensuring they could better guide the disciples once the sect was formally established. Once the elders departed, only Long Lan remained in the hall. Chapter 91. Su Qiqian and Long Lan looked at Chen Ye with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Master, what should I do?" Observing that everyone else was occupied while she remained idle, she felt somewhat lost. Chen Ye then exchanged for a new martial art, distinct from those he had provided to other elders. He revealed the book, titled Flame Dragon Heavenly Skill. The technique emanated an intense heat and was entirely crimson. The entire martial art seemed to convey the impression that upon opening it, one would not find mere words, but rather a torrent of molten lava. As soon as Long Lan laid eyes on this technique, she found herself entranced. It felt as though this martial art had been tailor-made for her. Under her gaze, Chen Ye extended the technique towards her. "Master, is this for me?" Long Lan asked, astonished. Chen Ye nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, this technique is meant solely for your cultivation." As Long Lan accepted the martial art, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The technique appeared to possess a remarkably high level of mastery, indicating that it had been specially crafted for her by Chen Ye. However, she had only recently met him. How could he prepare this so swiftly? Had he been planning it for a long time? Their unfamiliarity left her puzzled. Why did Chen Ye pay her such attention? If he sought something from her, he would not have been so generous, nor would he have invited her to join the sect. With his strength, he could easily have eliminated her. Yet, a stranger showering such kindness upon a woman, what could it mean? Long Lan glanced down at her own long, exposed legs and her prominent bosom. By her standards, her beauty and physique should be deemed superior among human women. Coupled with the fact that Chen Ye harbored no disdain for her kind, could it be that he harbored feelings for her? It seemed highly plausible. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her body temperature began to rise sharply. As the Dragon Empress, she had never contemplated matters of romantic inclination. Faced with such a situation today, she felt utterly unprepared. Should she reject Chen Ye's advances? He had shown such kindness to her and her kin, even presenting her with this precious technique. Would it be too much to refuse? Yet, what if she accepted? Long Lan lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Chen Ye with newfound seriousness. He possessed a tall stature, handsome features, and a demeanor that was both genial and dignified. Most importantly, Chen Ye's formidable strength was something she found irresistible. She was drawn to those stronger than herself. At that moment, Chen Ye sensed Long Lan's intense scrutiny and felt a bit uncomfortable. What was this dragon contemplating? He had seen a similar look on the faces of his other disciples, and it struck him as odd. Su Qiqian, attuned to emotional fluctuations as a succubus, noticed the change in Long Lan. This dragon has definitely developed feelings for my master, she thought, alarmed. This could spell trouble. She glanced at her cold junior sister, who seemed indifferent, having already secured her position. However, it appeared that another rival had emerged. Clearing his throat, Chen Ye redirected everyone's attention. Ahem, Long Lan, with the increase in the number of elders, it has become challenging for me to manage. I appoint you as the Grand Elder to assist me in administration. You may reside in the Tianxian Hall henceforth. With the growing number of elders, it was inevitable that the future would see even more. If Chen Ye were to oversee hundreds of them, he would be overwhelmed. Long Lan had previously served as the Dragon Empress, and many of the elders were once her subordinates. With some cultivation, her management skills would undoubtedly flourish, making her the perfect choice for the Grand Elder position. This would also allow Chen Ye to lighten his load and dedicate more time to mentoring his direct disciples. The arrangement for her to stay at Tianxian Hall was simply for convenience in communicating about sect matters. There were no ulterior motives. Upon learning of her appointment to such a significant role, Long Lan nodded earnestly, vowing to fulfill her duties. Yet, The fact that she was to reside near the sect master only reinforced her inner belief. The master must like her. That was why he kept her close. Her thoughts were tumultuous. As Chen Ye finalized the arrangements, evening had fallen. Bai Yao had just consumed a healing pill to recover, as had Long Lan. Chen Ye believed it was wise for everyone to retire early. He bid farewell to his disciples and returned to his quarters. Once their master left, the disciples felt liberated. Although Chen Ye was typically affable with them, there were certain topics that could not be discussed in his presence. Su Qiqian poked Long Lan's shoulder with a mischievous smile and said, "Elder, let me take you to a room to rest." Without waiting for a response, Su Qiqian took her hand and led her away. Like her cold junior sister, Long Lan was not fond of being touched by strangers. However, the one touching her was the sect master's eldest disciple, exceptionally beautiful, and surprisingly, she felt no aversion. Thus, Long Lan found herself being led by Su Qiqian to an isolated area. Once they were alone, Su Qiqian boldly asked, "Elder, do you have feelings for my master?" The question hit like a thunderbolt. Such matters were typically kept deep within one's heart. How could one speak of them so casually? Long Lan's face turned pale, and she stepped back in shock. "What are you saying? I am of the demon race. How could that be, even if it were possible? How could the sect master?" She stumbled over her words, her panic evident. The flush of embarrassment colored her fair skin, unmistakably visible. Seeing her reaction, Su Qiqian became even more convinced of her suspicions. "It's all right. You can admit it. Everyone likes our master, and we will understand," Su Qiqian said without reservation. She had developed a fondness for this dragon empress, who appeared proud but was, in truth, quite gentle at heart. Teasing her would surely be delightful. You all like him?" Long Lan was taken aback by this revelation. It seemed that within the Tianxian Hall, or perhaps the entire sect, there existed a strong affection for the sect master, whether it was romantic, gratitude, or friendship. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered how Chen Ye managed to earn such admiration. Long Lan realized that since she had met Chen Ye, he had occupied her thoughts incessantly, as if he had taken residence in her heart. "Suikianadith," extending her delicate hand in a gesture of camaraderie, and smiled, "I am the senior sister here, and I officially welcome you on behalf of everyone. Not only does our master trust you, but I do as well." Chapter 92. The subtle thoughts of Su Qiqian. Su Qiqian nodded, extending her delicate hand in a gesture of greeting, while smilingly saying, "I am the senior sister here, and I officially represent everyone in welcoming you. Not only does our master believe in you, but I also have great trust in you." Long Lan glanced at her outstretched hand and then at her own. The members of this sect were surprisingly amiable. Not only Chen Ye, but also his disciples were exceedingly friendly. This filled her, as an elder, with a profound sense of responsibility. She wished to protect these lovely disciples for eternity. With a smile, she likewise extended her hand and shook Su Qiqian's. "Thank you." However, Su Qiqian's hand, while shaking, was somewhat mischievous, repeatedly rubbing the palm of Long Lan, causing a tickling sensation. "Elder, your fingers are long and soft. Our master must surely appreciate them." Just as she was speaking, footsteps approached from behind, interrupting her. It was Hu Jiuyu coming over. Upon seeing her junior sister, Su Qiqian waved goodbye to Long Lan, saying, "There are many vacant rooms in the Tianxian Hall. Elder, you may choose any to stay in. That will be all for today. We shall meet again tomorrow." While speaking, Su Qiqian linked arms with Hu Jiuyu and walked away. Long Lan watched the hurriedly departing Su Qiqian and mused, "The senior disciple of the sect master is indeed quite intriguing." She wandered nearby, only to find that all the houses close to the sect master's grand hall were already occupied by 3 disciples. Even the roof of the sect master's building was guarded by Yame, leaving her no opportunity. She chose a relatively nearby room and went over. Pushing the door open, Long Lan curiously surveyed the room. The decor was exquisite, be it the mirror, the vanity, the wardrobe, or the bed, all exuded an air of nobility. Long Lan had always lived in dim caves, which, though adorned with various precious gold and silver ornaments, could not compare to the warmth of this place. This felt much more like home. Opening the wardrobe, she found it filled with clothes. Long Lan had long noticed that Chen Ye's disciples wore garments distinct from those in the outside world. They were quite beautiful, and she found herself enamored. Were these outfits prepared by the sect master for them? Oh, how considerate of the sect master. She felt even fonder. Long Lan lay down on the bed, her long, smooth, white legs elegantly crossed. She extended her hand, delicate as jade, and contemplated, gazing thoughtfully. Su Qiqian had mentioned that the sect master would surely appreciate her hands. Could that be true? Long Lan found her mind swirling with thoughts of Chen Ye, unable to sleep in the tranquil evening. This will not do. I cannot sleep like this. How will I present myself in the best condition tomorrow? Especially before the sect master, she needed to divert her attention. As she mumbled to herself, an idea struck her. The Tiger King's kin must still be hiding somewhere on Lingshu Mountain. A few slaughters to relieve her mood should help immensely. With that thought, Long Lan quickly got up and flew out the door. At this moment, Su Qiqian was pushing Hu Jiuyu to a corner of the square. She noticed Long Lan flying away, but did not take it to heart. If it had been by Jimei leaving, she would have genuinely worried. However, with Long Lan's cultivation at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, there was no one in this continent who could harm her. A sense of security enveloped her. Su, senior sister, I was just about to ask what you were discussing. Why did you bring me here? Kung Zhuyu, knowing Su Yen is nature. Suspected she might have spoken something peculiar to the newly arrived elder. She had not expected to be pushed here directly by Su Qiqian. Su Qiqian first glanced around. Lung Luoli was quietly in her room, likely already asleep. Bai Yamei lay on the roof of the Master S building, breathing evenly, clearly in slumber. Realizing no one was around, Su Qiqian leaned close to Hu Jiuyu's ear and whispered, "So this and that beep beep, gurgle gurgle." Hu Jiuyu's mouth dropped open in shock at Su Qiqian's words. What you're suggesting is quite audacious, but it's not impossible. Though it's rather embarrassing, it will certainly be entertaining. Let us agree on this. We'll gather in front of the Master S door shortly. With a smile, Su Qiqian bid farewell to her junior sister and returned to her room, seemingly preparing for something. In Chen Ye's room, he had just removed his upper garments, as he was not accustomed to sleeping in clothes. His physique was well-proportioned and robust, with broad chest and defined abdominal muscles on full display. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he looked at the ice sculpture gifted by his second disciple. The last time he had examined this sculpture closely, he felt something was amiss. It seemed to pulse with spiritual energy, as if containing some hidden formation. Curiously, he picked it up once more for a closer inspection. In Lung Luoli's room, after returning to her bed, she did not fall asleep. She changed into an ice blue camisole night dress, her slender, fair legs exposed. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back like silk. At all times, Lung Luoli emanated an aura of an ice-cold beauty, akin to a celestial being. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she pondered while holding a matching ice sculpture intended for her master. Initially, she had felt indifferent about Long Lan joining their ranks. But with the recent arrangement of Long Lan in the Tianxin Hall, she was overcome with a strong sense of crisis. In her eyes, Bai Yamei was merely a cute junior sister, so she felt no particular anxiety when she appeared. Yet Long Lan was different, in terms of physique and beauty. She seemed to match her, if not surpass her slightly. Their personalities and temperaments bore similarities. Long Lan appeared to be her substitute. Surely, the master would not grow weary of her, and instead favor Long Lan, placing her by his side. No, this absolutely cannot be allowed. She was the master's second disciple and had cherished him for so long. How could she possibly be outshone by a newcomer? Feeling somewhat despondent, the only comfort for her was the gentle visage of her master. With this thought in mind, she infused her spiritual energy into the ice sculpture, activating the recording formation. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was closely observing the ice sculpture, sensing the formation within being activated. As he felt the formation's energy surging, he realized it was indeed a recording formation. Chapter 93. The moon and the sun. He felt the formation within the ice sculpture being activated. Experiencing the surge of the formation at such close proximity, Chen Ye quickly realized that it was an image retention formation. Had the disciple concealed this within the ice sculpture? Was it to observe his movements? How curious she must be. Chen Ye pondered. He was aware that Lung Luoli was watching him from the side. He smiled gently and waved his hand, greeting the ice sculpture. This scene startled Lung Luoli greatly. The ice sculpture slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Master, has the master discovered me? How could I ever face him again after this? I was so foolish. How could I think that master, with his extraordinary abilities, would not notice such a trivial trick? At that moment, Lung Luoli felt extremely shy and wished to burrow into a crack in the ground. The thought of seeing Master again tomorrow made her unbearably awkward. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret. Regret for having engaged in such petty antics. She might have been able to interact with Master in a subtle manner, but now, having been discovered, would she even have the chance to touch him again? Lung Luoli buried her head in her blanket, wishing she could turn back time to just a few days prior. In Chen Ye's room, noticing the absence of energy emanating from the ice sculpture, he understood that the opposing side had withdrawn their spiritual energy. He reluctantly placed the sculpture back in its original position, regardless of what lay within. It was a cherished gift from his beloved second disciple. He could not bear to discard it. Naturally, it had to be returned to its rightful place. However, at this moment, Chen Ye was deep in thought. Although his second disciple was considerably more earnest than the first, she had her peculiar moments. The second disciple had always embraced him and initiated kisses, actions that seemed innocent yet were intentional. Chen Ye had taken note of them. Perhaps due to the presence of Su Jiqian and Hu Jui. After taking this first step, his feelings for the disciple had become increasingly difficult to suppress. Memories of his interactions with Lung Luoli flooded his mind, and he could not deny the depth of his emotions for her. These feelings encompassed not only the affection of a mentor for his disciple, but also hints of romantic inclination. Lung Luoli's intimate gestures had made it nearly impossible for him to avoid such thoughts. In every regard, Lung Luoli was a woman deserving of his lifelong protection, adoration, and responsibility. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye's clarity began to sharpen. He understood that, as a master, he should not harbor such feelings for a disciple. Yet, once these emotions had surfaced, concealing them within was even more inappropriate. Chen Ye felt it imperative to communicate openly with Lung Luoli, regardless of whether she reciprocated his affections. He needed to express them. At the very least, this would allow him to ascertain whether to approach her as a lover or a mentor. It was time to eliminate this ambiguity. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Ye closed his eyes, intending to address the matter upon waking the next day. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he heard a rustling sound outside the window. Outside the window, Hu Jui said, "Sister Su, weren't we supposed to gather at the master's door? Why are we by the window?" Su Jiqian replied, "You will soon find out. This is a promise between me and master." The window is indeed still open. Su Jiqian was the first to leap inside, with Hu Jui following closely behind. The two directly landed on Chen Ye, nearly causing him to gasp for breath. Instinctively, Chen Ye wrapped his arms around them to prevent their fall, while perplexedly asking, "Qianna, Yuel, what brings you here?" Su Jiqian reached out and covered her master's eyes. With a mischievous smile, she said, "Master, let's play a game. I'll cover your eyes, and you must guess." In Lingshu Mountain, two distinct and beautiful sceneries coexist. By day, a blazing sun scorches the earth, yet this intense heat feels gentle and warm when it reaches the Tianxian Sect, providing a refreshing and comfortable sensation. At night, the moon's silvery light replaces the sun, creating a new beauty. But one day, the moon and sun will appear simultaneously in the Tianxian Hall. When these two different vistas merge, they will evoke intense emotions, bringing forth tears of joy. Sometimes the scenery may shift, with the moon's brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Reaching its zenith, the sun's rays will stretch to the ends of the earth, symbolizing its broad-mindedness. The sunlight does not compete with the moon for illumination, at times. It even assists the moon, enhancing its radiance. Lingshu Mountain is a sacred place for cultivation, renowned for its stunning landscapes. Not only is the scenery breathtaking, but the concentration of spiritual energy is also exceptionally high, facilitating rapid breakthroughs. Those who cultivate here may experience consecutive breakthroughs in a single night, swiftly advancing through multiple realms. On the following morning, within the Tianxian Hall, Long Lan returned after an overnight excursion. Lingshu Mountain spans a vast area, and the Tiger King had concealed his kin early on. It took Long Lan the entire morning to thoroughly address the situation, rooting out the traitors. As she descended from the skies, she shook off the blood from her dragon claws. Her dragon eyes were exceptionally cold, and her spirits were somewhat subdued. Only upon returning to the Tianxian Hall did her mood improve significantly. Although she had eliminated traitors, they were still her subjects, and she needed time to adjust her state of mind. Long Lan did not immediately return to the square. Instead, she circled in midair for a moment. She noticed a tall tower beside the square of Tianxian Hall. This tower had always existed, yet Chen Ye had never mentioned it. She could sense a strong wave of spiritual energy emanating from within, as if something significant was concealed inside. Driven by curiosity, Long Lan flew closer and examined the tower closely. Towering over 100 meters, the entire structure radiated a rich pale blue light, exuding potent spiritual energy. With a hint of curiosity, she placed her hand on the door, contemplating whether to enter. However, she quickly halted her actions. Although she was the Grand Elder of the Tianxian Sect, she should not touch these matters without the permission of the sect leader. To do so would be a clear act of defiance against the sect leader. Though she was the Dragon Empress of Lingshu Mountain, she was also a subordinate of Chen Ye. She must constantly remember her identity and refrain from overstepping her bounds. With that thought, she withdrew her hand. It would be best to wait until the sect leader awoke to inquire about the tower situation. Chapter 94. Lung Luoli and Long Lan. It would be prudent to inquire about the tower's condition once the esteemed sect master awakens. Long Lan contemplated this as she departed from the chamber. Upon reaching the plaza, she observed Lung Luoli meditating alone on the ground. Her long, elegant legs were crossed, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged around her, imbued with an astonishing power. Long Lan had long since realized that Chen Ye's 3 disciples were indeed extraordinary. Even during her ordinary meditation, Lung Luoli's spiritual energy exceeded the typical strength expected of someone at the innate realm. Had Chen Ye bestowed upon each disciple a supreme cultivation technique akin to hers? If so, from where had he acquired such an abundance of exceptional methods? Long Lan felt increasingly intrigued by the myriad secrets surrounding the sect master. As she approached Lung Luoli, she noted that her meditation was unlike anything she had encountered before. Although both were engaging in the same practice of harnessing spiritual energy, Lung Luoli's technique appeared to elevate her realm with remarkable swiftness. Imitating her posture, Long Lan settled beside her. Although she had intended to avoid disturbing Lung Luoli's training and to contemplate on her own, upon catching Lung Luoli's gaze, she spoke with a hint of apology. "Pardon my intrusion. I couldn't help but notice that your meditation technique seems rather unique. If it's not too much trouble, could you share it with me?" Her tone was imbued with sincerity. Initially displeased at being interrupted, Lung Luoli's mood soured further upon realizing it was Long Lan, the very individual who had not only captivated her beloved master, but had also come to disrupt her practice. However, hearing Long Lan's earnest inquiry shifted her perspective slightly. To her surprise, the aloof and seemingly haughty Long Lan was genuinely seeking her guidance. It appeared that her character was not as proud as she had presumed. This was the first occasion Lung Luoli found herself alone with Long Lan. She scrutinized the stunning woman beside her, who had evidently captured her master's attention. Long Lan's legs, much like her own, were elegantly crossed, and her long, shapely limbs were even more pronounced than Lung Luoli's. With skin as pale as snow and features strikingly similar to her own. No, not merely similar, in certain aspects. They surpassed her own. This realization only fueled her irritation. Yet, what provided her some comfort was Long Lan's respectful distance. It neither felt overly distant nor excessively intimate, a stark contrast to her sister, who often sought to invade her personal space. Taking a deep breath, Lung Luoli addressed Long Lan. "This meditation method was taught to us by our master. Since you're now a member of the Tianxian sect, it would be no trouble to share it with you. I will explain it just once, so please pay close attention." Despite her wariness towards Long Lan, she recognized the importance of the matter at hand. The sect master's decision to accept Long Lan into the fold indicated a considerable trust in her. Thus, imparting this technique posed no issue. The thought of instructing a formidable figure at the Purple Mansion realm, while she herself was merely an innate realm cultivator, filled Lung Luoli with a sense of accomplishment. She swiftly conveyed the method to Long Lan, who, upon practicing it, found her progress indeed accelerated. Overflowing with gratitude, she exclaimed, "This truly enhances my speed significantly. Thank you immensely, Lung Luoli. I cannot accept your help without offering something in return. I know you have an affinity for blue. Allow me to present you with this token." As she spoke, Long Lan retrieved a frosty blue necklace from her storage ring. The necklace bore a central pendant resembling a dragon scale, albeit in a pure azure hue. It emanated a subtle, yet formidable aura, reminiscent of the power once held by its original dragon owner, instilling a sense of dread in other beasts and discouraging any ill intentions. Such a treasure was undoubtedly of immense value, worth a fortune in any market. "For me?" Lung Luoli asked, surprise evident as she accepted the necklace. Long Lan was one of her own, and she had not anticipated receiving anything in return for sharing her meditation technique. Yet, the unexpected generosity of this dragon was remarkable. One mere encounter had yielded such a splendid gift. Truly, as one who had once held the title of Dragon Emperor, she possessed numerous fine treasures. Lung Luoli found herself genuinely fond of this ice-blue dragon scale necklace. Observing Long Lan's heartfelt gratitude, she suddenly felt a wave of bashfulness. This dragon was not as insufferable as she had initially believed. Her demeanor was polite and unpretentious, her beauty striking, and her strength formidable, rendering her a reliable companion. In contrast, her sister's boundaryless behavior and penchant for mischief left much to be desired. With a resigned smile, Lung Luoli held the necklace given by Long Lan and extended her hand, saying, "No need for thanks. By the way, although you know my name now, I haven't formally introduced myself. I am Lung Luoli, the second disciple of our esteemed master. It is a pleasure to meet you." In that moment, Lung Luoli truly embraced this newcomer, though she still harbored a hint of caution regarding her beauty. Nevertheless, she had taken a significant step forward. As Long Lan reciprocated the handshake, they solidified their acquaintance. "By the way, does the Sect master always rise so late?" Long Lan inquired, glancing at the sun high in the sky, a touch of confusion in her voice. Lung Luoli, accustomed to her master's late mornings, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it happens sometimes." Meanwhile, on the rooftop by Yami, having just awakened, stretched languidly. She rolled around a few times before finally opening her eyes. From her elevated vantage point, she noticed only Long Lan and Lung Luoli together, surmising that the Sect master had yet to awaken. Her master truly relied on her morning rituals to rouse him from slumber. It seemed she must fulfill this duty once more. With this thought in mind, she leaped gracefully from the rooftop. Bayami was well acquainted with the territory, having a habit of patrolling every corner of the Tianxin Hall. On one side of the Sect master's abode, a window remained perpetually ajar. She approached and effortlessly jumped through it. Chen Ye. Chapter 95. The Cat Master's wake-up service. Chen Ye was once again enveloped by the suffocating sensation akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Groggy and disoriented, he did not rise immediately. After a brief moment, he felt a dampness on his face and atop his head, as if the Cat Master were checking to see if her owner was still alive in the early morning light. Still, Chen Ye remained unresponsive, instinctively reaching out to embrace the delicate figure of Bai Yawei before rolling over to find a more comfortable position to continue his slumber. The soft body in his arms invited him to bury his face deeper, intensifying his drowsiness. Bai Yawei, caught off guard by her master's sudden embrace, felt her cheeks flush as she realized Chen Ye had nestled his head in her bosom, savoring the pleasant fragrance of her master. She made no attempt to resist, but instead wrapped her arms around his head, surrendering to his affection. However, it wasn't long before she felt somewhat breathless from the warmth of Chen Ye's embrace. She gently patted his head, but he showed no sign of awakening. Turning her gaze sideways, she called out, "Sister Sue, help me." As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Sister Sue, hoping to rouse her. To her surprise, she discovered that the hand beside her bore an unusual hue, a healthy wheat color that unmistakably belonged to Sister Hu. What was Sister Hu doing here? This seemed amiss. Wait a moment. If Sister Hu was here, and Sister Sue had also shared a bed with their master, did that imply that all of Master's disciples had the right to rest alongside him? A sudden thought struck by Yahweh. If that were the case, then she too wished to share in her master's repose. Her slender tail swayed in the air, occasionally brushing against Hu Jiuyu's ample thigh. Hu Jiuyu, not sleeping too soundly, felt a tickle and slowly awakened. Groggily, her first reaction was to assume someone was touching her thigh. Rubbing her eyes, she murmured, "Master. Even in the morning, you wish to, Yue is fine with that." Just as she uttered those words and opened her eyes, she found by Yahweh's innocent face thoughtfully gazing at her. Hu Jiuyu's heart raced. Oh no, she had just thought it was her master speaking to her. How embarrassing to utter such words in front of the adorable junior sister. Crimson flooded Hu Jiuyu's cheeks as she stammered, "By Yahweh, why are you here? Is it true that all disciples of Master can rest with him? But why haven't I seen Sister Lung?" Upon hearing Sister Lung's name, Hu Jiuyu felt a twinge of fear. She vividly recalled the scene of Sister Lung chasing after Sister Su. If Sister Lung found out about her presence here, she certainly did not wish to face her wrath. With a serious demeanor, Hu Jiuyu leaned closer to Bai Yahweh and whispered, "Shu, Bai Junior Sister, what you witnessed today must remain a secret. Do you understand?" Seeing Hu Jiuyu's earnestness, Bai Yahweh obediently nodded. "Then, can I join you both next time?" Hu Jiuyu shook her head vigorously. "Of course not. That is something only those in a romantic relationship may do." Bai Yahweh pressed further. "So how can one become Master as partner?" "I wish to rest with him." Hu Jiuyu pondered. "Well, it is like this and that. You'll understand when you grow up." Feeling bashful at discussing such provocative topics right after waking, Hu Jiuyu hesitated. Bai Yahweh, however, responded thoughtfully, "Sister, I am nearly 1,000 years old. In terms of age, excluding Long Lan, I'm older than everyone in Tianxian Palace combined." Caught off guard, Hu Jiuyu found herself at a loss for words. Even so, she knew she could not divulge the information. Though, it's just something you can't know yet. Seeing Hu Jiuyu's reluctance to share, Bai Yahweh felt disheartened. She longed to rest with her master and realized she must devise a plan to extract the information. With a wicked smile, she concocted a scheme. "Sister Hu, surely you wouldn't want today as events to be revealed, would you? So you must comply." Hu Jiuyu retorted, "By Junior Sister, you've been influenced by Sister Su. The adorable Bai Junior Sister I know would never speak like this." Hu Jiuyu began to suspect that Bai Yahweh was not as innocent as she once thought, even sensing some of Sister Su's mischievousness in her. Feeling overwhelmed by the adorable junior sister, Hu Jiuyu reached out to shake the still sleeping Sister Su. "Sister Su, wake up. Something has happened. Our secret may be exposed." Sister Su Jiqian was jolted awake, confusion etched on her face. "What's going on? What secret is about to be revealed? What could possibly be between me and Hu Jiuyu?" Though she was a succubus, she had never acted inappropriately towards another woman. Why did it feel as if she were being caught in a scandal? "Calm down, what is happening?" Sister Su murmured, still dazed. Soon, Hu Jiuyu relayed Bai Yahweh's inquiries about becoming a partner to Sister Su. "I thought Sister Lung was coming for me. You startled me." Sister Su waved her hand dismissively. "It's not a big deal. Just tell me what to do." Leaning closer to Bai Yahweh, Sister Su began to whisper something in her ear. Bai Yahweh's eyes widened as she nodded in realization. "So that is how it is. Thank you, Sister Su." The three of them had been conversing a bit too loudly, and even in the midst of a sweet slumber, Chen Ye awoke to the sight of his three obedient disciples. "Wait, three? Why was there an extra one?" His gaze fell upon Bai Yahweh, soft and delicate, nestled in his embrace, and suddenly everything made sense. No wonder he had slept so soundly. As he sat up, he was greeted with three cheerful good mornings. He addressed Hu Jiuyu and Sister Su. "It's already quite late. You worked hard yesterday. Rise early to cultivate." The others must be waiting anxiously. Waking beside his master filled both of them with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Chapter 96. Longland's self-delusion. The three shared a brief moment of intimacy, engaging in light conversation about the events of the previous night, those unspoken pillow talk secrets, before finally rising to dress. Once they had donned their garments, the four made their way to the plaza of the Tianxian Hall. At that moment, Lung Luoli and Long Lan were quietly meditating. Their demeanor suggested a harmonious rapport. There was neither quarrel nor disturbance. To be candid, Chen Ye had initially harbored concerns about their compatibility, given his understanding of his second disciple's tendency to be less than accommodating to newcomers. Perhaps their similar temperaments fostered a sense of camaraderie. Upon noticing Chen Ye's arrival, both women approached him respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed sect leader," Long Lan said. "Good day, master," Long Luoli added. Long Lan had known Chen Ye for only a short while and was not particularly forward in nature, appearing somewhat reserved compared to the other disciples. Seizing the opportunity to greet him, she took a moment to scrutinize the man who had been occupying her thoughts. Compared to the previous day's confrontation, Chen Ye exuded a gentler, more sophisticated aura. Even in his everyday life, his charm was undeniable. Just as this thought emerged in Long Lan's mind, she abruptly shook her head, striving to redirect her thoughts. She was here to assist Chen Ye in managing the sect. Indulging in frivolous fantasies was unwarranted. Chen Ye tirelessly dedicated himself to the sect's governance, often rising late into the afternoon due to exhaustion. Surely, his weariness was the reason for his current demeanor. To repay the life-saving grace and recognition she had received from him, she must strive to alleviate his burdens. It was imperative that she cast aside any notions that might add to his fatigue. With these thoughts in mind, Long Lan inquired, "Esteemed sect leader, may I ask about the purpose of that tower?" She had noticed the unusual structure on her return, but refrained from entering without the sect leader's permission. Now was the perfect opportunity to inquire directly. Following her gaze, Chen Ye looked towards the tower, which could indeed be described as the tallest edifice of the Tianqian sect. Standing resplendently, the Tianqian sect was well equipped, comprising various departments, each with dedicated facilities for practice. For instance, the Demon Cultivation Department featured a grand hall for disciples to hone their malevolent energies. Similarly, the Alchemy and Sword Cultivation Departments boasted analogous spaces. However, the Tianqian Hall, independent from these, offered the most comprehensive and advanced facilities. The trade-off was that both the indoor spiritual springs and other constructions could accommodate only a limited number of disciples, necessitating that Chen Ye reserve them for his inner disciples. Chen Ye had long recognized the tower Long Lan mentioned, known as the Jinxian Tower. It boasted 55 levels and served as a facility to aid disciples in their cultivation. Each level housed adversaries, and defeating them would yield cultivation rewards. The foes within were formidable, requiring at least innate level prowess to access, with a lengthy cooldown before reactivation. Previously, the disciples' low cultivation levels had prevented their use of it. But given their recent rapid advancements, it was now an opportune moment to test their mettle. With Long Lan present, Chen Ye was curious to see how high this purplish realm cultivator could ascend. Leading the group to the base of the Jinxian Tower, he declared, "Since you are curious, I shall take you inside. If my memory serves me correctly, the tower can only be activated once a month. So do your utmost to reach the highest floor and gain greater cultivation." Long Lan's excitement was palpable upon realizing she could enter as well. She had assumed the tower was exclusively for disciples and was pleasantly surprised that even she, an elder, had access. "Esteemed sect leader, may I truly enter?" she asked, still somewhat incredulous. Chen Ye nodded affirmatively without a trace of hesitation. "Of course. As you will be residing in the Tianqian Hall, I can also guide your cultivation." Though his cultivation was not as high as hers, he was more than capable of mentoring her. The thought of a lower-tier cultivator instructing someone of a higher level was slightly embarrassing, yet Long Lan would not dream of declining such an opportunity. She eagerly nodded, expressing her gratitude. "How could I possibly refuse?" "Thank you, esteemed sect leader." Long Lan had never perceived Chen Ye merely as a cultivator of the god storage realm. In her eyes, he must have concealed his true prowess long ago, perhaps reaching a celestial level. His modesty and preference for seclusion only served to amplify her admiration. The humble sect leader was indeed more captivating. Moreover, the moment she inquired about the Jinxian Tower, Chen Ye had promptly led everyone over and permitted their use of it. Did this imply that he had opened this precious facility for her benefit? Or perhaps, more daringly, he was reluctant to single her out and thus invited everyone along? Given that the tower's adversaries were likely formidable, allowing access to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage would be of little use, making her the only one eligible. The kindness of the sect leader towards her was overwhelming. Such generosity made it difficult for her to suppress other feelings towards him. Long Lon was indeed prone to fanciful imaginings. In truth, Chen Ye was fully aware that his disciples' true capabilities far surpassed their current levels, which was why he had opened the tower. As Chen Ye approached the door of the Jinxian Tower, he gently pushed it open and led the group inside. Though Hu Jie was merely a postnatal cultivator, her true strength had long since reached the innate level, allowing her to join as well. The interior of the tower was simply adorned, with unique stone walls encircling a central staircase, separated by transparent barrier. Only by defeating the creatures within could cultivators pass through this barrier. Otherwise, they would remain outside. As the master of the tower, Chen Ye was exempt from combat and could traverse every level at will. He addressed the group. "Now you may begin. I shall attentively observe your performances." Upon hearing that the esteemed sect leader would be watching, Long Lon felt a surge of determination. Previously, during the battle on Lingshu Mountain, she had been too weak to showcase her true abilities. This time, she would seize the opportunity to demonstrate her prowess before him. Perhaps this would earn her his recognition. Long Lon entertained a vision in her mind of receiving the sect leader's praise. Chapter 97. The contest between Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli. Long Lon indulged in a brief reverie, imagining the moment she would be favored by the sect leader. In her daydream, Chen Ye gazed at her with heartfelt affection, tenderly clasping her delicate jade-like hand, towering in her red high heels. Long Lan's stature even surpassed Chen Ye's by a head. She looked down at him with a gaze filled with emotion, her expression a delicate interplay of desire and hesitation, as if she were on the verge of accepting a confession, yet restrained by her status. In reality, a subtle smile played on Long Lan's lips, her unexpected laughter appearing rather peculiar. Observing her demeanor, Su Jiqian nudged her companion by shimmy and whispered, "Does Long always wear such a lewd smile?" Bai Yawei found it equally odd. "I've known Long Lon for quite some time, yet this is the first instance I've witnessed her behave in such a manner. Truly strange." The two exchanged disapproving glances and took a step back, maintaining their distance from the peculiar dragon queen. Long Lon soon regained her composure, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. With renewed determination, she asked Chen Ye, "Esteemed sect leader, may we commence?" Chen Ye was taken aback by her fervor. Observing the fierce competitiveness radiating from the dragon, he nodded. "We may begin at any time." With the leader's consent, Long Lon swiftly entered the arena. At the center lay a colossal wild boar demon beast, its power equivalent to the second layer of the innate realm. Without hesitation, Long Lon soared forward, delivering a punch that pierced the beast's skull. In an instant, it vanished completely, leaving only fragments of its remains that dissolved into the air. Long Lon wasted no time and continued her ascent, leaving 4 disciples behind in the arena. At this moment, Su Jiqian elbowed her junior, Lung Shimmy, and playfully suggested, "Shall we compete to see who can climb higher? The loser must obey the winner unconditionally for a day. What do you say?" Lung Luoli responded with a hint of mockery. "Sister, are you serious? My cultivation realm surpasses yours. Do you truly believe you can challenge me?" Suhikian rimandun deterreth. The techniques they practiced differed, and given the formidable adversaries they had encountered, she understood that engaging a single enemy was her forte. Although her realm was slightly inferior to Lung Luoli's, victory was not out of reach. If she triumphed, it would be a delightful way to reclaim her dignity after being overshadowed for so long. "In truth, I often let you win. Do you genuinely think I am inferior to you?" Suhikian retorted boldly. Their eyes sparked with competitive fire, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bai Yawei found Su Jiqian's challenge intriguing and eagerly wished to join. With no reason to refuse, the 3 immediately commenced their contest. Lung Luoli summoned her ice staff, her eyes gleaming with the desire for victory. "Allow me to go first. Watch closely, sister." With that, she strode toward the center. The innate realm beast, having reformed, awaited her arrival. As it charged at her, Lung Luoli raised her ice staff and unleashed the ice fall technique. Snowflakes danced through the air as massive ice spikes descended, impaling the beast and leaving it lifeless upon the ground, its form dissipating into remnants. After dispatching her foe, Lung Luoli cast a taunting glance at her sister before rushing upward. Provoked by her junior's challenge, Su Jiqian felt her fighting spirit ignite. She executed the demonic palm technique to slay the beast and quickly pursued Lung Luoli. Bayawe also activated her exquisite skills, her swift movements rendering the beast incapable of retaliation. With a few decisive strikes, the creature succumbed to defeat. Soon, only Hu Jiuyu remained, the least experienced among the disciples. Watching her peers enthusiastically engage in battle left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Noticing her despondence, Chen Ye approached and gently patted her head, offering soothing words. I believe you will soon catch up with your sisters. No need for concern. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Feeling the warmth of her master's encouragement, Hu Jiuyu's spirits lifted significantly. She gazed at his kind face, her heart swelling with warmth. The gentle encouragement from her master was irresistible, and she impulsively wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him. Chen Ye, taken by surprise, did not resist. Although he was aware that the moment might not be entirely appropriate, he reasoned it as a means to comfort his downcast disciple. After all, there were no strict rules regarding time or place. Moreover, they were already bonded as partners, making such actions quite natural. As he embraced her waist, his hand rested comfortably at her midsection, the touch of her athletic form both pleasant and reassuring. After a while, Hu Jiuyu finally released him. Her mood significantly improved. Although she had not participated in her sister's games, she had shared a kiss with her master. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt victorious. Once she stepped away from Chen Ye, Hu Jiuyu made her way into the arena. She raised her long sword and summoned a dazzling silver armor. Chen Ye recognized this armor, a defensive technique that manifested when her cultivation of the demon sky sword technique reached the first minor stage. The exquisite silver armor not only protected her upper body, but also adorned her legs and arms with equally fine details, combining functionality with aesthetic beauty, truly fitting for Hu Jiuyu. Noticing her master's admiration for her armor brought her immense joy. With his approval, she turned her attention back to the arena. Despite the significant gap in their cultivation realms, battling an innate realm beast was not exhausting for her. With agile dodges, Hu Jiuyu wielded her massive sword, delivering lethal strikes to the beast. After several exchanges, the creature lay still, devoid of life. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu was on the brink of a breakthrough in her cultivation. Slaying the beast would grant her a surge of power, and she seized this opportunity to ascend to the 5th layer of the acquired realm. With her newfound strength, her spirits soared, and she eagerly advanced to the next level. Chapter 98. Weeping of Lung Luoli. As Hu Jiuyu ascended to the 2nd floor of the Jinxian Tower, she found that her senior sisters and junior sister had long since vanished, presumably having ventured to the next level. The adversaries on the 2nd floor presented a challenge 2 minor realms above those of the 1st. Without hesitation, Hu Jiuyu brandished her colossal sword and charged forth. Though her cultivation level fell short of her sisters, she was determined to exert herself fully and narrow the gap as much as possible. The trials within the Jinxian Tower persisted until the afternoon, with Hu Jiuyu managing to ascend to the 5th floor, where she encountered a foundational stage beast and found herself in dire straits. The beast's strength surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator, and had she encountered a foundational stage practitioner outside, she might not have emerged unscathed. At that moment, Su Jiqian was ensnared on the 9th floor, facing an enemy of the 7th layer of the foundational stage. Lung Luoli stood 1 level above her, which made Su Jiqian's forehead sweat with urgency as she poured all her efforts into vanquishing her opponent. She yearned to swiftly eliminate her foe to keep pace with her junior sister Lung. The thought of yielding to the enemy for an entire day was intolerable. If they triumphed, she could face unimaginable repercussions. Moreover, since the competition was her proposal, losing would be an immense embarrassment. Above Luoli, Bayawe had ascended the highest among the disciples, possessing a foundational stage of the 3rd layer. Not only did she exceed Su Jiqian in cultivation, but her techniques also favored agility, allowing her to either gradually wear down her foes or effectively combat singular opponents. Long Lan had long since disappeared, leaving no trace of her presence. Trapped on the 10th floor, Lung Luoli clutched her ice-blue staff tightly. Countless ice spikes rained down upon the tortoise-shaped beast, yet it remained immovable, resulting in a stalemate. The room on the 10th floor had become blanketed in a thick layer of snow due to Luoli's skills. Her fair skin and elegantly proportioned legs were accentuated against this icy backdrop, rendering her particularly striking. With a serious and resolute expression as she confronted the beast, her aura was undeniably captivating. Noticing that the tortoise beast was struggling to move due to the plummeting temperature, an idea sparked within Luoli. She raised her staff high, rapidly lowering the temperature in the room. Snowflakes swirled chaotically in the air, soon covering the beast. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her ice-binding technique, first encasing the beast in ice before launching ice spikes towards its head. The beast was struck and collapsed to the ground, but it did not dissolve into light, indicating it was still alive. Luoli understood that given the beast's defensive capabilities, even a few more strikes would likely fail to slay it and could instead provoke its wrath. Thus, she decided to fully encase it in ice, temporarily subduing it to catch her breath and devise a further plan. Leaning against the wall, Luoli regulated her hurried breathing while adjusting the flow of her spiritual energy. Chen Ye had been observing this scene from outside the arena. In the frigid air, the girl exhaled clouds of mist that danced in the atmosphere. While she was not bothered by the cold, the chill caused a rosy hue to bloom upon her nose and joints, adding a highlight to her beauty. Clad in a delicate sheer gown without stockings, her long legs appeared exceptionally fair under the reflection of the snow. Chen Ye found Luoli at that moment breathtakingly beautiful, her grace unrivaled, her perfection unparalleled. Yesterday, Chen Ye had resolved to clarify his feelings for his second disciple. However, with others always present, he had hesitated to speak. Now, with no one else around, the moment seemed perfect. He could not delay any further. He had to express what needed to be said. With this thought, Chen Ye leapt into the arena, his feet crunching the snow beneath him. Upon seeing her master, Luoli was overwhelmed with joy, but soon recalled the previous day's incident. She had been caught peeking at her master through an ice sculpture, a memory that filled her with embarrassment. Surely, her master had come to address that matter. Would he be angry with her? What should she do? The thought of displeasing him was unbearable. He was her everything, and if he were to despise her, how could she continue in this world? She had initially taken a step forward to embrace him, but found herself frozen in place, her mind racing. Chen Ye noticed her unusual reaction and approached, taking her delicate hand in his. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Luoli shyly met his gaze, her eyes brimming with emotion, yet tinged with fear and worry. At that moment, Chen Ye spoke. Yesterday I discovered. Before he could finish, Luoli trembled violently, realizing that he indeed wanted to discuss the prior day's events. Would he be angry with her? No, she didn't want that. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed forward, tightly embracing him, burying her face in his chest. Her voice trembled with emotion as she cried, "Woo-woo, master. I was wrong. Please don't hate me. I should Tia spied on you. I beg you, don't be angry with me. You can punish me as you wish, but please don't cast me away." Her ethereal voice resonated with a softness that made her appear like a weeping pear blossom. Clinging to him tightly, she seemed as if she feared he might vanish at any moment. Chen Ye was taken aback by this scene, instinctively wrapping his left arm around her delicate, snow-white waist while gently stroking her beautiful, ice-blue hair, which flowed like silk. Though he did not grasp the reason behind her sudden emotional upheaval, he felt compelled to comfort her. "Silly disciple, what are you saying? How could I ever cast you aside, let alone hate you? I shall always be by your side, forever." His voice was deep and tender, soothing as it reached Luoli's ears, bringing her immense comfort. Upon hearing his words, she looked up in excitement, gazing into her master's gentle face. Chapter 99. Chen Ye's proactive confession. Upon hearing his words, she excitedly raised her head, gazing at her master's gentle visage. "Master!" The imagined expression of disdain did not manifest before her. Instead, she was met with the warmth of his compassionate gaze. In that moment, she realized that her master had not come to reprimand her. Despite her audacious act of peering at him, he bore no anger. How wonderful it was that her master was not upset with her. Cold Luo Li felt a flicker of uncertainty. She sniffled slightly and inquired, "Master, did you come to speak with me about something?" Chen Ye had indeed come to address certain matters with his second disciple. However, having been interrupted earlier, he had focused solely on comforting her, momentarily forgetting his intent. Now, as he observed the sincerity in her eyes, he found himself hesitant to voice his thoughts. After all, this was his first time actively confessing to a disciple. Such a thing felt rather overwhelming. Nonetheless, circumstances had led him to this juncture, and he could no longer conceal his feelings. Gently, he took her delicate hand and raised it to his chest. He swallowed hard, then spoke. "I have something to share with you. This sentiment has long resided in my heart, and I know it is not something a master should express to a disciple. Yet, I can no longer deceive myself." As cold Luo Li beheld her master's earnest gaze, her heart raced. A premonition surged within her, suggesting that he was about to confess something significant. Could it be true? Would her master openly declare his feelings for her? Could such happiness truly exist? While cold Luo Li was lost in her thoughts, Chen Ye's gentle voice continued. "I have been lying to myself, convincing myself that my profound feelings for you stem from mere concern for a disciple. Yet, deep down, I understand the truth, though I fear to admit it. My feelings transcend the ordinary bond between master and disciple. I have loved you, harboring emotions that are romantic in nature. Lier, can you accept me as I am?" His final statement quivered upon his lips, laced with trepidation. He feared that by breaking this barrier, he might discover that his second disciple bore no such feelings for him. If that were the case, could they ever return to their previous camaraderie? Would she find him repugnant and choose to distance herself, ultimately abandoning him? This time, it was not the disciple who feared the departure of her master, but rather the master who dreaded the loss of his disciple. Cold Luo Li, upon absorbing her master's words, stood momentarily frozen, her icy blue eyes gazing blankly at Chen Ye, as if she had lost all consciousness. The silence stretched on, an agonizing wait for Chen Ye, who yearned for her response, but received none. After what felt like an eternity, cold Luo Li's delicate hand slowly stirred. She reached out, tenderly caressing her master's cheek. A radiant smile illuminated her finely sculpted features. Although smiles were rare for her, this particular one etched itself deeply into Chen Ye's heart. How to describe such a smile? Contentment, joy, honor, and profound emotion intertwined into an indescribable beauty. Cold Luo Li had once believed that she would need to take the initiative to earn her master's affection. Yet, she had never anticipated that he would take the first step to confess his feelings for her. The realization that the one she cherished reciprocated her feelings filled her with immeasurable happiness. With a gentle voice, reminiscent of a unique, alluring tone, she said, "Master, I can sense your apprehension. Are you afraid that I might come to dislike you?" Cold Luo Li shook her head and continued, "That will never happen. I can never harbor disdain for you, master. Your affection for me brings me such joy. I have liked you for a long time, and the emotions I had suppressed led me to act rashly, such as with that ice sculpture. But it is wonderful that you did not take offense. Master, let's be together, starting with a kiss." As she spoke, cold Luo Li cradled her master's face and leaned in for a kiss. In that moment, Chen Ye embraced her, and they drew close together. This time, it was neither the disciple nor the master who took the initiative. Rather, they embraced each other simultaneously. The young woman's body was incredibly soft, nestled within Chen Ye's embrace. Her fair legs, exposed to the air, pressed tightly together, trembling slightly. His arms tightened around her. After what seemed like an eternity, cold Luo Li gradually released him. Due to the rising temperature, her breath was filled with warmth. "Master, do you feel cold?" she suddenly asked. Cold Luo Li's chilling aura was exceptional, capable of freezing even foundation-level beasts. However, Chen Ye was no ordinary man and could easily withstand such coldness. "Of course not. Why do you ask?" he replied. Cold Luo Li licked her lips and smiled. "A kiss after confession feels remarkably different, master. Let's stay here and continue." With that, she pulled him down into the soft snow. The snowflakes clung to their faces, resembling brilliant starlight that accentuated their perfection. In the world of cultivation, the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter also existed. In the vast land of Yuanshan, where Chen Ye resided, these seasons were distinctly pronounced. During winter, snowflakes would blanket the ground, creating a unique beauty. The nights were longer, as if the sun had vanished, preoccupied with some unseen task, like being ensnared. The moon, though beautiful, was overshadowed by the snowflakes, which dominated the winter landscape. Upon closer inspection, snowflakes were not transparent, but rather pure white, adorned with intricate patterns. Though delicate, they were perfectly symmetrical. Despite their chill, when cradled in warm hands, they melted into pleasantly warm water. Walking through the snow produced a satisfying crunch underfoot. The soft sensation beneath one's feet was undeniably comforting. Though winter was cold, running freely and engaging in activities during this season would naturally lead to an abundance of perspiration. Chapter 100. A mist encounter below the room where Chen Ye resided lay the 9th level. Within this level, Su Jiqian was fiercely battling the beast before her. She found herself in a stalemate, repeatedly unleashing the demon palm, striking at the creature. How infuriating! Why wouldn't this beast perish? I must hasten to the next level and catch up with junior sister Long. Su Jiqian murmured. After several more exchanges with the beast, she gradually discerned its weakness. Gathering all her spiritual energy, Su Jiqian unleashed her final blow of the demon palm. A surge of malevolent energy filled the air as a colossal palm print crashed down upon the beast. Countless tendrils of malice engulfed it, and only then did the creature meet its tragic end. After its demise, the beast transformed into a streak of light, ultimately vanishing into the ether. With the rewards from defeating the beast, Su Jiqian's cultivation ascended to the 3rd level of the innate realm. Having triumphed over the beast, she earned the right to advance to the next level. She anticipated the astonished expression on junior sister Lung's face when she caught up. She set forth, ascending to the 10th level. Upon reaching the 10th level, Su Jiqian was suddenly enveloped in a chill. Snowflakes danced around her, and a unique frigid domain unleashed by Lung Luo Li made even this innate realm cultivator shiver uncontrollably. Before her stood a massive beast, frozen solid, while no other figures were in sight. Only a few footprints and outlines in the snow remained, slowly being filled in by the falling snow, as if someone had lain there not long ago. Beer, it's so cold. Has junior sister Lung already moved on to the next level? Defeating the beast on the 9th level was so arduous. Perhaps I should just leave. Assuming junior sister Lung had already progressed, Su Jiqian chose not to linger. Although losing to her was disheartening, the beast on the 9th level had utterly exhausted her. As she departed, she caught a glimpse of fresh footprints leading towards the now frozen beast, but she paid them no mind. Thus, she missed the opportunity. In an unknown level, Long Lan faced a beast of the Purple Mansion realm. Even for her, this creature represented a formidable adversary. Just moments ago, she had struggled against a beast of the 3rd tier of the Purple Mansion realm and was already feeling fatigued. The beast before her was 3 minor tiers higher, at the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. Could she possibly prevail? Doubt crept into Long Lan's mind as she contemplated retreating. Yet soon, the reason for her relentless ascent flashed in her mind. In her imagination, Chen Ye once again grasped her wrist. For reasons unknown, his eyes appeared exceptionally large and bright in her vision. Lan, the other women are simply too weak. In this heavenly profound palace, only you are worthy of me. You can defeat the 5th tier Purple Mansion beast. You are incredible. Let us be together. Chen Ye's voice was deep and laced with an unsettling bubble-like quality. In the solitude of the Jinshin Tower, Long Lan smiled, enraptured, as she bent down to embrace herself with her long arms. The sight was somewhat peculiar. Time passed. Eventually, everyone gathered at the entrance of the Jinshin Tower. There, Long Lan emerged, having slain the beast, her face alight with satisfaction. Hu Jiuyu and Su Jiqian had been waiting outside. After climbing to the 5th level, Hu Jiuyu, due to her lower cultivation level, required less spiritual energy to break through, allowing her to ascend to the 6th tier of the acquired realm. Baiyue, however, halted her progress at the 12th level. Upon seeing Baiyue exit, Su Jiqian curiously approached her. Junior sister Bai, Did you encounter junior sister Lung on the 12th level? Sui Oyan Inwited. A hint of worry in her tone. If junior sister Lung had advanced further than Bai Wei, she would certainly feel defeated. If not, losing to Bai Wei was far preferable to being bested by that cold woman. Bai Wei shook her head, indicating she had not seen her. Now, apart from Lung Luo Li and Chen Ye, everyone else had convened here. They waited patiently, but the two did not appear. Initially, Su Jiqian worried that something may have happened to junior sister Lung. However, upon reflection, with their master watching over them, danger seemed unlikely. Perhaps they had simply become ensnared in a protracted battle. We might be waiting for a while longer. Let us go bathe and rest, Su Jiqian proposed, feeling a bit bored after a while. Upon hearing the mention of a bath, Long Lan appeared perplexed. Beasts had their unique ways of cleansing. Bai Wei would groom her fur, while Long Lan could purify herself with dragon flames. She recalled the last time she bathed, transforming into her dragon form and swimming in the sea. Soon, they arrived at the hot spring pool. Observing that everyone had gathered, Long Lan was curious about how one was to bathe. Under her gaze, Su Jiqian nonchalantly removed her clothing and dashed into the hot spring. Hu Jiuyu followed suit. This sight left Long Lan blushing fiercely. Surely they wouldn't expect her to do the same? How could the noble dragon empress expose herself to others? This was far too embarrassing. Before Long Lan could take any action, Su Jiqian leaped from the water, wrapping her arms around Long Lan's waist. I knew you would be shy. Let me assist you. Sui Oyan et Fleemet. Wait, don't touch this empress. Long Lan protested, but it was too late. With a cry of surprise, she found herself plunged into the water. Initially irked by being unexpectedly dragged down, she quickly discovered the warmth of the hot spring and the surrounding spiritual energy, as if nourishing every inch of her skin. Gradually, she adapted, her expression shifting to one of blissful contentment. Su Jiqian was forever the bane of Long Lan's aloof demeanor. Meanwhile, Bai Wei stood at the shore, contemplating the hot spring. Since everyone was enjoying the experience so much, perhaps she should try it as well. However, merely soaking would not suffice. Soon, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Everyone, make way, Bai Wei declared. Long Lan, puzzled, wondered how much splash could a petite figure like Bai Wei create. Wait, could it be that she intended to? Little Bai no, Long Lan exclaimed, but it was too late. In that spacious room, as Bai Wei transformed into a white tiger, the entire space felt overwhelmingly confined. Woohoo! Bai Wei joyfully shouted, her massive form plunging into the water, sending splashes everywhere.